I want you to imagine that you're sitting in a cafe, enjoying a nice meal, when all of a sudden the sound of gunfire erupts from across the street. What do you do? Do you hide? Do you start looking for the nearest exit? Do you cover your loved ones? Or do you stand up and run towards the sound of gunfire? Well, on the afternoon of April 14th, 1881, that's exactly what El Paso City Marshal Dallas Stoudenmire did. The former Texas Ranger had been across the street eating lunch when the shots rang out. As everyone else was ducking for cover, Dallas bolted towards the fight, six-shooter in both hands. He opened fire as he was running, and seconds later, 4 men lay dead in the dirt. Dallas Stoudenmire had only been marshal for 3 days, and less than a week later, he would kill yet again. To quote historian Leon Metz, Western history has barely noted Stoudenmire's passing or his accomplishments, but for 2 tumultuous years in the early 1880s, he served as nearly the only law north of the Rio Grande and west of Fort Worth. Make no mistake about it, Dallas Stoudenmire was an extremely capable lawman, at least at first. The only problem was he seemed to have an affliction that, left untreated, caused him to turn on the very town that he was hired to protect. Who was Dallas Stoudenmire? What occurred during his early life that transformed him into a killing machine? And what happens when a marshal goes rogue? How do you control a killer who refuses to be tamed? Join me today as we discuss all of this and more, including a connection between Dallas Stoudenmire and NFL legend Peyton Manning. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Dallas Stoudenmire was born on December 11th, 1845 in present-day Bullock County, Alabama. And as tends to be the case with many Old West figures, there's just not a lot of information regarding Dallas's early life. We do know that his father passed away when he was still a child. His mother remarried, but by 1860 she was widowed yet again, and she and the kids were residing in Pike County. Then 2 years later, when the war between the states broke out, a just 16-year-old Dallas left home to enlist in the Confederate Army. The only problem was he was still technically too young. It wasn't long before his true age was found out and he was sent back home. The dispatch, signed by General Bragg himself, stated, quote, "Private Stoudenmire, being underage, is hereby discharged from the service of the Alabama Cavalry," end of quote. Undaunted, Dallas tried again the following month, and although he was able to re-enlist, he was discharged again in late October of 1863. Finally, the following spring is when Dallas signed on with Company F of the 17th Alabama, and this time he would serve throughout the duration of the conflict. Ended up surrendering at Greensboro with General Joe Johnston and his bunch. Now, legend has it that Dallas had several close calls during the war. By his own admission, he was severely wounded on 4 separate occasions. And years later, an acquaintance would state that he bore the scars of 27 wounds and that his body still held 3 bullets. I'm usually pretty skeptical about such claims, 27 wounds. More often than not, these types of stories are more hyperbole than fact. But I did do a little digging into the 17th Alabama. Turns out they were assigned to the Army of Tennessee right about the same time that Dallas enlisted. They lost 125 men at Shiloh and another 130 at Peachtree Creek. The ranks were further decimated at the Battle of Franklin, when the regiment lost a full 2/3 of his fighting men. As to how many of these battles Dallas Stoudenmire personally participated in, I'm not really sure. But I do think it's safe to say that he witnessed his fair share of combat. And after the war, Dallas headed west, just like many other shiftless young men scarred by the horrors of combat. He initially joined an older brother in Texas before possibly migrating to one of the Confederate colonies down in Mexico. There are stories of him fighting as a mercenary under Emperor Maximilian, but so far as I know, this has not yet been verified. Truth be told, Dallas's life for several years following the war is mostly a big fat mystery. There are even some who think that he traveled quite a bit from Texas to Mexico, back and forth, in search of gold. It's not until the 1870s that things start to clear up a bit. That's when he settled near the town of Columbus, Texas, and took up farming. Leastways he did until January of 1874. That's when he enlisted as a sergeant in Company A of Captain J.R. Waller's Texas Rangers. That's Captain Waller with 2 L's, okay, not Walker. This is the same bunch that went chasing after John Wesley Hardin down in DeWitt County. Matter of fact, when Hardin was wounded in June of '74, It was one of Waller's men who pulled the trigger. According to other sources, Dallas also spent a considerable amount of time in Comanche country. Now keep in mind that was the same year as the Second Battle of Adobe Walls, so the Comanche were most definitely still a force to be reckoned with. Now that said, Dallas would only serve with the Rangers for around 11 months before mustering out and returning to Columbus. And it wasn't long after that when he took part in his first known gunfight. Or I guess I should say his first known gunfight outside of being a soldier, mercenary, and Texas Ranger. Apparently, he and his opponent had been feuding for quite some time before they finally met up at a place known as Bernardo Prairie. Once again, per historian Leon Metz, quote, circling each other warily, they fired an occasional long-range shot from their pistols. None of the balls took effect. All the while, they drew closer until Dallas, being the better marksman, shot his opponent down and watched him die. And yeah, it wasn't long after that Dallas was at a party and things got a little bit out of control. Folks started trading bullets. Not a lot in the way of details regarding this fight, but Stoudenmire was able to shoot and wound several of the aggressors. He too was wounded and even taken prisoner, but he managed to escape. An investigation soon followed, but none ever really came of it. Hell, Dallas would even serve on a jury right there in Colorado County in September of 1876. I normally wouldn't include such a detail, but hopefully you'll find this as entertaining as I did. Apparently, the trial in question saw charges brought against an outhouse for being a quote-unquote nauseating annoyance. I'm not making this up. They literally took a shitter to court. The outhouse even had its own lawyer. No way of knowing what Dallas thought about the trial, but the official verdict, as issued by he and his fellow jurymen, read, quote, we, the jury, find the privy a public nuisance and order the proper authorities to have it cleaned. End of quote. Now, aside from building a reputation as a deadly gunman and helping to indict shithouses, Dallas also enjoyed having a good time. A former neighbor would describe the 6'2" tall Stoudenmire as, quote, a man who laughed a lot, and what he said made others laugh too. All right. And by all accounts, Dallas was also a big fan of sporting gals, racing ponies, and hard liquor. Matter of fact, in the years to come, he'd have some pretty serious issues when it came to drinking. We'll get to that soon enough, but at some point in the late 1870s, he went partners in a sheep ranch up in the Texas Panhandle with his brother-in-law, a guy by the name of Samuel Doc Cummings. Doc and Stoudenmire's sister, Virginia, would end up migrating to El Paso in early 1880. And by later on that spring, Dallas joined him, just in time to throw his name in the hat for town marshal, a job that, up until Dallas's arrival, seemed to be almost cursed. You see, El Paso's first marshal was an old boy by the name of John B. Taze. You may remember him from the Dangerous Dan Tucker episode. Taze has the distinction of being the only Texas Ranger in all of history to surrender his arms. That was back during the Salt War of 1877. And, well, let's just say the former Ranger wouldn't fare much better there in El Paso. He was sworn in on July 26, 1880, and given the boot just 3 months later, mostly on account of not properly disposing of garbage. Story goes that he was using the garbage to fill in potholes. His replacement was a guy named Stevens, who only made it about a month before also getting fired. I'm not sure exactly what he did, but per records, he was removed for neglect and dereliction of duty. Next up was George Campbell. George got his badge on December 1st, 1880, and he would hold the position for what was then an all-time record of a little over 4 months. Now, it's worth noting that back in those days, the job of marshal did not come with a salary, at least not in El Paso. Instead, the marshal drew his wages either from bounties or through levy and fines, i.e. taking money off of prisoners. The only problem was Marshal Campbell was friends with all the people that needed arresting. As a result, the city of El Paso found itself with what Leon Metz described as a reluctant marshal. The only people that Campbell was willing to lock up were drunks and vagrants, and they rarely had much in the way of currency. Campbell eventually tried to talk the city council into giving him a salary, but they refused. So he went ahead and resorted to some good old-fashioned extortion. Gunfire erupted in the streets, windows were broken, signs were torn down, buildings vandalized, and through it all, Marshal Campbell refused to lift a finger. Things finally came to a head early on the morning of January 1st, 1881. An angry mob began roaming the streets and shooting up various homes, including the mayor's house. And according to some, Marshal Campbell was right there with them. The Texas Rangers were called in, and a warrant was issued for Campbell's arrest, but he remained defiant. Ended up getting drunker than Cooter Brown and riding up and down Main Street shooting his pistols in the air. Then, before leaving town, he threatened the life of the mayor. He also scribbled an obscenity on one of the warrants. No word on what he wrote down, but something tells me it ain't nothing you'd want to repeat in front of your mamaw. Now, you may be wondering, why didn't the Texas Rangers arrest Campbell? Well, come to find out, they were all buddies, or at least some of them were. One ranger in particular, T.L. Weldon, just stood there smiling as the marshal went on his little rampage. And when Weldon was eventually fired, he and some other former Texas Rangers threw in with the quote-unquote lawless element, which, as you'll soon learn, included the marshal. In the end, the charges were dropped, but I think it goes without saying that George Campbell was out of a job. Next up was a saloon owner named Ed Copeland, but he resigned after just a few days. With no other options available, the city council turned to the assistant marshal, Bill Johnson. And this time they did agree to pay a salary of $50 a month. Only thing is, nothing really changed. Marshal Johnson was just as bad as Campbell when it came to being friends with criminals, so it was basically just business as usual. Also, Johnson was a pretty severe alcoholic. Spent more time nursing a bottle than he did keeping the peace. So the people of El Paso were once more in search of a competent marshal. And that's when Dallas Stoudenmire strolled into town. To quote Leon Metz, Dallas was not El Paso's first marshal, but he offered his credentials at an opportune time. No qualified individuals were available, and city fathers were agreeing more and more that the path to growth would have to be paved with the bodies of its toughest citizens. The decision reached, the remaining problem was to hire a gunman with no conscience in his trigger finger. End of quote. In other words, they were looking to hire a killer. And Dallas, with his experience during the Civil War, coupled with his time as a ranger and all of his other adventures, definitely fit the bill. He formally accepted the position on April 11, 1881, and his first official act as marshal was to demand the badge and jail keys from his predecessor, Bill Johnson. When Johnson started hemming and hawing, Dallas just reached out and violently snatched the keys straight out of his hands. Maybe. Some sources take it a step further and claim that Dallas actually lifted Johnson in the air, flipped him upside down, and started shaking him like a cartoon till the keys fell out of his pockets. Whichever way it shook out, pun intended, Dallas did walk away keys in hand, as the embarrassed Johnson reeled in the muck of the thoroughfare. So yeah, I don't know, I think I probably would have handled the situation with a bit more tact, but hey, who am I to judge? And besides, I'm sure Johnson was a professional and he just took it all in stride, right? False, he did not. More on him in just a bit, but something else happened just a few days later that would absolutely cement Dallas's reputation as a deadly shootist. And this is that gunfight that I mentioned during the intro. It all started when a couple of Mexican vaqueros had come north looking for stolen cattle. Only thing is, they never returned. Skip ahead a few days later, and their bodies were found near the ranch of John Hell, about 15 or so miles north of El Paso. Now, by all accounts, John Hell did traffic in stolen cattle, and so did his neighbors, the Manning brothers. Matter of fact, Texas Ranger Captain George Baylor would describe their two adjacent ranches as sort of a base of operations for the rustlers. It was also Hell and the Manning brothers who represented that so-called lawless element that I mentioned earlier. These are the same old boys who the former marshal, George Campbell, refused to arrest. And hell, when Campbell fled the town after threatening the mayor, it was on Hell's ranch where he sought refuge. Even many of the Texas Rangers were friendly with Hell and the Manning brothers. In fact, one of the guys who actually murdered those Mexican cowboys was himself a former Texas Ranger. And just as a quick tangent, I'm from Texas. I've lived in Texas my entire life, and I'm proud to be a Texan. I also think Texas history is fascinating, but it never ceases to amaze me how many of my fellow Texans hold the Rangers up on a pedestal like they are just beyond reproach. And if there's one thing I've learned doing this show is that there were a lot of dirty Texas Rangers. There were a lot of great Texas Rangers as well. Very courageous, law and order type guys. But there were also some very murderous, back-shooting, thieving, just all-around dirty Texas Rangers. It's just like any other job, right? Some of them were good, some of them were bad. And even in El Paso, in that area, around this same time, there were a lot of good Texas Rangers. But there were also a lot of bad Texas Rangers. Just wanted to toss that out there. I will invariably get a comment or an email telling me that I'm full of shit because Texas Rangers never did anything bad. And okay, but, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. Now, as far as those two murdered Mexicans, John Hell would later claim that they had attacked first, and that his men were just defending themselves. But not everyone was buying their story, especially their friends. And those friends rode into El Paso on April 14th, 80 deep, heavily armed, and looking for answers. And this may come as a bit of a shock, but race relations there in El Paso back in 1881 really weren't all that great. I know. To quote historian Leon Metz, each party stood nervously, grouped in the street, muttering threats and staying close to their guns. In particular, the Mexicans were upset over the miscarriage of justice, which they felt was about to be perpetrated. End quote. In other words, they knew damn well that the men who had killed their buddies weren't going to be arrested, much less prosecuted. And by the way, I keep quoting Leon Metz because his book on Stoudenmire is excellent. I'll drop a link down below if you're interested. But yeah, on one side you had a large group of very pissed off Mexicans looking for justice. And on the other side you had the former marshal, George Campbell, his cattle rustling buddy, John Hell, and several of their friends. They'd already been drinking for hours when the vaqueros arrived, and they were growing more and more belligerent with each passing moment. And stuck in the middle, trying to mediate the dispute, was a local constable by the name of Gus Crimcow. Eventually, the Mexicans crossed to the other side of the river, thus temporarily avoiding bloodshed. But Crimcow was still left trying to mollify that angry and drunken mob. According to historian Drew Gomber, quote, a good deal of hostility from the Anglo element had been directed at Constable Gus Crimcow, for the simple reason that he spoke Spanish and had been assisting with the interpreting duties. Many citizens were also enraged that the new marshal, Stoudenmire, had not disarmed the Mexicans. And Marshal Stoudenmire did not disarm the Mexicans for a very good reason. He was busy, sitting across the street at his brother-in-law's restaurant, trying to enjoy a nice casual lunch like a gentleman. A turn of events that did not sit well with many of the locals, especially the former marshal, George Campbell. Not only was he talking trash about Dallas, but he was also heaping abuse onto Constable Crimcow. Just hearing Crimcow speaking Spanish seemed to especially anger the drunken Campbell. And when he told the constable that any American that's a friend to the Mexicans ought to be hanged, Crimcow took it as a personal threat. He asked Campbell if he was talking about him, to which the former marshal replied, if the shoe fits. He then snapped his finger in the deputy's face and walked away. Now, I don't know about you, but just thinking about that kind of makes my blood start to boil. As far as I'm concerned, if you snap your fingers in another dude's face, it's tantamount to just outright slapping him in the face. It's that insulting. And yeah, as you can imagine, things only escalated from there. Just as Campbell was heading back to his mule, here comes John Hell running out of one of the saloons, likewise drunk as a skunk. And for whatever reason, he shoved his revolver under Campbell's arm and yelled out that he had the constable covered. Then, using Campbell's body as a shield, Hell opened fire, shooting Crimcow straight in the chest. And that's when our topic du jour, Marshal Dallas Stoudenmire, finally sprang into action. Remember, he was at the restaurant, still trying to get his lunch on when the shots rang out. Per historian Leon Metz, quote, from across the street, Dallas threw open the restaurant door and, pulling his guns, jumped outside. Close behind came his brother-in-law, Doc Cummins, with a shotgun. End quote. And what happened next would unfold so quickly that Doc didn't even have time to put that scattergun into action. Hell, Dallas even started shooting while he was running, which in hindsight may not have been the best choice, as his first round did strike an innocent bystander. Quickly thumbing back the hammer, Dallas fired again, this time striking John Hell in the forehead, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the wounded Crimcow managed to draw his revolver and shoot George Campbell in the foot. Of course, by that point, Stoudenmire had also turned his attention to Campbell. He squeezed the trigger yet again, and the former marshal fell to the ground, clutching his belly and cursing Dallas for killing him. Indeed, both Campbell and Constable Crimcow would pass away just a few moments later. That innocent bystander also succumbed to his wounds. Stories do vary, but most witnesses seem to agree that the fight lasted no longer than 5 seconds, hence it now being remembered as the 4 dead in 5 seconds gunfight. Dallas Stoudenmire had only been marshal for 3 days, and he had already killed 3 men, one of whom was simply standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. And by the way, this little dust-up took place in front of what's now Hotel Paso del Norte, I think. Double check me on that before you book a trip, but as far as I know, that building is still standing to this day. Now, full disclosure, several eyewitnesses, including a pair of Texas Rangers, would claim that Campbell had been trying to surrender when Dallas killed him. There was an investigation, but the coroner's jury found that Marshal Stoudenmire was justified, despite one of his stray rounds killing a non-combatant. Hell, the town alderman even awarded Dallas the gold-headed cane as a way of expressing their gratitude. But still, gold cane or not, George Campbell and John Hell had friends. Friends who didn't much appreciate seeing him shot down like dogs in the middle of the street. And chief among these friends were the aforementioned Manning brothers. Now, the Mannings were originally from Alabama, just like Stoudenmire. The eldest, Felix, was actually studying medicine in France when the war between the states broke out. As such, he rushed home and accepted a commission in the Confederate Army. And just like Dallas, Felix and his brothers would drift down to Mexico following the war and offer their guns to Emperor Maximilian. They'd return stateside after the emperor's death and settle in the town of Belton, Texas. All of them except for Felix, that is. Instead, he went ahead and completed his schooling at the Medical College of Alabama. And upon graduation, he too headed to Texas to set up his own practice. It's there, near Giddings, where he was involved in a pretty gruesome knife fight with a rival doctor. Although both men were horribly wounded, they did survive. And once Doc Manning was able to travel, he joined his brothers up in Belton. They too had shown a willingness to spill blood. When William Manning was killed during a cattle drive, brothers Jim, Frank, and John tracked down his murderer and filled him full of lead. And by 1880, they were all residing near the bustling metropolis of El Paso, where they quickly established what one historian referred to as a cattle-rustling empire. Hell, it was the Mannings, allegedly, who headed south of the border to steal cattle, the same theft that those two vaqueros were investigating when they were murdered. That said, the Mannings also had legitimate business interests. In addition to that ranch and the medical practice, they also had a saloon there in El Paso, as well as a variety theater known as the Coliseum. Jim Manning even ran for mayor at one point. As for his older brother Felix, or Doc Manning, he was described by a local as, quote, probably the most accomplished gentleman in early El Paso. Apparently, he was willing to treat smallpox patients when others wouldn't. He was also one of the few sawbones who cared for the impoverished. As to how involved Doc Manning and his brothers truly were when it came to the illegal activities, I'm not really sure. But I do know they were good friends with John Hale and George Campbell. That much is a fact. To the point that they actually tried to talk Bill Johnson into trying to kill Dallas out of revenge. Remember, Johnson was the drunken marshal who Stoudenmire embarrassed. And per Leon Metz, quote, the more Johnson brooded over his humiliation, the more encouragement he received from the Manning brothers. When the brothers were not appealing to his pride, they were playing on his fears. The Mannings told Johnson that Stoudenmire intended to kill him. In addition to keeping the dupe on edge with their words, the Mannings never allowed Johnson's glass to empty. When the constable drank and babbled and blustered and threatened and even wept, everyone appeared to be sympathetic. The Mannings solemnly nodded their heads and agreed that Marshal Stoudenmire had no right to trample on his self-respect, end quote. And sure enough, just 3 days after the death of Campbell in hell, Johnson went and hid himself behind a large pile of bricks near Jim Manning's saloon. Then, when Marshal Stoudenmire and his brother-in-law, Doc Cummins, came strolling by, Johnson opened fire. Luckily for them, his shot went high, and Dallas and Doc were able to spin around and put no less than 8 bullets into Johnson's body. The only thing is, he weren't the only shooter. They were also receiving fire from unknown parties in the direction of the saloon. And just like before, Dallas didn't hesitate. He charged head first at his assailants, once again firing as he ran. A bold maneuver that caused the would-be killers to disperse. The only casualty, other than Johnson, of course, was Stoudenmire's foot. I guess a stray round or a ricochet had caught him in the heel. And yeah, talk about a hell of a first week, right? It hadn't even been 7 days since he pinned on the badge, and Dallas had already found himself participating in 2 separate gunfights. He had killed 4 men during that same period, and he himself was wounded. He had also showed the criminal element there in El Paso that he meant business. Dallas may have enjoyed a nice laugh on occasion. He definitely enjoyed a drink of an evening and the company of soiled doves, but he was deadly serious when it came to police in the streets. And make no mistake about it, crime did indeed plummet under Dallas's watch, at least initially. Remember what I said earlier about that El Paso marshal position being seemingly cursed? I'd love to sit here and tell you that Dallas Stoudenmire spent the next 30 years just dutifully enforcing the law and protecting and serving, but sadly, that's just not the case. Turns out Dallas would grow just as fond of the bottle as his predecessors, Campbell and Johnson, especially after the death of his brother-in-law, Doc Cummins. You see, in early February of 1882, Dallas headed back east to Columbus to get married. And in his absence is when Doc Cummins decided to set things straight with the Manning brothers. Doc had actually been temporarily deputized just before Dallas left town, so I guess he was starting to feel himself. Didn't help matters none that he was also drinking whiskey like it was going out of style. Swore that he was going to clean out those damn Mannings. And sure enough, that's exactly what he attempted to do on February 14th, 1882. The incident in question occurred at the Coliseum Theater. Cummins stepped inside, 3 sheets to the wind, and did his level best to go Jim Manning into a fight. Jim took off his coat, showing that he was unarmed, and told Doc that he didn't want no trouble, and asked him why couldn't they come to a peaceful resolution. Jim even said that he would get down on his knees or pretty much do anything else to settle their dispute without resorting to violence. Doc just sneered and called him a coward. He then turned his attention to one of the bartenders, accusing him of hiding the gun behind the bar. Jim spoke up again and said that he didn't hire bartenders to do his fighting for him. Eventually, they both stepped outside, and Doc grabbed Jim by the collar, threatened to kill him. That's when a passerby approached, which caused Cummins to whirl around. And by the time he turned back, Jim was gone. You know, at this point, Doc should have just cut his losses, gone home, and slept it off, right? Well, instead, he decided to head back inside the Coliseum to continue abusing that bartender. And that's when Jim Manning stepped into the room, this time with a revolver belted around his waist. He told Doc that it was time, and in a flash, they both went for their guns. Cummins managed to get off the first shot, but it passed harmlessly over Jim's head. In turn, the very sober Jim Manning plugged Doc twice in the torso. According to historian Leon Metz, Cummins, quote, reeled across the room, crashed through the bat-wing doors, collapsed, and died on El Paso Street. As he lay there in the road, he emitted one terrifying groan, shit his pants, and in the street grew silent. End of quote. And yeah, I did just add that part about him shitting his pants. That didn't come from Leon Metz. But if there's one thing I have learned from South Park, is that we all shit ourselves on our way out, okay? So act accordingly. Now, Jim Manning would later say that he stood it as long as he could, but I guess Cummins just pushed him too far. Interestingly enough, when another deputy examined Doc's pistol, it had 2 empty chambers on opposite sides of the cylinder. Not only that, but the medical examiner said that he suffered from a fractured skull. So I don't know, maybe he landed on his head when he fell down, or maybe the official version that I just shared wasn't exactly how the gunfight happened. But nevertheless, most of the locals did seem to agree that Doc caused his own early demise. Still though, despite this overwhelming consensus, Dallas Stoudenmire was not a happy camper when he learned of Cummings' death. I mean, you gotta think, in addition to losing a friend, he also lost his most trusted ally. And little did Dallas know it, but he himself would be dead in just 7 months. Once again, per Leon Metz, quote, the feud between the two factions began to blaze after the start of Stoudenmire's administration. First Hell and Campbell had fallen before the marshal's smoking pistol. Then the Mannings sicked Bill Johnson on Stoudenmire, and Johnson toppled to his death, carrying a volley of bullets in his chest. Now the brothers had evened everything by slaying Doc Cummings, and with Doc gone, there were no others whom Dallas could depend on. He stood all alone to face his enemies. End of quote. Now I know I touched on Stoudenmire's drinking earlier. By all accounts, he really did enjoy having a good time. But these good times were growing much more frequent, especially after the death of his brother-in-law. That's when Dallas pretty much just dove headfirst into the bottle, and it did not take long before it began affecting nearly every other facet of his life, including his marriage. You see, despite being a newlywed, Dallas was spending even more and more time at the brothels. There were rumors that he was using opium, and what's more, he seemed to always be on the prod. Dallas was not a happy drunk. When he started drinking, he got mean. Wasn't long before he started feuding with the Texas Rangers, who were stationed nearby. Hell, on one occasion, he even picked a fight with a local minister. The Reverend's great sin was preaching a sermon on the marshal's drinking habits, and when Dallas found out, he unloaded his revolver into the church steeple. Later on, when a lawyer showed up at the jailhouse, Dallas literally drop-kicked him through the door. And if that ain't bad enough, he was just constantly trying to provoke the Manning brothers, even going so far as to set up targets right in front of their saloon and put on shooting expeditions at the exact location where he killed Hell and Campbell, just rubbing their faces in it. As I'm sure you can surmise, the good folks of El Paso weren't all that happy with the drastic decline of their new marshal. They even started calling on the city council to force a resignation. The only problem was the council just didn't have enough of a backbone to get it done. What they did do was pass a city ordinance forbidding public officials from getting drunk, gambling, using profanity, disturbing the peace, exposing themselves indiscreetly, and to not be, quote, seen in the company of a known prostitute, not his wife or some other relative, end quote. I can only assume that Dallas was guilty of all of the above. I don't know about you, but I'd be especially interested to hear the story about him exposing himself. And all of these laws were just blatantly ignored, by the way. Dallas and everybody else just went about their drunken whoremongering unmolested. And since the leading citizens knew they couldn't control Stoudenmire, I guess they figured they could at least mediate peace between him and the Mannings. Before they turned the whole damn town into a shooting gallery. And on this front, they were successful, at least on paper. The peace treaty in question read as follows: "We, the undersigned parties, having this day settled all differences and unfriendly feelings existing between us, hereby agree that we will hereafter meet and pass each other on friendly terms, and that bygones shall remain bygones, and that we shall never allude in the future to any past animosities that have existed between us." It was signed by Dallas and all of the Manning brothers except for John. Why he didn't sign, I'm not really sure. Maybe he wasn't in town. But like I said, this was a truce just on paper only, okay? Per historian and all-around El Paso expert Leon Metz, quote, "It's important to note that this was not the type of truce following which both parties shook hands and bought a round of drinks. It was merely an agreement to hate on more silent terms. Nothing had really been settled," end quote. And yeah, Dallas certainly didn't clean up his act none. Treaty or no treaty, he just went right on doing as he pleased. At least he did until he got so drunk that he couldn't even report for duty for over a week. And believe it or not, he still didn't lose his job. That particular shoe wouldn't drop until the city council discovered that he'd accepted a commission as a deputy U.S. Marshal over in New Mexico. I don't know why that was such a big issue, but yeah, finally, at long last, Dallas Stoudenmire was out of a job. For about 5 minutes. There was another guy hoping to fill the position, old boy by the name of W.W. Mills, but when it came down to a vote, the council, for whatever reason, just went ahead and reinstated Stoudenmire. I say for whatever reason, but it's pretty obvious, to me at least, that they were scared shitless of the man. I think you'll understand more here in just a moment. But according to Leon Metz, however, the city council just chose to reinstate Dallas so he could redeem himself. And yeah, maybe. But unfortunately, Dallas just couldn't seem to rein in his drinking. When he wasn't drinking, he was fine. But you get a little bit of liquor in him, and those demons started coming out. Case in point, remember that guy I mentioned a moment ago, W.W. Mills? Well, Stoudenmire didn't much appreciate him trying to take his job as marshal, so he called Mills out. And when Mills said that he was unarmed, Dallas offered him the loan of a revolver, which Mills wisely refused. Things got so bad that Dallas wasn't even pretending to do his job. He made so few arrests that he hadn't pulled a salary in 3 months. Now, things were so bad that he owed the city money. It was his assistant, James B. Gillette, who was pretty much doing all of the official duties. And unlike Dallas, Gillette was exceeding expectations. The final nail in the coffin for Dallas in that marshal's position came in May of 1882 when he tried to run a journalist out of town. Local papers, which were usually pretty critical of one another, all joined forces and demanded that he resign. Even the Manning brothers were putting pressure on the city council to do something. And when the council finally decided to hold a meeting, they did so armed with loaded shotguns. One of the aldermen was so scared that he declined to even attend. The others sat near windows so they could make a quick leap to safety if need be. And these fears were not unfounded. When Dallas arrived, he was extremely inebriated and almost immediately began threatening the councilman. At one point, he even bragged that he could, quote, straddle every goddamn alderman in this council. Things got so heated that the meeting was just dismissed with plans to reconvene the following Monday. I find this entire situation to be very fascinating. They hired a stone-cold killer to keep the peace, and now they're acting astonished that said killer refused to play by the rules. And the craziest part is, the council could have fired Dallas at any moment. They literally held all of the power. But they were just too damn scared. I can't imagine anything like that happening nowadays. A madman given a position of authority, and then using that authority to wreak havoc and mayhem, and the people who actually have the power to stop him just sitting there wringing their hands and failing to do so out of fear. Surely, nothing like that would ever happen in our modern times, right? And don't call me Shirley. Now, to Dallas's credit, once he sobered up on Monday, he did offer an apology. Not only that, but he also agreed to resign. Quote, "Believing as I do that under the present administration of the city government, my usefulness as city marshal will become materially impaired, and learning that there will be an attempt to reduce the pay of the marshal, already too low, I hereby tender my resignation as city marshal. Before parting company with the officers of the city, which I feel that I have suffered an injustice from certain members of your honorable body, I think it is my duty to, and do hereby apologize for my conduct in the council chamber last Saturday evening, and beg to assure you that I meant no disrespect to your body or the people you represent. P.S. This applies to everyone except for Kyle. Fuck you, dude. I know it was you who stole my lunch out of the fridge last Tuesday. I was looking forward to that Parmesan sub the entire ride into town. It was literally all I could think about, only to find it missing and the crumbs leading straight to your stupid little cubicle." End quote. And yeah, I did add that extra little bit about Kyle and the Parmesan sub, but the rest of it was true, and that was Dallas Stoudenmire's actual resignation. And good on him for putting on his big girl panties and owning up to his behavior. That takes integrity. It also shows that he probably would have been alright if he could just stop drinking. And yeah, the city council accepted this time, and they promptly voted James B. Gillette as the new marshal. Gillette, by the way, was a pretty interesting guy in his own right. Gonna do an episode on him one day in the future. But for now, we're talking about Dallas, and everybody did seem happy with the agreement. Hell, Stoudenmire even offered Gillette his assistance if it was ever needed. In the meantime, Dallas did go ahead and accept a position as Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Western District of Texas, which meant that he continued residing there in El Paso. And his recent good behavior notwithstanding, he still continued causing trouble, at least when he was in town. Hell, in late July, he was even arrested after trying to shoot one of his former assistant marshals. And why did he try to shoot his former assistant? Because he was drunk. That's why. Things seemed to improve a few months later when he made a trip to the hot springs outside of Las Vegas, New Mexico. Not only did he manage to quit drinking temporarily, but he also started exercising and even expressed a desire to reignite peace talks with the Manning brothers. Sadly, this about-face was extremely short-lived. Dallas started drinking again on the train ride home, and by the time he got to El Paso, he was staggering drunk. He spent most of that night at the Acme Saloon, same joint where John Wesley Hardin would meet his demise some 13 years later. After last call, Dallas paid a visit to a brothel, and when his favorite working gal didn't immediately appear, he just stood there in the street screaming out her name. I'm sure his wife really appreciated that. And then, at some point later on that night, he actually walked to the front door of Jim Manning's saloon and started peering inside. He didn't try to enter, he was simply looking through the door. Now, Dallas wouldn't wake up until noon of the following day, and as soon as he got out of bed, he made a beeline straight for the Acme for a little hair of the dog. But that incident at the Manning Saloon the night before did not go unnoticed, and Dallas wasn't in the Acme for more than 5 minutes before a heavily armed Frank Manning stepped inside. When the barkeep said that he'd prefer to avoid trouble there in the saloon, Frank stated that he'd just as soon have it happen here as in the hills or anywhere else. Said that the sooner things were settled, the better it would be for all involved. Dallas didn't take the bait, though. I guess he was still feeling a little shaky. Instead, he just got up and went to a different saloon. He even told the owner of the Acme, J.W. Jones, that he didn't want no trouble, but, quote, "If they are bound to fight, I will fight any of them." He then explained that the only reason he peered into the saloon the night before was because he was looking for a fugitive he had papers on. Nothing more, nothing less. He wasn't trying to pick a fight. He was just looking for a wanted man. Jones passed the information on to the Mannings, and they seemed to be relieved. They said that they too wanted to avoid gunplay. More notes of peace and goodwill were passed back and forth until finally they all agreed to meet back up at the Manning Saloon later on that evening. Bury the hatchet once and for all. And things did go well at first. Frank Manning wasn't there just yet when Dallas arrived, so little brother Jim said he'd go fetch him. In the meantime, Dallas stepped to the bar next to Doc Manning and offered to buy him a drink. That's when things started going off the rails. Guess there was just too much damn bitterness, and the two began arguing, with Doc accusing Dallas of not sticking to the terms of their original agreement, a reference to that peace treaty they had all signed months prior. And from there, things just quickly escalated. Jones, the owner of the Acme Saloon that I mentioned earlier, he came inside and actually jumped between the men and tried to separate them. But by that point, they were already going for their guns. Doc Manning managed to clear leather first and put a bullet in Stoudenmire's left arm. The round severed an artery before ricocheting and striking him in the chest, and the pistol that Dallas was in the process of drawing flew from his hand and skidded across the floor. Manning fired again as Dallas staggered backwards, but the bullet contained a weak charge, only served to knock the breath out of him. Stoudenmire was still on his feet and stumbled outside with Doc Manning close behind him. That's when Dallas pulled out his belly gun and shot Doc in the right arm. Manning then dropped his pistol, and the two of them resorted to hand-to-hand combat. That's when Doc's brother Jim rushed up from behind and put a bullet squarely in the back of Stoudenmire's head. By the time Marshal Gillette arrived, Doc Manning had retrieved his pistol and was straddling Dallas's body, just repeatedly smashing his revolver down against his head. Now, both Jim and Doc Manning were arrested, but they were both eventually found not guilty. Worth noting that they did have friends on the jury, so I imagine that helped out their cause quite a bit. As for Stoudenmire, his funeral was held there in El Paso, but his body was shipped back to Columbus for burial at the Allison Cemetery. He was 36 years old at the time of his death. By the way, he and his wife Isabel had only been married for a few months, and one has to wonder, especially considering his recent behavior, if she gave a sigh of relief when Dallas was killed. She ended up remarrying a little over a year later and living all the way until 1921. Now, John Manning would actually go on to become El Paso County Sheriff, but he got seriously wounded while transporting a prisoner to Huntsville. He ended up moving up to Washington State, where, according to some, he committed suicide in May of 1918. Brother Jim would also move to the Pacific Northwest. He'd then migrate south to Los Angeles and finally Arizona, where he began working in the copper and silver mines until his death in 1915. Believe it or not, Frank Manning would go on to replace James B. Gillette as El Paso City Marshal. He was quarrelsome, though, just like Dallas, and he, too, would be forced to resign. He joined his brother Jim over in Arizona, but his brain began to fail him. His family had him committed in 1922, and he passed away in mid-November of 1925. As for Felix Doc Manning, he moved to Arizona as well, and opened up a medical practice near the town of Flagstaff. His arm was permanently crippled from the wound he received from Dallas, and he'd often hold it behind his back when he was having his photograph taken. He'd passed the same year as Frank at the age of 87. Now, this next little bit I found very interesting. I'm not making this up, but Doc Manning had a son born in 1889 named Peyton. Yeah, Peyton Manning. And Peyton would go on to have a son in 1929 named Peyton Manning Jr. As far as I know, this is just a coincidence, and they're not related to the NFL Mannings, as far as I know, but I just thought I'd toss that out there. And yeah, that's the story of Dallas Stoudenmire and his short yet prolific career as El Paso City Marshal. Dallas's story, it's a tale of caution, but it's also a tale as old as time, right? This dude had a lot of promise, especially when he first arrived there in El Paso. And if it wasn't for his fondness of alcohol, who knows how he would have turned out. Leon Metz made a great point in his biography on Stoudenmire when he wrote that had it not been for the 4 dead in 5 seconds gunfight, we probably wouldn't know who Dallas was. He simply would have faded into history as yet another town drunk, or as Metz put it, quote, just another gunman who found himself crossways in the liquor bottle. Metz also goes on to write that a psychiatrist would likely say that Dallas suffered from deep feelings of inferiority. I mean, how else can one explain his bragging, bravado, his shooting at targets that represented victims, his heavy drinking, and his quickness to take offense? Without these shortcomings, he might have lived longer, but he would never have been as interesting or as colorful. And yeah, I tend to agree, but there was just something in Dallas that wouldn't let him be at peace. There's a great quote from the book Godfather by Mario Puzo. I don't think it made it to the movie, but this quote has served me well my entire life, and it goes as follows. There are men in this world who go about demanding to be killed. You must have noticed them. They quarrel in gambling games. They jump out of their automobiles in a rage if someone so much as scratches their fender. They humiliate and bully people whose capabilities they do not know. I have seen a man, a fool, deliberately infuriate a group of dangerous men, and he himself without any resources. These are people who wander through the world shouting, "Kill me, kill me," and there is always somebody ready to oblige them. And yeah, with Dallas, that someone was Doc and Jim Manning. For others, it's a random person they cut off in traffic, or a bullied employee, or a spurned lover. Dallas had an affliction. Maybe it was caused by the war, maybe it was caused by the bottle, or maybe he was born with it. I don't know. But one thing's for certain. There at the end, he was practically begging for it. Whisperin Jim Smith was an Old West detective, deputy, and stone-cold killer. And despite spending the majority of his life wearing a badge, his methods were, well, just a tad bit unorthodox. Like the time over in Sidney, Nebraska, when he got into it with a gambler. Both of them went for their guns, and moments later, the gambler was lying on the floor of the saloon, clutching his belly. He would survive, but he turned up missing just a few months later. Word on the streets was that Smith caught up with him out on the prairie and finished what he started. There was no proof, so Smith never faced any real consequences. But he was rumored to have dispatched many a man in a similar fashion, possibly as many as 30. From New Orleans to Wyoming, Arizona, Nebraska, and dang near everywhere in between, Jim Smith dealt in death, even well into his 70s. And despite having a best-selling novel and several movies bearing his name, Whisperin Jim remains, to this day, a relatively unknown figure. And I'm not really sure why. I mean, Smith was described by contemporaries as having written more red history with his pistol than any two men of his time. A man who had enough dead outlaws to his credit to start a fair-sized graveyard. Hell, even his own friend, the famed author Edgar Bronson, claimed that Smith was the, quote, very incarnation of a relentless, inexorable, indomitable, avenging nemesis. Oh boy. Who was Whisperin Jim Smith? How'd he come to be such a feared gunman? Did he really whisper? Is it true that he once backed down both Pat Garrett and Bat Masterson? And why did he choose to undergo such a painful death? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. I know I say this a lot, but there's just not a ton of information out there on old Whisperin Jim Smith. And partly that's due to his name. I mean, how many James Smiths are there, right? Might as well be looking for a John Doe. Also doesn't help matters none that there were other gunfighters with the same name. At least 5, according to historian Robert K. D. Arment. Now that said, Smith is thought to have been born in Maryland sometime around the year 1838. His full name, by the way, was James Lewis Smith. He reportedly killed a gambler on a Mississippi riverboat at some point in the early 1860s, and then went on to serve in the Navy during the Civil War. Once again, not a lot in the way of details concerning Smith's early life, including his time in the service. There are also sources showing that he was an artillery officer. But whatever the case, we do know that he eventually found his way to Louisiana, where he possibly worked for the Freedmen's Bureau before joining the New Orleans Metropolitan Police Department in 1868. And that's when things start to clear up a little. Smith rose steadily through the ranks and managed to make detective within just 5 years. That's also about the same time that he got married, on Valentine's Day, to a 27-year-old Anna Mannion. Now, the following year, Detective Smith and his partner, Thomas Devereaux, were engaged in a shootout with suspected burglars. Apparently, the Alexander brothers, Munson and Benjamin, had taken to robbing homes over there in New Orleans. And eventually, Smith and Devereaux figured out where the brothers were living and forced their way inside. Benjamin surrendered almost immediately, but Munson put up a fight. And despite being shot at least 3 times, he still managed to escape. Temporarily, at least. A couple of days later, Smith and his partner were staking out one of Munson's hideouts, and when he finally appeared at around 3 a.m., they hollered for him to surrender. Munson instead went for his pistol, so Smith and Devereaux let loose with their shotguns. And even though the majority of the buckshot ended up squarely in Munson's back, the shooting was deemed justifiable. Whisperin Jim was even promoted to warden of the New Orleans workhouse. Now, this is kind of crazy. I've never heard of a workhouse before, but that's basically where they stuck the vagrants. And the term vagrant could mean a lot of things there in New Orleans in the mid to late 19th century. If you were homeless, unemployed, addicted to drugs or alcohol, even if your only crime was disturbing the peace or being of quote unquote questionable moral character, you could wind up in one of these work homes. On one hand, I guess it's good they didn't just lock them up with all the murderers and rapists. But on the other hand, they were essentially just rounding up people who were down on their luck and tossing them into forced labor camps, including orphans. Nevertheless, this would be just a temporary assignment for Smith. You see, the killing of Munson Alexander just wouldn't go away. Rumors began circulating that Jim and his partner had set the whole thing up and murdered the man in cold blood. There were even those who swore they heard Smith bragging about it. The rumors became so widespread that a hearing was eventually held at the municipal police court, but both Smith and Devereaux were ultimately cleared of all charges. And that's about when Smith bid New Orleans adieu. Guess things were getting a little too hot, or maybe he just felt bitter over the allegations. I'm not really sure which. Either way, he and his bride would head to Omaha, Nebraska, where Smith found work as a detective for the Union Pacific Railroad. According to historian Frank Prassel, in his book The Western Peace Officer, quote, "No company's police have a more distinguished past than the rail detectives. Single guards and detectives certainly served the railroad when its first tracks reached out from Nebraska to Utah. Pinkerton men were regularly employed as police into the 1870s. But by 1880, divisions along the line maintained undercover operatives and investigators such as James Smith. Times were dangerous, stakes were high, and the railroad policemen often worked alone." End of quote. And yeah, just like Prassel said, it wasn't long before Smith became one of the more well-known rail detectives. Hell, he did such a good job there in Omaha that they transferred him to Cheyenne, where he was appointed as a special policeman. That was a pretty common practice back in those days for railroad detectives. It was basically just a formality that allowed them to make arrests, much in the same way that local sheriffs were often given deputy marshal commissions so they could operate outside their usual jurisdictions. What wasn't all that common was using said authority to steal money, which, as it turns out, is exactly what Smith was accused of doing in February of 1879. Story goes that he apprehended a drunk for disturbing the peace, and once the guy sobered up, he realized that his money was gone. There was an internal investigation, and when a newspaper editor by the name of J.G. Mills came forward, backing up the victim's claims, the mayor of Cheyenne revoked Smith's special police authority. And guilty or not, Jim's bosses at the Union Pacific were forced to transfer him back to Nebraska. He departed Cheyenne with what historian Robert D. Arment described as, quote, "bitter feelings against the newspaperman Mills, and a determination to get even," end quote. Now, it's worth noting that Mills had previously charged Smith with being a coward as well. So yeah, he was definitely going to have a reckoning with old J.G. Mills in the not-too-distant future. In the meantime, though, he was assigned to the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, where authorities were having a hell of a time dealing with thieves and rustlers, especially those led by Doc Middleton and the curiously named Lame Johnny. Now, Lame Johnny's real name was Cornelius Donahue, but he'd oftentimes go by the alias of John Hurley. And they called him lame on account of having two malformed legs that hindered his ability to walk. The man could ride a horse, though. He actually worked as a cowboy down in Texas before graduating to stock theft sometime in the 1870s. He was drawn to the Black Hills, just like everybody else, hoping to strike it rich. But when that didn't pan out, he formed a gang of cutthroats and took to robbing stagecoaches. Now, the chief law dog over there at Pine Ridge was William H. Llewellyn. I got no idea what the double H's stood for, but if a man's got two middle initials, he's got to be important, right? The only problem was Llewellyn didn't have a whole lot of experience hunting down bad guys, which is why he ended up calling on Whisperin Jim for assistance. That said, neither of them would end up arresting Lame Johnny. Turns out the Army did that for him after Johnny and one of his buddies tried to sell stolen horses down at Fort Robinson. And when Whisperin Jim was tasked with escorting the prisoners to Rapid City for trial, he chose to do so one at a time. I don't know, maybe he felt like guarding two prisoners all by himself would be a little too dangerous, or maybe, just maybe, Jim had other plans. Now, he and Johnny caught a stage at the Red Cloud Agency in late June of 1879. And later on that evening, around about dark, they were stopped by 8 armed vigilantes. Smith would later state that it was obviously not a holdup and that the men were looking to abscond with Lame Johnny. And rather than protect his prisoner, Smith just went ahead and turned him over to the mob. Vigilantes then led Johnny away about 100 yards and strung him up from the nearest tree limb. And yeah, after this, rumors began to spread that Smith was in cahoots with the lynch mob and that he never intended to deliver Johnny to the courts in the first place. Hell, there were even rumors that he wired ahead to let the killers know the exact location to stop the stage. Luckily for the other prisoner, Frank Harris, he was eventually delivered to the proper authorities without incident. Now, I don't know for certain that Smith was conspiring with the vigilantes, but this would sort of be a reoccurring theme throughout the rest of his life. While Jim did indeed garner a reputation as a gunfighter, most of his known gunfights are completely lost to history. All that's left is a whole lot of people who ended up dying under mysterious circumstances. More on that in just a bit. But for now, Whisperin Jim set his sights on the notorious Doc Middleton. I've actually spoken a bit about Doc on previous episodes, but he had been stealing horses ever since he was like 14 years old. He did a few stints in prison, he killed a soldier over in Nebraska during a bar fight, but he was mostly known as a horse thief. Matter of fact, I'm not aware of a more prolific horse thief in all of the Old West. I mean, hell, Middleton was reported to have stolen over 20,000 horses during his career. And yeah, he was up next on Whisperin Jim's chopping block. Only question is, would Middleton live long enough to see the inside of a courtroom? Smith organized a posse in March of 1880, but he returned empty-handed after about a week in the field. Following month, he joined forces with a pair of local sheriffs, and this time, they were able to track Middleton and his gang to their camp just due west of Sidney, Nebraska. And rather than attack the camp and risk Doc escaping, they instead bribed a local ne'er-do-well, Charlie Reed, to lure Middleton into town. Now, Reed was a guest at the Sidney jail waiting trial, so they offered to drop the charges if he would cooperate. Only thing is, Doc Middleton didn't fall for it. He turned down the invitation, but he did allow another member of the gang to accompany Reed back into Sidney. And just as soon as they came trotting into town, Whisperin Jim opened fire, killing Middleton's associate almost instantly. And by the time he and the posse rode out to Doc's camp, he was already long gone. Now that turncoat Reed ended up in jail again after getting drunk and shooting a local by the name of Henry Loomis. And when Loomis eventually died, a lynch mob descended on the jail and hanged Reed from a telegraph pole. Per Robert D. Arment, quote, local legend credits Whisperin Smith with participation in Reed's departure. Following his suspected complicity in the Lame Johnny lynching, there was a widely held view that Smith had a tendency to enforce his own sense of justice through the hangman's noose. End of quote. Now, Smith and H. Llewellyn were able to eventually catch up to Middleton and arrest him without incident, mostly on account of Doc being wounded in a gunfight just a week prior. They then brought him to Cheyenne to await trial. Now, if Smith really was behind the deaths of Reed and Lame Johnny, I'm not really sure why he didn't also eliminate Doc on the way to Wyoming. I don't know, maybe Llewellyn was around and he didn't want any witnesses. Or maybe Smith had more pressing concerns over in Cheyenne. Remember that newspaperman J.G. Mills who caused him to lose his special police authority? But Whisperin Jim had not forgotten about that. And no sooner was he back in Cheyenne that he began investigating Mills' background, just trying to dig up some dirt. And believe it or not, he was successful. He soon obtained a written statement alleging that Mills had been a member of the Ku Klux Klan down in Mississippi, and he'd even killed a black dude. So naturally, Smith shared this information all over Cheyenne, just being a messy little bitch and hoping to ruin Mills' reputation. And when Mills confronted him and asked that he retract the allegations, Smith asked him if he was armed. Mills replied that he was not, so Jim told him to, quote, go get your gun. Luckily for Mills, he wisely declined the offer and lived to see another day. Now, in March of 1880, a large shipment of gold arrived in the town of Sidney. And when a large portion of it came up missing, it was Detective Smith who was sent in to solve the case. Remember, he had previously worked in Sidney, so he was well acquainted with its residents, one of whom was a former sheriff turned saloon owner named Con McCarty. No relation, as far as I know, to Henry McCarty. Apparently, Con had a large group of hard cases that he palled around with. And it was this group that Smith suspected of stealing the gold. He started building a case, but only one of them, Chester Allen, ended up being prosecuted. Nevertheless, McCarty and his pals didn't much appreciate all this attention. Per historian Robert D. Arment, quote, Allen's trial was in progress on May 24, 1880, when Jim Smith tangled with one of the McCarty outfit. While taking a drink in one of the town's saloons, he got into a heated argument with Patsy Walters. Both men went for their guns, but Smith got his pistol into action first. He plugged Walters once in the belly and missed with a follow-up shot. But before falling to the floor, Walters triggered off several rounds. One of his bullets struck Smith's revolver and glanced off, injuring his hand. Now, Smith's immediate concern was retaliation from the remainder of McCarty's buddies. And considering that his shooting hand was out of commission, he hauled ass and sought refuge over in his hotel room. And when the sheriff showed up to arrest him, Smith said he'd surrender the following morning after he'd received medical treatment. He also demanded that he be given a loaded rifle to keep in his jail cell. I guess Smith had spent so much time working with the vigilantes that he wanted to take certain precautions. And yeah, believe it or not, the sheriff agreed to his demands. Now, like I mentioned in the intro, the guy who Smith shot, Walters, he would end up recovering, and Smith was acquitted on grounds of self-defense. He spent the remainder of the year there in Sydney, mostly keeping a close eye on McCarty and his bunch. And it wasn't long before one of them, an old boy by the name of Dennis Flanagan, decided to try his luck. Apparently, Flanagan got drunk and started bragging that he was going to, quote, put out Smith's lights. And he got so drunk that he even went to Jim's hotel looking to confront him. And minutes later, Flanagan was lying on the floor in a puddle of his own blood. To hear Smith tell it, he was just lounging in bed when Flanagan forced his way inside, pistol in hand. At which point, he grabbed his own pistol and opened fire. And when the other hotel residents showed up to investigate, that's when they found Flanagan. Now, Flanagan would succumb to his wounds, but not before first giving a completely different story. To hear him tell it, he and Jim were just talking. He was actually just sitting down in a chair there in the hotel room when Smith all of a sudden opened fire. I got no idea who's telling the truth here, but once again, someone ended up dead under mysterious circumstances. And once again, Whisperin Jim was acquitted. Now, the good folks of Sydney, Nebraska weren't really all that fond of all this recent excitement. They ended up forming a vigilance committee, dubbed the Regulators, and soon began rounding up McCarty and his associates. They also arrested another guy named McDonald who'd been accused of robbing stagecoaches. Skip ahead a few nights later, and the vigilantes yanked McDonald out of his jail cell and strung him up. They also got Con McCarty and the others. They didn't lynch him, though. Instead, they just horsewhipped him and ran him out of town. Now, Jim Smith was away on business when Con and his buddies were initially thrown in jail. But as luck would have it, he just so happened to return right around the same time they were sent packing. Upon hearing the news, Smith departed immediately, only to return a couple of days later. And it was assumed by many there in Sydney that he had tracked down McCarty and his buddies and just shot them all dead. He was also assumed to have assisted in McDonald's lynching. Is that true? Once again, I have no idea. But I do know there was enough talk about it that Whisperin Jim ended up hitting the bottle. To once again quote the great Robert D. Arment, the months of stress occasioned by his battles with the McCarty crowd led to some heavy drinking by Smith at this time. The recurrent rumors that he had participated in the McDonald lynching and cold-blooded murder of his enemies seemed to put him in the same class as the criminals, and did nothing to calm his frayed nerves. And yeah, frayed is a bit of an understatement. Smith was very much on edge, and the whiskey certainly didn't help. Case in point, he got drunk one night and started arguing with a couple of Sydney's leading citizens, and things got so heated that he even pulled out his revolver. Thankfully, he didn't use it, but he was arrested again and fined $50 for disturbing the peace. And just as soon as he got let out of jail, the regulators gave him the same treatment they gave McCarty. Kind of. They didn't horsewhip him, but he was told to leave town immediately and to not come back unless he, too, wanted to get strung up from a telegraph pole. He also lost his job with the Union Pacific. That's okay, though. I mean, a man like Smith could always find work. And sure enough, he soon got a job down in New Mexico at the Mescalero Reservation as chief of Indian police. Just not for very long. I'm not really sure what happened. Some accounts claim that he got into an argument with his boss and just quit out of disgust, and others think that Smith was simply fired for being a little too bloodthirsty. Either way, by 1884, he was back in Cheyenne and working for the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. By the way, earlier I mentioned how Smith had gotten married in New Orleans, but by this point, he and his wife were estranged. She didn't accompany him down to New Mexico, and when their marriage was finally dissolved in November of 1895, she claimed that Smith had been willfully absent for years. As far as I know, they never had any children. Another, by the way. I found one source, and one source alone, alleging that Smith backed down Pat Garrett while he was down there in the land of enchantment. Unfortunately, I was not able to verify this. They definitely could have known one another. I mean, Jim began working at the reservation in June of 1881, And if I'm not mistaken, the Apache Reservation at that time was in Lincoln County, the same county that Garrett was sheriff of. I don't think Otero County was formed until a few years later, but please feel free to double check me on that. But yeah, like I said, after leaving New Mexico, Smith went to work for the WSGA as a roving detective. He was essentially a stock detective, but rather than working locally, he was literally just sent all over the place. Colorado, Montana, even as far away as Iowa and Minnesota. For the most part, though, his main area of operations was northwest Nebraska. That's where he was in March of 1885, near the town of Crawford, investigating stock theft. Following month, he was reassigned to Fort Robinson for a brief period, before being sent to Chadron to investigate the wholesale slaughter of cattle belonging to association members. And you may be wondering why it is that people in Nebraska were members of the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. I actually asked myself that very same question, and I don't really have an answer. We do know for a fact that Smith was in the employ of the WSGA, though. I mean, there's all kinds of correspondence between him and Association Secretary Thomas Sturgis. In fact, Sturgis received a letter in late 1885 from fellow WSGA member Bartlett Richards complaining of Smith's behavior. According to Richards, Jim would often visit the local hog ranches, get drunk, and sleep the rest of the day away. He was also setting too low of a value on slaughtered animals, which in turn made it difficult to get convictions. Now, if you're not familiar with the term hog ranch, that was just a popular euphemism for whorehouses that would oftentimes spring up near military installations. As far as the allegations against Smith, he wrote his own letter to Sturgis, giving his side of the story, at least as far as the whores were concerned. According to him, he avoided hog ranches as they were notoriously, quote, the resort of thieves and pimps. But when word spread that he was afraid to enter such an establishment, he felt duty-bound to go, not just once, but for 8 consecutive nights. Said it was only the rumors of him being afraid that caused him to pay a visit in the first place, and that he was far too old to be a customer. Look, I got an uncle, rest in peace, who once visited the infamous chicken ranch down in LaGrange, Texas. But according to him, he waited in the car while his friends went inside. I didn't believe my uncle, and I don't believe Whisperin Jim. But hey, I guess anything's possible, right? Now, eventually, Jim would lose his job with the WSGA. The winter of 1886 put a lot of ranchers out of business, and the organizations just didn't have enough money to keep guys like Smith on the payroll. He was highly respected by several of the big ranchers, though, and that being the case, they ended up establishing a special fund in order to retain his services. And by services, I do mean terrorizing all the smaller farmers and ranchers, who they refer to as grangers. This is something I've spoken about extensively here on the podcast. Check out the series I did on Frank Canton, especially the episode regarding Johnson County War. But yeah, the WSGA basically used men like Smith to bully the smaller outfits into submission. Either that or just flat out kill them or chase them out of the territory. Once again, not really much in the way of details regarding this period, and in the end, Smith was officially separated from the WSGA, at least on paper. I'm not really sure if he quit or if he was fired after bringing too much heat or whatever the case, but by 1888, he was once again working for the railroad. Only this time, instead of the Union Pacific, it was the Denver and Rio Grande. He would still occasionally pull jobs for his buddies in the WSGA, though, just in more of an off-record capacity, sort of like muscle for the mob. Now, for the next few years, Smith continued to work as a detective, as well as doing a little bit of prospecting. He also got a job as both head of security for the Pleasant Valley Coal Company and deputy sheriff over in the town of Castlegate, Utah. It wouldn't last for long, though, mostly due to his drinking. Got so drunk at a Christmas party that his own boss, the sheriff, had to place him under arrest. He didn't fire him, though. That particular shoe wouldn't drop until a week later when Jim got drunk again and got into a gunfight with a lawyer. Luckily, nobody got hurt, but Smith was once again arrested. He was charged with assault with the intent to murder, but the case ended up being thrown out due to a technicality. Now, by the turn of the century, Smith had garnered quite the reputation. I'm sure you can imagine, right? And it was this reputation that called him to Denver during the summer of 1899. You see, the legendary Bat Masterson was also in Denver. He'd invested in a boxing club earlier that spring, but for whatever reason, he and his partners had a falling out. So he started a rival club of his own called the Olympic. This didn't sit too well with the owners of the original club, so they sent for Smith to run Masterson out of town. When Bat heard the news, he called Smith out, but the former detective played coy and, quote, made haste to explain that his purpose in coming to Denver was wholly innocuous. End of quote. Worth noting that Masterson was also writing sports columns for a local newspaper, so he used this platform to issue further warnings. So if Smith so much as made a move in his general direction, then he would personally take it out on the owners of the rival club. Now, eventually, Bat would leave town for New York City, and Smith, years later, during an interview, maintained that it was he who ordered Masterson to leave Denver. He also called Bat a quote-unquote flower flusher, whatever the hell that means, who had an undeserved reputation as a gunfighter. Per Whisperin Jim, quote, "It was not my intention to shoot him. That was not necessary. I would merely have kicked him down 17th Street and would have seen to it that he went aboard the train." End of quote. As for Masterson, he would later claim, "The fact is, Smith never spoke to me in his life, nor did he ever act as if he desired to. And to be frank about it, if he had looked even as if he wanted to speak with me, I would have shot him as if he were a mad dog." End of quote. Who's telling the truth here? I don't know. I'll let you decide. Believe it or not, Smith would eventually return to Sidney, Nebraska, just passing through, but his visit was noted by a local paper. Quote, "James L. Smith passed through this community today en route to Lincoln, where he has business with the governor. He is currently in the employ of the Secret Service of the Stockmen's Association. Older residents recall that he is the man who killed Flanagan here in self-defense and is known as one of the nerviest men ever to wear shoe leather." Now, that was in 1903, so Smith would have been in his mid-60s and still working in law enforcement. And he continued doing so until his demons got to be just a bit too much, and his decline was nothing if not dramatic. To once again quote the great historian, Robert D. Arment, in 1910, at the age of 72, Smith was working as a guard at the Colorado State Reformatory at Buena Vista. But the ravages of his alcoholism continued to plague him, and the final years of his life were spent in poverty. By the way, I've seen some accounts alleging that Smith killed a prisoner who was attempting to escape from the reformatory, but much like many of the other claims, I was unable to verify its veracity. But yeah, just like D. Arment said, things got so bad that by 1914, Smith was homeless. He turned himself in to authorities just out of desperation, saying that he'd been working for a bootlegging operation up in Boulder County. This was a lie. In all reality, Smith was just broke and looking for a warm place to lay his head, and hopefully a little free medical attention. Only thing is, he couldn't get his usual fix of hard liquor behind bars. Smith began suffering from withdrawals, and after just 2 weeks in jail, he attempted to kill himself by slashing his own throat. He was unsuccessful, but he tried again the following month, on August 26, 1914, by swallowing a handful of lye. And this time he got the job done, experiencing what I can only imagine was an extremely painful death. Nobody came forward to claim his body, so Whisperin Jim was laid to rest in a pauper's grave at Denver's Riverside Cemetery, same place where last week's topic, Mark Dugan, was also buried. Now, regarding his nickname, Whisperin Jim, unfortunately, I was unable to locate an origin story. I don't know if he really whispered or what, but I did find another guy named Whisperin Jim who once ran for sheriff of Maricopa County, Arizona. And this guy got the whispering handle on account of being such a damn loudmouth. Sort of an ironic nickname, right? Like calling a big guy tiny. So I don't know, maybe Smith had the same habit of being a blowhard. By the way, there are no known photos of Whisperin Jim, so please don't be confused by whatever image I end up using as my thumbnail. Usually with most of the people we cover, there are photographs, but when there aren't, I'll try to just use the coolest picture I can find that kind of sort of fits the overall theme. The best we have to go on with Smith is a sketch that appeared in the Denver Times in February of 1905. As to whether or not it's a true likeness, I honestly do not know. And yeah, that's about all I've got on Whisperin Jim Smith. I don't know about you, but I'm always fascinated by these lesser-known Old West figures. And there really were a lot of guys just like Smith. You know, for every Billy the Kid and Jesse James, there were a dozen Whisperin Jims. Men just as deadly, if not more so, but for whatever reason, they just never attained lasting fame. Now, I've never read the novel Whisperin Smith by Frank Spearman. Maybe you have. But it's my understanding that the main protagonist was mostly based on Detective Joe LaForce and another lawman named Tim Kelleher, as opposed to the real-life Whisperin Smith. The book was a bestseller, though. Not only that, but it led to 6 movies with some variation of Whisperin Jim in the title. The most popular seems to have been the one from 1948 starring Alan Ladd, and there was also a miniseries in the 1960s starring Audie Murphy. Now, for research, I mostly relied on Robert K. D'Arment and his book Deadly Dozen, Volume 3. I also consulted his books on Bat Masterson, as well as various articles online. What I did not do was read the book Whisperin Jim, His Life and Misadventures, by Alan Bristow. And the only reason I didn't read it was because I didn't even know it existed until a few hours ago. So if you're interested in learning more, that's probably a great place to start. And if you do read Bristow's book and I got anything wrong, please don't be shy about correcting me. Shoot me an email at josh@wildwestextra.com. All right, thank you so much for joining me. Till next time, try not to join a vigilante posse and hang anyone from a telegraph pole without due process, okay? Don't go picking a fight with Bat Masterson, and please, whatever you do, don't ingest lie. I mean, what the hell, people? Have you not seen Fight Club? All right, till next week, adios. On September 11th, 1857, over 100 men, women, and children were brutally slaughtered. Some were shot, some were bludgeoned, and others simply had their throats cut from ear to ear. Their bodies left to rot in the hot desert sun. The victims belonged to a wagon train that had left Arkansas months prior, bound for California. They followed the Cherokee Trail before cutting north till they reached Fort Bridger. And up until that point, things had gone fairly well. They were making good time and figured they'd reach their destination by late fall. Little did they know they were headed straight to their deaths. You see, in order to get to California for Fort Bridger, they would first need to pass through Utah, where, as fate would have it, a war was brewing between the United States government and the Church of Latter-day Saints. A conflict that would ultimately lead to Mormon militiamen and their Paiute allies committing one of the most horrendous atrocities in all of American history. But why? What could have possibly motivated such an attack against a peaceful wagon train? And who gave the command? Was it just a militia leader gone rogue, an attempted robbery gone wrong? Or did the orders come from the top dog himself, Brigham Young? And just how accurate was the massacre's portrayal on the Netflix series American Primeval? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. The Church of Latter-day Saints was officially organized way back in 1830. According to its founder, Joseph Smith, the angel Moroni paid him a visit and declared that he was destined to become a prophet of God. And for the next few years, Smith allegedly received further divine instructions, until eventually, in 1827, he discovered a set of gold plates inscribed in a mysterious language. Long story short, Smith claimed to have translated these plates into what's now the Book of Mormons. He quickly developed a large following, and by 1831, he and his flock moved their headquarters from western New York to Kirtland, Ohio. It's there where they'd remain until the financial panic of 1837. Apparently, Smith had founded a bank, and when it went belly up, he had to flee the state to avoid catching a case. The next stop was Missouri, but they had to flee yet again when faced with religious persecution. I don't want to get too far off into the weeds here. I'm just trying to provide the proper context. But basically, the so-called old settlers there in Missouri regarded the Mormons as religious fanatics. Neither side could get along. There was a series of violent encounters, and eventually the governor just sent the entire church packing. Skip ahead to 1839, and the Mormons established the town of Nauvoo up in western Illinois. And for a while, it seemed like they had finally found a place where they could practice their religion in peace. Unfortunately, this tranquility was short-lived. And when Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram were killed by an angry mob in 1844, the church's new leader, charismatic Brigham Young, pointed the flock westward. Per historian Will Bagley, quote, in 1847, Young led the immigrants to the Great Basin and established Salt Lake City. More than 1,000 miles from the Missouri frontier, the valley's isolation met Young's requirements perfectly. Here the saints could build up the kingdom of God, perfect their experiment in theocracy, and prepare for the battles that would soon usher in the millennium. And yeah, by the end of the following year, around 6,000 Mormons had already arrived in what they began calling the New Zion. And by the end of 1848, Brigham Young was formally ordained as Joseph Smith's successor. By the way, just real quick, if you're watching this on YouTube, you may have noticed our new intro. I'd like to give a big shout out to Pierre de la Cote for whipping that up for me. De la Cote. Hope I'm saying that right. Anyway, Pierre is a very talented guy, both in design and filmography. I think he even does a little script writing. So if you're curious to learn more, or maybe you're looking for some help on an upcoming project, head on over to delacote.ca. That's DELACOTE.ca. I'll also drop a link down below. All right, let's get back to it. Now, it's worth noting that when the Mormons first arrived, Utah was not yet a state. Hell, it wasn't even a territory, at least not initially. In fact, it was the lack of this organization that worked out pretty well in the church's favor. Saints were still technically under the protection of the U.S. government, but at the same time, they were far enough away to do their own thing. Wasn't long before Brigham Young began petitioning authorities back east to form a new state he called Deseret. And I gotta hand it to the guy, Young was nothing if not ambitious. In addition to present-day Utah, Deseret was also to include most of Nevada and Arizona, along with parts of California, Oregon, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. Huge swath of territory. Only thing is, the officials over in Washington weren't having it. And yes, there is an R in Washington, okay? Look it up. They would establish the territory of Utah, though, following the Compromise of 1850. It was only about half the size of the proposed state of Deseret, but it was still a pretty hefty chunk of land. And just to sweeten the deal, President Fillmore appointed Brigham Young as the territory's very first governor. And yeah, for the next few years, Young was pretty much free to run the territory as he saw fit, with very little regard to the federal government back east. At least he did until James Buchanan became president in 1857. Like many other elected officials, along with the public at large, Buchanan was just a tad bit unnerved by Young's growing power. He also wasn't very happy about the whole polygamy situation, or what the Mormons referred to as plural marriage. Now, I'm not really going to delve into the church's beliefs. They would eventually ban polygamy in 1890, but back in the mid-19th century, they were definitely all about that whole sister-wife lifestyle. Hell, even their leader, Brigham Young, would have a total of 56 brides over the course of his life. No wonder he lost his damn mind. It's worth noting, however, that not all LDS members practiced polygamy, even in 1857. According to one source, it was only around 20 to 25% who were members of polygamous households, with the practice involving just 1/3 of Mormon women of marrying age. So yeah, not everyone was a practitioner, but it was certainly enough to put them at odds with the folks back east. Most of the politicians on both sides of the aisle condemned polygamy, with many of them going so far as comparing it to slavery. In fact, the newly formed Republican Party pledged to, quote, prohibit in the territories those two twin relics of barbarism, polygamy and slavery. In turn, the Democrats also denounced the practice, mostly because they wanted to separate polygamy from popular sovereignty, or the idea that the state should be able to choose for themselves whether or not to allow slavery. So on one hand, you had people who legitimately felt like the practice was immoral, but at the same time, you had politicians using polygamy as a hot-button topic to either promote or denounce the spread of slavery. And then, of course, you had Brigham Young's particular style of governing. Despite the territory being technically under the umbrella of the U.S. government, he had essentially set up a theocracy. Church doctrine was given precedence when it came to civil affairs, and the saints were urged to use ecclesiastical arbitration to resolve disputes as opposed to relying on the legal system. It didn't take long for the press to pick up on all this. They began printing a ton of stories, both sensationalizing Mormon beliefs and exaggerating claims that the Mormons were antagonizing outsiders. Exaggerated or not, the American public began to view Brigham Young as a tyrant, one who was looking to create his very own polygamous kingdom, basically just a giant cult out in the middle of the desert. Now, despite these growing concerns, there were compromises. And some of the federal officers that Buchanan sent to Utah did initially maintain pretty good relations with the Mormons. Others, though, had a much harder time adjusting, both to Mormon leadership and just the overall culture. And this wasn't necessarily the fault of the Mormons, okay? I want to set that precedent very early on. This is not a Bash the Mormons podcast. Some of those officials from Washington arrived there in Utah with their own preconceived biases. Some weren't qualified for their positions to begin with, and to quote historian Norman Furness, some of them were just downright reprobates. Of course, the Mormon leadership didn't help matters none with their constant resistance to federal oversight, and also their open defiance towards representatives of the U.S. government. You know, it really was an interesting dichotomy. On one hand, the Mormons seemed to be very patriotic. Hell, they even threw elaborate 4th of July celebrations. It wasn't that they hated the United States, so much as they just didn't care for its leadership. Brigham Young summed it up best when he declared, I love the government and the Constitution of the United States, but I do not love the damned rascals that administer the government. End quote, and hell yeah, brother. I'll be honest, I completely agree with Brigham on this one. I too love the United States, but at the same time, I think the clowns over in Washington are the absolute scum of the earth. I think that's true now, and I'm sure it was just as true back in the 1850s. The biggest difference between me and Brigham Young is that I don't think that our current crooks should be replaced by another set of crooks carrying Bibles or the Book of Mormons or any other religious texts. Reminds me of an old saying that when fascism comes to America, they'll be wrapped in a flag and carrying a cross. But yeah, suffice it to say, tensions between the LDS Church and the U.S. government were strained to say the least. A situation further aggravated by a revival in 1856 known as the Mormon Reformation. And don't worry, we are going to get to the massacre here very shortly, I promise. I'm just trying to establish a little backstory, some historical foreplay, if you will, a little history stink finger. Now, it's my understanding that the Reformation was meant to be a period of renewed focus on spirituality under the direction of Brigham Young that saw not only a spiritual reformation, but also a structural reformation. Sounds great in theory, but this is also when Young began focusing on a little something known as blood atonement. Per historian Will Bagley, quote, Joseph Smith taught that certain grievous sins put sinners beyond the reach of the atoning blood of Christ. Their only hope was to have their blood shed to atone. Strictly interpreted, the doctrine seems to have applied only to believing Mormons, but it led to the widespread belief that the LDS Church shed the blood of apostates as an atonement for their sins. As the doctrine evolved under Brigham Young, it would have a powerful and confusing influence. Of all the beliefs that laid the foundation of Utah's culture and violence, none would have more devastating consequences. Now, Bagley does point out that modern Mormons insist blood atonement was simply rhetorical, and that it was never truly practiced at any point in the church's history. But according to historian Juanita Brooks, who herself was a Mormon, blood atonement was, quote, a literal and terrible reality. Brigham Young advocated and preached it without compromise. And there are actual quotes you can find directly from Brigham Young talking about blood atonement. I guess the general idea was that if someone was considered lost or an unredeemable sinner, the only way you could save their souls from eternal damnation was to go ahead and murder them. Even LDS apostle Jedediah Grant explicitly stated that the church had the, quote, right to kill a sinner to save him when he commits those crimes that can only be atoned for by shedding his blood. We would not kill a man unless we killed him to save him. Church member John Doyle Lee, who you'll be hearing a whole lot more about here very shortly, claimed that blood atonement was designed to, quote, place the priesthood in possession of every secret act and crime that had been committed by a man of the church. And the right thing to do with a sinner who did not repent and obey the counsel was to take the life of the offending party and thus save his everlasting soul. This is called blood atonement. So there you have it. To once again quote historian Will Bagley, eventually the American popular press would attribute almost every murder in Utah to blood atonement. Whatever the doctrine's precise practice, the sermons of Brigham Young and Jedediah Grant helped to inspire their followers to acts of irrational violence. Now, even prior to the Reformation, there were several U.S. officials who fled Utah in fear of their lives. And in the years that followed, these fears would only increase, especially with all that blood atonement rhetoric. Of course, the newspapers also continued to fan the flames with their bold exaggerations. Finally, things got so bad that President Buchanan appointed a guy named Alfred Cumming to replace Brigham Young as Utah's governor. And joining Cumming on his journey west were 2,500 soldiers under the command of General William S. Harney. This was not meant to be a conquering army. They were simply going to Utah to, number one, make sure that Cumming was indeed installed as governor, and number two, just to establish a little law and order. American law and order, not church law. Nobody told Brigham Young, though. He heard about the army just like everybody else, through the rumor mill and various newspaper reports. There was a lot more going on during this period. It's very hard just to summarize it all up in one podcast episode, but I like the way historian Paul Andrew Hutton summed it up recently when he wrote the following. Brigham Young felt assailed by enemies from every quarter in the dark winter of 1856 and 1857. Apostates within his own church, which he ruled with absolute unquestioned power as prophet, priest, and revelator, were challenging his authority. Recalcitrant federal officials had fled the territory, claiming their lives to be in danger, and now a 2,500-man federal army was marching westward to enforce federal rule over Utah theocracy. Young struck against enemies, both internal and external, whipping his followers into a religious frenzy with a reformation, with backsliders and apostates to be eliminated by a special army known as the Danites, or Avenging Angels. While Danites burned down Fort Bridger in the Wyoming grasslands to slow the army, others in the south, most notably John D. Lee and Jacob Hamlin, were ordered to ensure that the local Indians would fight alongside their Mormon friends against the American enemy. Into this climate of hate and paranoia blundered the Fancher wagon train. End of quote. So yeah, not exactly the best of situations to be riding into, right? And since the Baker-Fancher party had been on the trail since April, they really weren't aware of any of this. And also, I just want to point out real quick, the wagon train was comprised of several different groups who had teamed up along the trail, okay? It wasn't just the Fancher and Baker families. Although their numbers did fluctuate with people joining and departing at various intervals, it's thought that around 25 families and 40 wagons made up the core of the party, along with several hired hands and around 1,000 head of livestock. Captains John Baker and Alexander Fancher were the leaders, hence historians now referring to them as the Baker-Fancher party. Just thought I'd clear that up. But yeah, like I was saying, they really weren't aware of how bad things had gotten in Utah. They also didn't know about the recent murder of leading LDS apostle Parley Pratt. Now, Mr. Pratt had been on a mission over in Arkansas in May of 1857 when he was killed by the ex-husband of one of his wives. This was nearly a month after the Bakers and Fanchers had already departed. So not only did they have absolutely nothing to do with Pratt's death, they likely didn't even know the man existed. Also, Pratt's killer wasn't even from Arkansas. He tracked Pratt for quite a ways, and Arkansas just so happened to be the place where he finally caught up with him. And besides, neither the Fanchers nor the Bakers or anyone else attached to the wagon train had anything to do with it. Nevertheless, once they got to Salt Lake City, the Mormons were openly hostile, even to the point of levying threats. They also just flat out refused to sell any provisions. Turns out Brigham Young had just held a big shindig commemorating the 10-year anniversary of the church's arrival in Utah. And Young used the opportunity to get everyone fired up over the Army's approach. He gave fiery sermons, not only urging his people to prepare for war, but to also stockpile provisions as opposed to trading with passing wagon trains. So in other words, part of the chilly reception was due to the Mormons legitimately believing that they were being invaded. Guess they figured if they had to go to war with the United States, they would need to hoard as much grain and powder as they possibly could. And then, of course, there were others who really did think that the immigrants were somehow responsible for Pratt's murder, just simply on account of being from Arkansas. There were also a few members of the wagon train from Missouri, so word began circulating that they had participated in the Haun's Mill Massacre of 1838 that saw over a dozen Mormons killed. No truth to these claims whatsoever, but the rumors continued to spread. Full disclosure, I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention allegations of the immigrants abusing or otherwise disrespecting the Mormons, pretty much from the moment they arrived in Salt Lake City. Stories abound of them making jokes about the death of church founder Joseph Smith and just constantly insulting LDS members, even to the point of referring to their women as whores. They would allegedly get very angry when the Mormons refused to sell them supplies, so they trampled nearby pastures with their livestock, destroyed fences and gardens, stuff like that. Allegedly. There's even a story about them poisoning a creek just out of pure meanness. But are these allegations true? Could this be the real reason why the Mormons were so upset? Well, we may never know. According to historian Will Bagley, quote, once the Fancher party left Salt Lake, it disappeared into a historical maze built of lies, folklore, popular myth, justifications, and few facts. All information about the immigrants' conduct came from men involved in their murder or its cover-up. Even the immigrant trains following the Arkansans. Arkansans? Is that how you say that? I've never said that before in my life. Even the immigrant trains following the Arkansans relied on secondhand stories told by Mormons, who carefully controlled what they let outlanders see and hear. In light of their origins, all reports of the reckless behavior of a company composed mostly of women and children must be regarded with profound skepticism. End of quote. And look, I don't doubt that there were a few tense moments, and I also don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that certain members of the wagon train lashed out in frustration, especially after not being able to purchase much-needed supplies. I'm just not sure that the disrespect was as profound or widespread as the Mormons of the time would have us believe. And don't worry, we will circle back to these claims later on, especially the stories about the poisoned water. But justified or not, one thing is absolutely certain. The Mormons there in Utah were extremely aggravated at the immigrants from Arkansas. So much so that a few of them even began plotting the party's demise. Now, the wagon train left Salt Lake City on August 5th, 1857, heading south. First to Provo, then to the towns of Nephi, Fillmore, and Cedar City. And at each and every one of these stops, they were once again met with aggression and denied provisions. Finally, in early September, they arrived at a place known as Mountain Meadows, a well-known oasis oftentimes used by travelers along the Old Spanish Trail. To quote author and investigative reporter Sally Denton, it was there where the immigrants believed they would be able to recuperate and regroup, putting the trepidation of the past few weeks behind them. A month of leisurely grazing would fatten the livestock for the ultimate crossing of the desert. They planned on being at their new homes in the land of gold and opportunity by late fall. End of quote. On Sunday, September 6th, they held a church service in a large tent, one they had brought along specifically for that very purpose. Afterwards, the women busied themselves mending clothing and preparing meals as the men gathered firewood and hauled water from a nearby spring. Children played near the wagons and the livestock grazed nearby. Little did they know they were being watched. A guy by the name of John Lee and his militia, along with a sizable contingent of Paiute warriors, were in the hills above, preparing for the bloody task at hand, which we will get to in just a few minutes. I promise. You know, when I first decided to cover Mountain Meadows, I was under the false impression that it would be a relatively short episode. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Turns out there were a lot of people involved, many of whom were very high up in the church hierarchy. So my apologies, I do have to give just a little more of a backstory, just so we can properly understand why and how this atrocity occurred. As for the aforementioned John Lee, he first joined the LDS way back in 1838. He was a personal friend of Joseph Smith, and then later on he became the adopted son of Brigham Young. Not because he was an orphan or anything, but apparently the Mormons had a ritual known as the law of adoption, where men who held the priesthood were sealed in father-son relationships with other men who weren't part of their official nuclear family. Brigham Young, for example, was sealed by the law of adoption to Joseph Smith, and in turn, Young was said to have likewise sealed close to 40 other men, one of whom was John Doyle Lee. Lee did practice polygamy. He'd have a total of 19 wives, and he was also a member of the Danites, aka the Destroying Angels. Basically a fraternal organization who would also serve as sort of a vigilante group. Now, from what I understand, the Danites were no longer operational once the church arrived in Utah. They did have a militia, though, the Nauvoo Legion. And it was members of the Legion who joined John Lee there in the hills surrounding the Mountain Meadows. As to how many there were all total, I'm not really sure. Their numbers fluctuate quite a bit, but a decent guess would be somewhere between 50 to 100, along with another 100 or so Paiute warriors. Speaking of the Paiute, believe it or not, Brigham Young did somewhat attempt to build diplomatic ties with the area's indigenous, for a litany of reasons. You know, part of it was religious. They wanted to convert the Native Americans. Part of it was just common sense, building relationships in order to prevent attacks on the Mormon settlements. And then, of course, later on, it was due to the encroaching federal government. I guess Young figured that the Southern Paiute could serve as allies if they had to go toe-to-toe with the U.S. Army. As to why the Paiute agreed to help the Mormons wipe out an entire wagon train, that's not entirely clear. I can only assume it had something to do with all the livestock. After all, like I said a minute ago, the immigrants were trailing several hundred head of cattle, close to 1,000. They were also said to have had a sizable amount of gold hidden within their wagons. The biggest question, though, at least to me, is how did things get so far out of control from early August, when the wagon train left Salt Lake City, to early September, when they arrived at the Mountain Meadows? What happened in between that led to men plotting their massacre? So here's what we know. Just a couple of weeks prior, a ranking member in the LDS, a guy by the name of George A. Smith, conducted a tour of the southern settlements. While there, he paid a visit to John Lee over in the town of Harmony, allegedly passing on orders from Brigham Young himself. To once again quote Sally Denton, many historians believe that Young wrote a letter to his military commanders in the South ordering that the Fancher party be quote-unquote used up. But that letter, like much else, never surfaced. Juanita Brooks fervently contended that Lee would have carried out no orders which he thought would be contrary to the wishes of Brigham Young. There can be no question that Lee took very seriously and literally the instruction from Young's personal emissary, George A. Smith, which may too have been in the form of a letter that has long since disappeared. End of quote. Now, we may not have a letter, but based on Lee's own testimony, he left that meeting with Smith with a very clear understanding of the mission. He stated that Smith was, quote, one of the 12 apostles of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and as such, he was considered by me to be an inspired man. His orders were to me sacred, which I considered it my duty to obey, without questions or hesitations. I will never understand that mentality. The orders, of course, were to attack the wagon train. Skip ahead to early September, just days prior to the massacre, and several Mormon leaders met with Colonel William H. Dame at his home in Parowan, a meeting sometimes referred to as the Tan Bark Council. I think. This is where things get really confusing, just because there's so many different stories floating around, and all of the eyewitnesses were basically just trying to pass the buck and place the blame on others. As of this recording, I have read 2 books and countless articles on the Mountain Meadows Massacre. I've listened to lectures, and I still don't fully comprehend all of the various meetings and messages being passed back and forth, or even who ultimately ordered the massacre, or why. A lot of cover-ups and a lot of contradictions. Either way, like I said, there was a series of meetings among the Mormon leaders south of Salt Lake City, one of which was the Tan Bark Council. I do not have an exact date for when these meetings occurred, other than early September. As for the guy we just mentioned, Colonel William H. Dame, he too was a pretty high-ranking member of the LDS Church. He had previously served in the Territorial Council, and by 1857, he was the head of the Nauvoo Legion there in southwestern Utah. Joining him was Major Isaac C. Haight. Haight had actually been a personal bodyguard to Joseph Smith way back in the day, and was one of the original 50 who scouted Salt Lake for Mormon settlement. He was the first mayor of Cedar City and served alongside William Dame as stake president for Parowan. I never heard of that term before, a stake president, but from what I gather, a stake was just another way of saying a geographical location. So if you were a stake president, you were basically in charge of just a certain area, sort of like a Catholic diocese. In the case of Dame and Haight, that area was present-day Iron County, Utah. In other words, these guys were shot callers. And according to historian Will Bagley, persistent traditions tell that the fate of the immigrants was decided at a meeting at Dame's Woodpile, aka the Tan Bark Council. And per Sally Denton, quote, there were numerous reports that the slaughter was plotted in detail at William Dame's Woodpile in Parowan at the beginning of September. It is widely believed that this group, called the Tan Bark Council, and comprised of Dame, Haight, and an unknown third man, selected Mountain Meadows as the site of the massacre, and that the entire company was to be murdered. A few days later, however, after a lively debate, the conspirators decided to spare the quote-unquote innocent blood of those under the age of 8, over the objection of Haight, who contended there will not be one drop of innocent blood shed, even if every one of the damn pack are killed, end of quote. Another leader who echoed Haight's sentiments that even the youngest of the children should be murdered was Bishop Philip Clinging Smith. These 2 guys just wanted to kill everybody. Like Denton said, there was a bit of a back and forth, and they finally agreed to send a dispatch to Brigham Young and let him decide. Only thing is, Haight never sent the dispatch. Instead, he dismissed the council and gathered together a new group of men he considered loyal. Bishop Clinging Smith would later testify that it was during this meeting that they discussed, quote, how to get the Indians to destroy the immigrant party. Haight then sent a message south to deliver orders directly to John Lee. As far as I'm aware, these orders have also been lost to history, but based on what happened next, I think we can come to a somewhat accurate conclusion as to what the orders contained. So just to sum things up, John Lee was given his marching orders from both George Smith and Major Haight. We don't know exactly what those orders were, but they almost certainly involved attacking the Baker Fancher party. Now, as for the attack itself, that would commence early on the morning of September 11th, 1857. Just a couple of days after the wagon train arrived there at the Meadows. According to a survivor, Sarah Baker, quote, while eating breakfast of rabbit and quail, a shot rang out, and one of the children toppled over. More shots followed as the Mormons and Paiutes let loose with their terrible war cries and charged the camp. Within just a few minutes, at least 7 of the men from the train were dead, another 20 or so seriously wounded, including the leaders, Fancher and Baker. Now, if you've ever seen the Netflix series American Primeval, this is the massacre they show on the very first episode. In real life, though, things were quite a bit different. The immigrants were actually able to rally and beat back their attackers. They then circled the wagons and busied themselves digging rifle pits, as both sides just started sniping at one another. Worth noting that the Mormons were also not wearing hoods over their heads, like on American Primeval. That said, though, some of them did paint their faces in order to blend in with their Paiute allies. But yeah, either way, the attack thus far had proven to be a total failure. I guess they were hoping that the Paiute would do all their heavy lifting, but things just did not go as planned. Apparently, one of them had even told the Paiute they were protected by Mormon medicine and that the defenders wouldn't be able to harm them. Well, that obviously wasn't true, as several Paiute warriors were killed in the initial assault. And look, your average Native American is not suicidal, okay? Very rarely would they just blindly charge well-armed and well-dug-in defenders. They also didn't have much of a stomach when it came to prolonged sieges, even when they had the upper hand. So naturally, when the Paiute lost those warriors there at the onslaught, they became very disheartened. And when John Lee insisted they continue attacking the train, many of the Paiute just simply packed up and went home. This would prove to be a constant theme throughout the rest of the siege. And by the time they actually got down to the nut cutting, it's thought that only around 20 to 40 of the Paiute remained. Hell, enough of them called it quits on Monday that Lee had to send a dispatch to Isaac Haight asking for reinforcements. And Haight responded by sending around a dozen or so volunteers. Following afternoon, a Lieutenant Schertz arrived with an additional 10 men from the Nauvoo Legion, and they were soon joined by around a half a dozen men from the nearby community of Washington, also spelled with an R. Others began trickling in from Pinto Creek, Cedar City, and pretty much all of the Mormon settlements south of Parowan. Per author Sally Denton, quote, "The siege that began on Monday continued through Tuesday with a half-hearted round of sniper fire. The immigrants listened to the cattle herd bellowing in the distance as the enemy began their roundup. The defenders continued to strengthen their redoubt, but every foray to the spring for fresh water was met with gunfire. The sporadic salvos indicated a strange perseverance amidst a partial retreat, as if the enemy were biding time while it mustered its forces." End of quote. Now, later on Tuesday night, John Lee led another failed raid against the wagons that resulted in even more of the Paiute warriors being killed. This further enraged the Paiute, so Lee once again had to send a messenger to Haight informing him of the recent developments and the general attitude of the indigenous. By the way, I failed to mention this earlier, but Lee was actually what was known as a farmer to the Indians, which, from my very basic understanding, was essentially the Mormon version of an Indian agent. So he did have a relationship with the tribe. And Haight, upon receiving Lee's dispatch, rushed to Parowan to hold council with Colonel William Dame. This is where things get confusing again. There are just so many different stories and very few, if any, reliable eyewitnesses. There are conflicting reports as to who ordered what, but Isaac Haight did finally send off a dispatch to Brigham Young. Meanwhile, the defenders were suffering something fierce. By Wednesday, several of the wounded had expired, and the air was getting thick with the smell of rotten flesh. The lack of food and water was also taking its toll, but they held strong and continued putting up a fierce resistance. There was another failed attack Thursday morning that resulted in at least one Mormon dead and even more of the Paiute calling it quits. But luckily for Lee, reinforcements arrived the following day. That's also when Brigham Young finally received that letter from Isaac Haight. Once again, very little is known. We have no idea what Haight told Brigham, but we do have Young's extremely vague reply. Quote, "In regard to the immigration trains passing through our settlements, we must not interfere with them until they are first notified to keep away. You must not meddle with them. The Indians, we expect, will do as they please. But you should try and persevere good feelings with them. There are no other trains going south that I know of. If those that are there will leave, let them go in peace." End of quote. So there's a few different ways to interpret this. Brigham Young apologists often point to the letter as proof that he didn't order the attack, while others think it was just plausible deniability. Doesn't really matter, though, because the orders wouldn't arrive at the Meadows in time to stop what was coming. Now, there's a lot more involved. John Lee did supposedly receive yet another dispatch from Haight, or at least it was signed by Haight, but allegedly the contents came from Colonel Dame. once again instructing Lee and the militia to kill all of the immigrants except for the children under the age of 8 years old. And look, like I said earlier, this is a very complicated story with a lot of moving parts, as well as a lot of people just covering their asses. Once again, it's almost impossible to sum up this entire massacre within the confines of a single podcast episode, but if you're looking to learn more, I will drop a list of books down in the description. What I do know is that on Thursday evening, Lee and several of his men prayed to the Holy Spirit for guidance, or at least they did according to Lee. No word on the Almighty's reply, but when a vote was held afterwards, each and every man agreed to kill the immigrants. Lee would later state that he believed, quote, the Gentiles were to be killed as a war measure, and that the Mormons, as God's chosen people, were to hold and inhabit the earth and govern the globe. So yeah, totally rational thought process. And it was early the next morning, on Friday, September 11th, when Lee put his plan into action. Now by this point, the immigrants were completely out of food and water. Their leaders were either dead or wounded, and only around 24 of the men were still able to put up a fight. They were also almost out of ammunition. To say that things were getting dire was a bit of an understatement. If help didn't arrive soon, they would all be as good as dead. And that's when they spotted them, a large group of white men in the distance waving a flag. The besieged pioneers began to shout in excitement as their would-be saviors came riding into camp, not knowing that these were the very same men who had been trying to kill them for the past 5 days. Remember, as far as the wagon train was concerned, it was the Indians who were attacking them, not the Mormons. Kind of. It's worth noting that a handful of the immigrants had slipped out of camp in order to fetch help. They were all killed except for one, a guy known only as the Dutchman. He was wounded by the Mormons, but still able to make it back to the wagons before expiring. This story does seem to be somewhat up for debate. I'm not even sure if he actually existed, but if it's true, then it's next to certain that the Dutchman would have warned the others that it was the Mormons and not the Indians who were the real threat. Also, as the wagon train traveled through southern Utah, they had picked up quite a few Mormon apostates, former members who had run afoul of the church. Thought that they too would have warned the immigrants as to how deadly the Mormons truly were. So yeah, there were probably hints that the Mormons might be involved, sure. But like I said, at this point, they were just desperate. They wanted the siege to be over. John Lee would later recall, quote, as I entered the fortifications, men, women, and children gathered around me in wild consternation. Some felt that the time of their happy deliverance had come, while others, though in deep distress and all in tears, looked upon me with doubt, distrust, and terror. According to historian Paul Andrew Hutton, Lee convinced the immigrants that he was part of a rescue column and that the Paiute had agreed to let him take the survivors to safety if they promised to relinquish their arms. Lee claimed that the warriors just wanted the livestock in the wagons, and that if the survivors were unarmed, then they wouldn't be considered a threat. Sounds crazy, but the immigrants did reluctantly agree to these terms, despite their own leader, Captain Fancher, gasping out a warning to the contrary. Dude was on his deathbed, and he still had sense enough to know that something wasn't right. A survivor would later state, our men didn't have much of a choice. It was either stick it out and fight till the last of us were killed or starved, or take Lee up on the proposition, even though it did seem fishy. And you know, hindsight's 20/20. These were good family men, farmers and ranchers and the like, not seasoned frontiersmen. Sure, they were wary of the Mormons, but the immediate threat, so far as they knew, were the hostiles. After such a long siege, I can only imagine they were willing to do whatever was needed to get their women and children to safety. And yeah, I guess in that desperate state of mind, they fell prey to Lee's false promises of safe passage. After handing over their guns, the survivors were divided into 3 groups. The youngest of the children, plus a few of the seriously wounded, were loaded into 2 wagons. They left first, but the second bunch consisted of the women and other children, walking a short distance behind. Finally, in the last group, the grown men brought up the rear, walking single file, each of them flanked with an armed Mormon guard. The killers kept up the charade until that first wagon with the small children passed over a hill and out of sight. And that's when a Major John Higbee shouted out an order for the militia to, quote, do your duty. And with that, the massacre commenced. The Mormon guard shot the men walking beside him, as the rest of the militia, along with the remaining Paiute, leapt from their hiding spots and began slaughtering the women and children. According to one of the men who participated, most of the killing was over in less than 3 minutes. An exact count is unknown, but somewhere around 120 men, women, and children lay dead. Some were shot, some were bludgeoned, and others just had their throats cut. A few of the women and young girls were reportedly raped before being murdered. According to later testimony, quote, one young girl sprung from the wounded and dead and fell upon her knees before one of the murderers, a young man who, touched by a momentary compassion, raised her to her feet and declared that he would save her. When his father, one of the leaders in the massacre, and believed by many to have been Lee, stabbed her in the heart in his son's arms. Another eyewitness reports seeing children clinging around the knees of the murderers, begging for mercy and offering themselves up as slaves for life if they were spared. But their throats were cut from ear to ear as an answer to their appeal. 2 other girls were told that they would be spared if they stripped out of their clothes and danced in the nude, which they did. Yet as soon as they were done, they were slaughtered just like everyone else. A survivor would later recall, quote, you don't forget the horror, and you wouldn't forget it either if you saw your own mother topple over in the wagon beside you, with a big red splotch getting bigger and bigger on the front of her calico dress. Like I mentioned earlier, many of the Mormons who were lying in ambush had painted themselves for war, just like the natives. One of the surviving children, Christopher Fancher, would later state, my father was killed by Indians. When they washed their faces, they were white men. Speaking of survivors, only 17 of the youngest children had been spared, on account of being what the Mormons considered under the age of innocence. They were taken to a nearby ranch belonging to Jacob Hamlin, and from there they were sent to live with Mormon families around Cedar City. Following the slaughter, Lee and the other militiamen took a blood oath to blame the massacre on the Southern Paiute. They swore to never speak of what they had done and to kill any man who did. They also ransacked the wagons and stripped the bodies of their clothing and valuables. Whatever gold they retrieved was sent to the church treasury in Salt Lake City. The cattle were eventually branded with the church's cross and also delivered to the territorial capital, except for a few that John Lee kept for his own. The weapons were divided amongst the militia, and the wagons were later used by Mormons to haul lead ore from Nevada. I still can't say it. Now, there were supposedly a pair of carriages emblazoned with stag's heads that were personally used by Brigham Young, or at least one of them was. Now, as much as the Mormons tried, this massacre would not remain a secret. There were rumors and murmurings, and finally, nearly 2 years later, a detachment of U.S. soldiers arrived at the Meadows to investigate. And what they saw affected them deeply. Major James Carlton, guy we discussed way back on the series Kit Carson, would describe what he witnessed as follows. The scene of the massacre, even at this late date, was horrible to look upon. Women's hair in detached locks and in masses hung to the sage bushes. Parts of little children's dresses dangled by the shrubbery or lay scattered about. And among these there gleamed, bleached white by the weather, the skulls and other bones of those who had suffered. The soldiers gathered up what they could find and buried them in a mass grave. They then built a 12-foot tall rock cairn, I think it is, and erected a marker that read, here 120 men, women, and children were massacred in cold blood in September 1857. Carlton then placed a wooden cross on the top with an excerpt from the book of Deuteronomy. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Those children that the Mormons had taken were eventually returned, also in 1859, and Brigham Young would have the absolute gall to charge the United States government for their food and lodging. Young would also pay a visit to the Meadows, and upon seeing that cross that Major Carlton erected, allegedly stated, vengeance is mine, and I have taken a little. He then held his right arm to the sky as one of his men tossed a rope around the cross and yanked it down. They also destroyed the stone cairn. These motherfuckers, man, what total pieces of shit. Okay, so why wasn't anyone immediately punished? Well, it turns out the folks back east had bigger fish to fry. Although there was a congressional inquiry in 1859, it was soon derailed due to the Civil War. And for the next few years, nobody really gave the Mormons much of a thought. Thankfully, investigations resumed in 1870, mostly due to the confession of Philip Smith. Guess the sons of bitch's conscience got to nagging on him, so he started blabbing. According to him, it was Isaac Haight, William Dame, John Lee, and John Higbee who orchestrated the massacre, and that Haight had received his orders directly from the quote-unquote headquarters. It's worth mentioning that Smith wasn't entirely sure if the headquarters meant Brigham Young, or if it was just a reference to Colonel Dame and the regional headquarters over in Parowan. Arrest warrants were issued for several men. Haight went into hiding and basically spent the rest of his life on the run. As for the others, the prosecution chose not to pursue their cases. Ultimately, it was just one man and one man alone who would be punished: alleged rapist and killer John Doyle Lee. It took 2 trials, but eventually he was found guilty of first-degree murder by an all-Mormon jury and sentenced to death. The execution was held at the massacre site on March 23, 1877, via firing squad, about 100 or so yards from that rock cairn. There's actually a photo of Lee sitting on top of his own casket just prior to being put to death. He was blindfolded, and after saying one last prayer, he held both hands above his head and asked that his executioners aim for the center of his heart. Several rifles cracked in unison at exactly 11 a.m., and Lee fell backwards into his coffin, and hopefully straight into hell's warm embrace. Now, although Lee never denied his role, he did make himself out to be sort of a scapegoat. He actually wrote his memoirs as he was awaiting the execution, and according to him, he did not act alone. He said that he had many people helping him, and that he himself didn't actually kill anyone, wink wink, and that they were all under the impression they were performing their religious duties. He agreed with Clinging Smith that their immediate orders came from both William H. Dame and Isaac Haight. He also implicated George Smith, saying that Smith, quote, did not say one word to me that he wished any immigrants to pass in safety through the territory, but he led me to believe then, as I believe now, that he did want and expected every immigrant to be killed. I have always believed since that day that Smith was visiting southern Utah to prepare the people for the work of exterminating Captain Fancher's train of immigrants. And I now believe that he was sent for that purpose by the direct command of Brigham Young. End of quote, and there you have it. Now, just a real quick tangent, but I've heard people defend Lee based on his full cooperation and even the fact that he didn't beg for mercy, died like a man facing his executioners. Guess they feel like he redeemed himself. And I've also heard from one of Lee's direct descendants. This lady, who shall remain nameless, stated that in order to understand John Lee, it's best to take a look at the complete man, his diaries, his dedication to the LDS Church, and his commitment to Brigham Young. Quote, it's easy to make him an evil man without knowing what created him. He was a very hard man, as the hard times required. End of quote. No offense, but I, Josh, do not share these sentiments. Fuck John Lee. He was a grown man who made a very deliberate choice to take part in the wholesale slaughter of innocent women and children. And then he spent the next 2 decades covering it up. Guy had over 50 children, by the way. So I guess his conscience didn't bother him to the point that he couldn't procreate. It's my opinion that he should have confessed a whole hell of a lot sooner. And he should have followed up his confession by French kissing the double-barreled shotgun. But he didn't. Too much of a goddamn coward. He had balls enough to kill women and children, but he lacked the courage to take his own self out. I do not believe that hard times require men that commit atrocities. In fact, I'd say it's the exact opposite. We need men of moral fortitude who are willing to stand between the innocent and the evil, even if those evil men hold positions of authority. Best case scenario, John Lee was simply following orders, a reluctant sheep doing what he thought was his duty. And at worst, he was a homicidal maniac and a rapist. Either way, I do not think additional context is needed. No offense to any Lee descendants who are out there listening. Look, I don't doubt Lee's devotion or the love he may have had for his family. I'm sure he was very committed not only to Brigham Young, but to the LDS in general. Doesn't matter, though. All that was made completely redundant by his role in the Mountain Meadows Massacre. By the way, John Lee is the great-great-grandfather of U.S. Senator Mike Lee, same guy who's now trying to sell off millions of acres of public land. So I guess you could say that the crazy apple doesn't fall too far from the crazy tree. As for Colonel William H. Dame, he would die of a stroke in 1884. Fuck him too. By the way, both Dame and Haight would visit the Meadows just days after the massacre, and Dame tried to act like he didn't realize that women and children were actually going to be killed. In turn, Haight basically just berated him in front of everybody, said that if he didn't like the outcome, then he shouldn't have ordered the attack. Per Sally Denton, quote, the verbal exchanges on the killing field that morning would become the subject matter of conflicting affidavits, trial testimonies, diaries, military tribunals, and criminal investigations over the next couple of decades. What was consistent in all contemporaneous accounts was Dame's apparent surprise, remorse, and attempted disavowal. Haight's determination to lay the blame squarely on Dame, and Lee's resolve to portray himself as a scapegoat who merely followed orders. Now, Philip Klingensmith, the guy who got the ball rolling on the investigation, lived the rest of his life in fear of being assassinated. I was not able to determine where or when he died, but I do hope it was a painful death. By the way, Klingensmith tried to justify his actions by saying that he was afraid. Quote, I feared personal violence. I feared I would be killed. I had to obey hate and his counsel. Yeah, well, you know who else was afraid, Philip? All those children you helped to slaughter, the ones who you starved for a week. You're a grown fucking man. You don't get the luxury of being afraid. You should have taken your medicine, tried to redeem yourself, and died right there at their sides, but you didn't because you were a coward. Isaac Haight, as I mentioned earlier, spent years on the run and died in Arizona in 1886. If hell really exists, it is my fervent hope that he has a front row seat. So the big question that still remains is whether or not Brigham Young truly ordered the massacre. Apparently John D. Lee thought he did. And historian Will Bagley, whose book Blood of the Prophets I used for a good deal of this episode's research, agrees. According to Mr. Bagley, quote, after 5 years researching and writing about this horrific atrocity, I doubted I'd ever find a definitive answer to the question, did Brigham Young order the murders at Mountain Meadows? I was wrong. To my surprise, I found evidence that convinced me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Brigham Young issued orders, probably verbal, to kill everyone in the Fancher party except those of innocent blood, to fulfill his sacred vow to avenge the blood of the prophets, Joseph and Hiram Smith, and more specifically, Apostle Parley P. Pratt. As one of John D. Lee's wives put it, the Mormons were so insulted and indignant over the death of Pratt that they wreaked untold vengeance on the poor immigrants. Bagley then goes on to write that Young did not behave as an innocent man following the massacre, and that his fiery discourses calling for blood and vengeance, his encouragement of Indian attacks on the wagon trains, and the lies that he told to cover up the crime all show that he was intimately involved in fomenting a vicious act of vengeance. He then asserts that Brigham all but admitted to it when he visited the site and said, vengeance is mine, and I have taken a little. In addition to also saying that the victims merited their fate. Quote, why didn't he use his powers as territorial governor to hunt down the men who committed this despicable crime? Why did he do nothing to return the stolen property? Why did he shield the murderers and allow the church's newspapers to blame the crime on the Paiutes for a dozen years after Jacob Hamlin told him that the Mormons were involved? There is only one answer to all of these questions. Brigham Young ordered the murders as a righteous act of vengeance. End of quote. That said, historian Ron Walker disagrees. According to Mr. Walker, good history must be based on facts, not theories, not circumstantial evidence, not conspiracies, but facts. Walker points to that letter that Smith sent as proof that he did try to stop the massacre and that we should take it at face value rather than speculate as to his intentions. Professor Walker also states that there's no credible evidence showing that Young even wanted a massacre. There's a lot of assumptions, but no hard proof. In fact, Walker even points to Young speaking out against revenge killings and saying that justice for his people's wrongs was heaven's responsibility and not his. Walker also mentions that John Lee was repeatedly offered leniency in exchange for incriminating Young, but he refused, saying that Brigham was not a man of violence. Quote, while the church leader's temper and strong words at the pulpit earned him a reputation for coercion, in truth, those who knew him best often spoke of his caution and his abhorrence of bloodshed. Militia orders to the Mormon army carried Young's words on the reverse, shed no blood. The Mountain Meadows Massacre was a horrible atrocity, and the conduct of some Mormons involved was deplorable. But we only make the tragedy worse by saying that it was something other than what it was, by trying to fit events into a preconceived theory of conspiracy, including charging Brigham Young with crimes that he did not commit. End of quote. So yeah, that's sort of a long way of saying that while Brigham Young certainly appears to be guilty, there's really not much in the way of hard evidence implicating him in the massacre, or at least nothing that proves that he gave the orders. By the way, you can read more about their opinions in the recent May-June 2025 edition of True West magazine. And you know, we may never get to the bottom of it. However, I would argue that, at the very least, it was Young's rhetoric that emboldened Lee and the others, even if he himself didn't personally order the massacre. Remember all that stuff we said earlier about blood atonement? If you were a true believer, then why wouldn't you do as Young said, right? If you felt like you could save someone from eternal damnation by murdering them, then why not do it? Especially if you know that the supreme leader of the church, a man who's considered not only an apostle but a prophet, and thereby has a direct line to God Almighty, says that it's okay. Words have power. It's my opinion that even if Young didn't directly order the attack, I think he probably did, but even if he didn't, he was still responsible on account of all that violent rhetoric. The man spent years preaching fire and brimstone, and eventually, whether it was through his orders or not, his disciples brought hell to earth. They acted as judge, jury, and executioner, all in the name of God. They even had the fucking audacity to hold a prayer meeting the night before the massacre. And as much as these men feared Brigham Young, I seriously doubt they would have attacked that wagon train if they didn't think they had his approval. Now, like I keep mentioning, there's a lot more involved with the story. I feel like I barely scratched the surface with all of the different people involved. I mostly focused on Lee because he's the only one who was held responsible, but there were a lot of other Mormon leaders assisting him. I barely even mentioned John Higbee. He served as a messenger to Dame, and he was also the field commander for the actual massacre itself, when they killed all the women and children. He'd later be elected as mayor of Cedar City, and Brigham Young would appoint him as president of Cedar City's United Order, whatever the hell that is. Higbee, too, would go into hiding in 1874, and later stated that the massacre left him, quote, damned, his family scattered, some dead, others grown up, and strangers to him. Good. He would die in 1904, claiming to the end that the Indians made him do it. George Albert Smith also didn't get a lot of attention in today's episode, but he was very high up in the Mormon church. He's the guy who traveled south getting everybody worked up, and there are many who think that it was Smith who gave the initial order to attack the wagon train. He died in Salt Lake City in 1875. And then you had guys like Jacob Hamlin, who helped round up the Paiute and arrange a meeting between them and Brigham Young. Allegedly, it was Hamlin who gave the warriors permission to attack wagon trains along the southern route, and his ranch served as a staging ground of sorts for the massacre. Now, the other question that's left unanswered is why they decided to attack the wagon train to begin with. And I still don't have an answer. There was a guy by the name of Basil Parker who was a member of another wagon train that arrived in Salt Lake City just days after the Baker Fancher party left. And according to Parker, quote, Baker's train had insulted their women and had accused Mormons of poisoning the water that had killed some of the immigrant cattle. Parker also noted that Brigham Young was vowing to turn the local natives loose on the wagon train. Quote, I can see that I was in a very close place just at that time, and it can easily be seen that the way they acted with the Baker train, all they wanted was to create a disturbance as an excuse to slaughter the entire train. And I can see the Mormons were cleverly planning a shield for themselves and allowing the Indians to be the public aggressors, and on whom they could throw the blame of the awful crime they intended to commit at Mountain Meadows a few days later. For there is every reason to believe that the Baker party was doomed to destruction before it left Salt Lake City, end of quote. And okay, fine, but I still don't see how a few insults or accusations was enough of a motive to kill over 100 innocent people. Maybe it was anger over the murder of Parley Pratt, but once again, this still doesn't justify the wanton slaughter of women and children who weren't even in Arkansas when Pratt was killed. Others think that robbery was the motive. I mentioned earlier that the wagon train had a large herd of cattle and horses. They also allegedly had around $100,000 in gold hidden among the wagons. It could be that the initial plan was just to steal the cattle, maybe even the gold. But when they put up a fight and potentially noticed that there were white men aiding the Paiute, Lee and Haight and Dame decided just to eliminate the witnesses. Or maybe it was just a mix of all of the above. The insults, the money, the livestock, the anger over Parley Pratt, and the fear over the Army's approach. Tensions were on edge, one thing led to another, and a massacre ensued. One that the Mormon Church would spend years trying to cover up. And at the end of the day, I have no idea if this was a massive conspiracy ordered by Brigham Young, or just a very localized atrocity committed by a handful of his followers and without his approval. But I don't know, man. All that blood atonement talk, along with Young never lifting so much as a finger to bring the killers to justice, that speaks volumes. Now, just a couple of odds and ends before we call it a day. It's worth noting that the immigrants did take the southern route out of Salt Lake City, specifically due to the Mormons recommending it. When Captains Fancher and Baker returned to camp after unsuccessfully attempting to purchase supplies there in Salt Lake City, they were met by a Mormon apostle, Charles C. Rich. And to quote Sally Denton, Rich, a longtime Danite, rode in with an order for them to break up their camp and depart the following day. Animated discussions ensued, during which the captains were persuaded to follow the southern route to the stream-fed Mountain Meadows. There they could refresh their cattle before embarking on the final dangerous crossings of the Mojave after the desert's 120-degree summer temperatures had subsided. So yeah, not only were they planning on killing them, but they were specifically guiding them to the kill zone, even before they left Salt Lake City. This was also before that alleged water poisoning incident. Interestingly enough, George Smith would actually camp near the wagon train in late August at a place called Corn Creek. He had just finished his travels among the southern communities, was on his way back to Salt Lake City with a few of the Paiute chiefs. According to Smith, Alexander Fancher approached his camp inquiring as to whether or not the Paiute posed a threat, to which Smith replied that they did not, so long as the wagon train didn't commit any outrages against them. And according to the Mormons, the immigrants went ahead and did just that very thing, poisoning either a dead oxen or the creek itself, resulting in the deaths of several Native Americans. Maybe. From what I can tell, these claims are pretty much unfounded. The story changes constantly. We don't know if it was a dead animal or if it was the creek or even a nearby spring that was poisoned. Did the poison kill Native Americans, or did it kill Mormon livestock, or did it even really happen? George Davis, a member of the Duke's wagon train that was following the Bakers, said that the poison story was a, quote, fabrication on the part of the Mormons to clear themselves of suspicion and to justify the Indians in murdering that company of immigrants. Davis camped out in that exact same location just 10 days later, and he never heard anything about the poison. Quote, we used the same water, and between 500 and 600 head of our cattle and horses used the same water. Yet we discovered no poison, nor heard anything of it until we got to Parowan. Full disclosure, but there are stories of other wagon trains experiencing a similar phenomenon. A guy named Thomas Flint supposedly lost over a dozen sheep there at Corn Creek, and another party lost a whopping 86 head of livestock. But if I'm not mistaken, all of that was prior to the Bakers and Fanchers even leaving Arkansas. I've also heard that it could have possibly been due to naturally occurring anthrax, or even a poisonous weed of some sort that grew in the valley. Who knows? I do think there's enough evidence to assume that at some point, something there at Corn Creek was probably killing the livestock, but I don't think there's enough evidence to implicate the Baker-Fancher party. Matter of fact, even the Native Americans would deny being poisoned. Indian agent Jacob Forney investigated the rumors and determined it was much ado about nothing, or in his words, too improbable to be true. And historian Josiah Gibbs likewise concluded that the poison stories were nonsense. Quote, in my opinion, bad men for a bad purpose have magnified a natural circumstance for the perpetration of a crime that has no parallel in American history for atrocity. Now, as to the other allegations of bad behavior, once again, I do think there's probably a kernel of truth in there, especially considering that the Mormons refused to sell them supplies. But I don't think it was anywhere near as bad as they claimed. Per Will Bagley in his book Blood of Prophets, quote, would men with families act so recklessly as to provoke people who were known to be intolerant of outsiders? The provocations and harassment the immigrants evidently endured were undoubtedly vexations, but the tales of their supposed atrocities are suspect. None of these stories appeared until at least 15 years after the events supposedly happened. No two witnesses told the same story, and no two tales described a specific incident. Many abuses attributed to the Fancher party were actually committed by other parties years before. The stories, usually based on hearsay, multiplied over the years. There is no evidence to determine whether they had any basis in fact or were popular myths created to justify murder. Southern Utahns certainly believed that the immigrants boasted of shedding the blood of the prophet, but we may never know whether that belief was based on actual statements or propaganda. End of quote. And yeah, I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying there's very little in the way of evidence showing that they did. And besides, even if they did swap some insults back and forth or even trample a garden, that still does not justify the murder of women and children. This is really not that hard of a concept to grasp. As for the Southern Paiute, It is my understanding that many modern-day tribal members deny involvement, but I don't know. There does seem to be a lot of evidence that they were at least partially involved. There was a courier that found a journal in the possession of a Paiute war chief that once belonged to the wagon train, and then there was another guy named H.L. Halleck who passed through southern Utah over a year later. He claimed that the Paiute actually showed him where they laid in wait. And I think one of the survivors, a 6-year-old girl, would recall that her mother was killed by an arrow. I doubt many of the Mormons were archers, but hey, you never know. That said, according to Sally Denton in her book, American Massacre, quote, Indian leaders themselves denied involvement, claiming any who participated were hired assassins and renegade mercenaries who had been promised payment in clothing, guns, and cattle by the Mormons. She then goes on to quote Paiute oral tradition, which states that it was the Mormons who killed everyone, including the women and children. And even one of the Mormons, a guy by the name of Nephi Johnson, would later state that while there were Paiute on the scene, it was the white men who did most of the killing. And yeah, that's the Mountain Meadows Massacre in a nutshell. Now, before we call it a day, I do want to say something in regard to the modern LDS Church. I have friends who are Mormons. My own uncle was a Mormon, rest in peace. And I've had neighbors and coworkers who were Mormons. Your mileage may vary, but me personally, I have not had one single negative interaction with these people. They've always been extremely nice, polite, hardworking, and very willing to help others out, even those who are not members of the LDS Church. So like I said earlier, this is not a Bash the Mormons podcast episode. I was raised Southern Baptist, and Lord knows they're not exactly without blemish. Same thing goes for literally every single religion known to mankind. There's always going to be bad actors in any organization, and history can be very complicated. You go back far enough in your family tree, you're going to find an asshole. I guarantee it. When it comes to the Old West, they don't get much more famous than Jesse James. According to many, James was a hero, a freedom fighter who continued resisting Northern aggression long after the Civil War came to an end. But to his victims and their families, Jesse was nothing more than a cold-blooded killer, one who used the war as an excuse to lead a life of violence and destruction. But where does the truth lie? What exactly occurred during Jesse's childhood that turned him to a life of crime? How old was he when he killed his first man? How'd he wind up surviving not one but 2 separate gunshot wounds to the chest? And is it true he really hooked up with his own cousin? Join me today as we delve into the life of Jesse James, including his upbringing in Missouri and his time as a teenage killer riding with the likes of Bloody Bill Anderson. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Jesse Woodson James was born in Clay County, Missouri on September 5th, 1847. His father, Robert, was a hemp farmer by trade, in addition to being a Baptist minister. But I suppose being a man of the cloth don't necessarily make you immune to gold fever. And when gold was discovered in California, Robert headed west, alone, leaving his wife Zerelda and 3 young children behind in Missouri. And just 5 months later, Reverend James was dead. To quote historian T.J. Stiles, there would be no funeral, no burial, and no headstone. Robert had met his end in the California goldfields from cholera in September of 1850. Now, obviously, this was a devastating loss for the James family, but Robert's widow, Zerelda, was nothing if not resilient. Described by various sources as courageous, shrewd, and remarkable, the nearly 6-foot-tall Zerelda had a devotion to her children that bordered on the ferocious. But be that as it may, things would get worse before they started getting better. Shortly after Robert's death, many of the James family belongings were auctioned off to pay his debts. And by April of 1851, things had gotten so bad that Zerelda was taking a collection at her late husband's church just to keep the children fed. She would eventually remarry, though, to a farmer twice her age named Benjamin Sims, almost certainly a marriage of convenience. Jesse and the other kids weren't even allowed to live on the Sims farm. They stayed with a friend of their dearly departed father's until the newlyweds separated that following June. Sims would be dead in another 6 months, and a little over a year after that, Zerelda tied the knot for the 3rd and final time, swapping nuptials with a doctor by the name of Reuben Samuel. And make no mistake about it, Zerelda was definitely the one wearing the pants. Hell, she even made Reuben quit medicine so he could work the farm on a full-time basis. And for a while at least, life on the farm was good. Well, for everyone other than the slaves, that is. Neighbors would gather periodically to slaughter animals, meat was cured and smoked, fruit was jarred, and all the other little chores that come with country living. Jesse's mama and stepdaddy would welcome a baby girl in 1858 they named Sarah, and in time they'd add three more: John, Fanny, and Archie. By 1860, according to the federal census, a 12-year-old Jesse was attending school with his older brother Frank and little sister Susan. I don't think any of them could have predicted the change that was coming, not just for them, but the nation at large. And by change, of course, I do mean the Civil War. Long story short, Missouri was a border state. It was also very divided when it came to the issues of slavery and secession. You know the old trope about the Civil War being brother against brother and neighbor against neighbor? Well, that rings especially true for Missouri. By the year 1860, its population had exploded to around 1 million people, roughly 10% of whom were slaves. By contrast, in the deep southern states like Louisiana and Georgia, slaves made up closer to around 45% of the population. So yeah, Missouri was a slave state, but it wasn't quite as entrenched in slavery as other areas. And while around 40,000 Missourians would end up serving in the Confederate Army, over 100,000 more fought for the North. As for the James family, they were ardent supporters of the Southern cause. Not only did they themselves own slaves, but the area where they lived was known as Little Dixie. Now, if you listen to the recent episode I did on Silas Soul, you're already pretty familiar with the strife that plagued Missouri and Kansas in the years leading up to the war. I won't repeat myself too much here, but long story short, both pro and anti-slavery factions flocked to the area looking to sway public sentiment. And in time, these factions would resort to violence. For the most part, though, none of this had a direct impact on the James family. Leastways not till the war officially began in April of 1861. Jesse's older brother Frank would answer the call a month later when he enlisted with the Missouri State Guard under Sterling Price. And by that August, Frank was already engaging Yankee troops at the Battle of Wilson's Creek. He also came down with a pretty serious case of the measles. And when General Price pulled his men out of Springfield, they were forced to leave the ailing Frank behind. He was taken prisoner, but released shortly thereafter and sent home, after pinky swearing to be a good boy. And home is where he stayed until May of 1863, when he once more took up the fight, this time with William Quantrell and his merry band of bushwhackers. Don't worry, we will get back to Jesse James here shortly, I promise. I'm just setting the stage right now. Little history foreplay, if you will, just to put everything in context and get your juices flowing. Now, speaking of William Quantrell, I am planning on doing a series on him in the very near future, but if you don't mind, I would like to give a quick overview. Born in Ohio in 1837, Quantrell, believe it or not, was a school teacher. At least he was until he killed a man in 1856. By the following year, Quantrell was living in Kansas, and later still, he'd sign on as a teamster for the Army, traveling as far west as Salt Lake City. But by 1859, he was right back in Kansas. Interestingly enough, Quantrell had previously been opposed to slavery. He was even an ardent admirer of the abolitionist James Lane. However, by 1860, things were changing. Quantrell started going by the alias of Charlie Hart and hanging out with border ruffians, stealing livestock and helping to chase down escaped slaves. When the Civil War kicked off, he headed to Texas, but soon lit out for the Cherokee Nation. It's there where Quantrell befriended Joel Mays, captain of the Confederate Cherokees under General Stan Wadey. And when the Cherokees rode east into Missouri, Quantrell was right there with them, soaking up all he could learn about the fine art of guerrilla warfare. Finally, in late 1861, he formed his own company of irregulars known as Quantrell's Raiders, which included such luminaries as George Todd and Bloody Bill Anderson. This wasn't the only group of bushwhackers there in Missouri, but they would become the most well-known. Under Quantrell's command, the Raiders fought more like the indigenous than regular soldiers, striking hard and fast and then dispersing into smaller groups to evade capture, oftentimes donning the blue uniforms of their vanquished foes in the process. And as the war progressed, the behavior of these guerrillas grew more and more savage. Murder was the norm. Prisoners were rarely taken, and the dead were oftentimes mutilated. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's this same band of cutthroats who took in Frank James in the spring of 1863. Now, as to why Frank decided to join the Raiders as opposed to the actual Confederate Army, we really don't know. There are stories of him being mistreated and arrested by the Missouri Provisional Militia. Maybe that's what inspired him. Or perhaps Frank just felt more comfortable riding with folks he was familiar with. Whatever the case, on May 19th, 1863, Frank would assist Quantrell in attacking the U.S. troops garrisoned at Missouri City. Those who surrendered were executed, after which Frank and his fellow bushwhackers looted the town. From there, they continued raiding throughout Clay County, robbing and killing those who they suspected as being Union sympathizers. And yeah, this is the same Clay County where Frank was born and raised. Remember what I said earlier about the war there in Missouri being neighbor against neighbor. Some of the very same people that Frank was helping to kill, he had known for pretty much his entire life. And by late May of that same year, Frank and his compadres were camped out right there on the James farm, which, as it turns out, was probably not the greatest of ideas. A provisional militia out of nearby Clinton County soon caught wind and came a-calling. When they failed to locate Frank, they took the then 15-year-old Jesse James hostage. Legend has it they beat him, possibly going so far as poking at him with their sabers. And while Jesse remained strong and refused to divulge his brother's whereabouts, the same cannot be said for his stepfather, Reuben Samuel. The provisionals ended up placing a noose around Reuben's neck and jerking him up into the air. After several minutes of torture, he finally broke and led him through the woods to where Frank and the others were camped. There was a brief firefight. Some of the guerrillas were killed, but luckily for Frank, he was able to escape. Reuben and Zerelda were then hauled to the district headquarters over in St. Joseph, while Jesse was left on the farm to look after his younger siblings. Meanwhile, Frank and the bushwhackers took their frustrations out on the town of Lawrence, Kansas. Now, this was partly in retaliation for what had just recently occurred in Kansas City. The family members of several suspected bushwhackers were arrested and being held there in an old building. And when the building tragically collapsed, people died. Among the dead were two of Bill Anderson's sisters, as well as a female cousin of another guerrilla you'll end up hearing much more about here shortly, named Cole Younger. It was almost certainly a total accident, but nevertheless, the guerrillas were looking for retribution. Also, Lawrence was sort of the de facto Jayhawker capital there in Kansas, in addition to being home of Quantrell's former mentor and current enemy, James Lane. Shortly before the attack, Quantrell ordered his men to, quote, kill, and you will make no mistake. Lawrence should be thoroughly cleansed, and the only way to cleanse it is to kill. And yeah, kill they did. Pretty much every single man and boy they could find. Those hiding were dragged out of their holes and executed. Some were shot, some stabbed, and others simply clubbed to death. Per a Lawrence resident, quote, the horsemanship of the guerrillas was perfect. They rode with that ease and abandon which are acquired by a life spent in the saddle amid desperate scenes. Their horses scarcely seemed to touch the ground, and the riders set upon them with bodies erect and arms perfectly free, with revolvers at full cock, shooting at every house and man they passed, and yelling like demons at every bound. On each side of this stream of fire were men fallen dead and wounded, and women and children, half-dressed, running and screaming, some trying to escape from danger, and some rushing to the side of their murdered friends. All total, Frank and the raiders killed around 200 people, the vast majority of whom were non-combatants. People that had nothing to do with that building collapse over there in Kansas City. These were just normal, everyday people just trying to live their lives. Cole Younger would later aptly describe it as a day of butchery. Now, if you're looking for a pretty decent portrayal of the Lawrence Massacre, I'd strongly suggest checking out Ride with the Devil, starring Tobey Maguire. Yeah, Spider-Man. But don't worry, it is a way underrated movie that, in my opinion, gives a pretty realistic picture of the Missouri bushwhackers. It also has Jewel, so hey, win-win. Now, later on that winter, Frank would join Quantrell down in Texas. He and his buddies wouldn't return to Missouri until the following spring, and it's at that point that the now 16-year-old Jesse James got his big chance. In his book, Jesse James, The Last Rebel, T.J. Stiles summed it up best when he wrote, quote, it was a savage set of men who returned with Frank that April. Already hardened by war, they had been blistered by butchery at Lawrence and debauchery in Texas. And Charles Fletcher Taylor, the man who led the small squad that crossed over to Clay County, was one of the hardest. Short, broad-shouldered, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, Fletch had fought with Quantrell since the beginning, scouting out Lawrence before the raid. murdering the innocent in its streets, and then riding to Texas. But there he turned against his master, murdering a Confederate officer and resisting Quantrell's attempt to arrest him. Now he fought on his own hook. Cantering beside him was an even smaller, even more vicious killer, little Archie Clement, a gray-eyed 18-year-old from Johnson County. Barely 5 feet tall, he looked more like a jockey than a gorilla, but he was already an experienced gunman, and he would soon win the lasting admiration of Frank's little brother. These were the men who brought Jesse James to manhood. End of quote, and well said, Mr. Stiles. Now, starting in early June, Fletcher led the guerrillas, Jesse James included, throughout Clay County, killing Union loyalists, or just those who they suspected of being loyalists. Their first victim was an old boy named Bradley Bond. They rode up to his farm, asked to see the man in the house, and when Bradley stepped outside, they shot him dead. The next morning, they likewise killed a neighboring farmer named Alvis Dagley. Both of these guys, by the way, Dagley and Bond, were thought to have been part of that militia that beat Jesse and put the noose around his stepfather's neck. If true, I do think there's a good chance that one of these men may have been Jesse's first kill. Over the course of the next couple weeks, they'd kill at least 8 more Union sympathizers. Property was stolen and or destroyed, and on at least one occasion, they shot one of their victims' slaves just for the fun of it. And yeah, this was basically Jesse's introduction to war. Not as a soldier on the battlefield, but as a member of what can best be described as a death squad, just slowly picking off men that he and Frank had previously considered to be neighbors. Hell, it wasn't until they killed fellow Clay County resident Solomon Bigelow that Jesse even experienced being shot at. A brief skirmish that resulted in Bigelow's death and Jesse getting the tip of his left index finger shot plumb off. The following day, they murdered a civilian they encountered on the road, just on suspicion that he was a Unionist. And on and on and on it went. A lot of killing going on in Missouri during the 1860s. I keep wanting to say Missouri, but I think that's because I watched too much Outlaw Josie Wells, so I'm going to stick with Missouri. Okay. By mid-July of 1864, a former militiaman would write that a, quote, general terror prevails. Today there is not in the county of Clay one unconditional, loyal Union man who dare goes into the harvest field to do a day's work. Many of them have left the state. All are now talking of going. A week later, on the 20th, around 1,500 locals met in the town of Liberty to further condemn the bushwhackers. Quote, guerrillas, whatever the name they assume, and bushwhackers are the ravenous monsters of society, and their speedy and utter extermination should be sought by all brave and honorable men. End of quote. Now, I bring this up just to show that not everybody there in Missouri were fans of the bushwhackers, even in Little Dixie. The majority may have supported them, but certainly not everybody. Hell, like I keep saying, up till this point, the only people that Jesse had been killing were his own damn neighbors. That would change a few weeks later, though, when the gang headed west into Platte County and attacked the town of Parkville. This was followed on July 10th by a similar assault on Platte City. If you've ever seen that photo of a young Jesse James, where he looks like he's about 12 years old, revolver in hand, 2 more stuffed in his belt, that photograph was taken right there in Platte City. And Jesse, still 2 months shy of his 17th birthday, already had the dead eyes of a stone-cold killer. Once the bushwhackers were done looting Platte, they rode north and murdered a minister who just so happened to be anti-slavery. This was followed by Jesse and Archie Clement allegedly gunning down a pair of Union men they caught picking apples. As you can imagine, things were getting a little hot there in Clay County, as evidenced by around 500 Union troops arriving looking to clean house. And that being the case, the guerrillas wisely chose to split up and scatter to the wind. The damage was already done, though. They had either killed or ran off most of the families in the area still loyal to the North. Those who remained either supported the Confederates or knew how to keep their mouths shut. This is also around the same period that Jesse and Frank joined up with Bloody Bill Anderson. I'm not going to lie, it's kind of hard to keep up with a lot of these names. Remember, Frank initially rode with William Quantrell, as well as another guerrilla leader there in Clay County known as Fernando Scott. He and Jesse would then go on to fight alongside Fletch Taylor, and eventually, by 1864, they were with Bloody Bill Anderson. I'm not sure why they didn't continue riding with Fletcher. If you happen to know, hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com and enlighten me. But I do know there was a lot of disagreement among the various guerrilla leaders. and a lot of fracturing at different points. I'm not going to go too in-depth on it today, but as Mr. Stiles alluded to a moment ago, there was even a point when Quantrell and Anderson were gunning for one another. Now, speaking of Anderson, he originally hailed from Kentucky. I'll try not to hold that against him. And by the time he was a teenager, he and his family were residing in Kansas, which, let's be honest, ain't much of an improvement over Kentucky. And despite Anderson nowadays being lauded as a hero, he was pretty much just a two-bit thief. He would even readily admit that his main motivations were financial as opposed to ideological, at least towards the beginning of the war. He and his gang wouldn't join up with Quantrell's raiders until the spring of 1863, right about the same time that Frank started riding with him. Then, of course, later on that summer was when Bill's sisters were killed over in Kansas City. Fellow bushwhacker Jim Cummings would later say of Anderson, quote, "You talk about Quantrell, Todd, and Taylor being reckless raiders and fighters, but Anderson was worse than any of them." And yeah, it's from Anderson, along with his right-hand man, the maniacal little Archie Clement, that the James boys would receive a master class in guerrilla tactics. They kicked off the spring of 1864 by cutting a swath of terror across Jackson and Lafayette counties. In July, they gunned down 9 civilians in Carroll County. They continued raiding further east all the way to Monroe County, and by August of 64, they were right back in Jesse's home turf and camped out on the James farm. It's there where Jesse's mother, Zerelda, prepared what was described as a splendid feast. Kind of makes you wonder how much of the food she cooked as opposed to the slaves. Not long thereafter, the bushwhackers came across a Union man described by locals as harmless and inoffensive. But regardless, they shot him full of lead, stripped his body, and left his harmless corpse to rot there on the banks of a creek. This may or may not have been after Jesse witnessed Anderson torturing a prisoner with a knife. Eventually, Bloody Bill put the man out of his misery with a bullet to the head, but not before first removing his ears. Skip ahead to mid-August, and they engage elements of the Missouri militia over in Ray County, finally fighting people who can actually shoot back. Now, 2 of the U.S. soldiers who surrendered had their throats cut and scalps taken. And when a civilian made the grave mistake of riding past in a wagon, Anderson's men murdered him too. This was followed by Jesse James damn near getting his young ass killed. Story goes that Jesse spied a nice-looking saddle propped up against a fence, and when he approached, thinking that he could swap it out for his own, the saddle's owner stepped outside and put a bullet squarely in Jesse's chest. Thankfully, Frank was on hand to whisk his brother to safety. In due course, they stole a wagon and hauled Jesse to the home of a friend named John Rudd. The doctor who was summoned to treat his wounds would later recall being shown to a, quote, room in the second story, and then into a clothes closet, from the floor of which a small movable ladder reached to a trapdoor opening into a loft. There lay Jesse James in great pain and in a very dangerous condition. As it turns out, the bullet had gone through and through. Hit just outside his right nipple, nicked his rib cage, but other than that, Jesse was all right. The sawbones cleaned the holes, changed the bandages, most likely gave him a little something for the pain, and promised to return. And just 4 weeks later, Jesse James was back in the saddle, just in time to help Anderson ambush a Missouri State Militia wagon train, killing a dozen soldiers and 3 teamsters while doing so. And it was on the next day, September 24th, 1864, that Anderson linked back up with William Quantrell and George Todd. Guess they figured they'd set their differences aside in order to strike a decisive blow against the Federals. Apparently, General Price was getting ready to air quotes liberate Missouri, and he needed the bushwhackers' help. This combined force, by the way, with Anderson, Todd, and Quantrell's men, numbered somewhere between 200 to 400 hardened killers. And later on that morning, Bloody Bill, with Archie Clement and the James boys in tow, attempted to hit the town of Fayette against the advice of William Quantrell, mostly on account of Fayette being home to the pro-Union 9th Missouri. And sure enough, the attack turned out to be a disaster. Although the rebels were able to infiltrate the town in their borrowed blue uniforms, one of them couldn't help but to gun down the first black dude he saw. And after that, the fight was on. According to Frank James, their horses fell like grain before the reaper. Said it was like charging a stone wall, only if the wall was belching lead. And despite being repulsed, the James boys would account well for themselves, both stopping to render aid to their fallen comrades. Once again, according to Frank, quote, "We were in plain view of the Federals, and they simply peppered us with bullets. I was mighty scared. I knew if we raised up, we would expose ourselves to the fire of the Yankees, but we couldn't lay still. I tell you, pride makes most of us do things we wouldn't otherwise do. Well, pride kept us there until we got the wounded rolled up in a blanket, and then we made tracks." End quote. All total, the bushwhackers lost 13 killed and around 30 wounded before making their retreat. And despite outnumbering the militia 3-1, they only managed to kill a couple of them. Just ain't no two ways about it. As capable as the guerrillas were, they most definitely got their asses handed to them there in Fayette. Luckily for them, and unluckily for several Yankee soldiers on furlough, things would go much better 3 days later when they struck the town of Centralia. As was their MO, they descended upon the populace in a fury, wearing the blue uniforms of dead U.S. soldiers, ransacking stores and plundering homes. But that wasn't really what they were there for. You see, Centralia was a depot for the North Missouri Railroad, and when a train came a chug-a-lug-lugging through later on that day, the guerrillas were waiting. They had piled heavy wooden ties on the tracks and began dinging the train with gunfire as it ground to a halt. Once stopped, the rebels entered and took 23 unarmed soldiers captive. These men, most of whom were part of Sherman's army, were simply returning home on R&R. Some of them were wounded, and as I mentioned, all of them, to a man, were unarmed. Anderson made the soldiers strip down to their long johns and then ordered them paroled, i.e. executed. When Little Arch Clement suggested that he keep one of them alive to act as a bargaining chip, Bill agreed, singling out a sergeant. The rest were then unceremoniously gunned down. Those who weren't immediately killed had their heads bashed in or throats cut. This was followed by the bushwhackers robbing the frightened civilian passengers. When one of them balked at handing over his possessions, they killed him too. Once done, they set the train on fire and hightailed it out of town. Worth noting that it was Archie Clement who led that execution. One can only speculate, but I do think the odds are pretty good that either Jesse or Frank, or maybe even both, were part of the firing squad. Either way, the massacre at Centralia may have been over, but there was still plenty more killing to come. No sooner had the bushwhackers made camp that evening than a scout came riding in with news of the enemy's approach. Turns out it was a detachment of around 115 men under Major Andrew Johnston, part of the 39th Missouri Infantry. When he and his men discovered what happened at Centralia, they went in pursuit, despite the traumatized citizens warning them not to. Sure enough, the guerrillas had set up an ambush, and as Johnston approached, Anderson sent one of his best men, Dave Poole, to lure him the rest of the way into the kill zone. Oldest trick in the book, right? You send a few fast runners on ahead, make it look like they were caught by surprise, and your enemy invariably will follow. I have to imagine this tactic was taught in military academies prior to the Civil War. It must have been. But nonetheless, Major Johnston fell for it. And in doing so, he led over 100 men, most of whom were fresh recruits, straight to their graves. As soon as the soldiers entered the open meadow, on foot by the way, Anderson ordered the guerrillas forward at a trot. The Federals let loose with a volley of rifle fire with little effect. That's when the bushwhackers charged, screaming war cries as their companions spilled out from a nearby ravine. The result was a perfect slaughter. Like I said earlier, nearly every man of the 39th Missouri was killed. Those who managed to survive fled to the nearby town of Sturgeon, as Dave Poole danced on the bodies of their fallen brothers. Like he literally danced on the bodies of the dead soldiers. Other bushwhackers busied themselves taking scalps and ears, and at least one of the soldiers had his damn nose cut off. As for Jesse James, well, it turns out he was the one who did for Major Johnston. Story goes that after blowing the officer out of the saddle, Jesse turned his mount and delivered a coup de grace straight to the major's head. Full disclosure, but there are other stories claiming that while it was indeed Jesse who shot Major Johnston off his horse, it may have possibly been another bushwhacker who delivered that fatal round to Johnston's head. Meanwhile, by mid-September, Sterling Price was leading that rebel army of his in what they hoped to be the liberation of Missouri. They attacked Fort Richardson on the 24th, one of the largest battles fought in the state of Missouri. It was also a resounding defeat for the Confederates. Not only did Price lose around 1,500 men, but the survivors were forced to leave the state altogether. Hell, in time, they'd flee the entire country, migrating to Mexico until the fall of Emperor Maximilian in 1867. But that's another story for another day. Before leaving Missouri, Price ordered the bushwhackers to destroy the North Missouri Railroad. And instead of immediately setting out to do as they were told, they instead decided to terrorize the town of Glasgow over in Howard County. I'm not really sure what the motivation was here, other than maybe Glasgow being home to a wealthy Union man named Benjamin Lewis, a guy who had the absolute gall to free his own slaves. Can you imagine that? And for such a grave sin, Lewis was viciously beaten by Bloody Bill Anderson. That ain't enough, Anderson then stole $5,000 from Lewis and then raped one of his female servants right in front of him, a 12-year-old black girl. Lewis would die of his injuries the following day, and sadly, I don't have any idea what happened to that little girl. Still astounds me when I hear people singing Anderson's praises. I mean, what a brave hero he was, beating civilians to death, gunning down unarmed soldiers, and raping children. What a patriot. Thankfully, nearly 2 weeks later, Anderson finally got what he had coming, at the hands of avenging angel and true Southerner, Colonel Samuel Cox. He and his specially trained 33rd Infantry made contact with Anderson's pickets on the morning of October 27th, just west of Albany, Missouri. Cox positioned his men in the trees just outside of town and then sent a small detachment to lure the bushwhackers into an ambush, much in the same way that the guerrillas had done to Major Johnston back at Centralia. And it worked. As Cox and his soldiers waited, they heard the sound of gunfire. This was followed by their scouts rushing back to the line, closely pursued by none other than Bloody Bill Anderson and somewhere between 20 to 50 of his men. And just as soon as they were within range, Cox's riflemen unleashed hell. Rebels began toppling from their horses as others wheeled and retreated in the opposite direction. All except for Anderson and just one other man, guy historians think was possibly Captain John Rains, son of Confederate General James S. Rains. The pair charged headlong, pistols blazing, before Bloody Bill was shot from the saddle. His companion, miraculously, was able to turn his mount and make it back to the rebels unscathed. Anderson's body was then taken to Richmond, decapitated, and dragged through the streets. His head was placed on a telegraph pole, and his corpse buried in an unmarked grave. Rumor has it his pecker was also cut off before burial. Later on that day, the men of the 33rd Infantry took turns spitting and pissing on Anderson's grave. Now, that was on October 26, 1864, when Bloody Bill went on to his heavenly reward. And by the 29th, the James boys were once again back home in Clay County. They knocked on the door of a Union man, pretended to ask for directions, and when he stepped outside, they shot him dead. This would be repeated later on that same day when they killed an elderly man named Ferran. Jesse James had only been gone to war for 5 months, but in that short amount of time, he had been shot twice and took God only knows how many lives. At just 17 years of age, he likely hadn't even slept with a woman yet, but he was already an accomplished killer, and apparently he had no intention of slowing down. That said, he and his brother wouldn't remain there in Clay County all that long. Frank decided to join Quantrell and continue the fight over in Kentucky, as Jesse drifted south to Texas with Archie Clement and what remained of Anderson's bushwhackers. They would return the following spring, though, a combined force of around 150 guerrillas under the leadership of Archie Clement, Dave Poole, and Anderson's brother, Jim. By this point, General Lee had already surrendered, by the way, but they dismissed the reports as just another damn Yankee lie. Fake news. And on May 7th, at around 2 a.m., they charged the town of Holden, killing at least one bystander and looting a store before heading 5 miles down the road to Kingsville. They donned their trademark blue overcoats at the edge of town, the ones they took off dead U.S. soldiers, and by the time they left, there were 8 bodies and 5 burning buildings in their wake. One of their victims, the postmaster, was killed by Jesse himself. And then, just a few weeks after that, Jesse's war would come to a temporary end. Sources differ, but it's thought he was helping Archie Clement scout out a likely crossing on the Missouri River when they stumbled upon a small patrol of soldiers from the 3rd Wisconsin. And for once, the guerrillas were a little too slow on the draw. Before they even knew what happened, the soldiers opened fire and put a bullet in Jesse's chest, just inches from where he was shot a few months prior, a bullet he'd end up carrying for the rest of his life. According to Jesse, as soon as he was hit, he turned to kill one of the soldiers' horses. Quote, "That'll stop a man every time. That ended the fight. I was near a creek and I lay in the water all night. I felt as if I was burning up. The next morning, I crawled up the bank and there was a man plowing nearby who helped me get to my friends. I was in a dreadful fix and everybody thought that the wound would be mortal. End quote. Just an FYI, but Jesse would later claim that he was riding to Lexington to surrender and carrying a white flag, but the Yanks ended up opening fire. And that very well may be true. Whatever the case, though, for the second time in his young life, Jesse James was horribly wounded. And considering that the bullet had punctured a lung, this time it would take a lot longer than 4 weeks till he was again able to sit a saddle. How things were so dire that his fellow rebels even loaded him onto a wagon and risked carrying him to Lexington. This time, no shots were fired, and Jesse was able to get some proper doctoring. He was also officially taken as a prisoner of war, at least for a little bit. Remember, the Civil War was basically over, and despite Jesse being more outlaw than soldier, he still got paroled right alongside everybody else. And it wasn't just him. As he lay there on what many thought would be his deathbed, his bushwhacking compadres also started straggling into Lexington, likewise looking to surrender. Frank would do the same over in Kentucky just a few weeks later following the death of Quantrell. Now, Jesse would stay in Lexington for about a month before being transferred, once again via wagon, to his uncle's place just north of Kansas City. At the time, his mother and stepfather were living in exile in Nebraska. According to a friend, Jesse was emaciated, tottering as he walked, and fighting what seemed to everyone a hopeless battle. His wound would not heal, and more ominous, every now and then there was a hemorrhage. End of quote. So yeah, dude was in pretty serious shape. Thankfully, he had his smoking hot first cousin Z to nurse him back to health. And cousins or not, they apparently made quite the impression on one another. This is just the beginning of a courtship that would eventually culminate in their marriage in 1874. Z, by the way, was named after Jesse's mother, Zerelda. Gotta imagine it'd be a bit awkward getting hitched to someone with the same name as your mom, but hey, to each their own. More on these lovebirds here in a bit, but as Jesse struggled to stay in the land of the living, things there in Missouri continued to worsen. All throughout the state, those who had been loyal to the Republic suffered greatly at the hands of the guerrillas. And these same people, at least the ones who survived, were outraged to learn that the bushwhackers would be treated like regular soldiers when they surrendered. All they had to do was take that same oath that Jesse and Frank took, and that was it. They could then return home without fearing retribution. Official retribution, that is. You see, the Missourians who fought for the North were also returning home. They too were battle-hardened and armed to the teeth. And that's another thing. Prior to hostilities, almost nobody in Missouri owned a revolver. Now everybody did, even the little kids, and most of them owned multiple. There's a great photo of one of the bushwhacker leaders, Dave Poole, carrying a whopping 4 revolvers, one in his hand and 3 more strapped to his waist. Frank James would later claim that he never carried more than 2, but there are stories of him stalking the streets of Kearney, Missouri, sporting a total of 8 revolvers. And his buddy, Archie Clement, was said to have gone through at least 11 of them during the fight that cost him his life, which we will be discussing later. These dudes were absolutely armed to the gills, but then again, so was pretty much everybody else. In other words, despite the Confederates losing, Missouri remained extremely violent following the war's end. And a good deal of this centered around politics. What else is new, right? Seems like pretty much everything bad comes from politics. It's a lot to get into here. I may expand on this later on in the series. But especially after the war, when the so-called radical Republicans had the run of the state, they were enacting a lot of laws that proved very unpopular. For instance, if you served in the Confederate Army or even supported the Confederates in pretty much any capacity, then you weren't allowed to vote. You couldn't hold public office. Hell, you couldn't even be a teacher or a minister. This didn't set too well with many of the former Confederates there in Missouri. They also weren't too happy about the former slaves having freedom. And it was all of this that absolutely led to more than a little post-war strife. Now, as far as Jesse James is concerned, he would finally return home to his mama's farm in October of '64. A family friend would later state that Jesse then joined the local Baptist church. Quote, I think he was baptized, and for a year or 2 acted as if he were a sincere and true Christian. He was quiet, affable, and gentle in his actions. He was liked by everyone who knew him. Okay, maybe. I mean, hey, I do enjoy a nice testimony. But then again, by early 1866, I guess Jesse was having second thoughts as the old gang was once more back together. Archie Clements returned from Texas, as did Jim Anderson, and his brother Frank was back in Clay County by that point as well. Oath or no oath, they remained unreconstructed. And for the James boys especially, things were just getting started. On the afternoon of February 13th, 1866, two men clad in Union blue stepped inside a bank in Liberty, Missouri. They paused to warm themselves by the stove before moseying up and asking the clerk to break a tin. As soon as the man reached for the money, the bandits drew their sidearms, jumped across the counter, forced the employees to the vault, and made them start filling bags with an assortment of gold, silver, and good old American greenbacks. Then, as the outlaws were making their getaway, they shot and killed an innocent bystander, a teenager who had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's estimated that there were 13 men total who participated in the robbery, and their haul was a whopping $58,072.64, or adjusted for inflation, a little over $1 million in today's money. As for the robbers, they made a beeline to the town of Centerville, where they divvied up the loot, and from there, they vanished, having pulled off the very first daytime bank robbery in U.S. history, at least the first to occur during peacetime. Only question is, who did it? The outlaw Jesse James got his start during the Civil War as a young bushwhacker, fighting under the likes of William Quantrell and Bloody Bill Anderson. Killed his first man at the age of 16 and kept right on a killing, even after the war was officially over. And despite still recuperating from a near-fatal gunshot wound to the chest, there are many who think that it was Jesse who was responsible for holding up that bank in Liberty. That said, truth is, we still don't really know whether or not Jesse or even his brother Frank were involved. Many of their associates were, though, former guerrillas who likewise rode with Quantrell and Anderson, and that bank heist in Liberty would be followed by a series of similar copycat robberies. Just 10 months later, a bank in Lexington was likewise robbed. Once again, we don't know if Jesse was involved, but his old pal Dave Poole certainly was. Then, on March 1st, 1867, there was an attempt on the bank in Savannah, Missouri, a town described at the time as being, quote, literally overrun with thieves, burglars, and highway robbers. Once again, it's unknown if Jesse or Frank participated, but we do know that those who were responsible also helped to break some ex-guerrillas out of jail in Liberty. So even if the James boys weren't directly involved, we can be next to certain that they knew the men who were. Skip ahead to May 22nd, 1868, and the Hughes Wasson Bank in Richmond was robbed of around $3,500 in cold, hard cash. What's more, the thieves ended up killing at least 3 people in the process, including the mayor. They, or a similar band of crooks, struck again on November 27th, taking down the First National Bank of Independence. One of the men responsible, a former bushwhacker named James Devers, was arrested and promptly lynched by vigilantes. But was Jesse James involved? Once again, I haven't got any idea. But like I keep saying, his old associates were. To the best of my knowledge, the first bank robbery that we can pin on Jesse James with relative confidence occurred in Russellville, Kentucky on March 20th, 1868. Joining he and his brother Frank were allegedly Cole Younger, Oliver Shepard, his cousin George Shepard, Arthur McCoy, and John Jarrett. They kicked things off by trying to exchange a bogus $50 bill. When the banker identified the note as being counterfeit, one of the bandits drew his pistol, aimed it at his head, and told him to empty the vault. At which point the banker got nervous and took off running. A bullet followed, grazing his skull, but he was still able to escape and sound the alarm. There was a brief gunfight. At least one Russellville citizen was killed, and the outlaws got away with $9,000 in cash and an additional $3,000 in gold coins. Not a bad payday. By the way, double check me on this, but I'm pretty sure that bank in Russellville still stands to this day, only as a bed and breakfast. Might be a cool little spot to visit. Use code Josh at Russellville. Nah, I'm just joking. Okay, so one of those Russellville bank robbers, George Shepard, would be arrested a little over a week later. He'd eventually serve 3 years in prison on account of the robbery. As for his cousin, Al Shepard, he was tracked all the way back to Missouri, and, well, I guess he didn't much like the idea of languishing behind bars. Al put up a fight and ended up dying with around 20 bullet holes in his body. Hell, by that time, even the dreaded Archie Clement was dead. He had been drinking in a Lexington saloon when the militia tried to arrest him. Despite being surrounded, Arch jumped to his feet, pistols in hand, and began blasting his way out. Took rounds to the chest and leg, but he still managed to make it to his horse, only to be shot yet again. I don't know how true this is, but an eyewitness claimed that Archie had gone through an astonishing 11 revolvers trying to make his escape. and as he lay there on the ground dying, he was trying to cock the 12th revolver with his teeth. His last words were, "I've done what I always said I'd do, died before surrender." Now, Jesse James would not be happy to learn of Clement's death. Remember, Little Arch had been a mentor of his. According to biographer T.J. Stiles, quote, "Of all the angry men in bitter, wounded Missouri, perhaps the angriest was the 19-year-old bushwhacker named Jesse James. It is likely he was with Clement for all but the final bloody moments of those days in Lexington, and it is certain that he retained a deep-seated fury at the fate of his friend," end quote. And yeah, it was partly this deep-seated fury, just 3 years later, that would cause Jesse to murder an innocent man. The killing in question took place in Gallatin, Missouri on December 7th, 1869. Jesse and the boys were in the process of robbing the bank when he mistook the clerk, John Sheets, for his old nemesis, Samuel Cox. If you'll recall, it was Cox who set up that ambush that killed Bloody Bill Anderson. And unfortunately for Sheets, I guess he and Cox bore a strong resemblance. Jesse ended up putting a bullet in the man's chest, followed by another to the forehead a split second later. He also shot a lawyer named McDowell who took off running for the door. He and Frank then tried to flee town under a hail of bullets, but as they were leaving, Jesse was thrown from the saddle. His foot got caught in the stirrup, and he ended up getting dragged about 30 or 40 yards before Frank was able to grab him. And then they made their getaway. They'd borrow a horse about a mile down the trail, and as they passed strangers, Jesse couldn't help but bragging about killing Cox. At this point, he was still unaware that he had murdered the wrong man. Now, as to whether or not they went to Gallatin with the express purpose of killing Cox, that's unclear. Per historian T.J. Stiles, quote, "Cox's residence there was quite well known, but the bandits spent little time looting after the murder, in contrast to previous holdups. And Jesse boasted of his deed, heedless of the attention he drew. A more likely scenario, however, is that they came simply to rob the bank. But as Jesse, acutely conscious of Cox's presence in town, stared at the cashier, he saw what he hoped to see, a precious opportunity for revenge. Certainly, his reckless bragging along the escape route attests to his sincerity of the belief that he killed Cox," end of quote. Ironically, the man he actually killed, John Sheets, was a leader there among the local Democrats and a fierce opponent of the radical Republicans. So not only did Jesse kill the wrong man, but he killed someone who he most likely would have agreed with on a number of ideological principles. Nevertheless, what's done is done, and a very capable deputy by the name of John S. Thomason was soon dispatched to arrest Jesse and his older brother Frank. According to Clay County Sheriff O.P. Moss, Thomason was, quote, "the most active officer in the enrolled Missouri militia when it came to hunting bushwhackers and thieves." Sure enough, Thomason was able to track the boys straight to Zerelda's farm. And just as he was getting ready to knock on the door, all of a sudden Jesse and Frank came exploding out of the stable, galloping away. And what happened next is a little on the comical side. Thomason did have a small posse with him, but when his horse jumped the fence in pursuit of Jesse and Frank, the posse remained behind at the farm for unknown reasons. It weren't long before Thomason realized he only had 2 bullets left in his pistol. He quickly dismounted, took careful aim, and fired. But I guess by that point, the James boys were out of range. All that shooting only served to spook Thomason's horse, and it ran on ahead without him. And as soon as the horse caught up with Jesse and Frank, one of them leaned over and put a bullet in its head, forcing Thomason to hike back to the James farm on foot. As for Jesse and Frank, they rode straight to Kearney, where they spent around the next half hour pretty much terrorizing the town. And when they left, they threatened to kill anyone who attempted to follow them. When Deputy Thomason arrived back at the farm the following day with an even larger posse, they were gone. It was during this same period that Jesse's name first began appearing in the press. The Liberty Tribune wrote that he and Frank were, quote, "noted bushwhackers during the war and are regarded as desperate men." The governor put up a $500 reward, and additional bounties were placed by Sheets' widow, the bank that Sheets worked at, and even Daviess County, where Gallatin was located. If I'm not mistaken, all total, the bounty was around $1,000. Worth noting that 2 months prior to Sheets' murder, Jesse went to the Mount Olive Baptist Church there in Clay County and asked that his name be removed from the membership rolls. The stated reason, as recorded by the church, was that Jesse, quote, "felt himself unworthy," end quote. Now, by June of 1870, Jesse had started writing letters. His first was published in the Kansas City Times and addressed to then Missouri Governor Joseph McClurg. Not only did Jesse maintain his innocence in the Sheets murder, but he claimed to have an alibi. He wrote in part, quote, "It is true that during the war I was a Confederate soldier and fought under the black flag. But since then I have lived as a peaceable citizen." He finished the letter by saying he'd turn himself in just as soon as he thought he could get a fair trial. Jesse sent another letter the following month, which included 3 affidavits from people who swore up and down that he was in Kearney the night before the killing of Mr. Sheets. Kearney, by the way, is around 50 miles southwest of Gallatin. His sister Susie said that he was attending a preaching over in Greenville on the day of the shooting, and she also said that that bay horse that Jesse allegedly got thrown from as he was fleeing town was sold prior to the killing to some old boys out of Kansas. In other words, Jesse was trying to pawn the Sheets murder off on his own enemies, the Jayhawkers. Now, obviously, his friends and family would be willing to lie to cover for him. I think many of us would do the same to help our own loved ones avoid trouble. And while Jesse's letter-writing campaign of 1870 did little to sway law enforcement, it would, oddly enough, have its desired effect upon the populace. Folks started softening up a bit to the ex-bushwhackers, even to the point that Jesse was soon able to appear out in the open, albeit warily and heavily armed. Yes, he didn't want to press his luck, though, as he and Frank ended up splitting for Texas. I don't know exactly where they went or what they got up to, but I do know that Cole Younger's little brother John would kill a deputy down in Dallas County on January 15th, 1871. And by February, the James boys were back in Missouri. Skip ahead to June of that same year, and they loped north all the way to Corydon, Iowa, and relieved the Achabok Brothers Bank of around $6,000. Corydon, Iowa. I don't think I'm saying that right, but hey, it's Iowa, so who really cares, right? Now, this was an especially brazen robbery, by the way. On the day in question, the good folks of Corydon were down at the Methodist Church listening to a speech by famous orator Henry Clay Dean. And once the bandits were done robbing the bank, they rode up to the church, interrupted the speech, and boldly announced what they had just done, even to the point of waving cash in the air, just flaunting it. Per an eyewitness, they then, quote, took their departure with the utmost coolness, loudly cursing the damned Yanks for cowards as they left, end of quote. By the way, joining Jesse and Frank on this particular heist were none other than Cole Younger and Clell Miller. Now, both of these guys will be popping up again quite a bit later on, so we might as well go ahead and introduce them. Cole was about 3 years older than Jesse, grew up in nearby Jackson County. And believe it or not, Cole's father was a Union man. Or at least he was until he got murdered by Kansas Jayhawkers. And if that ain't bad enough, one of Cole's female cousins was killed in that same building collapse that did for Bloody Bill Anderson's sisters. Not long after is when Cole and his brother Jim joined up with Quantrill's Raiders, looking to set things right. There were 2 additional younger brothers, John and Bob, but they won't start riding with Jesse till later on. As for Clell Miller, he too was a little on the young side when the war between the states commenced, but he was nothing if not determined. Ended up joining with the Bushwhackers at age 14. Only fought in one engagement, though, the one where Anderson got killed. Clell would be taken prisoner, but spared execution due to his age. And by 1871, when he helped rob that bank up in Iowa, he was already around 21 or 22. Now, speaking of that robbery, no sooner had the boys left town than the bank's owner wired the Pinkerton Detective Agency up in Chicago. Founder Alan Pinkerton then immediately dispatched his son Robert south to see what he could turn up. And just a few days later, Robert Pinkerton, along with the sheriff of Wayne County, Iowa, caught up with the James Younger boys as they were eating dinner at a friend's house. Only thing is, the bandits were ready. Kind of. They had somehow caught wind of the small posse, so just as soon as the sheriff approached the house, Jesse and his buddies came running out towards the stable. The sheriff and Robert Pinkerton opened up fire, wounding Frank with a load of buckshot, but he and the others were still able to escape. By the time they got to Lafayette County and dropped Frank off with a friend, he was reportedly bleeding from the lungs. Ugh. I'm no learned medical man, but that does not sound good, bleeding from the lungs. Nevertheless, Frank was tough, and he'd be back at it just a couple months later. In the meantime, Jesse James decided to launch yet another letter-writing campaign. In the June 24th, 1871 edition of the Kansas City Times, Jesse stated that he had, quote, just seen an article in the Lexington Register charging myself and my brother Frank with robbing a bank in Iowa. We've never even been to Iowa. We don't know anything about Iowa other than they have very confusing town names like Corydon or Beatrice that is not pronounced Beatrice Perhaps if the bank vaults in Iowa were full of corn-fed farmers' daughters with big hearts and even bigger rear ends, then we might reconsider. But until then, no thank you, end quote. And now I'm kidding about the names of the towns and the women, but he did deny robbing that bank. And just like before, he claimed to have an alibi and promised to turn himself in if only authorities would guarantee a fair trial. As it were, Jesse just figured that the radical Republicans, who he sarcastically referred to in the paper as heroes, try to lynch him in the same way that they did James Devers back in the fall of '68. Now, just a quick word on these letters. Turns out Jesse had an inside man there at the Kansas City Times, a journalist by the name of John Newman Edwards. Mr. Edwards had been an adjutant to General Shelby during the Civil War. After Lee's surrender, Edwards joined Shelby and the others down in Mexico. And when he returned stateside, he went to work for a paper in Kansas City called The Republican, before starting his own rag, the staunchly Democratic Kansas City Times. And Edwards would use this paper not only to rail against everything from Yankee carpetbaggers and black people being able to serve on juries, that especially seemed to anger him, but to also call for the return of the Confederacy. I guess he felt like the James boys were fellow champions of the cause, so he allowed Jesse free rein to air his many complaints in the pages of the Kansas City Times. We can thank Edwards for helping to promote the idea of Jesse and Frank being Robin Hood types, fighting the corrupt powers that be as opposed to mere criminals. What can I say, man? Propaganda works. It worked in the Old West, and you better believe it's still alive and well to this day. Edwards would eventually die from alcohol abuse at the age of 50, but back in the early 1870s, he was most definitely one of Jesse's biggest supporters. Now, as to what exactly Jesse and Edwards were promoting there in the Kansas City Times, much of it was political in nature. I briefly touched on this earlier when I described how the radical Republicans had enacted laws preventing ex-Confederates from voting and holding public office. Well, despite these laws being overturned and the ex-Confederates soon holding a number of public offices there in Missouri, Jesse still blamed them for, well, pretty much everything. I don't want to get too far off track here, but once again, according to James biographer T.J. Stiles, quote, he, Jesse James, now specifically blamed the radicals for turning him into a fugitive, for hounding him unjustifiably. And in the midst of these charges, he winked at the audience, saying that he did not care if the radicals thought he was a robber or not. It was the beginning of a remarkable and remarkably successful attempt to foster cognitive dissonance among the secessionist public. He was an innocent martyr, he announced, a victim of radical vindictiveness. At the same time, he presented himself as a figure of defiance, a dangerous man who would never be taken alive. The old rebels could look at Jesse James and mutter, "You poor persecuted boy, let those damn radicals have it." It was the beginning of Jesse's rise from a common criminal to symbolic hero, of a legend that resonated with the lives of Missouri's secessionists. He and Edwards began to project a glorified version of what all rebels felt they had endured during the war and Reconstruction. The mythical Jesse James they created refused to apologize for fighting for a just cause. He refused to lay down his arms in self-respect, and he was being persecuted as a result. End quote. And yeah, this is really when the whole idea of Jesse being a freedom fighter or Robin Hood type really came to fruition, a myth that most certainly persists to this day. And it all came about thanks to the editorial efforts of one John Newman Edwards. Now, just as soon as Frank was on the mend, he and Jesse would hold up another bank over in Columbia, Kentucky. Interestingly enough, prior to the robbery, as the gang was making preparations in the town of nearby Russell Springs, Jesse was seen reading the book Pilgrim's Progress and even discussing the Bible with passerbys. I think that might be what I like the most about Jesse. The man was a cold-blooded murderer, no doubt about it. But he still has some of that good old-fashioned Southern Baptist guilt, just like me. Bet he could really do a nice rendition of How Great Thou Art. Anyway, once the gang arrived in Columbia, Jesse and Frank rode into an alley adjacent to the bank as Cole and another man took up positions at the courthouse, giving them a clear view of their target. Once everything was in place, Jesse stepped inside and bid the cashier good evening. This was followed by one of them, possibly Frank, drawing a pistol and putting a bullet squarely in the cashier's chest. Now, this poor guy's name was Robert A.C. Martin, or R.A.C. Martin. He had always sworn that if anyone tried to rob his bank, they'd have to do so over his dead body. And yeah, even as Jesse dragged him bleeding across the floor, Martin, although mortally wounded, held strong and refused to open the safe. In the end, the outlaws were only able to get away with around $1,500. Now, just to be fair, I did find at least one account claiming that Martin was going for a pistol when Frank shot him. So, as unfortunate as it was, this particular killing possibly was not done in cold blood. But hey, try telling that to Martin's widow, right? Now, that was in late April of 1872. Skip ahead to September 26, and the boys decided to rob a fair over in Kansas City. Now, to be honest, this was no ordinary county fair. The second annual Industrial Expo would see tens of thousands of people flocking to Kansas City, eagerly paying the 50-cent admission. Hell, even people from out of state would come just to be part of the excitement. And on the fourth day of the expo, right around sunset, here comes Jesse, Frank, and Cole Younger, prodding their horses through the crowd at the gate with bandanas covering their faces. One of them, likely Cole, then dismounted, walked to the ticket window, boldly reached inside and grabbed the cash box before returning to his horse. When the ticket man rushed out to protest, Cole shucked iron and started shooting, wounding a little girl in the leg as he did so. And with that, they simply spurred their mounts and rode away. Had they arrived just a half hour earlier, they would have found around $12,000 in the box. But as it were, all they managed to steal was around $978. Jesse's buddy, John Edwards, then published a front page story in the Kansas City Times praising the robbery, because of course he did. Quote, "It was one of those exhibitions of superb daring that chills the blood and transfixes the muscles of the looker-on with a mingling of amazement, admiration, and horror. It was one of those rare instances when it seems as though death stood in the panoply of flesh and exhaled a petrifying terror from his garments. It was a deed so high-handed, so diabolically daring, and so utterly in contempt of fear that we are bound to admire it and revere its perpetrators for the very enormity of their outlawry." End quote. And holy shit, I hate the way these people wrote back in those days, especially newspaper editors. All right, so then just a couple of days later, Edwards penned another article that he titled "The Chivalry of Crime." He basically made the case that guys like Jesse James were daring and fearless, and that there was a certain poetic chivalry involved with armed robbery. He even compared the Missouri outlaws to King Arthur and Sir Lancelot. Now, Jesse even joined in on the fun, allegedly, and wrote a letter of his own, which Edwards published, stating in part, quote, "Some editors call us thieves. We are not thieves, we are bold robbers. I am proud of that name, for Alexander the Great was a bold robber, and Julius Caesar and Napoleon Bonaparte." He then further goes on to lie through his teeth and say that he and his compadres never kill unless it's in self-defense. Quote, "But a man who is a damned enough fool to refuse to open up a safe or a vault when he is covered with a pistol ought to die. There is no use for a man to try to do anything when an experienced robber gets the go on him. If he gives the alarm, or resists, or refuses to unlock, he gets killed." Jesse then spends a little time railing against Ulysses S. Grant before claiming that the only reason he robs the rich is so that he can give to the poor. Sure, Jesse. Now, full disclosure, it has not yet been proven conclusively that Jesse wrote that particular letter, but he would in time make very similar claims. And all the earmarks are there, by the way. It was probably Jesse, but we just can't prove it. And then, just a mere 8 months later, he and the boys may have possibly robbed a bank over in St. Genevieve, Missouri. And when they rode away, $3,500 richer, they shot their guns in the air and yelled, "Hooray for Sam Hildebrand." Hildebrand, of course, was yet another former Missouri bushwhacker, pretty deadly son of a bitch in his own right, who had been killed a year prior. Once again, in the spirit of transparency, we don't know for certain that it was the James Younger gang that hit St. Genevieve. Cole Younger would later deny taking part, and another outlaw named James Reed would admit to it in 1874, but he was shot and killed shortly thereafter, and who knows if he was telling the truth or not. Either way, the James boys were about ready to start branching out. Why risk life and limb stealing cash boxes from fairs or robbing some country-ass bank when they could make real money taking down trains? And the best part was, by robbing the railroads, they'd also be striking a blow to the damn Yankees that they hated the most. Was the outlaw Jesse James a cross-dresser? Probably not, but there is an interesting story of him dressing as a young lady on at least one occasion. According to his own son, Jesse Edwards James, the event in question occurred during the summer of 1864, not long after the bushwhackers struck the town of Plattsburgh. At the time, Jesse would have still been about a month or two shy of his 17th birthday. Per Jesse Jr., quote, leaving Plattsburgh, the guerrillas crossed the Missouri River to Independence. 4 miles from Independence, there was a disorderly house, i.e. a whorehouse, kept by several women, and it was a resort for the officers of the federal garrison of Independence. The guerrillas set up a trap to catch these officers. Jesse James, dressed as a young girl, rode up on horseback to the house and called its mistress out. Imitating the voice and manner of a girl, my father told her that he lived not far away, that he was a girl fond of adventure, and would like to come to the house that night, bringing 2 or 3 neighbor girls to have a good time. Wink, wink. I added the wink, wink. The mistress of the house consented, and the supposed girl on horseback said he and the other girls would be there that night. The mistress sent word at once to the federal officers in Independence that 4 new girls would be at her house that night. It was after dark when Jesse James and the other guerrillas rode up to the house, and dismounting, crept up and peered in at the windows. 12 federal officers were in there with the women. No guards or sentinels were out. The Federals felt secure. All the company was in one room, 5 women and 12 men. A cheery fire blazed and crackled on the hearth of the old-fashioned fireplace. Jesse James, with 5 men, went to one window. Bill Gregg, with 4 men, went to another. Each of the 9 guerrillas in the darkness outside selected his man. At a signal that had been agreed upon, there was a crack of 9 revolvers. It sounded like the discharge of a single gun. The glass shivered in 1,000 bits, crashed, and 9 of the federal soldiers fell dead at that first volley. The remaining 3 fell dead an instant later. The guerrillas mounted and rode away. End quote. Now, I can't vouch for how true that is, but it did indeed come from Jesse's own son in a book published in 1899 titled Jesse James, My Father. This is the same son, by the way, who'd go on to play his daddy on the big screen in Jesse James Under the Black Flag. Fun fact, the outlaw Jesse James also had a nickname, and that nickname was Dingus. Yeah, Dingus. Probably not the coolest nickname for the most famous bandit of all time, but hey, what are you going to do? Now, as to how he garnered that particular handle, it's thought that at some point during the war, Jesse accidentally shot the tip of his finger off, either trying to load or clean one of his revolvers. And when he did so, he let loose with a string of profanities, including the phrase, "This is the Dodd Dingus pistol I ever saw." And well, I guess the name stuck. His fellow guerrillas, and even his older brother Frank, took to calling him Dingus from then on. There are alternate theories, though. Not for the nickname, but for how the injury occurred that caused him to yell out Dingus. One that I mentioned previously in this series is that he lost the finger in battle when the bushwhackers were trying to kill a Union man named Solomon Bigelow. Another theory is that it occurred before Jesse was even riding with the guerrillas. I guess the idea is that maybe Frank left behind one of his guns there at the farm. Young Jesse got a little too excited looking it over, and as tends to happen when kids are left with firearms unattended, the damn thing decided to reach out and give him a love bite. Now, as to which one of these theories is the most plausible, I'll leave that up to you. That said, according to fellow Missouri bushwhacker Jim Cummins, the injury went down in June of 1864 after Jesse had already joined up. And according to Jim, Jesse was attempting to load his revolver when it happened. Like I said, I did touch on this briefly earlier on in the series, but the only thing is, I mistakenly and very stupidly and idiotically said that it was the tip of Jesse's left index finger that was shot off. Well, my brothers and sisters in Christ, I lied. It was, in all reality, the tip of his left middle finger, not his left index finger. Story of my life, off by just a half an inch. Now, if you're a new listener, today is going to be a little different than what we normally do. We are currently in the middle of a series on the great Jesse James, and today is when part 3 was supposed to come out. But unfortunately, I came down with a pretty serious case of the flu, along with a few other setbacks, so I'm just a tad bit behind on schedule. But that's okay because we still got plenty to discuss, namely the Missouri bushwhackers and their righteousness or lack thereof. But first, a few more clarifications and corrections. And please stick around to the very end because I will be sharing my thoughts regarding the new series American Primeval. Okay, so let's answer a few emails. Got a nice one recently from listener Steve, where he wrote the following. Josh, great episode on Jesse James. However, just a couple of things that were incorrect. Number one, the city of Glasgow is pronounced Glasgow. Number two, Bloody Bill was not killed in present day Albany, Missouri. He was killed in present day Orick, Missouri in the Battle of Old Albany. According to a friend of mine who was a local historian, the town was named after a river ford. It should be noted that Albany, Missouri and Orick, Missouri are about 90 miles apart. And three, just as a little side note, Missouri's Confederate militia was known as the Missouri State Guard. The Union militia was known as the Missouri State Militia. All right, thank you, Steve. So yeah, from what I can tell, there were several different militias operating there in Missouri during the Civil War. Like Steve said, you had the Missouri State Militia, which fought on the side of the Union. And same goes for the enrolled Missouri Militia, which I believe were also known as the Paw Paws. And then, of course, you had the Missouri State Guard, who fought for the Confederates. That was the outfit that Frank James was initially part of before he began riding with Quantrill. Regarding the location of Bloody Bill Anderson's death, so there was once upon a time two separate Albanys in Missouri simultaneously. There was present-day Albany and then Orick, which at the time of Anderson's death was still known as Albany. Matter of fact, when Albany/Orick tried to apply for a post office, they were denied on account of there already being in Albany, Missouri. To the best of my knowledge, they wouldn't take on the name of Orick until 1869, after Anderson's death. As far as the pronunciation of Glasgow or Glasgow, that's my bad. Y'all know me, there's just some words I cannot say correctly. I'm just glad I got Centralia right this time, or at least I think I did. Next comes listener Arvid, love that name by the way, who writes, "Hi Josh, really love your show and glad to see how much you know about the Missouri Bushwhackers. Your new episode is great, however, as a history student, I have a few suggestions. Bloody Bill only had one sister die in the jail collapse, Josephine. Another one crippled for life, and another one suffered minor injuries. For the book Quantrill in Texas, the main reason Anderson visited Ben Lewis is because the man issued a $6,000 reward for Anderson's capture. Also, same record said Anderson did rape and said he carried 15 pistols on his belt and tortured the man for 2 hours. Larry Wood, in his 2021 interview on the Show Me Murder podcast, thinks Anderson didn't do rape, but it's up for you to believe if he did or not. Lewis actually lived longer than Anderson, not died the next day. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Arvid." And yeah, that was my mistake. I don't know where I read that Lewis died of his injuries the following day, but I did look into it after reading this email, and sure enough, it appears as if he passed away on February 1st, 1866. So he did indeed outlive Anderson by over a year. According to at least one account I found, he still died of his wounds sustained from that beating, though. So I guess he just never fully recovered. Arvid is also correct about Anderson's sisters. I haven't gone back and listened, but I think earlier in the series I may have said that two of his sisters died in the building collapse and another one was injured, but it was the other way around. One died and two were injured. As far as the rape allegations, what Arvid is referring to here is Bloody Bill Anderson allegedly molesting one of Benjamin Lewis's servant girls in Glasgow in October of 1864. By the way, once again, thank you, Arvid and Steve. Great feedback. I really appreciate it. Now, as far as I know, the only source showing that Anderson harmed that servant girl comes from a paper out of St. Louis, the Missouri Democrat. According to the correspondent from St. Louis, Anderson and another man, quote, took a Negro girl of 12 or 13 years old into another room, and both of them ravished her by turns. Supposedly, more of Anderson's men came back later on that day and did the same to two additional female servants. Age is unknown. As far as whether or not that's believable, as Arvid so astutely pointed out, that's pretty much up for us to decide, depending on what sources we choose to put our faith in. That paper out of St. Louis was not a pro-Confederate newspaper, so they may have possibly been motivated to spread some nefarious rumors. But then again, it's also possible that the other papers that had more of a Confederate bias left it out of the story on purpose, so as not to paint the guerrillas in a bad light. I will say this much, though. Something I didn't yet bring up, just because I wasn't aware of it until very recently, but apparently, a little over a week before Anderson and his men hit Glasgow, they terrorized a German settlement just 30 miles away over in Lafayette County. Years later, an eyewitness, Louis Meyer, would recall the attack's aftermath when he stated, "It was a terrible sight among the moaning and the dying, the popping of guns, and the shrieking of the women folk. who were vainly fighting to keep the beast from assaulting them. All women were criminally attacked. Some had to serve 5 men. Some old women were 75 years old but were still attacked, and to make hell complete, a dozen houses were set on fire. End quote. Full disclosure, but Meyer wouldn't write of what he witnessed until he was an old man, so like 6 decades after the fact. So is this story true? And if so, how widespread were these types of incidents? Right out of the gate, I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of lean towards the bushwhackers, probably, for the most part, not engaging in this type of behavior all that often. Just simply because there's not a whole lot of evidence for it outside of a few cases, like Myers or what happened over in Glasgow. However, that said, there is evidence. Even Bloody Bill Anderson would publicly threaten to do as much in a letter that he wrote to Union General Egbert Brown. Quote, I will have to resort to abusing your ladies if you do not quit imprisoning ours. End quote. Of course, he's referring to how General Brown had recently arrested women over in Lexington who were thought to have been aiding the guerrillas. And that letter was written just a few weeks before the attack on Z Germans. Also, I guess it sort of depends on what your definition of abusing is. Worth noting that this was their third assault on that community. They had came through twice before, pausing only to murder any of the men who were members of the enrolled Missouri militia. When they came back for round 3, the Germans put up a fight, and that's when they allegedly raped their women. If Meyer is to be believed, which, remember, he was an eyewitness, then I do think there's a very strong likelihood that what the bushwhackers did to those German women was just their own twisted version of revenge, either for putting up a fight or just for the Southern women who were imprisoned over in Lexington. You did something I don't like to an innocent person aligned with my side, so I'm going to do something you don't like to an equally innocent person aligned with your side. And on and on and on it goes. Which I think is a good segue into what I'd like to discuss next. And this is something I've been meaning to talk about for quite some time, years actually. Okay, so someone else hit me up recently and stated the following. I find it ironic that when the irregulars and their atrocities, he put atrocities in quotation marks, and their atrocities are brought up, it's almost always the Confederates, like those under Quantrell, Anderson, and Poole, who are brought up. Hardly anyone ever talks about the atrocities done by Union irregulars, like those under Lane, for example. Quantrell didn't pick Lawrence, Kansas at random. There was a unit of irregular cavalry there, and a goodly number of the men killed at Lawrence were members of that militia unit or actively supported them. Lane was also supposed to be there, but bravely ran away when he saw what was happening. End quote. Okay, so a lot to unpack here. First, it's important to point out that there were only a handful of Yankee soldiers there in Lawrence at the time of the attack. That's most likely why it turned out to be such a total massacre. Had there been more soldiers, then the guerrillas may just have had a nice little fight on their hands. Or to be more accurate, if there were more soldiers, the guerrillas probably wouldn't have even attacked Lawrence to begin with. Turns out, about a month prior to the massacre, the Army received intel that the bushwhackers were getting ready to attack. As a result, General Ewing sent a company of infantry to reinforce the scant garrison there at Lawrence. But by mid-August, when the attack failed to materialize, these same troops were pulled out. The only soldiers remaining in Lawrence when Quantrell and Anderson showed up just a few days later were a small bunch of brand new recruits. Not only were they untrained, but they were also unarmed. Even Quantrell would later admit, when asked why he didn't hit Lawrence a couple weeks earlier, quote, you were expecting me then, but I have caught you napping now. So please, don't get it twisted that this was some sort of a noble battle as opposed to a true blue massacre. The guerrillas specifically waited for the soldiers to leave before they attacked. And when they did attack, there was pretty much zero resistance. They were not fighting soldiers, they were slaughtering civilians. As to how many of the residents of Lawrence were also part-time members of the local militia, that I don't really know. I'm sure that was the case for some of them, but the fact remains the bushwhackers did make it a point to wait until the soldiers cleared out before they attacked. Remember, they tried to do the same shit over in the town of Fayette later on, 250 guerrillas, and they got their asses handed to them by just 30 or possibly as many as 50 well-dug-in men from the Missouri State Militia. These dudes were not bulletproof, and they didn't always win. Okay, so as to why almost nobody ever mentions the atrocities committed by the opposition, aka the United States Army or even the pro-Union militias out of Kansas and Missouri, well, first of all, let me just state that I do not believe that's the case. And I don't think that's the case because I literally cannot open up my mouth and say anything about the bushwhackers without dozens of people popping up and reminding me that there were also bad people fighting for the Union. But hey, if what you're looking for is someone to condemn guys like Jim Lane, well, then you have most definitely come to the right place. So turn up the volume, lean in close, and listen to the words emanating from my luscious yet ruggedly handsome mouth. Yes, it's true. There were groups aligned with the Union Army, men like Jim Lane, who also did bad things in Missouri during the Civil War. Yep. And if they were here right now, I would give them a very stern talking to. Newsflash, bad people do bad things. I don't care if we're discussing Missouri in the 1860s or ancient Greece or, I don't know, the Korean War. Pretty much every conflict in all of recorded history is rife with atrocities. Hell, every natural disaster is rife with atrocities. There's always going to be somebody ready to take advantage of or otherwise turn a profit on calamity. Now, for those of you not aware of Jim Lane, he was a Kansas politician and a pretty radical abolitionist who led his own series of raids throughout Missouri, doing pretty much exactly what the guerrillas under Anderson were doing: looting, plundering, and a whole hell of a lot of murdering. Only difference is that Lane hid his actions under the stars and stripes. He and his troops would shoot boys as young as 11, string up old men, burn down farms. Hell, they even did their own little version of the Lawrence Massacre, just at a much smaller scale. On September 23rd, 1861, they struck the town of Osceola. Not only did they leave it smoldering and its 2,000 plus citizens destitute, but they also held a mock trial and murdered 9 locals. This was not sanctioned by the U.S. Army, as far as I know, much in the same way that many of the guerrillas' actions weren't sanctioned by the Confederate Army. The attack on Osceola should not have occurred, and the world is a far worse place because people like Jim Lane ever existed. Okay, I want to make that abundantly clear. See how easy it is not to be so tribal? But then again, that's not really what we're talking about, is it? Remember that comment I shared earlier, how the guy put the word atrocities in quotation marks? While there are many legitimate reasons to place words in quotations, I'm pretty sure, given the context, that they were used here to denote sarcasm or irony. But I guess I just don't really understand where the irony begins. Jesse James rode with Anderson and Quantrell during the war. That's a fact. He was right there with them, gunning down unarmed prisoners and stealing from civilians and murdering his own neighbors. That's also a historical fact. I can't tell the story of Jesse James without also talking about the bushwhackers. And I'm sorry if that offends anyone's sensibilities, but I can't talk about the bushwhackers without also bringing up their various atrocities. I mean, did they stop being atrocities just because there were also militias from Kansas who did the same thing? I don't really understand the logic here. Or do you just not think that anything done during wartime should be considered an atrocity? Or at least nothing done by your side? Now, I could be wrong here, but I'm not personally aware of anyone who considers Jim Lane to be a hero. But I do know many, many people who think that Bloody Bill Anderson, William Quantrell, and Jesse James were heroes. But as to why nobody ever brings up any of the atrocities committed by the likes of Jim Lane, that's mostly because nobody even knows who in the hell the man is. Keep in mind that your average American gets their history from movies and TV shows, right? And the only movie I can think of that portrays Jim Lane is The Outlaw Josie Wells, which also portrays Bill Anderson and the Bushwhackers in a very positive light. They're the good guys, in the movie at least. And Lane and the Redlegs out of Kansas are without a doubt the bad guys. Jesse James, on the other hand, has been portrayed in God only knows how many movies, at least 2 or 3 dozen. And he's almost always shown as a freedom fighter, or at very least a very sympathetic figure. This is the popular narrative, not only for Jesse James, but for the Bushwhackers in general. Sure, they may have been bad guys, but they were our bad guys. The ones doing their level best to fight an even greater evil known as the Kansas Jayhawkers, or the Redlegs, or Yankee Railroads, or insert whatever villain you want to blame on Jesse's actions. I mean, come on, the James boys and Bill Anderson, they were just victims of their times, pushed to acts of violence by them mean old Yankee carpetbaggers. Like I said, this has always been the popular narrative regarding Jesse James, even before the movies were made. And some of these movies, major blockbusters, are nothing but propaganda pieces. You ever seen American Outlaws? Good God Almighty. The truth, however, isn't so glamorous. Turns out Jesse's brother Frank enlisted with Confederate militia prior to any of the bad stuff that happened later on to the James family. And he likewise joined up with Quantrell's Raiders prior to any of that bad stuff. Yes, a pro-Union militia did arrest Frank James. But do you know why the militia arrested Frank James? Was it because he was just a young, virile son of the South minding his own business? Or was it because he was aiding and abetting the guerrillas? You know, the same ones who were going around murdering people. And yes, that arrest was before Frank himself was a member of the guerrillas. Now, later on, another militia would indeed arrive at the James farm looking for Frank. And when they couldn't find him, they beat the shit out of Jesse and tortured his stepfather. That is something that did happen, something that I thought I described in pretty good detail at the beginning of this series. But you know what I didn't describe, because I didn't feel it was necessary to the story, was why the militia showed up at the James farm in the first place. Well, as it turns out, Frank and the bushwhackers had been pretty active leading up to that particular confrontation. For instance, on the morning of May 19th, 1863, they dry gulched a lieutenant with the 25th Missouri, he and his guide and 3 of his soldiers. And when they tried surrendering, the bushwhackers shot him dead. They then rode to Missouri City and spent the entire rest of the evening looting, i.e., taking things from civilians that did not belong to them. They left the following day and did pretty much the exact thing up in neighboring Clinton County, what historian T.J. Stiles described as a plundering raid, before finally stopping to rest at the James farm. And that militia that then showed up at the farm looking for said plundering guerrillas was straight out of Clinton County. In other words, the raid on the James farm and the mistreatment of Jesse was in direct response to a metric shit ton of plundering, stealing, and killing. Now, let me be perfectly clear yet again. All of that plundering does not excuse the way the militia treated Jesse James or his stepfather Reuben. Once again, do you see how easy this is? I can condemn both. Just because I don't like what that militia did to Jesse's stepfather doesn't mean I'm going to bend over backwards defending the bushwhackers. That militia was wrong to beat a 15-year-old boy. They were wrong to torture a civilian. And yes, Frank and the bushwhackers were also wrong in killing a bunch of non-combatants and stealing shit from defenseless families. Now, if you really want to get down to the nut cutting, it's my opinion, and the opinion of several actual legit historians, not all of them, but many of them, that the destruction caused by groups like the Jayhawkers paled in comparison to the actions of the bushwhackers. And don't you worry, I will go much more in depth on this once we actually do that series on Quantrell. Now, if you're still interested in hearing more about the atrocities committed by the Redlegs, Jayhawkers, and their ilk, you know, the ones that nobody ever mentions, the book that I keep bringing up throughout this entire series, Jesse James, The Last Rebel of the Civil War by T.J. Stiles, does do a pretty good job of documenting abuses committed by Union authorities right there in Clay County where Jesse lived. Link down below. I can assure you there is no grand conspiracy trying to make the James boys or the guerrillas look like bad people, while at the same time defending Jim Lane. I'm not holding back any information from you, at least not on purpose. When it comes to history, something either did or did not occur, right? And when I think it's important, when I think that it'll benefit the story, I will add as much context as possible. You have my word on that. And if I miss anything that you do think is important, please feel free to let me know. Josh at wildwestextra.com. But I can't just stop every other paragraph to list off a litany of evil committed by other people who are playing very tiny roles in the story just so your guy can look better. As far as I know, the James brothers never even made contact with Jim Lane. So yes, there were bad things done by both sides. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, I just want to make that very clear. But this idea that the majority of the bushwhackers were poor victimized farmers whose only motivation was to avenge their dead loved ones is patently false, false, false. I mean, hell, for the most part, the bushwhackers were just like Frank and Jesse. They came from well-to-do slave-owning families, and they weren't directly affected by the various atrocities until they themselves were already knee-deep in the violence. Don't get me wrong, many of the bushwhackers did lose loved ones and friends to the Union, innocent loved ones and friends. I'm not trying to take that away from them. I have no doubt that each and every one of these men fought for reasons entirely their own. But like I said, for the most part, the guerrillas fighting under Quantrell and Anderson, Jesse James included, were true believers in the Southern cause. That was their main motivation, as evidenced by them continuing to support and defend the cause long after the war was over, both in blood and in the pages of pro-Confederate newspapers. And part of the reason why Jesse was able to operate as long as he did was due to political support. His motivations had way more to do with opposing the radical Republicans and their legislation than it did with avenging past wrongs committed by the Kansas Jayhawkers. Now, another question I get asked often is why some historical figures from the Old West, guys like Clay Allison or King Fisher, why aren't they as famous as guys like Jesse James or Billy the Kid or even Wyatt Earp? And the reason almost always has to do with when or how their stories were initially written. And those initial stories are crucial in how we currently perceive history. For example, I've spoken about this a million times, but in 1926, an author by the name of Walter Noble Burns published the saga of Billy the Kid. And in doing so, he made William H. Bonney a household name. Burns gave the exact same treatment to Wyatt Earp the following year with his book Tombstone, an Iliad of the Southwest. Without Burns, there's a very good chance that Earp and the Kid would still be relatively unknown. And even taking Burns out of the equation, we still have a very skewed idea of Billy the Kid just based on Pat Garrett's so called biography. And even with modern historians correcting the bad history from a century past, people still have very skewed ideas of the real Billy the Kid and the real Wyatt Earp. Much like with Jesse James, most people are just forming their opinions based on the movies. And those movies, unfortunately, are largely based on those initial biographies. Why? I don't know. I guess they're more exciting. And the same goes for Wild Bill Hickok. His myth was largely created by George Nichols in that famous write up for the Harper's New Monthly magazine. We know for a fact that the Nichols article is full of inaccuracies and outright lies, and yet these lies persist and are believed to this very day. And when it comes to Jesse James, and to a lesser degree, guys like Bloody Bill Anderson, their legends were largely set in stone by a guy we discussed earlier in the series named John Newman Edwards. It was Edwards who propped Jesse up as a hero in the pages of the Kansas City Times, and later on, the St. Louis Dispatch. He did the same to Anderson and Quantrell in his book, Noted Guerrillas, which was published in 1877. Pretty much what the Lost Cause did to create heroes out of guys like Robert E. Lee or Nathan Bedford Forrest, Edwards did to Anderson and Jesse James, especially by promoting the idea that they were Robin Hood types who, through absolutely no fault of their own, were forced to take up arms after being horribly persecuted. And this myth is still how most people view Jesse James, regardless of what men like Jim Lane did or didn't do. Look, did the James family suffer abuse? Absolutely. Yes, they did. And they would continue suffering even after the war ended, especially after the war ended, if you want to be honest. We haven't even gotten there yet, but wait until you find out about the bomb through the window incident. Very bad, and it never should have happened. However, two wrongs don't make a right, or at least that's what my grandma told me. I don't know. I guess I just don't understand why this is such a hard concept for people to grasp. If my wallet gets stolen, I'm not then going to burn my neighbor's house to the ground when he had nothing to do with it. If someone busts out the window of my truck, I'm not going to drive 200 miles and shoot some poor bastard who wasn't even involved. But Josh, they killed Bloody Bill Anderson's sister. Yeah, well, tell that to that little black girl that Anderson raped. What the fuck she have to do with anything? What did those German women have to do with it? Some of them elderly women. What about that young girl that one of the bandits shot in the leg while robbing that fair? What about all the innocent people that they killed while holding up banks and trains? If you're going to choose a life of crime, you can't then get butthurt when people call you out for doing horrible things. And by the way, you can also miss me with the whole war is hell excuse. A lot of men go to war, but they don't all rape little girls. They don't all execute unarmed prisoners and torture civilians and take food out of the mouths of innocent children. I think a lot of the times, if I say anything that could be perceived as negative about the Confederates, people take it as a personal insult to their great, great, great granddaddies. And to that, all I can say is this: I was born and raised in Texas. Every single one of my people who were of age during the Civil War served in the Confederate Army. Every single one of them. And I'm not ashamed of that. I'm pretty sure they were doing what they thought was their duty. Contrary to popular belief, not every soldier in the Confederate Army was a slave owner. Matter of fact, the majority were not. I think it's something like only 30% that had slaves or were from slave owning families. So, no, not everyone who fought for the South were snarling at the mouth monsters whose only goal in life was to persecute black people. And no, not everyone who fought for the North were enlightened saints with intentions as pure as the driven snow. Just because I'm not a fan of the Southern cause doesn't mean that I think Confederate soldiers were evil. I cannot support a war, but still have respect for the rank and file fighting men. And those rank and file soldiers during the Civil War, on both sides, for the most part, conducted themselves honorably. Everything in life, and history for that matter, is made of varying shades of gray. Sometimes answers can be difficult, and sometimes it takes a whole lot of nuance to get to the bottom of things. Oftentimes, we may never truly understand what motivates people, but we shouldn't use that lack of understanding to try to turn villains into heroes or to attempt to justify the unjustifiable. Like I said, a lot of men fought for the South who conducted themselves honorably, but it's my opinion that the same cannot be said for the guerrillas. Their only code, so far as I can tell, was to strike terror in the hearts of pretty much everybody, soldiers and civilians alike, like terrorists. And a lot of innocent people suffered and died along the way. And yes, the same goes for Jim Lane and his outfit. I'm also not a fan of most of the home guard units. I don't know, man. I guess I just never really bought into the idea that the ends justify the means. If your goal is to win a war, and the only way you can win it is by killing a bunch of innocent people without any semblance of due process, then maybe, just maybe, you're fighting for the wrong side. Now, with all of that said, please do not misconstrue my words and think I'm trying to take away anything from these guys as far as their bravery is concerned. Okay? Jesse James was no coward. Neither were Quantrell or Anderson. When Anderson died, he was charging headfirst into the Viper's den, guns blazing. That takes balls. Jesse and his brother Frank rode into battle against overwhelming odds on multiple occasions. That takes balls. Courage was not something that could be found lacking among the Missouri bushwhackers. Like it or not, you can be the biggest, bravest badass in the world, but that don't necessarily make you a decent role model or even a decent human. Now, this next part is totally anecdotal, but I know of a man who stormed a beach on D-Day, fought his way across Europe, and in doing so, he helped save the entire world from fascism. Once again, that takes balls. And then, when he came home, he molested his own children. We as humans can be capable of unbelievable acts of heroism, while also at the same time being capable of committing the most vile atrocities imaginable. Just because someone is a Navy SEAL doesn't mean I want to leave them alone with my kids. And just because someone was a Missouri bushwhacker doesn't mean that they were good, upstanding citizens. You put a rifle in a teenager's hand and send them off to war, bad things are bound to happen. That's where leadership comes into play, and moral fortitude. Sometimes it takes a whole lot of courage just to control your people and ensure that things don't get too far off the rails. Sometimes doing the right thing takes more balls than doing the popular thing. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of Hugh Thompson. Exactly. Mr. Thompson was a helicopter pilot during the Vietnam War, credited with stopping several killings during the My Lai massacre. And later on, he would testify against those who were doing the killing. And due to Mr. Thompson's actions, he received death threats. He was ostracized not only by the public, but also members of the government, even the U.S. military. Dude suffered greatly for what he did, not just from PTSD, but later on from alcoholism. It would have been much easier for Thompson to turn a blind eye. War is hell, right? Bad things happen. But instead, he stood his ground. And thanks to him, at least a few of the women and children made it out alive. There are people living right now as a direct result of Thompson's heroism. As far as I'm concerned, that takes more balls than squeezing a trigger. So why am I saying all this? Well, I think sometimes people get a little confused about what exactly it is that I do. The Wild West Extravaganza is a history podcast where we discuss real life people and events from the Old West. But at the same time, I don't necessarily prop anyone up as a hero. And partly that's just the way I'm wired. I've never really been big on putting people up on pedestals, whether it's an athlete, a celebrity, or a politician, especially a politician, or even Old West gunfighters. Last I checked, Jesse James put on his pants one leg at a time, just like everybody else. And just like everybody else, the man was not perfect. We all have flaws. So if you think I'm not properly edifying whoever your pet outlaw or gunfighter is, my apologies. But I can promise you, I do not have some sort of bone to pick with Jesse James or Bill Anderson or whoever I happen to be talking about at any given moment. I'm just as fascinated with these people as you are. There's a reason we're still talking about these guys over 100 years after their death. But being fascinated and being a hero don't necessarily go hand in hand. You know who else fascinates me? The Mafia. I'm being totally serious. I love movies like Goodfellas and Casino. I love reading about these guys, watching YouTube videos about them. Shout out to Mikey Scars on YouTube. But you know what? I am under no illusions as to what type of people they are in real life. These mob guys are not role models, and they're not heroes. Most of them spend their entire careers preying on others, And it's my opinion that militia groups like the Kansas Redlegs and the Missouri Bushwhackers were no better. Many of them were just bullies, and they spent way more time during the war attacking the defenseless than they did grown men who could shoot back. This is not a bash the Confederates podcast or a vilify the Missouri Bushwhackers power hour. But also, at the same time, it's not a get down on your knees and suck an outlaw's dick hour either. I'm going to tell this shit how it happened to the best of my ability, hopefully in a very accurate and entertaining manner. I'm not perfect. There's always going to be mistakes, but I promise you, I am not trying to make Jesse James or whoever look bad to boost my own ego. I'm not trying to make him look bad, period. I'm just telling his story. Hell, there's even some stuff, which we'll get to in the weeks to come, that I actually admire Jesse James for. So keep listening, but please stop it with the whole victim mentality. Believe it or not, I do try to offer up both sides of the story. Nobody's suppressing the truth to make your heroes look bad. And besides, do you know who the real heroes are? They're the ones who wake up every morning and go into their normal jobs. And they get a distress call from the commissioner. They take off their glasses and change the capes and they fly around fighting crime. Those are the real heroes, okay? Not the bushwhackers. By the way, before we wrap things up, I just want to really hammer this final point home. It is perfectly okay if you and I don't agree on everything. Even this. All I'm doing is sharing my own personal opinion, and I want you to feel comfortable doing the same. If we don't see eye to eye, who cares? I ain't mad at you. All that I ask is that you don't be an asshole about it. Plenty enough of that going around as it is. In the spring of 1874, the Pinkertons sent 3 of their best down to Missouri, hoping to put a stop to Jesse James. One of the detectives, Joseph Witcher, arrived in the town of Liberty on March 10th, stopping at a hotel where he made the mistake of registering under his real name. He then paid a visit to Clay County Sheriff George E. Patton, explaining his intentions to go undercover as a traveling laborer, and hopefully, fingers crossed, infiltrate the James farm. Next, Witcher stopped at a bank, depositing $50, while at the same time informing the bank's president of his plans. As I'm sure you can imagine, the banker was appalled by Witcher's lack of discretion. After all, the James boys were proven killers. They were extremely wary of outsiders, and here was this Witcher guy boldly announcing his plans, seemingly to all who would listen. That being the case, he was quickly taken to a back room and told to stay put, while the banker fetched the former sheriff, O.P. Moss. And Moss was likewise astounded. Tried his best to talk Witcher out of it, saying that if Jesse and Frank didn't kill him, then the old woman would. The old woman, of course, being Jesse's mother, Zerelda. Nevertheless, Detective Witcher had a job to do. He soon caught a train to nearby Kearney, sent one last telegraph to his boss, and set off down the road on foot, bound for the James farm. And when his body was discovered the following day, it had 3 new bullet holes in it, courtesy of rebel revolvers. Legend has it that a note was stuck to Witcher's corpse that read, "This to all detectives." Just a few days later, 2 more Pinkertons caught up with Jesse James' allies, John and Jim Younger. And when the smoke cleared, there was one less Pinkerton in the land of the living. Naturally, the agency's founder, Alan Pinkerton, vowed revenge. Quote, "I know that the James and the Youngers are desperate men, and that when we meet, it must be the death of one or both of us. My blood was spilt, and they must repay. There is no use talking. They must die." Join me today as we discuss the war between the Pinkertons and Jesse James, a bloody feud that would culminate in an ill-advised attack on the James farm, and the tragic death of Jesse's 8-year-old brother. We'll also be talking about that quote-unquote special device that was thrown through the window. You know the one. Was it really a bomb or something else entirely? What in the hell is Greek fire anyway? Why do I have a Band-Aid on my forehead? And just how far would Jesse James go to exact revenge? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Hey, just real quick, if you're watching on YouTube, please ignore the Disney-themed Band-Aid. Just a few minutes ago, I got in a hurry and literally opened a door on my head. Pretty sure I need stitches, but I'm going to worry about that later. For now, the show must go on. Also, I've heard from many of you that I'm not blinking enough, so I don't know, I guess I'll try to blink a little more. All right, so what exactly did Jesse James do that caused the Pinkertons to declare war? Believe it or not, their beef began even before those detectives were killed. For example, on July 21st, 1873, Jesse and his compadres held up a train just outside of Adair, Iowa. And just to ensure that everything went as planned, they arrived early and pried loose several of the rail spikes. Once done, the bandits strung a rope through the loose rails and simply waited. At 8:30 that night, here comes the train right on schedule, slowing down as it approached a curve in the tracks. That's when the outlaws yanked on that rope. The engineer hit the brakes and tried to go in reverse, but by that point, it just weren't no use. 3 of the cars ended up flipping off the tracks entirely, killing said engineer and injuring several of the passengers. As for Jesse James, he quickly worked his way to the express car and pointed a pistol straight at the express messenger's head, telling him that if he didn't hand over the key to the safe, he'd blow his damn brains out. The messenger wisely did as he was told. Only problem was the safe didn't contain near as much money as Jesse was hoping. Meanwhile, 2 of his buddies were likewise robbing the passengers, while at the same time proclaiming, "We are not petty thieves, we are bold robbers. We're robbing the rich for the poor. We're Grangers." End of quote. The entire ordeal would take no longer than 10 minutes, and when the outlaws rode away, they were a little over $2,000 richer. Certainly not the most lucrative heist of all time, but for what it's worth, they had just robbed their very first train. What many to this day consider to be the first train robbery to occur in the West. Now, we will get back to the Pinkertons here in just a moment, I promise, but there are a few things regarding this most recent holdup that I think are worth discussing. Just a moment ago, I mentioned how the outlaws claimed to be Grangers. If you're not familiar, the Grangers were essentially an advocacy group that lobbied on behalf of farmers. And in the early 1870s, the Grangers were not happy with the railroads. Matter of fact, a lot of people, especially in Jesse's home state of Missouri, were not happy with the railroads. Not only were they an example of extravagant wealth in a time of struggle, but they earned that wealth partly off the backs of poor farmers. And in response, the Grangers were just trying to get the farmers easier and cheaper access to the markets, in addition to less restrictions on commerce. But were the James boys actual members of the Grangers? No, as far as I'm aware, they were not. But they were very concerned with their public image. Or I guess I should say Jesse was very concerned. Remember, for the past few years, that newspaper buddy of his, John Newman Edwards, had been singing Jesse's praises, and in doing so, creating the myth that he and the gang were Robin Hood types, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, i.e. the farmers, despite there being very little in the way of evidence of them ever sharing their spoils with anyone but themselves. Consequently, by 1873, it does appear as if Jesse was starting to believe his own hype. Make no mistake about it, his main motivations were monetary, but he was still very careful to cultivate his public image, and pretty much everything he was doing at this point had political undertones. For instance, in addition to shouting out the Grangers, Jesse and his pals also wore hoods of the sort used by the Ku Klux Klan, or at least they did during that train robbery in Iowa. This, much like their nod to the Grangers, was done intentionally. And no, I also do not think that Jesse was a member of the Klan. It was basically just a big PR stunt. By claiming to be Grangers, they could garner some goodwill amongst the populace, many of whom were themselves farmers. And according to historian T.J. Stiles, they wore those hoods to make a public declaration about the South's continued defiance, especially considering that several highly publicized Klan cases were underway at that very moment. Not to mention President Grant recently signing legislation specifically targeting the Klan, something that Jesse's buddy and political mentor, John Edwards, considered tyrannical. Now, in the weeks following that train robbery, the gang sought refuge near the town of Dover, Missouri. But by September, Jesse and Frank were back home in Clay County, where they remained at least somewhat protected. It was during this same period that Governor Silas Woodson placed a $1,000 bounty on Jesse's head. But be that as it may, I suppose a man's got to eat, right? Bounty or no bounty. And that tiny haul from that train in Iowa wasn't going to last forever. So it were that in early January of 1874, Jesse and the gang struck yet again, this time robbing a stage down in Bienville Parish, Louisiana. This was followed by another stage holdup just a few days later outside of Hot Springs, Arkansas. They asked if any of the passengers had fought for the Confederacy, and when one of them raised his hand, his valuables were returned. By contrast, another passenger, who just so happened to have a Yankee accent, got a shotgun aimed at his noggin, but thankfully that's as far as it went. Now, riding with Jesse and Frank on this particular adventure was Cole Younger, along with one of Cole's brothers, possibly John, and another bandit by the name of Arthur McCoy, aka the Mad Irishman. I don't know a lot about McCoy, but he was a bit older than the others. Originally from Ireland, he had allegedly spent time in California during the gold rush before settling down in St. Louis. It was there where he helped form a secessionist group, and later on during the war, he supposedly rode with William Quantrell and the Bushwhackers. I say supposedly because I did have a very hard time locating information on Mr. McCoy. Hell, even his fate is shrouded in mystery. There are some who claim that he died in Texas in the early 1880s, and others who think that he met his demise not long after that robbery at Hot Springs. Whatever the case, I do think it's likely that McCoy remained with Jesse and Cole as they continued their journey north. The bandits crossed back into Missouri on January 27th, and then just a few days later, they robbed the Iron Mountain Express over at Gads Hill. Now, Gads Hill was just a tiny little fart of a town in southeastern Missouri. There was a general store, an old abandoned sawmill, and a platform for the railroad, and that was it. The bandits hit up the store first, stealing around $800 before gathering up the town's scant populace and forcing them to stand on the platform. And when the train finally came rumbling down the line, one of the outlaws began waving a red flag. The conductor hit the brakes, thinking there was some sort of an emergency, and no sooner had he stepped off the train than he was greeted with a pistol pointed directly at his face. From there, it was just a simple matter of disarming the express messenger and once again robbing the passengers. When one of them claimed to be a minister, the outlaws gave him his money back and asked that he say a prayer for him. Finally, they took an additional $50 off the conductor, along with his gold watch, and bid the town adieu. And just to reinforce what I said earlier about PR stunts, Jesse left behind his own press release there on the train, with special instructions that it be telegraphed to the St. Louis Dispatch, the same newspaper where his buddy, John Edwards, was currently working. The release, as written by Jesse, described the holdup as the most daring robbery on record. I don't know about all that, but they did manage to make off with around $2,000. Once again, not the biggest of scores, but hey, I guess it beats working a plow, right? Meanwhile, John Edwards dutifully published Jesse's statement. He also defended the robbery by saying that it and similar crimes were just a natural extension of the policies enacted by their political opponents. Remember, nothing that Jesse James ever did was his own fault. It was always in retaliation for a myriad of offenses committed by the Yankees, both real and imagined. Or so he and Edwards would have us believe. By the way, just real quick, I do want to clarify what an express messenger was and why Jesse and other outlaws were always robbing them. Let's say a bank in Kansas was shipping money to an even larger bank in, I don't know, Chicago. The railroads themselves did not handle these shipments. Instead, they contracted with express companies like Wells Fargo, American Express, or in the case of the Gads Hill robbery, the Adams Express Company. The express messengers were just employees of the express companies, and it was the messenger's job to guard these shipments as they were being transported via the rails, almost in the same way that armored trucks move money around nowadays. And yeah, following that robbery at Gads Hill, it was the Adams Express Company, not the railroad, who called in the Pinkertons. As a result, Allen Pinkerton sent a few of his operatives down to Missouri, one of whom was the aforementioned Joseph Witcher. And well, we already discussed how he met his untimely demise. Only thing is, we don't know for certain who was responsible. If you recall, Witcher left the town of Kearney on March 10th. The next and final time he was seen alive, at least by non-criminals, was early on the morning of the 11th. It was still dark when 3 masked men arrived at a ferry on the Missouri River, claiming to be deputies. They had Witcher laid over a saddle, bound and gagged, and told the ferry operator that he was a horse thief. Then, of course, once they got him across the river, they shot him dead. Per at least one account, he was also tortured, but I wasn't able to verify that. Like I said, we don't know for sure who those 3 men were, but historians do think that at least one of them was Jesse James. According to some accounts, he was joined by Jim Anderson, brother of the late Bloody Bill Anderson, along with the Mad Irishman Arthur McCoy. Others think it was Frank and Clell Miller who accompanied Jesse. Whatever the case, Witcher was dead, and his Pinkerton colleagues wouldn't fare much better. By the way, the day after Witcher's murder, Jesse and Frank rode into Kearney and threatened the residents, telling them to keep their mouths shut. Very similar to what they had done back in 1869 after the close call with Deputy Thomason. As you'll soon learn, not everybody there in Clay County were fans of the James boys. Many were, but there was a small minority quietly working against them. And it was these same people that Jesse and Frank were looking to frighten. Now, like I said earlier, there were two additional Pinkertons there in Missouri at the time of Witcher's death, Detectives Lewis Lull and John Boyle. And joining them in the field was a former sheriff's deputy, a local guy by the name of Edwin Daniels. Just a few days after Witcher's death, the trio stopped at a farm just outside of Monegal Springs, asking for directions. And unbeknownst to them, there at the farm eating dinner were none other than Jim and John Younger, little brothers of the infamous Cole Younger. And, well, I guess they didn't much like the looks of these strangers, so they quickly finished their meal and gave chase. The gunfight that ensued saw John Younger and the former deputy Daniel shot dead. Detective Lull was mortally wounded, and he'd end up succumbing to his wounds just a couple of days later. The only survivors were Jim Younger and Detective Boyle. Jim had took off as soon as he realized that his brother was killed, and Boyle had been riding in the lead and thus was able to escape before the shooting even commenced. And yeah, Alan Pinkerton was not a happy camper. Not only were two of his men killed in a very short span of time, but Jesse James was still just as free as ever. And unfortunately, Pinkerton would end up stooping just as low, if not lower, than the outlaws. And in doing so, he'd caused the death of an 8-year-old boy. We'll get to that here very shortly, but in the meantime, Jesse decided to get hitched. On April 24th, 1874, just a little over a month after John Younger's death, James was wed in holy matrimony to his first cousin, Z. Mims, who, if you'll recall, was named after Jesse's own mother. Their uncle, feels weird saying their uncle, but hey, I guess it is what it is. Their uncle, William James, officiated the wedding at Z's sister's place over in Kearney. At one point, there was a brief scare as strangers were spotted approaching the house, but it turned out to be a false alarm. And following the ceremony, the newlyweds made a beeline to Sherman, Texas for their honeymoon. Sherman, of course, is where Jesse and the bushwhackers would winter during the Civil War. At the time of his wedding, it was also where his sister Susie was living and teaching school. And while Jesse was down there in Texas, he may have possibly held up a stagecoach. As far as I'm aware, this is totally apocryphal, but a stage was indeed robbed just outside of Austin in late April or early May of 1874. I don't believe anybody was ever arrested, but there are many who think that maybe Jesse and a few of his pals were responsible. Older brother Frank would also tie the knot later on that summer, and by late August of 1874, they were right back in Missouri, robbing yet another stagecoach. Apparently, they had gotten wind of a guy named Parson Jennings, who traveled all the way to St. Louis to sell a passel of hogs for a whopping $5,000, or a little over $130,000 in today's money. Rumor had it that Jennings would travel through Lexington on his way back home, and if all went as planned, the James boys would be there waiting to relieve him of all that hard-earned money. Sure enough, on August 30th, Jesse, Frank, and one of the younger boys, not sure which, were lying in wait. Imagine their frustration when they stopped the stage and realized that Jennings was not on board, and neither was his rumored $5,000. Turns out he had came home a day earlier than expected. They still went ahead and robbed the other passengers, though. I guess sometimes when life gives you a wagon full of lemons, you just got to make some good old-fashioned Missouri lemonade, right? Now, believe it or not, one of the passengers, a woman named Maddie Hamlet, actually recognized him. She had known Jesse and Frank during the war and called out to him by name, saying that she was surprised they were pulling such a small job. To which Jesse replied, "Well, I'm a little ashamed of it myself. It's the first time we've ever stooped to such small game, but you needn't call names quite so loud." As they continued relieving the passengers of their valuables, Miss Hamlet began to protest. She demanded that Jesse return the driver's gold watch, which he did. And when Jesse tried to take the coat off of another passenger, she spoke up yet again, but this time Jesse just ignored her. And when they were done, he addressed the crowd, quote, "There is no point in chasing us. We're riding the finest horses in Missouri and we'll be 75 miles away by morning." He then turned his attention to Hamlet and stated, "Goodbye, Miss Maddie. You will never see us again." Now, an interesting aspect of this robbery was that it took place on a bluff in plain view of Lexington, which at that time had a population of around 4,000. And before it was all said and done, at least 100 people had gathered to witness the holdup. Just goes to show how bold Jesse had become. It also proved to be a major embarrassment for Governor Woodson, especially considering he was up for re-election. He and his team ended up reaching out to the St. Louis Police Department, requesting help. And in turn, St. Louis sent a scout by the super cool name of Florney Yancey to track the bandits down. Story has it that Yancey caught up to Jesse and Jim Younger just a few days later, not far from Excelsior Springs, at which point the hunter became the hunted. According to Yancey, he was approaching a dip in the road when Jesse and Jim sprung an ambush. That said, it does appear as if the former scout was more than able to hold his own. He ended up pulling his revolver quick as lightning and returning fire, allegedly blowing Jesse straight out of the saddle. I guess the gunfire also served to spook Yancey's horse, and it took off down the trail, him with it, likely saving his life. And later on that day, Yancey would send his official report to Missouri's lieutenant governor. Quote, "This morning, about 8 1/2 o'clock, I accidentally flushed Jesse James and James Younger near the line of Ray and Clay counties and was forced to fight them. They fired 7 shots at me, and I returned fire. James is wounded, I think badly. I escaped with a shot through my coat. My horse run away with me through the woods, tearing the clothes off of me. I lost my pocketbook and my watch. I start immediately in pursuit with a posse, and I think they cannot escape. James is wounded too badly to escape, and his companion will not leave him." End of quote. Now, obviously, Jesse wasn't quite as injured as Yancey thought, and he would indeed continue to elude capture. Matter of fact, I'm not entirely sure that Jesse was wounded at all. This is just another one of those things I had a very difficult time finding information on. There's just not a lot written about it. That said, I did reach out to historian Mark Lee Gardner. Mr. Gardner, if you're not familiar, is the author of Shot All to Hell, Jesse James, The Northfield Raid, and The Wild West's Greatest Escape. And if I'm not mistaken, he's currently working on a new Jesse James biography as we speak. I asked him about Yancey and if he knew anything regarding Jesse's wounds, and Mr. Gardner is of the opinion that Yancey did not shoot Jesse James. So there you go. If you happen to have additional information, please hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. Now, I have already spoken extensively about Jesse's newspaper buddy, John Newman Edwards, how he was extolling him in the pages of the Kansas City Times and the St. Louis Dispatch. But it wasn't just Newman. Pretty much every other paper there in Missouri with a pro-Confederate bias was doing the same thing. And following that robbery outside of Lexington, they went absolutely wild. The editor of the totally not racist Lexington Caucasian even went so far as to call Jesse out by name. He compared he and his gang to medieval knights and said that their victims should feel honored. Quote, "Lexington has just had the honor of one of their Robin Hood-like visits. The whole proceeding was conducted in the coolest and most gentlemanly manner possible." Now, in the past, these so-called journalists were very careful in the way they covered Jesse. They would claim his innocence with a wink and a nod, while at the same time praising his daring robberies. They even helped establish alibis, reporting that Jesse was living in Montana and later on, after the wedding, Old Mexico. But with that latest article from the Caucasian and the other papers, these alibis were shattered, to the point that even Jesse's mother, Zerelda, had to do a little damage control. She personally wrote to Miss Hattie Hamlet over in Lexington and forced her to make a retraction. Matter of fact, several of the passengers of that latest stagecoach holdup ended up retracting their statements. And if that ain't enough, Zerelda even paid a visit in person to Lexington and sat down with the editor of the Caucasian. She spoke glowingly of her sons, as I'm sure any mother would, and repeated claims of their innocence. Joining her was the former guerrilla Poole, who assured the editor that Jesse and his new bride were still residing in Mexico. Not everyone was buying it, though. To quote historian T.J. Stiles, it had been a good year so far for Jesse James. Just 27 years old, he had achieved a national reputation. He had carried out 2 high-profile robberies, defeated the Pinkertons and the state authorities, outlasted another sheriff, and married his sweetheart cousin. The hard work that he and Edwards had put in over the last 2 years to transform the bandit crew into Confederate heroes had paid off handsomely, as secessionist newspapers rushed to apologize for and even glorify them in their political campaigns. And everything that he loathed, Reconstruction, the Republican Party, even the Democrats' Union faction, showed signs of crumbling. He may have felt invulnerable, but in the countryside surrounding his mother's farm, his enemies were gathering, preparing to strike back. No one he had harassed, bullied, or fought in the decades since he first took to the brush had forgotten him. Not his Unionist neighbors, not the former militia commanders, and definitely not Allen Pinkerton. End quote. Now, we will circle back to the Pinkertons here in just a moment, including their disastrous raid on the James farm, but there are a few more things I think we should discuss just to put everything into proper context. For instance, in early December, Jesse and the boys headed west and held up a train at Muncie, Kansas. And this was basically just a repeat of the Gads Hill robbery. There were nothing there at Muncie but a general store, a blacksmith shop, and a handful of houses. And just like they had done back in January, they rounded up the populace and made them wait on the platform for the train's arrival. The express messenger would later state that when he was confronted by the outlaws, he, quote, readily obeyed, and at their order handed out the contents. One of them took a mail bag, and as I handed out the packages, the other threw them into the bag. I took out $18,000 in currency, $5,000 in gold, and all of the packages of money in the safe. They said they did not want a silver brick that was there, and also gave me back my watch, saying that they did not want my personal property. So yeah, this was a huge score. They ended up getting away with somewhere around $30,000, well over 10 times the amount of money they had gotten in the other train robberies. And back in those days, 30 grand was a hell of a lot of money. As a result, the governor of Kansas placed $2,500 on Jesse's head. Kansas Pacific Railroad added an additional $5 grand, as did the Wells Fargo Express. Now, just to put this money into perspective, several years later, when Billy the Kid was a wanted man, he never had more than a $500 bounty on him. That just goes to show just how famous Jesse James was, and how much of a thorn in the side he was to the powers that be. The newly elected governor of Missouri, Charles Hardin, appealed to the public in his inaugural address, saying that the character of our state and people has been most violently assailed as being wanting in sentiment and efficiency for the maintenance of law and order. I have absolutely no idea what the hell that means, but Hardin followed that up by saying that if Missouri wanted to repair its reputation, then the community needed to be in active support of the law. In other words, stop aiding and abetting these damn criminals. Meanwhile, Edwards and the other pro-Confederate papers continued to defend Jesse. The St. Louis Dispatch printed an editorial claiming that he, his brother Frank, and the Youngers were all but powerless to defend themselves against a, quote, incessant tirade of abuse, and that they were driven to the brush to avoid the cowardly punishment of a crazed and clamorous mob. At the same time, the Lexington Caucasian asserted that their spoils were, quote, just as honestly earned as the riches of many a highly distinguished political leader or railroad job manipulator, end of quote. And I actually kind of agree with that last assessment. To be honest, the only real difference between Jesse James and your average politician is that Jesse stole his money with a gun as opposed to using a lawyer with a briefcase. Now, as good as things were going for Jesse, he and the gang would experience a slight hiccup in early 1875. One of the men who helped him rob that train at Muncie, a guy by the name of Bud McDaniel, got himself arrested. And then just a few months later, in late June, Bud was shot dead by a farmer after escaping jail. As far as I know, though, he did keep his mouth shut, and he never rolled on Jesse and the others. Meanwhile, as I alluded to earlier, Jesse's detractors were quickly and quietly closing in. Remember, Alan Pinkerton was still angry about his men getting killed. And whenever the express companies decided to give up the chase, Pinkerton put up $10,000 of his own money to continue the fight. He also started working a few of Jesse's hometown enemies, one of whom was an attorney by the name of Samuel Hardwick. Described as a quiet and studious man, Hardwick was also an ardent supporter of the Union during the Civil War. And per James biographer Ted Yeatman, Hardwick soon began acting as somewhat of a point man there in Clay County for Alan Pinkerton, even going so far as to recruit another local named Daniel Askew. Much like Hardwick, Daniel was a resident of Clay County. Matter of fact, his property was directly adjacent to the James farm. That being the case, Askew's homestead was used as a staging ground for what was to come. And joining him there on his property was a Pinkerton detective named Jack Ladd, posing as one of Daniel's hired hands. Rounding off the opposition was the Kearney postmaster, Anthony Harsel. A former member of the enrolled Missouri militia, Harsel's home had been burned by guerrillas during the war, and I guess he still held a grudge. According to Alan Pinkerton, Harsel was just helping to keep an eye on the James boys. Whether or not he used his position as postmaster to open mail addressed to the James family remains unclear, but I do think it's likely. With Clay County sufficiently infiltrated, now all they had to do was sit back and wait. And just as soon as Pinkerton's spies reported seeing Jesse and Frank at their mama's farm, that's when they put their plan into action. Now, Pinkerton had already sent one of his men to the arsenal at Rock Island, Illinois, where he procured a shipment of weapons along with a quote-unquote special device. And like I said, just as soon as they got word that Jesse and his brother were at Zerelda's farm, that's when Pinkerton sent a special train carrying around 8 or 9 of his operatives. Their primary objective, of course, was to either kill or arrest Jesse James. But per Alan Pinkerton's orders, they were also to destroy his mother's house. Quote, above all else, destroy the house, wipe it from the face of the earth, end of quote. And yeah, around 7:30 on the night of January 25th, 1875, the detectives offloaded their gear a couple of miles outside of Kearney, right there on the property of Daniel Askew. There was a guide waiting with horses, and after a late dinner, they began traveling through the forest to the James farm. It was about midnight when they arrived, and they immediately began working to set the place on fire. Apparently, they were using hollowed-out tubes, sort of shaped like Roman candles, and filled with some sort of combustible material. These they used on the home's exterior. And when that didn't work, they took one of those special devices and tossed it through a window. Now, as far as I'm aware, nobody knows exactly what this device was. Alan Pinkerton simply called it a ball of fire. One of the James family servants, Ambrose, actually witnessed it being thrown through the window, and he described it as looking like a, quote, ball or something that was red. And Jesse's mother, Zerelda, said it looked like a bowl of fire. Per historian Mark Lee Gardner, it was an evil-looking metal sphere, 7.5 inches in diameter, filled with a highly flammable liquid that, once lit, was designed to both illuminate and start a deadly conflagration. Conflagration. How do you pronounce that word? Conflagration. Conflagration. I don't know. It was meant to illuminate and start a goddamn fire. That's what it was supposed to do. Now, this is purely speculation on my part, but if I had to guess, I'd say that the accelerant that was being used in that mysterious ball of fire device was the same material also used in those tubes. And according to historian Ted Yeatman, that material being used in the tubes was most likely a little something known as Greek fire. Indeed, Pinkerton himself, in a letter written just a couple of days later, admitted that the operatives there at the farm were well supplied with Greek fire. Now, this is some pretty wild stuff. I had never heard of Greek fire before, but believe it or not, it goes all the way back to the Byzantine Empire and the siege of Constantinople. If you've ever seen Game of Thrones, if you remember the Battle of the Blackwater where they used wildfire, well, the real-life Greek fire pretty much worked in the same way. It was extremely flammable, sort of like an ancient version of napalm, and it absolutely devastated their enemies. Hell, it supposedly even kept burning underwater. And the craziest part is, nowadays, nobody knows how to make it. That said, there was a more modern version of Greek fire patented in 1863 by a guy named Levi Short. I don't know the exact ingredients. I'm pretty sure it was just a mix of kerosene and turpentine. But this was almost certainly what they were using in both those tubes and that cast iron ball of fire they tossed in through the window. And just as soon as it landed inside is when all hell broke loose. Jesse's stepfather, Reuben, ran out and began ripping the smoldering siding off the exterior of the house. And when he came back in just moments later, he saw Zerelda trying to kick that flaming ball, so he just scooped it up with a shovel, tossed it in the fireplace. Now, it's generally believed that this was not meant to act as a bomb, but nevertheless, the fire that was already burning in the hearth caused it to overheat and explode. A small piece of shrapnel struck Reuben on the side of his head. Another tore through Zerelda's right arm just above the wrist, and yet another struck their son, Archie, on his left side, burning a hole through his innards. Archie, by the way, was just 8 years old. Meanwhile, as all this was going on, the brave Pinkertons decided to call it quits. By the time Reuben staggered outside and began screaming for help, they had already hauled ass. Doctors were fetched. All total, I think 4 of them ended up visiting the farm that night. And sadly, there just wasn't anything they could do for little Archie. According to Zerelda, quote, after a while, the doctor came in and told me that he couldn't live much longer. I said to him, oh God, receive the soul of my child. Archie heard me and replied, tell Mama I'm better. These were the last words he spoke. I had often thought of what might happen to Jesse and Frank and was prepared to hear most anything. But I never expected to see this. I never thought I should live to see my pet child stricken down at my side. I used to be a woman of fortitude and resolution. It is all gone now. I could stand anything but this. You know, man, it's the kids that are supposed to bury their mamas and daddies, not the other way around. Jesse and Frank may have been outlaws, but I wouldn't wish what happened to Zerelda on my worst enemy. Now, despite what you just heard, Zerelda did indeed have quite a bit of pluck left. Later on the next day, her arm was amputated, with zero anesthetic. The doctor who performed the procedure said that he didn't think he ever saw a human in all of his life who had as much nerve as Zerelda. Hell, she still had enough presence of mind later on that day to give a thorough account of the attack to a coroner's inquest. A large posse was soon sent out to look for the Pinkertons, but they returned empty-handed. The detectives were last seen in the town of Brookfield, and from there they departed for Illinois. As far as I know, none of them were ever held to account for the death of Archie, at least not by the law. Alan Pinkerton and a few of the others were indicted, but so far as I know, nothing ever really came of it. Once again, if you have additional information, please hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. By the way, you may be wondering where Jesse and Frank were on the night of the attack. Well, according to historian TJ Stiles, they had actually been right there at Zerelda's farm earlier that evening, along with their good buddy Clell Miller. They stayed long enough to eat supper and then slipped away once it got dark. That just left Zerelda, her husband Reuben, and the kids, along with 3 servants, 54-year-old Charlotte, 18-year-old Ambrose, and Perry, who at the time was just 6 years old. Interesting little side note about Perry, but he was mixed race, what they called back in those days a mulatto. And it is widely believed that his father was one of the men there on the Samuel/James farm. Possibly Reuben, but considering that Perry was born in 1868, it very well could have been Frank or even Jesse. Now, earlier we discussed how a few of the locals there in Clay County had helped the Pinkertons prepare for that failed attack. One of them, Samuel Hardwick, the attorney, ended up fleeing the state entirely. If I'm not mistaken, the postmaster Harsel did the same. But the James neighbor, Daniel Askew, well, he decided to stay put. Remember, he's the one who allowed the Pinkertons to use his property to stage the attack. And it's there on his property on the evening of April 12th where Jesse James finally caught up with him. According to Askew's wife, he had gone outside to draw some water from the well. As he was headed back, a mystery man, or possibly 2 mystery men, stepped from the shadows. They spoke in hushed tones for several minutes before one of the strangers pulled out a gun and put 3 bullets in Daniel's head. Minutes later, the assassins stopped at a neighboring farm and stated, "We have killed Dan Askew tonight, and if anyone wishes to know who did it, say the detectives did it. Tell his friends to go and bury the damn son of a bitch tomorrow." End quote. Once again, we don't know for certain that Jesse James was the killer, but this was a pretty common practice during his days as a guerrilla. He and his fellow bushwhackers would occasionally murder somebody and then go to the nearest neighbor's house and brag about what they had done. And on this night in question, Jesse was spotted nearby. I suppose it could have been a coincidence. After all, his mother lived right next door, but he certainly did have the motive. Hell, later on, he would even spend several months in Chicago, allegedly, with plans of personally killing Alan Pinkerton. So I doubt he would have balked at shooting Askew. And for what it's worth, the grandson of one of Jesse's half-sisters would later state that, per family lore, the killers were Jesse and Frank James. And yeah, as far as Jesse was concerned, there were still plenty of others who also needed killing. You know, like that lawyer I mentioned earlier, Samuel Hardwick. He may have fled all the way to St. Paul, Minnesota, hoping to escape Jesse's wrath, but little did he know that a special visit was in the works. On September 7th, 1876, 3 heavily armed men stepped inside the First National Bank at Northfield, Minnesota. They immediately pulled their 6-shooters and hopped over the counter, demanding that the cashier open the safe. When he refused, he was viciously beaten, and when another employee made a break for freedom, one of the desperados shot him in the back. Still, though, that brave cashier refused to comply. Meanwhile, the bandits keeping watch outside, including the infamous Jesse James, were likewise facing resistance. And within just a few short minutes, the gang was absolutely riddled with bullets. Turns out the good folks of Northfield weren't quite as docile as the outlaws assumed, and they most definitely were not in the mood to have their bank robbed. This raid on Northfield was the most bold and daring robbery that Jesse James had yet committed. It also proved to be an abject failure, one that spelled the end for the James Younger gang. But what really occurred there in Northfield? Why did Jesse James choose Minnesota as a target? What went wrong during the robbery? And more importantly, just who exactly were those brave citizens who stood up and declared, "Not today"? Hey, just real quick, if you're only interested in hearing about the Northfield raid and nothing else, I did leave a timestamp down below in this episode's description, so please feel free to skip ahead. For everybody else, if you don't mind, I would like to very quickly fill in a few gaps. If you'll recall, it was in late January of 1875 when the Pinkertons attacked the James farm, and that disastrous raid in Northfield wouldn't occur until September 7th, 1876. So what exactly was Jesse James up to in the intervening 19 months? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. He and the boys allegedly held up a post office north of Clinton, Missouri on May 13th, 1875. According to an eyewitness, quote, "We supposed them to be the James or younger boys from the way they proceeded. They were professional hands at the business and stole every cent we had in the world." Naturally, Jesse would publicly deny these accusations. Strangely enough, he'd also give up the names of those he claimed were guilty, including his buddies Clell Miller and Cole Younger. Not only that, but he also provided authorities with addresses where said fugitives could be located, which prompted Cole Younger to write a letter of his own to the newspapers, denying these allegations and saying that he and Jesse were no longer on good terms. Now, there are many who think this was simply a joint effort on the part of the outlaws to make it appear as if there was dissension in the ranks. That said, I do think there was at least a little friction between Jesse and Cole. Remember, Cole was Jesse's elder by almost 4 years, and he very well may have resented the younger man's rapid ascension to leadership. What's more, according to a former Missouri prosecutor, Cole was the only member of the gang who could keep Jesse's murderous tendencies under control. Quote, "Those who knew both men well told me in a number of instances that Cole Younger, at his own peril, prevented Jesse from taking life." End of quote. So who knows, man? Maybe Cole was just growing weary of always having to babysit, and maybe he wasn't all that happy with the way Jesse was conducting himself. For what it's worth, though, they would continue riding together. So apparently, things weren't quite as bad as the papers made them out to be. As a matter of fact, later on that same year, Cole would lead the gang in a bank robbery all the way over in Huntington, West Virginia. Joining him was Thomas Webb, who sometimes used the alias of Jack Keene, Tom McDaniel, brother of Bud McDaniel, who perished after that Muncie train robbery, and possibly Jesse's brother Frank. I say possibly because there does seem to be a bit of disagreement among historians. There are some who think it was Clell Miller as opposed to Frank James. Either way, it was a pretty lucrative heist. They made off with around $10,000 in cash and an additional $5,000 worth of certificates of deposit. The bandits were pursued, and there was a brief skirmish as they escaped into Kentucky, but so far as I'm aware, nobody was injured. At least not until they made the mistake of stopping at a stranger's farm near the town of Pine Hill. I reckon the farmer didn't much like the looks of these 4 desperados riding up to his house, so he opened fire. The next morning, gang member Tom McDaniel was found in the nearby cornfield, mortally wounded. This was followed by the arrest of Thomas Webb over in Tennessee. He'd later be convicted and sentenced to over a decade behind bars. As for Cole and the 4th robber, they remained elusive. But why didn't Jesse James take part in this holdup? Well, I can't really say for certain. I suppose it could have been due to him and Cole butting heads, but I think the most likely explanation is that just a few days prior to the robbery, Jesse and his wife C welcomed their first child, a boy they named Jesse Edward James. That being the case, I do think the most likely scenario is that Jesse just chose to remain home to be with his wife. Of course, by that point, he and Z were already residing in Nashville. It's there where Jesse took on the alias of John Davis Howard, a quiet and unassuming wheat speculator with a penchant for fine horses. He also began spending more and more time at his Uncle George Heights place, just 40 miles to the north. And in doing so, he also got reacquainted with his cousins, Wood and George Jr. According to Jr., Jesse wanted to quit the business, but said he had to make a living. And as the whole world seemed to be pitted against him, and he couldn't do anything else, he kept on with it. George would also claim that Jesse had spent months in Chicago during this same period with the hopes of assassinating Allen Pinkerton. He did locate Pinkerton, but it wasn't enough for Jesse just to walk up and put a bullet in the back of the famous detective's head. He wanted Pinkerton to know who was killing him. Quote, "I want him to know who did it. It would do me no good if I couldn't tell him about it before he died. I had a dozen chances to shoot him when he didn't know it. I wanted to give him a fair chance, but the opportunity never came." Once again, whether or not that's true, I'm not entirely sure. Nevertheless, there is evidence that Jesse would try to do the same exact thing up in Minnesota a year later. More on that here in a bit. Meanwhile, he moved his family to Baltimore. This would actually become a very common occurrence going forward. Anytime Jesse got paranoid, especially after one of his buddies was arrested, like what just happened to Tom Webb, he'd uproot his family and change locations. His brother Frank would also move to Baltimore, and shortly thereafter, per sources, he and Jesse spent around the next several months slowly building a network of narcotics traffickers. Now, I found this to be absolutely fascinating. Not only is it a very underreported period of Jesse's life, but a lot of people just aren't aware that HBO's The Wire was loosely based on he and his brother's activities there in Baltimore. According to show creator David Simon, quote, I wrote the characters of Avon Barksdale and Stringer Bell specifically with Jesse and Frank James in mind. Detectives McNulty and Moreland represent the rank-and-file law enforcement officers who attempted to stymie their illegal narcotics operations in Baltimore. Unfortunately, HBO was not interested in making westerns, so I changed the theme to more of a modern urban vibe. And finally, after months of negotiations, it did receive the green light. End of quote. Gotta love The Wire, by the way. Even though they changed the format, it really is an amazing show. If you haven't seen it already, please do yourself a favor. I know I talk a lot about Deadwood and The Sopranos, but The Wire is definitely right up there with them. And yes, I did totally make up everything I just said about The Wire being based on the James brothers. That was a lie. Also, as far as I know, Jesse and Frank were never involved in narcotics. That said, they did indeed spend about a year in Baltimore. That much was true. And Frank did have a very close call with the Baltimore PD on at least one occasion. He returned home one evening, only to find a bunch of cops milling around outside his house. Frank approached warily, discreetly hiding his pistol under his arm, only to learn that the police were just responding to a death that occurred next door. Per James biographer Ted Yeatman, there would be much closer calls in the months ahead, and the year 1876 would prove to be something of a turning point in the lives of Frank and Jesse James. And yeah, 1876 was most definitely one hell of a year as far as history is concerned. Hell, Chris Wimmer, host of the Legends of the Old West, even wrote a book about it. 1876 is when Custer fell at the Battle of Little Bighorn. It's when the telephone was invented and when Mark Twain gifted us with the adventures of Tom Sawyer. And it's when Wild Bill Hickok drew his last hand. It also just so happens to be the year that Jesse James decided to try his luck up in Minnesota. But first, he had to figure out a way to pay for the trip. And what better way to pick up a little spending money than by robbing a gosh darn train? That being the case, Jesse returned to his old stomping grounds in Missouri in either late May or early June and began assembling a crew. Joining him on this latest endeavor would be his older brother Frank, Cole Younger, Cole's brother Bob, Clell Miller, Charlie Pitts, Bill Chadwell, and a newcomer by the name of Hobbs Carey. Now, obviously, you're already well acquainted with the James boys and Cole Younger. We've also talked quite a bit about Clell Miller, but just as a quick refresher, Miller first joined up with Bill Anderson and the Bushwhackers when he was 14 years old. Skip ahead to 1871, and he helped Jesse rob a bank up in Iowa. He was also present when they robbed that train over in Kansas. Miller may have been a little on the young side, but so far as Jesse and the others were concerned, he was solid. But then again, so was Charlie Pitts, whose real name, by the way, was Samuel Wells. Now, Charlie had actually grown up with the Youngers. Matter of fact, it was Charlie who discovered the body of Cole's father after he was murdered by Kansas Redlegs. A couple months later, Pitt's own father would be shot dead while cheering on the Confederates during the Battle of White Oak Creek. I'm not entirely sure if he ever served with the Bushwhackers, but his older brother would. I also found a source alleging that Charlie's uncle was none other than the infamous guerrilla George Shepard. Also, this next part isn't really important, I just found it interesting, but supposedly, Charlie Pitts had ridiculously small feet. I kid you not, dude wore a size 6. Something tells me he was fond of saying stuff like, it's not the size of the boat, but the motion of the ocean. But hey, I could be wrong. Next comes Bill Chadwell, also known as Bill Stiles. Now, this guy could be a bit confusing. For the longest time, it was assumed that Chadwell was just an alias. But as it turns out, that's not the case. Stiles was the alias, and Chadwell was his real name. He was born in Illinois during the early 1850s, and at some point in the next decade or so, his family would migrate to Kansas. Those who knew him described Bill as a hard-working and inoffensive young man, whose only real flaw was being easily influenced by others. He and Charlie Pitts became good buddies and even robbed a bank together over in Baxter Springs, Kansas, prior to linking up with Jesse James. Next, we've got Bob Younger, the youngest of Cole's brothers. Bob was born a little too late to fight alongside the guerrillas, but he was nonetheless deeply impacted by the war. Years later, he'd state, "If it hadn't been for the war, I might have been something, but as it is, I am what I am." Bob first joined the gang at just 19 years of age, and he helped rob a series of trains in Iowa, Kansas, and Missouri. And finally, we've got the least experienced member of the crew, Hobbs Carey. Originally from Arkansas, Carey's family settled in Missouri in the late 1850s. And by 1875, he was already running buddies with Chadwell and Pitts. He was also acquainted with Cole Younger's half-brother, Bruce Younger. Fun fact, just a couple of years later, Bruce Younger would marry Belle Starr. Allegedly. She got married again to Sam Starr just a couple of months later, so I'm assuming it was not a very happy marriage. Now, regarding Chadwell, Pitts, and Carey, there's a whole lot more involved with their initiation into the gang. But long story short, they were able to work their way into Jesse's good graces, just in time to take part in the next train robbery, one that would occur on the night of July 7th, 1876, not too far from Otterville, Missouri, in a little secluded area known as Rocky Cut. According to one of the rail employees, quote, "The scene was wild. Women shrieked, some fainted, and many of the men crawled under the seats of the cars. Some began to take out their money and jewelry for the purpose of hiding it under the seats, but others, utterly paralyzed, remained in the seats, blanched and trembling. Meanwhile, the yells and pistol shots continued, and the passengers had every reason to believe that a massacre was in progress." End of quote. Thankfully, there was no massacre, but the gang was able to make off with around $15,000. Per usual, they divvied up the loot before disappearing into the countryside. That's when Hobbs Carey made the mistake of heading home and flashing his money around. Authorities caught wind and arrested him on July 31st. And within less than a week, Carey agreed to cooperate. Not only did he confess to robbing that train at Rocky Cut, but he also named several of his accomplices, Jesse James included. And as was Jesse's habit, he immediately sent a letter to the press calling Hobbs both a liar and a poltroon. Poltroon, by the way, is just a fancy way of saying coward. To quote historian Mark Lee Gardner, despite the gang's incredible ability to stay one step ahead of the authorities after each bank or train robbery, their former gang member Hobbs Carey had made it much hotter for the boys than usual. Private detectives, police officers, and citizen posses traipsed all over western Missouri, southeast Kansas, and even northeast Texas. In the meantime, the James Younger gang needed a change of scenery. And yeah, that change of scenery just so happened to be Minnesota. Now, as to why they chose Minnesota, or more specifically Northfield, this too is heavily debated. To the best of my knowledge, none of them had ever been that far north. But then again, Minnesota was home to quite a few northern banks, and those northern banks contained northern money. Also worth noting that one of Jesse's sworn enemies, Samuel Hardwick, was also residing in Minnesota. If you'll recall, Hardwick was the attorney from Clay County who aided the Pinkertons. As soon as Jesse killed Daniel Askew, Hardwick got nervous and moved to St. Paul. And then, of course, Northfield was also home to former Mississippi Governor Adelbert Ames, a guy who represented pretty much everything that Jesse James hated. Ames graduated 5th in his class at West Point. Interestingly enough, that was the same class that Custer graduated from. Not long thereafter, Ames received a commission as lieutenant with the 2nd U.S. Artillery. Ended up getting pretty seriously wounded during the First Battle of Bull Run, but he refused to leave his men on the battlefield, an action that would later earn him the Medal of Honor. And from there, Ames continued climbing the ladder. By May of 1863, he was already a brigadier general, saw action at Gettysburg and numerous other skirmishes before being named as the provisional governor of Mississippi in 1868. And it was there where he stayed until he resigned in 1875. Following years, when he joined his father and brother up in Northfield to help run the family business. He was also one of the primary investors in Northfield's First National Bank. But then again, so was his father-in-law, another despised carpetbagger known as General Benjamin the Beast Butler. It's assumed that it was these connections that caused Jesse to ultimately choose Northfield. That said, I'm not entirely convinced he was aware of any of these details prior to arriving in Minnesota. Truth be told, there's ample evidence that they weren't even planning on robbing any banks and that the trip north was simply a vacation. By the way, joining Jesse up there in Minnesota was pretty much everybody from that last holdup, minus Hobbs Carey, obviously. In his place was Jim Younger. Much like Jesse, Jim had been a child soldier during the Civil War. He was there when Quantrill was killed and ended up being taken prisoner. He was also with his late brother John when they had that gunfight with the Pinkertons. Jim would end up spending a couple of years in California, but by 1876 he was back in Missouri and once again part of the gang. Per historian Ted Yeatman, the gang's mode of travel is likewise disputed. Quote, just how the gang got to Minnesota is described in conflicting accounts, saying that they rode north on horseback, traveled in a covered wagon together, or even moved by train from Missouri. Cole Younger himself would later give different stories. What actually happened may never be known with any certainty. Same goes for the date of their arrival. It can only be said that they arrived sometime in the last 2 weeks of August. End of quote. And yeah, sure enough, by August 23rd, 2 of them checked into a hotel in Minneapolis under assumed names. 3 more of their associates arrived the following day, likewise using aliases. And despite trying to keep a low profile, they stuck out like a bunch of sore thumbs, mostly on account of their southern accents and attire. Not only did they wear spurs and tuck their pants into their boots like country bumpkins, but they also had on matching dusters to conceal their weapons. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to discuss these dusters for just a moment. This is something that the movies get completely wrong. If you've ever seen Frank James starring Rob Lowe and Bill Paxton, or The Great Northfield Raid with Robert Duvall, or even The Long Riders, the dusters shown in those movies are not the same type of dusters worn by the real-life James Younger gang. And we know this because one of them literally left a duster behind in Northfield. You can find a photo online, but the dusters they were wearing didn't even have sleeves. Just an attached cape meant to somewhat protect their arms. And they weren't very long either, just around 44 inches. I actually reached out to my buddy David Lambert. He's an expert not only in Western attire, but Western films. And so far as he's aware, there are no movies as of yet that depict the type of dusters worn by the James Younger crew. Just thought I'd point that out. There were jackets at the time that were very similar to what you see in the movies, sort of like what Deacon Jim Miller is wearing in one of his photos. So they did exist, but that's just not what Jesse and his buddies were wearing when they hit Northfield. So yeah, like I was saying, the boys arrived in Minnesota in late August. And within just a few days, Jesse was paying a visit to a working gal named Molly Ellsworth. Apparently, he and Molly had been acquainted down in St. Louis. And according to her, Jesse said that he was going to, quote, see a man that he knew uptown, end of quote. And historians do believe that this man was Samuel Hardwick, guy I mentioned earlier who helped the Pinkertons attack the James farm. And this was pretty much just a repeat of Jesse's alleged visit to Chicago. According to Mark Gardner, Jesse probably started casing Hardwick's home and his office. And Sam Hardwick, his mind occupied with normal thoughts of work and family, would have gone about his day without the slightest inkling that those burning blue eyes were on him. Yet for whatever reason, Jesse failed to assassinate his quarry. Perhaps Hardwick was out of town and Jesse never saw him, but more than likely, Jesse never felt like he had the perfect opportunity to strike. Mr. Gardner further expands on this in his book, Shot All to Hell. He points out that most writers and historians have missed Hardwick as a major motivation for the Minnesota expedition. However, the contemporary press did not miss the story. An October 15, 1876 letter, written by a visitor to the James farm, gave the Liberty Attorney as the real cause of the robbers going to Minnesota, as did an article originally published in the Boonville Advertiser titled Why It Was the James Boys Went to Minnesota. These articles were also published in the St. Paul Dispatch on October 19, 1876, and the State Journal in Jefferson City, Missouri on October 27, 1876. Clay County locals also knew about the Hardwick connection. Dr. Robert Sheets, son of Dr. Samuel Sheets, who treated the wounded Zerelda in the aftermath of the Pinkerton raid, said that one of the reasons that James went to Minnesota was to kill a certain lawyer from Liberty who had gone to St. Paul to get away from the boys. End quote, and thank you, Mr. Gardner. Now, it wasn't until the boys finally had their fill of gambling and whoring that they set out to the countryside, both to procure some decent horse flesh and to scout out prospective marks. And per at least one somewhat dubious source, their first choice was the bank at Mankato, some 50 or so miles southwest of Northfield. Legend has it that just before the bandits could pull off the heist, Jesse was recognized by a fellow Missourian, so he called it off. Now, this does tie back into what I said earlier about why they traveled to Minnesota in the first place. Was it a vacation or did they go with the express purpose of robbing a bank? And if so, when exactly did they decide on Northfield? Well, according to Cole Younger, their original target, once they decided to rob a bank, was indeed Mankato. Furthermore, Cole would tell a reporter that the trip was a quote-unquote pleasure excursion, and the only reason they decided to rob a bank was due to being short on money. Remember, these guys had just stolen $15,000 back in July, or roughly the equivalent of $440,000 in today's money. And by September, they were already broke. This goes to show how much fun they were having up there in the land at 10,000 Lakes. I don't know, I guess the prostitutes in Minnesota are a lot more expensive than the ones down in Missouri. Cole would also state that they ultimately selected Northfield on account of Adelbert Ames being one of the bank's investors. According to Cole, one of his fellow gang members, probably Jesse James, had a grudge against Ames. This is further backed up by Cole's brother Bob. A reporter from the Minneapolis Tribune, who interviewed Bob in late September, wrote that the, quote, raid in Minnesota was not intentional. They came for pleasure, but learned ex-Governor Ames of Mississippi had money in the Northfield Bank. One of the boys had a spite against him, so the robbery was planned to pay expenses. Either way, whatever their motivations, the gang would reunite there in Northfield on the morning of September 7th. They spent the next few hours just sort of milling about in groups of twos and threes. Per George Bates, the town druggist, the men had a reckless, bold swagger about them that seemed to indicate they would be rough and dangerous fellows to handle. Two of them ended up visiting a restaurant at around 11 a.m., loudly discussing politics as they dined on ham and eggs. The others reportedly whiled away the morning to a Northfield saloons, sipping on whiskey and wine and periodically checking their pocket watches. Finally, they linked back up for one last briefing. According to Cole Younger, quote, early in the afternoon, we rode back to the Janesfield Road, 2 or 3 miles, to consult and arrange our plans. We agreed by a majority vote to rob the bank. 3 were to ride ahead and enter the bank as soon as Clell Miller and myself had crossed the bridge leading into the square. Another quarter of a mile behind us, the remaining 3, including Jim Younger, were to take their stand near the bridge. If the alarm was given, I was to signal those at the bridge, and they were to give the rebel yell and fire their pistols in the air to scare the people off the street, end quote. And yeah, around 2 p.m. is when they tried to pass the Ames Mill and took up their positions. Just to reiterate and somewhat clarify Cole's statement, he and Clell Miller posted up on Division Street, just outside the bank. At the same time, Jesse James, Bill Chadwell, and Jim Younger made their way to the bridge by the square. Not only were they to guard the bridge as an escape route, but in the event that things went south, they were to also intimidate any of the locals who felt like being heroes. And once everybody was in their proper places, that's when Frank James, Charlie Pitts, and Bob Younger rode up to the bank and dismounted. Now, on this day in particular, there were only 3 employees working inside the bank. You had the 39-year-old cashier, Joseph Haywood, 28-year-old assistant bookkeeper, Frank Wilcox, and a 27-year-old teller named Alonzo Bunker. Believe it or not, just a few days prior, Haywood had been showing off the bank's newfangled time lock to the president of Carleton College, which was also located there in Northfield. Essentially, these time locks worked pretty much as the name suggests. At quitting time, the bankers could set it so the safe wouldn't be unlocked until the next morning, even if you knew the combination. This way, if the bank were robbed and one of the employees managed to set the lock and close the safe, there weren't no way of opening it back up prior to the preordained time. Per historian T.J. Stiles, quote, President Strong of Carleton College had come by to see the new time lock on the bank's safe. Bringing up the wartime robbery of the bank in St. Albans, Vermont by Confederate raiders, Strong had asked Haywood if he would have handed over the money under such circumstances. I do not think I should, Haywood said, according to Strong, with his characteristically quiet manner. And yeah, what they're referring to here was an incident in 1868 where nearly 24 Confederate raiders struck the town of St. Albans and robbed all 3 of the banks, making off with an absurd amount of money. I think it was something like $200,000. They killed at least one of the locals while doing so, and interestingly enough, they even tried to burn the town using Greek fire, something that the Pinkertons had also used on the James farm. If you're not aware of that little incident, check out my last episode. But yeah, basically, Haywood was saying that if a similar robbery occurred there in Northfield, he would refuse to comply with the outlaws. A very chilling statement considering what happened next. Like I said, Frank, Bob, and Charlie Pitts all dismounted outside the bank. They then stepped inside, pistols drawn, and jumped across the counter, telling Haywood and the others to throw their damn hands up. Frank then inquired as to which one of them was the cashier. Haywood responded by saying that the cashier was out, which technically was the truth. The real cashier was over in Philly, attending the 1876 exposition. What Haywood failed to mention was that in the cashier's absence, he himself was acting cashier. The bandits momentarily turned their attention to Bunker and Wilcox, but returned to Haywood soon enough, once again demanding that he open the safe. The safe, by the way, was already unlocked. That's one of the craziest parts of this entire story. Nevertheless, Haywood played dumb and said there wasn't any possible way that he could unlock the safe on account of that time lock. And he continued to hold firm, even when Charlie Pitts held a knife to his throat, saying that he was going to cut him from ear to ear. And when Haywood started yelling for help, that's when Frank pistol whipped him. Not only that, but as he struggled to stand back up, one of the outlaws, probably Frank James, fired his pistol off just above Haywood's head. A shot that was meant to intimidate. And sure enough, the teller, Alonzo Bunker, decided he had enough and took off running out the back door into an alley. Charlie Pitts followed and even managed to shoot Bunker in the shoulder, but he was still able to escape. He'd later recalled that the sensation of being shot was as though someone had struck me a sharp blow with a piece of board. There was a jar and a sting, and I felt the bullet going through the bones of my shoulder. Ew. Of course, by that point, Bunker's dash for freedom was the least of the outlaws' worries. Turns out the good folks in Northfield had already put two and two together, and you better believe they weren't going to sit back and idly watch as a bunch of damn thugs made off with their hard-earned money. That's another thing. This was back when banks were not insured. If you were living in Northfield and you had money in the bank and the bank was robbed, you were just shit out of luck. Now, just moments after Frank and the others had stepped inside, a guy by the name of J.S. Allen approached the bank and started peering through the window. A decision that damn near cost him his life. Remember, Cole Younger and Clell Miller were keeping a lookout. That being the case, Miller was able to grab Allen by his collar and shove a pistol in his face, saying, "You son of a bitch, don't you holler." That's when another bystander, 22-year-old medical student Henry Willer, started yelling out that the bank was being robbed. Miller shoved Allen aside long enough to squeeze off around at Willer, but he missed. Luckily, that was all Allen needed to escape, and as he ran, he too began sounding the alarm, while at the same time exhorting his fellow citizens to arm themselves. Keep in mind that all of this is happening very, very quickly. I don't know who shot first, whether it was Clell Miller or Frank James, but I doubt they'd been inside that bank longer than a couple of minutes before the townsfolk began fighting back. That's about the same time that Cole and Clell Miller mounted their ponies and started firing their pistols in the air. Most of the time, this was a successful tactic. But like I said earlier, I guess the residents of Northfield weren't so easily intimidated. Meanwhile, Jesse and his bunch had likewise taken to the saddle. They too began galloping up and down the street, yelling and shooting their guns. And from there, things very quickly began to fall apart. Remember that Allen guy I mentioned a moment ago? Well, as it turns out, he owned a hardware store. That's back in the good old days when hardware stores carried guns. And in no time flat, Allen began handing out firearms to his fellow residents, one of whom was a farmer by the name of Elias Stacy, who ended up blowing Clell Miller plumb off his horse. Luckily for Clell, it was just birdshot, but I gotta imagine it still stung quite a bit. I don't know if I've ever shared this story before, but my dad actually got shot in the face with birdshot many years ago. I remember when I was a kid, you could still see the pellets under his skin. Every now and then, one of them will just sort of work its way out, and if I'm not mistaken, he's still got a few of them in there. Suffice it to say, I would not recommend getting shot in the face with birdshot. Anyway, like I said, Miller was hurt, but he did manage to shrug it off and get back in the saddle. That's when another Northfield resident, Ansel Manning, squeezed off a shot with a Remington rolling block chambered in .45-70. He missed the outlaws, but he did manage to kill Bob Younger's horse before his rifle jammed. Another local, George Bates, was also dealing with a jammed-up gun, so he just tossed it aside and got a revolver. And as luck would have it, the revolver was empty. So rather than scurrying around trying to locate ammo, Bates just pretended to shoot at the outlaws. I am not kidding. He'd periodically pop up, pointing the pistol and yell, "Now I've got you," and then immediately duck back under cover as the bandits turned to shoot at him. And he wasn't the only one not using a gun. Apparently, even the town marshal was unarmed and reduced to just throwing rocks. Sounds pretty silly, but they were at least able to temporarily distract the outlaws. And just to add to all the confusion, there were some there in Northfield who thought that this whole damn thing was just a show. There was a special event planned for later on that evening, and I guess they just thought that the scene being played out in the street was just some type of a live-action advertisement. The town dentist, however, a guy named Danford Whitney, knew better. He too armed himself and began firing at the desperados. So did the undertaker Theodore Miller. I can only assume he was excited about getting a few new customers. And that medical student, Henry Willer, who I mentioned earlier, well, he too had procured a firearm, an old 50 caliber carbine that he began shooting from the third floor of the hotel. He narrowly missed Jim Younger, but then took careful aim, squeezed the trigger, and sent a bullet straight through Clell Miller's shoulder, severing his subclavian artery. According to Mark Lee Gardner, Clell then fell off his horse, but managed to get up on his knees. He appeared to be yelling orders to the other robbers before his heart finally pumped the last of his blood and he toppled over onto his face. As Cole Younger ran to Miller's aid, he too was shot, taken around from Manning's rolling block to his left hip. That's when Adelbert Ames entered the fray. Kind of. He wasn't armed, but he was crouched next to Manning, the guy who had just shot Cole. The former general was basically talking to Manning like he used to talk to his own soldiers, urging him to remain calm and to take careful aim. And evidently it worked, as Manning's next round hit Bill Chadwell square in the chest. Per an eyewitness, quote, "I saw him, Chadwell, reel in the saddle and nearly fall off. He threw his left arm around the horse's neck, and that turned the horse up the street again, and he came as far as my door, where he fell off and died after a short period of intense suffering." Now, by this point, Cole Younger was probably wondering why in the hell Frank and them others were taking their own sweet damn time inside the bank. He started yelling at them to wrap things up. He also shot a drunk who had the misfortune of stumbling out of the saloon at absolutely the worst time imaginable. The victim, Swedish immigrant Nicholas Gustavsson, took Cole's bullet to the right side of his head, and believe it or not, he was still alive, albeit temporarily paralyzed. More on him in just a moment. By the way, if you're wondering what Jesse James was up to as all this was happening, he and Jim Younger were still riding up and down the street, yelling their rebel war cries and shooting pistols. Meanwhile, Frank still hadn't managed to get Haywood to open up that damn safe. Finally, at Cole's urgings, he and Pitts hopped back across the counter and headed for the door. That's when Frank paused, turned around, and squeezed off a shot at the stubborn Haywood. The bullet missed, but Frank quickly thumbed back the hammer again. According to that bookkeeper Wilcox, he then put the pistol almost at Haywood's head and fired the fatal shot. To once again quote the great Mark Lee Gardner, the bullet entered Haywood's left temple, spraying blood and brain matter all over the desk. He tumbled forward and fell behind the counter. Face down, his body heaved slightly as his lungs continued to breathe for some minutes, blood running out of a hole in his skull. Haywood had prevented another St. Albans, just like he said he would, but his heroics had cost him his life. Now, as Frank and Pitts ran outside, they began to realize just how dire things had truly become. Miller and Chadwell were dead. Bob Younger had taken a round to his left elbow, courtesy of Henry Willer. His brothers Jim and Cole were likewise wounded. Jim was shot in the shoulder and Cole in the left hip. Even Frank James took a round to the leg as soon as he stepped outside the bank. Just weren't no two ways about it. They needed to leave town immediately. And that's basically what they did, fleeing under a hell of gunfire. The entire ordeal lasted no longer than 10 minutes, maybe even less. And the only money they were able to take away from the bank was just a mere $26.60. I'll say it again, $26.60. Per T.J. Stiles in his book Jesse James' Last Rebel, quote, "In Northfield, the citizens slowly emerged from their hiding places, some still gripping rifles and shotguns. They bent down to examine the corpses in the street. They filed into the bank to find the bloody remains of Haywood, and John Ames ran to the telegraph office to wire an alert that would spark a statewide manhunt. They had won, but at a bitter cost, and in the days and years to come, they would wonder why this band of Missourians had come here, hundreds of miles from their hunting grounds to rob a modest bank in a modest town. It was a question they could never properly answer for themselves. The next morning, the one man who could put the question in its proper context was at the bank, standing where Jesse James had so recently stood, counting money with the other shareholders. Adalbert Ames soon discovered that the robbers had taken virtually nothing. As the manhunt progressed, however, the bank would deplete its capital by a quarter as it paid rewards and supported Haywood's widow. And yeah, speaking of Haywood's widow, she was said to have been inconsolable. Certainly can't blame her there, right? And when she learned of how her husband died, protecting the town's money, she stated that she wouldn't have had him do otherwise. By the way, that safe was not locked. All Frank James had to do was just walk on over, open it up. And had he done so, they would have found around $15,000 inside. But as it were, they were forced to leave practically empty-handed. Now, as far as the guy who Charlie Pitts shot in the shoulder, Alonzo Bunker, he would recover and live all the way until 1929. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for that Swede who Cole shot in the head. He was able to make it to his feet and even have his head checked out by a doctor. But by the next morning, due to his brain swelling, he couldn't even get out of bed. The day after that, he fell into a coma, and then on September 11th is when he finally gave up the ghost. Another one of the residents, George Bates, had also sustained a wound, but it was relatively minor. According to him, one of the outlaw's bullets had grazed the bridge of his nose. He ended up digging the bullet out of a wall and keeping it as a souvenir. And yeah, that was the Great Northfield Raid in a nutshell. Like I said, all the outlaws were either dead or wounded, save for Jesse and Charlie Pitts. Pitts would not remain in the land of the living for long. He too would be dead in just a couple of weeks. Only Jesse and Frank made it out of Minnesota as free men, but not without both of them receiving additional wounds in the process. And really, as far as I'm concerned, the manhunt that followed their leaving town is way more exciting than that failed bank robbery. I physically cringed several times when I read about what the bandits had to endure as they tried to escape. And that is what we'll be discussing next time. First, though, before you go, I would like to talk about sources. The three books that I relied on heavily while researching this series were Jesse James, The Last Rebel of the Civil War by T.J. Stiles, Shot All to Hell by Mark Lee Gardner, and Frank and Jesse James by Ted Yeatman. Here's the thing, though. History can be very tricky. New information is always being uncovered, and at the end of the day, nobody's perfect. That being the case, none of those sources that I just mentioned are in complete agreement on everything. And one of the main disagreements seems to be whether or not it was Jesse or Frank who killed Joseph Haywood. For instance, T.J. Stiles places Jesse inside the bank during the robbery. He also writes that Jesse was most likely Haywood's killer. And Mr. Yeatman simply refers to the killer as probably being one of the James brothers. In Mark Gardner's version, however, the one that I ultimately ended up going with, he has Jesse doing crowd control outside of the bank while Frank was inside trying to get that safe open. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read directly from Mr. Gardner's book, Shot All to Hell, which, by the way, does have the advantage of being published over a decade after those others that I mentioned. Quote, identifying the robbers inside the bank and those guarding on the street has been a source of considerable debate for the last 136 years. It seems like it should be fairly straightforward. As for those in the bank employees Bunker and Wilcox were in agreement in identifying Charlie Pitts and Bob Younger as two of the three inside men. But it is the identification of the third inside man, the robber who shot and killed Joseph Lee Haywood, that has been the source of so much speculation and argument. The Youngers refused to provide the authorities with the name of this man, at the same time denying that the James brothers were ever part of the raid. Modern authors and historians love to name Jesse James as the third man. The impulse killing of Haywood fits with what many believe to be Jesse's volatile personality, his supposed hot-headedness, and of course, his revengefulness. But Wilcox, an eyewitness to the shooting, believed Haywood's killer to be Frank James. In fact, Wilcox came to this conclusion after making a personal visit to the Jackson County, Missouri jail to see Frank after the outlaws' surrender in 1882. So if Frank, Bob, and Charlie were in the bank, that leaves Jesse, Cole, Jim, Clell Miller, and Bill Chadwell outside. Cole wrote that he and Miller were the two who followed the inside men to Division Street, which leaves Jesse, Jim, and Chadwell as the robbers who were guarding the escape route at the bridge in Mill Square, sorry. End of quote, and thank you for such a detailed explanation. Now, just to add to all of that, you don't really hear all that much about Frank James being a cold-blooded killer, but you gotta remember, he did take part in the Lawrence Massacre. Frank was right there with Jesse when they killed their neighbors and all those other unarmed soldiers at Centralia. Make no mistake about it, Frank James was just as deadly, if not more so, than his famous little brother. He may have been a little on the quiet side, he may have not as been as reckless, but Frank certainly weren't no Sunday school teacher. He'd become one in the future, but in 1876, he was still about as deadly as they came. When Cole Younger was buried, he had 14 bullets still in his body, and that's not including what the sawbones had already dug out. According to Cole, he had been shot a total of 20 times over the course of his life. He also spent 25 years in prison. And despite all of that, Cole still lived to be an old man. This dude was like the 50 Cent of Wild West history, only on steroids. You see, Cole was a member of the infamous James Younger gang, and back in 1876, they attempted to rob the First National Bank in Northville, Minnesota. And well, let's just say things did not go as planned. Not only did they fail to gain access to the bank's safe, but they also got shot to pieces. 8 desperados may have ridden into Northville, but only 6 made it out alive. And within just a matter of days, 4 of those 6 would either be dead or in jail. Only Jesse James and his brother Frank eluded capture, displaying an almost superhuman level of endurance in the process. And that's what we're going to talk about today, what I consider to be the greatest manhunt in all of U.S. history. We'll also discuss Cole Younger and his various wounds, including the one he said was the most painful. Spoiler alert, it was not caused by a bullet. We'll examine Cole's life after he was captured, as well as the fate of his brothers. And make sure you stick around to the very end, because we'll also take a stab at whether or not Jesse James really made that jump across Devil's Gulch. We got a lot of ground to cover today, so without further ado, my name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Now, just as soon as the desperados fled Northville, they made a beeline to the town of Dundas. And believe it or not, the folks there in Dundas had not yet heard of the attempted bank robbery. That being the case, the owner of the hardware store initially pegged the bandits as drunken loafers. His words, not mine. He and a traveling salesman then started laughing and making fun at the boys, saying that they looked like they'd been running from Sitting Bull. To quote historian Mark Lee Gardner, in a blur of movement, one of the robbers unholstered his pistol and pointed its big bore at the salesman, snarling, "Get in the store, you son of a bitch." End of quote. So yeah, these guys definitely were not in the mood for small talk. Guess there's something about being shot multiple times that'll just cause a man to lose his sense of humor, as evidenced by them literally pistol whipping a farmer as they were leaving town. Remember, Bob Younger's horse was shot back in Northville, so they needed a replacement. And that farmer outside of Dundas just so happened to have a promising-looking draft horse pulling his wagon. It wasn't until he objected that one of the outlaws shucked iron and gave him a pop knot upside his head. Next stop was the town of Shieldsville, where, as fate would have it, a posse was already lying in wait. The only problem is they were waiting inside of the comfy confines of the saloon, fortifying their livers. And if that ain't bad enough, they left their wagon full of guns outside, unloaded and unguarded. Of course, by that point, Bob Younger was in pretty rough shape on account of that shattered elbow of his. And by the time they got to Shieldsville, he had lost so much blood that he fainted and fell off his horse. When an onlooker asked what was wrong with him, one of the boys just said that he was a captured horse thief. And that's about when that posse stepped out of the saloon. Per historian Ted Yeatman, a few moments later, the posse came to the doorway of the saloon, but found themselves staring at drawn revolvers. After warning the men to stay clear, they, the outlaws, shot up the water pump and rode off. End of quote. As to why they destroyed that water pump, I haven't got a clue. But unfortunately, they did wound a little girl. As far as I know, it was just a relatively minor wound. They just grazed her. I doubt it was done on purpose. But this was the second time that I'm aware of that the James Younger gang injured a child. I get that we love our outlaws, but if your job entails just constantly putting innocent people at risk, you might want to consider a career change. Now, just so happened that another posse arrived there in Shieldsville just a few minutes later, and they gave chase. In the running gunfight that ensued, Cole Younger was shot in his funny bone, or what he described as his crazy bone. At the same time, his brother Bob took another tumble from the saddle, but luckily he was able to get up behind Cole and they joined the others in making their getaway. They'd steal another horse not long thereafter, but it too was a draft horse, so they just turned it loose and Bob continued riding double. This would actually be somewhat of a theme going forward. There was not a shortage of horses there in Minnesota to steal, but many of them were draft animals and much more used to pulling a buggy than wearing a saddle. This would slow the outlaws down considerably early on in the escape. Now, that evening, the boys sought refuge at a farm. As I'm sure you can imagine, though, sleep did not come easily. They knew damn well they hadn't put enough distance between themselves and Northfield. Sure enough, at that very moment, at least 200 volunteers were combing the area, a number that would more than double in the days to come. Not only that, but the governor of Minnesota issued a $1,500 bounty. This, too, would double a week later to $3,000 per man. And that's not including the $500 per robber that the Northfield Bank had put up. Hell, even the telegraph operators were manning their stations 24/7. So yeah, needless to say, Jesse and the boys wouldn't tarry long. Every second they remained still, that noose just got tighter. They rode out early the next morning and exchanged gunfire with a posse as they crossed the Cannon River. Once they were on the other side, they stole 2 more horses from a farmer, in addition to taking the farmer's son as a hostage. They didn't hurt him, though, and the kid would later state that the bandits were mild-mannered and well-behaved, except when they drew their revolvers. I bet. Following day, September 9th, is when they just abandoned their horses altogether and continued on foot, staving off hunger by munching on whatever they could find growing in the forest. There were close calls. At one point, a posse got near enough for the bandits to hear them talking, but they remained elusive. And really, I think a lot of this initial success was on account of their experience as bushwhackers. After all, they were dodging authorities there in Minnesota, much the same way they did the Yankees and Redlegs during the war. When possible, they traveled through streams to hide their tracks. They'd also jump from one rock to the next and even walk single file in each other's footsteps, just basically doing whatever they could to confuse their pursuers. That said, as much endurance as they undoubtedly had, as much cunning as they displayed, they were still human, and there just were no way they could keep up that grueling pace indefinitely. Hell, in addition to their injuries, they were also dealing with a cold and drizzling rain. And other than a few rubber-coated blankets, they really didn't have much in the way of shelter. What scant food they had was scavenged. But still, they pressed on, miserable as hell, but guess it beats the alternative. That evening, they camped north of Marysburg before pushing south to Madison Lake. From there, they hiked all night till they found an abandoned house a few miles outside of Mankato. Yeah, Mankato. It's not Mankato, okay? It's Mankato. Ask me how I know. Anyway, it's there where they'd stay for the next 3 days, just tending to their wounds and trying to stay dry. Once they emerged, however, they were almost immediately spotted by a farmer. So they took him hostage, sort of like they did to that kid a few days prior. And according to Cole Younger, they did debate whether or not to kill him. Quote, "Some of the boys wanted to kill him on the theory that dead men tell no tales, while others urged binding him and leaving him in the woods. Finally, we administered to him an oath not to betray our whereabouts until we had time to make our escape, and he agreed not to. No sooner, however, was he released than he made a post-haste into Mankato to announce our presence, and in a few moments, another posse was looking for us." End of quote. And yeah, posse or no posse, the boys still marched to the heart of Mankato later on that night under the cover of dark, crossing the Blue Earth River around 2 a.m. Once on the other side, they stole some chickens, marched another 3 miles before cooking dinner, likely their first real meal in days. That said, I'm not entirely sure how much they were able to enjoy. Another posse did approach, so once more they had to take to the brush, leaving the food and several pieces of clothing behind. Clothing that I can only assume they were trying to dry out. Finally, on September 14th, a full week after that botched robbery, they decided to split up. Cole stayed with his brothers and Charlie Pitts as Jesse and Frank went off on their own. Per Cole Younger, this decision was made with the knowledge and consent of the others. I think part of it was just their usual tactic of splitting up after a heist, but something tells me that Jesse knew they wouldn't make it very far with Bob's injuries slowing them down. Cole and Jim damn sure weren't going to abandon their brother, and I guess Pitts figured he'd stick with them as well. As for Jesse and Frank, they stole another horse and rode double throughout the night. Leastways they did before hitting a picket line near Lake Crystal, about 14 miles southwest of Mankato. One of the guards saw him trying to slip past and opened up with his scatter gun, blowing them both plumb out the saddle. That stolen horse took off running as Jesse and Frank fled through a cornfield. According to historian T.J. Stiles, the spray of pellets caught Frank in the right foot and Jesse in his right knee. One of them was struck in the side, and Jesse even had his hat blown off his head. Another close call, but despite these fresh wounds, the brothers pressed on. They also stole a pair of fresh horses later on that morning from a Baptist minister. Legend has it that when Frank and Jesse broke into the preacher's barn, he was waiting for him with a shotgun. Before he could take aim, one of the brothers lunged forward and slapped it out of his hands. They then pistol whipped him for good measure and made off with his horses. Pretty cool story, but I'm not sure how true it is. They definitely stole those horses from the preacher, but from what I can tell, historians are still debating whether or not anyone got pistol whipped. Meanwhile, the Youngers and Charlie Pitts were still on foot, and per the great Mark Lee Gardner, quote, Minnesota had become their living hell. And yeah, you gotta think, these boys were wounded, soaking wet, freezing, exhausted, and half-starved. Hell, by that point, Cole Younger was reduced to walking with a makeshift cane, and not just on account of that bullet he took to the leg back in Northfield. Dude had been walking so long in his wet riding boots that his damn toenails had fallen off. As badly as Cole would end up being wounded, he would later state that it was his toes that caused him the most pain. And his brother Bob was even worse off. In addition to losing all that blood, he couldn't even straighten out his right arm or control his fingers. Suffice it to say, things were getting pretty dire. So much so that they let their guard down on September 21st and approached a farm looking for food. An action that Bob Younger would describe as very imprudent, but we were so fearfully hungry. Sure enough, they were spotted and surrounded by a posse. And after a brief gunfight, Bob hollered out that he wanted to surrender, adding that his compadres were either dead or shot all to pieces. His brother Cole would later state that everyone other than Bob had been cut down pretty much during the first volley. Said he was trying to take aim at the posse, and next thing you knew, he was laying on the ground bleeding. Now, these various injuries are very hard to keep track of. Cole himself would oftentimes give out different numbers, but I am going to try to do my best to give you a proper rundown. Okay, so we know Cole was shot in the leg at Northfield. We also know he got hit in the funny bone, and his damn toenails had fallen off during the manhunt. And then, during that fight with the posse, Cole took a load of buckshot to his left side. He also got shot in the face. I'm not really sure as to the exact details. Sources are a bit conflicting, but he apparently took a rifle ball just under his right eye. He also had 4 bullets in his back, 1 in his arm, and possibly another just behind his left armpit. And believe it or not, he still wanted to keep fighting. Per one of the posse men, Cole, quote, offered to fight 2 of our best men at once. He said he had been dogged for 2 weeks in the rain with no food, but he could lick 2 of our best men. And when his brother Bob tried to talk him down, Cole stated he didn't care whether or not they hanged him. Said he'd just as soon hang today as he would tomorrow. His brother Jim was also shot in the face. Bullet knocked out several of his teeth before lodging in the roof of his mouth. Ugh. And that's in addition to being hit in the leg with buckshot and the bullet he took to the shoulder in Northfield. Now, as for Bob, once again, sources do differ, but supposedly he was shot through the lung. Remember, his elbow was shattered a couple weeks earlier, courtesy of Dr. Willer and that 50 caliber carbine. And then when Bob went to surrender, one of the deputies shot him again under his right arm. Other sources say that he was also shot in the back with the bullet exiting near his nipple. As for the 4th man, Samuel Wells, aka Charlie Pitts, his bank robbing days had come to an abrupt end. Ironically, Charlie had tried to talk Cole into running as soon as they spotted that posse, only for Cole to respond, Sam, if you want to go out and surrender, go on. But this is where Cole Younger dies. Of course, then the exact opposite ended up happening. Pitts chose to stay, and then moments later, the sheriff drilled him through the heart. Supposedly, he had additional wounds on his right arm and right hip, but I'm not really sure if he got those during this fight or back in Northfield. Now, as soon as the smoke cleared, the Youngers were hauled to Madelia in the back of a wagon, only to be greeted by a throng of onlookers. Jim, with blood still streaming down his face, managed to wave his hat to the crowd as Cole struggled to his feet and took a bow. An eyewitness would later say that Cole may have been an outlaw, but many of us that day admired his nerve, for he was a man who could take it on the chin and still smile. And yeah, you gotta hand it to Cole Younger, man. Dude had nerves of steel. Later on that night, when the inevitable lynch mob arrived, Cole told the sheriff, I don't want any man to risk his life for us, but if they do come, give us our pistols so we can make a fight for it. Luckily for all involved, the mob soon dispersed, and that was that. Now, it's also there in Madelia where the Youngers had their photos taken. Chances are you've already seen these pictures. They're pretty well known, but they are oftentimes mislabeled. Cole is the one with the right side of his face swollen. Jim looks to still be dazed with the front of his shirt stained with blood, and Bob, despite all he had been through, looks pretty normal. Even appears to have a slight smile on his face. You would never in a million years be able to guess how badly wounded he was just by going off that picture. Charlie Pitts was also photographed. Kind of creepy considering that he was dead, but if you're curious, you can find it online. They took his shirt off, so the hole in his chest is clearly visible. Now, from Madelia, the boys were transported via train to Mankato. And once again, there was a huge crowd to greet them. Folks even lined up to shake their hands. Finally, they arrived in the town of Faribault, where they were placed behind bars. By the way, although Cole and his brothers readily admitted their own true identities, they still refused to give up Frank and Jesse. Even years later, when Cole wrote his memoirs, he didn't name them. When a reporter lied and said that the James boys had been apprehended, Cole did seem to be visibly affected. Asked if they said anything about he and his brothers, and when the journalist replied that they had not, Cole smiled and said, "Good boys to the last." Now, we will circle back to the Youngers here in a bit, but contrary to that reporter, Jesse and Frank had most definitely not been captured. On September 15th, they stopped at a farm northwest of Madelia. Later that night, they stayed with a German family south of Lamberton, crossed the Des Moines River the following day, and just kept riding throughout the night. Now, the next morning, they were about 9 miles northeast of Laverne, where they stopped at yet another farm looking for a meal. The man of the house was gone, but his wife was nice enough to invite him inside and cook him breakfast. She'd later recall that they were gentlemanly in their address and that they looked like brothers. They were also hurting something fierce. Per historian T.J. Stiles, they, quote, radiated physical agony as they shuffled into the kitchen, barely able to lift their feet. They had spent the last 24 hours on horseback, in the same clothes they had worn for 10 days through pounding rain. In addition to exhaustion and muscle pain, they must have suffered from chafed and peeling skin inside their thighs. Their wounds affected them as well. Though they refused to unbutton their raincoats, reaching up under them to get money to pay for their meal, one of them was obviously injured in the right side, his garment being torn there, and he could barely sit up to eat. But the iron will they had inherited from their mother drove them on. End of quote. And just to give you an idea how bad off they were, Jesse and Frank had to climb up on a fence just to get back in the saddle. Now, you may be wondering, why had they not yet been captured? Considering that they could barely move and the fact that there were hundreds of people out there hunting for them. Well, you got to keep in mind that many of their pursuers were married men who loved their families and desperately wanted to make it back home to them in one piece. That being the case, they may not have been all that fired up to go toe-to-toe with a cornered and very much pissed off Jesse James. Now, later on, when a sheriff out of Rock County spied Jesse and Frank a couple hundred yards in the distance, he declined to pursue. Guess he just didn't want to risk it. The James boys may have been hobbled, but they were still mean as hell. What's more, they knew how to swallow that misery and just keep on a-going. Look, I am not a tough man by any means. About a week ago, I drove all the way to the tire shop so they could fill up my tires. Why? Because it was too cold for me to do it myself. And you want to know the worst part? When I got to the shop, it was a girl who did all the work. Well, I just sat there in front of the heater looking stupid. Compared to Jesse and Frank James, I am a pussy. But that said, it has been my experience that when things get challenging, you just keep your head down and you keep moving, no matter what, even when everything inside of you is wanting to quit. If you just keep plodding on, just one foot in front of the other, you will make progress. Amazing things happen when you refuse to quit. Jesse and Frank had been through tough times in the past, and they knew full well it wasn't over until it was over. They may have been hurting, but they were still free. To paraphrase Whisperin Jim from HBO's Deadwood, pain or damage don't end the world, or despair, or fucking bullets. The world ends when you're dead. And just like I said, the James boys were still very much alive, and the word quit just weren't in their vocabulary. Indeed, one of their pursuers would later state that in every way they were masters of the situation. Their bravery and their endurance on horseback for days and nights, wounded and almost starving and without sleep, are without parallel in the history of crime. Now, later on that evening is when they crossed over into South Dakota, which, of course, at that time was just Dakota territory. The horses were played out, so they stole two more near present-day Palisades State Park, only to discover that the new horses were blind. A few miles later, they swapped again, this time for ponies they could actually see, and by sunrise, they had already made it past Sioux Falls. They spent another rainy night at a farm before crossing the Sioux River into Iowa. There was a brief skirmish with the posse, but by the time reinforcements arrived, the James boys were long gone. Skip ahead to September 20th, round about noon, and they confronted a doctor by the name of Henry Mosher, some 25 miles north of Sioux City. The doc was on his way to treat a patient, but I guess the brothers figured he was some sort of detective, so they held him at gunpoint. They also took his clothing. And when I say they took his clothing, I'm talking everything, including his underwear. In turn, they gave him their old rags. According to Mosher, Jesse's coat was perforated with bullet holes. From there, the boys pushed on to the outskirts of Ida Grove, where they conversed with the young girl that was eating a potato. Per Mark Lee Gardner, quote, they joked with the girl a bit, politely declined her offer of some of the raw potato, and spurring their horses, dashed away. When last seen, Jesse and Frank appeared to be riding for the North Raccoon River, below Sac City, end quote. And from there, they pretty much vanished. Doesn't take a genius to figure out where they were headed, though, right? From Sac City, or is it Sock City? I honestly don't know. From that city, it's just another 250 miles straight south to their mama's farm in Clay County. And that being the case, the authorities there in Missouri were on high alert. So much so that on October 13th, they spotted Frank James near Independence, took him into custody. He was then put on a train and hauled to St. Louis, where it was determined that they had arrested the wrong man. The guy they caught was actually just a cattle trader out of Louisiana. Total case of mistaken identity. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure if Jesse and Frank had even made it back to Missouri by mid-October. We also don't know the exact route they took in getting there. According to a friend of theirs, rather than traveling through Iowa, they instead turned west and then south, passing through Nebraska, Kansas, and present-day Oklahoma before swinging northeast into Missouri, which does sort of make sense, especially if the law was expecting them to be arriving from the north. Years later, Bob and Charlie Ford would share a similar story, as would future gang member Dick Little. Only in his version, they stole a wagon. Jesse drove as the wounded Frank convalesced in the back. And according to former bushwhacker Jim Cummins, they traveled as far west as Arizona before turning back east into Missouri. Whatever the case, they would indeed return. I'm not sure about Frank, but Jesse allegedly hid out in the home of General Joe Shelby over in Lafayette County. They would also have a close call with Sheriff Groom of Clay County when they decided to pay a visit to their mother's farm. But just like always, Jesse and Frank were able to slip away. Not only that, but they taunted the sheriff and his deputies while they did so, calling them cowardly sons of bitches. And once more, quote Mr. Gardner from his book Shot All to Hell, as the brothers recovered, Jesse remained strangely silent. There were no letters from the outlaw denying that he and Frank had participated in the raid. No naming of alibis from the best citizens of western Missouri. No offer to come in if guaranteed a fair trial. The brothers had had the wind knocked out of them, and in addition to laying low, there was much to ponder. Meanwhile, their law-abiding enemies celebrated the end of the infamous James Younger Band. The breaking up of this powerful and dangerous gang of outlaws is the most important event which has happened in the criminal history of this country, proclaimed the St. Louis Globe. But Jesse and Frank were not done yet. End of quote. And yeah, the James boys still had quite a few adventures in store, which we will get to. As for the Youngers up there in Minnesota, they ended up pleading guilty. And while they were able to escape a hangman's noose, they did still get sentenced to life in prison. Matter of fact, Bob Younger would actually pass away there at the Stillwater Prison in 1889 from tuberculosis. 12 years later, in 1901, is when Cole and Jim were finally paroled after 25 long years behind bars. Can't even imagine that. Now, this was not an unconditional pardon, at least not yet. They were still technically wards of the state, so they couldn't just pick up and head back home to Missouri. Jim got himself a job at a cigar shop, and for a while, he seemed to be doing okay. Even met him a nice young lady nearly 30 years his junior. Only problem was they couldn't get married without the governor's permission, and for whatever reason, the governor denied his request. From there, Jim just sort of spiraled. And sadly, in October of 1902, He got his hands on a little snub-nosed 38, pressed it to his head, and bid Minnesota goodbye. Older brother Cole would fare a bit better. He did receive a full pardon following Jim's death and returned to Missouri. He ended up writing his memoirs, The True Story of Cole Younger, in which he only admitted to one crime, the attempted robbery up there in Northfield. Later, he toured the country giving lectures and even starred in his own Wild West show. Finally, in 1912, Cole found religion and got baptized. And then 2 years later, at the age of 72, is when he gave up the ghost. You can find Cole resting next to his brothers at Lee's Summit Historical Cemetery in Jackson County, Missouri. Now I know what you're thinking. What in the hell ever happened to the remains of Clell Miller, Charlie Pitts, and Bill Chadwell? And the answer is nobody knows. Remember, Chadwell and Miller were killed in Northfield, and Pitts, of course, met his demise when he and the Youngers faced off with that posse. So here's the thing. If you'll recall, one of the Northfield defenders was a young medical student named Henry Willer. He'd go on to practice medicine in North Dakota, and for a number of years, Willer kept a full-size human skeleton on display in his office. A skeleton that he claimed was Clell Miller. Well, actually, at first he claimed that it was Bill Chadwell, and later on he admitted it was Miller. Now, although both Miller and Chadwell were initially buried in Northfield, their bodies were soon exhumed and sent to the University of Michigan. The cadavers were dissected and then placed in lead boxes that were filled with some sort of a preservative. And this happened very quickly, by the way, just 13 days after they were killed. Then on October 12th, Miller's family traveled to Michigan and retrieved his remains, or at least what they thought were his remains. Even though the bodies were preserved, there was still a good deal of bloating and discoloration. So I guess the idea of the family not being able to recognize him isn't completely out of the realm of possibility. Possibility. I feel like I said that weird. Of course, the other body was then obtained by Dr. Willer and displayed in his office. And like I said, Willer would eventually admit that it was Clell as opposed to Chadwell. And then, just before the doctor died in 1930, he donated the skeleton to a private collector. Skip ahead all the way to the year 2010, and a team from Minnesota State University did a series of tests on said skeleton. They tried getting DNA, but when that didn't pan out, they did a forensics test on the skull. Their conclusion was that it could possibly be Miller. Important to note that forensics ain't exactly a settled science, so the results are oftentimes inconclusive or incorrect. The next step would be to dig up whoever's in Miller's grave and do even more tests. They got Miller's last known next of kin to agree to it, but I guess officials down in Missouri are refusing to get on board. Last I heard, the entire thing was placed on hold, and that was back in 2013, so who knows if it'll ever happen. So yeah, long story short, one of the two men killed in Northfield, either Clell Miller or Bill Chadwell, ended up getting buried in Missouri under a gravestone bearing Miller's name. And the other was put on display in a damn doctor's office. As for Charlie Pitts, his remains are likewise shrouded in mystery. Remember, Pitts was taken to Madelia and photographed, along with the Youngers, after which his body somehow ended up in the hands of yet another crazy-ass doctor, a guy named John Murphy. He and his students dissected the body and then sunk him in Lake Como, just so he could finish decomposing. And then they just sort of forgot about him. Charlie's remains weren't discovered until December of 1879, when a family there at the lake pried open a box they found sticking out of the frozen water. They contacted the sheriff, who treated it like an unsolved mystery until Doc Murphy came forward to claim it. He then took what was left to Chicago and gave it to one of his colleagues, another weirdo doctor. And what happened to Pitts after that is anyone's guess. The only thing that remains, so far as I'm aware, is a piece of his scalp and one of his ears, which I believe are now in the possession of the Northfield Historical Society. Double check me on that, though. The whole damn thing reminds me of that Wyoming outlaw, Big Nose George. Remember him? How they made an ashtray out of his skull and shoes out of his skin? What in the hell was wrong with doctors back in the 19th century? Okay, and finally, just to wrap things up, let's go ahead and discuss that jump that Jesse James allegedly made across Devil's Gulch. If you're not aware, Devil's Gulch is located not far from Garrettson, South Dakota. I've seen varying estimates, but it's said to be somewhere between 18 to 20 feet wide with a 60-foot drop. And per legend, Jesse jumped his horse across the gulch when he and Frank were running from one of those posses. Now, this is still very much a debated topic, and there are many who think that such a feat would be impossible. I am not one of those people. Horses can absolutely jump 20 feet. That's been proven. and so can humans. The record long jump by a human was something like 29 feet. So yes, it would physically be possible for Jesse to jump his horse across that gulch. For that matter, it would have been possible for him to do it himself minus the horse. But just because something is possible doesn't mean it's probable, right? You got to keep in mind that Jesse and Frank were still riding those ponies they stole back in Minnesota, and they had been pushing them very hard. Mark Gardner put it best when he opined that the horses likely weren't even able to jump over a puddle at that point, much less a gulch. And remember, both Jesse and Frank were dealing with wounds of their own. Also, the first official mention of the jump, so far as I'm aware, comes from a 1924 newspaper article, over 50 years after the fact. Now, the more I dug into it, it doesn't even appear as if anyone in the posse even claimed to witness the jump. There are dubious rumors concerning affidavits signed by members of the posse, but apparently nobody nowadays knows where those affidavits can be located. Sort of like Brushy Bill Roberts and his autopsy. Also, we don't know for sure that they were even at the gulch. They were nearby, that much is absolutely certain. But just going off their known movements, it seems much more likely that they crossed Split Rock Creek several miles to the south. So yeah, like I said, it is possible the jump could have occurred. Jesse and Frank were in the general vicinity, and such a leap would not have been against the laws of physics. That said, just going by what little evidence I have at my disposal, along with my very flawed ability to reason and apply logic, and my little pea-sized squirrel brain, I'm going to lean towards the jump probably not happening. If you disagree or you have additional information, please do not hesitate to hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. It was unseasonably warm when Mr. Howard doffed his jacket. As an afterthought, he also removed his gun belt, saying he didn't want the neighbors seeing him armed. He could hear his wife shuffling in the kitchen as he pulled his boots off, along with the quiet laughter of his children playing in the front yard. Howard's keen eyes scanned the parlor. He soon stood with a sigh and carefully climbed atop a chair, intent on dusting a framed picture that his wife had so lovingly mounted to the wall. That's when he heard the sound, the unmistakable swish of cold steel leaving a leather holster, followed by the mechanical click of a hammer. A split second later, a bullet struck Howard in the back of his head. A brief explosion and blinding light, followed by an all-encompassing darkness. Never again would he hear his children at play. Never again would he see the desire in his wife's eyes, nor experience the simple pleasure of a fine horse underneath him. At long last, the war was over. It had been over 3 years since Jesse and the boys rode into Northfield, a disastrous decision that saw the entire gang either dead or imprisoned, save for Jesse and his brother Frank. They alone had managed to escape, and for the next couple of years, Jesse James did his level best to keep a low profile. Moved his family to the outskirts of Nashville, where, so far as the neighbors were concerned, he was John Davis Howard, a gentleman farmer and a grain speculator with a penchant for fine horse flesh and playing faro. His brother Frank was likewise living under an alias, that of B.J. Woodson. Swore off profanity, joined the Methodist Church, and, interestingly enough, found solace in his labor. Quote, I worked regularly every day on the farm, seldom failing to put in my full 10 hours per day in the field. At the end of the year, I engaged a team for the lumber company, and I carried out my agreement to the letter, driving a 4-mule team every day, taking my meals in the woods and never doing less than a full hand's work. Now, while Frank may have been enjoying the simple pleasures of honest toil, his brother, Jesse, had a much harder time adjusting to the monotony. Per historian Mark Lee Gardner, quote, Jesse, not yet 32 years old, had spent most of his adult life riding like the devil, terrorizing bluecoats, bank tellers, and Pinkertons. The rush of that wind in your face, gun in your hand lifestyle was like a drug, and Jesse craved attention, the kind he got on a national scale. Racehorses did not make the headlines. At the same time, he continued to spend money fast and easy, just like in the old days, and he accumulated creditors even faster. For Jesse, the answer was obvious, or inevitable. Even though the nightmarish memories of Northfield were still vivid, Jesse began putting together a new gang. End of quote. Now, we will get to that new gang here in just a minute, but this is also when Jesse allegedly struck up a friendship with Billy the Kid. The main source of them meeting comes from Dr. Henry Hoyt in his 1929 book, Frontier Doctor. Hoyt and Billy the Kid were friends, that much is certain. They had gotten to know each other over in Texas following the Lincoln County War. And by the summer of 1879, Hoyt was working at the Adobe Hotel near the hot springs outside of Las Vegas, New Mexico. He was there one day in July when Billy introduced him to his dinner companion, Mr. Howard from Tennessee. Said he was there to see his old friend by the name of Scott Moore. And not only did Moore operate the Adobe Hotel, but he also supposedly hailed from Clay County, Missouri, same place where Jesse was from. Like I said, Moore did operate the hotel, but his Missouri roots have yet to be officially established. Be that as it may, Hoyt's story was backed up by future New Mexico Governor Miguel Otero, who also maintained that Billy and Jesse were seen dining together. The Las Vegas Gazette would even print an article about it a few months later. Hell, the railroads were even offering direct trips from Kansas City to Vegas. So yeah, we may not have conclusive proof, but I do think this meeting is possible, or was possible. That said, Jesse's daughter Mary was born on July 17th, right around the same time that he would have been traveling west to the land of enchantment. I only bring this up because Jesse almost certainly attended the birth of his son a few years prior. He even skipped out on a bank robbery to ensure that he could be there. Then in February of 1879, his wife C gave birth to twin boys, Gould and Montgomery. Sadly, the newborns would only live a few days, but legend has it that Jesse carved their gravestones with his own two hands. Which begs the question, would Jesse James run off to New Mexico, knowing that he'd be absent from Mary's birth, especially considering their recent losses? And unfortunately, I do not have an answer. Whatever the case, though, he was back in Missouri by September, and busy assembling that fresh gang of desperados. Now, some of these old boys Jesse was already familiar with, like his cousin Wood Height and Clell Miller's little brother Ed. The rest of the gang, a mixed bag of mostly unknowns, included an Irishman by the name of Bill Ryan, one of Ryan's buddies, Tucker Basham, and Vernon County native Dick Little. Dick, by the way, had just got out of prison for stealing a horse. And man, talk about an unfortunate name, Dick Little. It's spelled Liddil, but that sure ain't the way it sounds. I guess Jesse had a fondness for such curious handles, as he also recruited bandits Tallywhacker Tiny, Johnson Slim, Meat Stack Minnie, and the notoriously quick on the draw, Craig, I have a very small penis, Kilpatrick. And yeah, I did just make up all those names, except Dick Little. He was definitely real. And according to Dick, he was first introduced to Jesse by former bushwhacker Ben Morrow. Quote, "About 2 o'clock, I went to Ben's and found Jesse in the yard. We had a chat and went out to where his horse was tied in the woods. He said he was broke and wanted to make a raise and wanted me to help him. I agreed." End of quote. And the raise in question turned out to be a train at the Glendale Depot, just outside of Independence, Missouri. Now, before you get to sending emails and telling me that Glendale is over 200 miles to the east of Independence, yes, you are correct. But that's a different Glendale. Believe it or not, they would also rob a train in that Glendale in the near future. The place I'm talking about right now, though, was just a tiny little blip on the tracks. Wasn't nothing there but a store, a telegraph office, and a little whistle stop. If you're ever in Independence and find yourself standing on the corner of East 39th and Celsa, that's where the Glendale Depot was. And for a team of mostly amateurs, the robbery went off without a hitch. Nobody got hurt, and the bandits made off with a cool $6,000 in cash. But you know what they say, right? Easy come, easy go. To quote historian T.J. Stiles, Jesse didn't behave as if he were afraid of death. Like an addict unable to restrain himself, he indulged as never before in the vices of his brigand life. He gambled so frequently and so recklessly that even the quiet Z, who had stood so much over the years, began to complain. And yeah, as I'm sure you can imagine, it wasn't long before Jesse was broke and looking for another score. In the meantime, however, trouble was a-brewing. Just a few weeks after the Glendale robbery, gang member Tucker Basham went and got himself arrested. Apparently, he had gotten drunk in Nashville and started flashing around a large wad of cash. Not only would he confess to the robbery, but he also named Jesse and Ed Miller as his accomplices. He named the others as well, but thankfully he only knew them by their nicknames. And believe me when I say Jesse was not a happy camper. He was also growing increasingly paranoid. The point even his friends were suspect. And since he couldn't get to Basham, he instead turned his attention to Ed Miller. Now this is still somewhat contested, but Miller would go missing at some point during the summer of 1880. As to what really happened to him, that just depends on who you ask. Jesse's cousin Clarence would later state that Miller threw down on Jesse after they got into an argument over tobacco. Miller missed, but Jesse did not. Another story is that Ed and Jim Cummins were fighting over a girl. Somehow Jesse's name got pulled into the mix, and that's when he shot Miller dead. There are additional stories that Miller was possibly working with authorities, or that he simply wanted out of the gang. There are some that even insist that his death was a hoax, and that Miller just moved to Kentucky and lived out the rest of his days in peace. It's hard to say where the truth lies, but me personally, I'm leaning towards Jesse killing him. I think more than anything, he was worried about Ed yapping to the law the same way that Basham did. And since Ed knew where Jesse and Frank lived, the smart choice was just to eliminate the threat. Sounds a little strange considering how close Jesse was to Ed's brother Clell, but then again, remember what I said earlier about paranoia. Future gang member Charlie Ford would later describe how Jesse scrutinized everybody, including his own brother Frank. Hell, he even plotted to kill Jim Cummins, and him and Jim went way back, all the way to Quantrell's Raiders. If I'm not mistaken, Jim was one of the ones that took Jesse into Lexington after he got shot in the lung. These past ties notwithstanding, I guess Jesse felt like Jim was acting squirrely and asking too many questions. He tried to get Dick Little and some others to kill him, but Jim lamb chopped it before they could make it happen. For what it's worth, though, Cummins had been a wanted man for quite a while, which somewhat explains his sudden disappearance. As far as I know, he never snitched on his compadres. Now, despite these setbacks, Jesse still needed to turn a profit. That being the case, in early September, he and the boys robbed a wagon full of tourists at Kentucky's Mammoth Cave. Skip ahead to October 15th, they struck again, holding up a general store over in the town of Mercer. The owner operated a nearby coal mine and kept money for his employees there at the store. Only problem was the payments were delayed, so the bandits were only able to make off with around $13 and a gold pocket watch. Their next job, however, proved much more lucrative. An army payroll in northern Alabama netted them over $5,000, or a little over $150,000 in today's money. But the good times never seem to last, do they? No sooner were they back in Nashville than Ryan made the same mistake as his old buddy Tucker. Got drunk, started brandishing his revolver and bragging about what a big bad outlaw he was. Typical Irishman, right? Ryan was arrested and extradited to Missouri. He'd later be found guilty, thanks in no small part to Basham's testimony, and sentenced to 25 years in prison. To the best of my knowledge, Ryan did his time like a man, and much like Jim Cummins, never rolled on Jesse. Nevertheless, the James brothers still played it safe and got the hell out of Dodge. Despite Frank not participating in those recent robberies, he did know Ryan. Didn't like him, but he did know him. And more importantly, just like Ed Miller, Ryan knew where he lived. Guess Frank didn't want to risk it, so he too fled Nashville, albeit reluctantly. Remember, up till that point, he had been enjoying the life of an honest man. Frank would later recall his time farming and working as a teamster as the happiest he had been since childhood. And it was, quote, with a sense of despair that I rode away from our little home and again became a wanderer. You got to think, as much as Frank may have wanted to go straight, he was still the brother of Jesse James. And like it or not, their destinies were forever intertwined, especially considering what happened next. On July 15th, 1881, the gang, Frank included, boarded a train at the Winston Depot, just outside of Gallatin, Missouri. Jesse positioned himself in the smoking car, along with Frank and Wood Height, as Wood's brother Clarence and Dick Little made their way to the platform on the express car. And then, just as soon as everybody was in place, Jesse rose to his feet and started shooting, killing the conductor and an innocent passenger. They then stole what they could from the express car, wasn't much, just $600, and made their escape. Now, those killings were almost certainly accidental. Jesse had been shooting high, and I guess the two victims just happened to stand up at the worst possible time imaginable. Still, though, accident or not, these killings sent shockwaves throughout Missouri. Even in his hometown of Kearney, folks began speaking out against him. Hell, the newly elected governor, Thomas Crittenden, even pledged to make Jesse a special project of his. Sure enough, a week later, Crittenden met with representatives from all the major railroads there in Missouri. They all pitched in, and within days, the governor issued a whopping $10,000 bounty on each of the James brothers, along with an additional $5,000 per man for the rest of the gang. Meanwhile, Jesse just got busy planning his next heist, which, as fate would have it, would also be his final heist. It would also occur exactly 5 years to the day that he and the Youngers struck Northfield. On the evening of September 7th, 1881, he and the boys quietly assembled in a forest outside of Glendale, Missouri. And yes, this is the actual town of Glendale this time. few miles outside of St. Louis. To be more specific, the area was known as Blue Cut, on account of steep outcroppings lining a curve in the tracks that forced trains to slow to a creep. In preparation, the bandits piled large rocks on the tracks and wrapped a lantern with a red cloth. The engineer would later state that the man flagging down the train had on a mask, and that he saw him set the lantern on a pile of stones between the rails. And thankfully this time, Jesse refrained from killing anyone. They did beat the shit out of the express messenger, though. Guess he was a little too slow in opening up the safe, so they pistol whipped him. And when the contents of the safe wasn't to Jesse's liking, he got pistol whipped again for good measure. When they were done, Jesse tipped the engineer and gave a bow to the passengers before bidding them a good evening. The entire ordeal was over in less than half an hour, and all they managed to steal was just around $1,000. By the way, joining the outlaws there at the Blue Cut was a newcomer by the name of Charlie Ford. Jesse had first met Charlie and his brother Bob during the summer of 1879, and per sources, Jesse and Charlie became fast friends. Matter of fact, Jesse would often visit the house that Charlie shared with his brothers and sister Martha. According to historian T.J. Stiles, quote, "Thanks to this emerging circle of friendships, the center of Jesse's social life shifted to the home of Ford's sister, a youthful widow named Martha Bolton, who lived in Ray County just east of Richmond. She was an attractive woman, and Dick Little in particular became fond of her. Bolton's home soon emerged as the regular rendezvous for the outlaws and their associates." Now, more on the Fords here in just a moment, but like I was saying, the Blue Cut robbery was the last that Jesse James would ever pull. And once more, quote TJ Stiles, "The next 7 months belonged to his enemies and to the making of enemies." And yeah, I really can't stress just how unpopular Jesse was becoming. Hell, even his old newspaper buddy, John Edwards, had ghosted him. What's more, a delegation of ex-Confederates issued a formal condemnation, saying that they'd be content with nothing less than the gang's extermination. By the way, this is also around the same time when Bill Ryan got convicted and sentenced to prison. In other words, Jesse's world was quickly coming unraveled. Now, if you've ever seen The Assassination of Jesse James, this is basically the same time frame that the movie is set in. Not only do you get to see the Blue Cut train robbery in action, but you're also privy to Jesse's increasing levels of paranoia, that and the gang's gradual downfall. Remember, Ed Miller was dead, likely at the hands of Jesse himself. Bill Ryan and Tucker Basham were behind bars. Same goes for Cole Younger and his brothers. Frank James had already called it quits and returned back east, and on top of all of that, Wood Height and Dick Little were beefing. Stories differ as to why, but some think that Wood had accused Little of stealing some of his loot. Others think the dispute arose on account of both of them being sweet on Charlie's sister Martha. And then, of course, there were the rumors of Little having an affair with Height's mother-in-law. Whatever the case, following Ryan's conviction, Jesse sent word for everyone to meet him at his Uncle Height's place over in Kentucky. And when Little arrived, he and Wood began almost immediately butting heads. Things got so tense that they decided to step outside and have a proper duel. Both men ended up missing their shots, and Dick just hopped in the saddle and rode away. A few weeks later, Wood got arrested for killing a black farmhand. He escaped, though, and made a beeline straight to Martha's place. Only problem was Dick Little was already there. So was Charlie Ford's little brother, Bob. Didn't take long for Height and Little to start arguing yet again. Things finally came to a head, and they jerked iron right there in the house. And despite both men emptying their revolvers, none of their shots were fatal. Height was wounded in the arm and Little in the right thigh. Wood was actually in the process of pulling another pistol when Bob Ford rushed in and put a bullet squarely in his head. Now, we haven't spoken much of Bob yet, but contrary to popular belief, he was not a member of Jesse's gang, at least not officially. That said, he had joined his brother and a few of the others in holding up a stagecoach the previous summer, so he weren't exactly no angel either. Now, this killing was a pretty big deal, considering that Wood Height was Jesse's first cousin. And if there's one thing we know about Jesse James, it's that he absolutely loved his first cousins. Just ask his wife. Hell, Bob and Dick got so nervous they disposed of Height's body in an unmarked grave. Just their attempt at getting rid of the evidence. Now, I didn't mention this earlier, but after Jesse and Frank fled Nashville, they settled in Kansas City. Just not for very long. Frank left for Kentucky in late October, and a month after that is when Jesse moved his family to St. Joseph. And on Christmas Eve of 1881, they moved yet again, only this time just around the corner to 1318 Lafayette Street. Jesse liked the way the house sat on a hill, giving him a commanding view of his surroundings. According to Charlie Ford, quote, "He could see anybody and nobody could see him. and he said that he would not be afraid of 100 men if he knew they were coming. Once again, I got to reference the movie The Assassination of Jesse James. Awesome movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, check it out. There's a scene where Bob Ford helps Jesse move his belongings over to that new house, but in all reality, that was Charlie, not Bob. If I'm not mistaken, Charlie had been living with the James family ever since they moved to St. Joseph. And by this point, unbeknownst to Jesse, both Charlie and Bob were actively conspiring against him. And they had been pretty much ever since the governor issued that huge bounty. It wasn't all about the money, though. There's also the fact that Jesse had given a beating to their 15-year-old cousin, Sam. Turns out Sam's mother was the sister of Jim Cummins. Jesse paid him a visit one day, hoping to figure out where Jim was hiding, and it was while he was there that he roughed the kid up. Gotta imagine that Bob and Charlie didn't much appreciate it. And then, of course, you got Dick Little. Remember, he had been running scared ever since that shooting scrape with Wood Height. He'd later admit that he mistrusted Jesse and thought that he was planning to kill him. And to be fair, he probably was. I guess Dick figured he'd make a move before Jesse got the chance. The only thing is, Bob Ford beat him to it. You see, Bob met with the governor in secret on January 13th over in Kansas City. And he did agree to cooperate. Said that he and Charlie would do what they could to capture Jesse, just so long as they could get their hands on that reward money. Bob also requested clemency for Dick Little. The governor agreed, and Dick turned himself in a week later. Now, you got to keep in mind that Jesse was not yet aware of any of these betrayals. Even Little's arrest was kept under wraps. Matter of fact, he and Charlie would head to Kansas that March to scout out some likely prospects. And on the way back, they swung by Martha's place and picked up Bob. Hell, Jesse even gifted him with a fancy nickel-plated revolver and invited him to come stay at the new house over in St. Joseph. Just the opportunity that the Fords had been waiting on. Only issue was that Jesse was watching them like a hawk. The Fords knew damn well they couldn't beat Jesse face to face. Hell, Charlie would even admit as much. Quote, I knew he was quicker than I, and I would not try it when he had his arms on. Arms meaning pistols. He was so watchful that no man could get the drop on him. We waited a long time to catch Jesse without his revolvers, knowing that unless he put them off, we could not fetch him. End of quote. And yeah, watchful or not, Jesse was still a mere mortal, and us mortals have been known to let our guards down on occasion. To paraphrase the great Larry McMurtry, life is but a knife edge, and sooner or later we all slip and get cut. And unfortunately for Jesse, that slip came on the morning of April 3rd, 1882. He and the Ford brothers had gone outside after breakfast to feed the horses. Guess they were planning on leaving for Platte City later on that evening in preparation for another bank job. And when they stepped back inside is when Jesse removed his coat and gun belt. Then, according to Charlie Ford, quote, he went to brush off some pictures, and when he turned his back, I gave my brother the wink. Now, the picture in question was of his wife's niece, Nanny Mims, I think. I've seen other sources that say it was a painting of Jesse's favorite horse. Whatever the case, Jesse did grab a feather brush and started dusting, but in his haste, he accidentally bumped the frame. That's when he slid a chair over and climbed on top. As he started fumbling with the wire hanger trying to straighten the frame is when he heard it. Once again, per Charlie, quote, we both pulled our pistols, but he, my brother, was the quickest and fired first. I had my finger on the trigger and was just gonna fire, but I saw his shot was a death shot and did not fire. He, Jesse, heard us cock our pistols and was about to turn his head. The ball struck him in the back of the head and he fell. End quote. As soon as Jesse's wife Z heard the shot, she came running, only for Charlie to claim that the pistol had gone off on accident. Yes, Z said. I guess it went off on purpose. The brothers then ran to the telegraph office and sent a messenger to the governor. After that, they surrendered to authorities. Now, Jesse's funeral was held in Kearney on April 6th, with over 1,000 mourners in attendance. He was then laid to rest at his mother's farm, same one the Pinkertons had tried to burn back in 75. The preacher who conducted the service quoted from the book of Matthew, Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. Meanwhile, John Newman Edwards penned the following as an obituary. We called him outlaw, and he was, but fate made him so. When the war closed, Jesse James had no home. Proscribed, hunted, shot, driven away from among his people, a price put upon his head, what else could the man do with such a nature except what he did do? He refused to be banished from his birthright, and when he was hunted, he turned savagely about and hunted his hunters. Would to God he were alive today to make a righteous butchery of a few more of them. End of quote. Edwards also began raising money for Z and the children. Seems that despite Jesse's best of intentions, they were still broke. And what little they did have, at least what was provably stolen, got returned to the original owners. It was also Edwards who began negotiating on behalf of Frank James. Remember, Frank had long grown weary of being a night rider, and following his brother's death, he went ahead and took a chance. On October 5th, 1882, Frank stepped inside the governor's office at Jefferson City. He then unbuckled his gun belt and handed it over. "Governor, I am Frank James. I surrender my arms to you. They have not been out of my possession since 1864. No other man has ever had them since then. I now give them to you personally. I deliver myself to you and the law." Now, obviously, that's not entirely true, as the type of revolver that Frank handed over had not yet been invented in 1864, but I guess the sentiment remains. Frank was tried for the Winston train robbery, but he won an acquittal. He was also tried for his role in the Muscle Shoals robbery, the one down in Alabama, one of the few crimes he was actually innocent of, and once again, he won an acquittal. He was due to be tried again for an 1876 train robbery, but one of the key witnesses passed away. Imagine that. So the prosecution just dropped the case. All total, Frank James spent about a year in jail. And once that last case fell apart, the governor told him to locate a farm and get to work. He said to stay the hell out of trouble and avoid the limelight. And if he could manage that, then the governor promised not to let him be extradited to Minnesota. Frank was 39 years old when he turned himself in. And he'd go on to live another 3 decades. True to his word, he would keep to the straight and narrow. He'd go on to work a series of odd jobs, doing everything from picking fruit to selling shoes. Hell, he even operated his own Wild West show with Cole Younger before finally retiring to the old farm. It's there where he charged the curious $0.25 apiece just to see the house where his famous brother was born. To quote historian Mark Lee Gardner, many journalists paid the price of admission over the years, although it did not always guarantee a visit with Frank. Still, several reporters did manage to get stories from the famous bandit. And during one interview, Frank was asked something that he had never been asked before. The reporter wanted to know if Frank thought what he had done with his life had been worthwhile. Frank paused for a moment, as if his mind was racing over the scenes of his past. Foolhardy charges, smoking revolvers, bloody corpses, and the faces of Quantrell, Bloody Bill, Cole, Jesse, his mother, and Joseph Haywood. Finally, Frank answered, "If you're not a quitter, anything you've done has got to be worthwhile. You can make it worthwhile. I guess if I had to do it all over, and had to make the choice as a young man, I'd rather have all the pain and danger and trouble than to just be a plain farmer. If I had an old man's head, I would choose different." End of quote. By the way, I do have a short standalone episode on Frank James regarding an incident that occurred years later when he was selling shoes down in Dallas. Evidently, he had to deal with a loudmouth bully who wasn't aware of his identity. It's not my most popular episode by a long shot, but it is one of my personal favorites. I will drop a link down below if you're interested in checking it out. Frank would die there at his mother's farm on February 18th, 1915. He had been worried about grave robbers, so he asked to be cremated. Ironically, the ashes were then kept in a bank vault until his wife's passing in 1944. The remains were then buried together over in Independence. Jesse's widow Z would live another 18 years following Jesse's death, passing away in November of 1900. Legend has it that she pretty much lived in poverty those last few years. Her daughter Mary got hitched in 1901 and had a passel of kids. She died in Kansas City in 1935 after a prolonged stay in the hospital. Of what, I'm not entirely sure. Brother Jesse Edwards James graduated from law school in 1907. Had him in office in Kansas City for a number of years before moving to California. Ended up writing a book about his father's life and even starring as his father in at least 2 movies, Jesse James the Outlaw and Jesse James Under the Black Flag. He died in Los Angeles in 1951 at the age of 75. Jesse's mother Zerelda made it all the way to 1911 after having outlived 3 husbands and 4 of her 8 children. Remember Bill Ryan, that Irishman who got sentenced to life? Well, that sentence was commuted, and he was released from prison in 1889. He'd always sworn that if he got out, he'd kill Tucker Basham, but I guess he either changed his mind or just never got around to it, as Basham lived all the way till 1922. I got no idea what became of Ryan other than he supposedly traveled west to California. Woodhite's brother Clarence was arrested shortly after Dick Little's surrender. He too would be sentenced to prison, but died a year later from tuberculosis. Jim Cummins spent time in Colorado and California and actually tried to turn himself in on several occasions, but nobody believed he was who he said he was, or at least that's what he claimed. He'd write a book of his own in 1903 and spent the rest of his days in an old soldier's home there in Missouri. Matter of fact, he'd end up killing one of his fellow residents there with his bare hands. Charges were never filed, and Jim passed away in 1929 at the age of 83. Dick Little received a pardon and even testified against Frank before being deemed an unreliable witness. Later, he'd travel west with Bob Ford before returning east to work as a horse trainer. He would actually die of a heart attack while attending a race over in Kentucky on July 13, 1901. As for the Ford brothers, they'd be indicted for first-degree murder. They pleaded guilty and were sentenced to death, but the governor issued an unconditional pardon for the both of them. Bob would stand trial again for the murder of Woodhite, but won an acquittal. Brothers would go on to star in a stage production titled How I Killed Jesse James, but it turned out to be a short-lived venture. Charlie came down with tuberculosis, got himself addicted to morphine, and ended up taking his own life in 1884. That's when Bob and Dick Little headed west. They opened up a saloon in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Bob even moonlighted as a police officer. A paper out of Albuquerque would joke that if anyone in Vegas decided to break the law, they should refrain from doing so while hanging pictures. It's also there in Vegas where Bob was allegedly challenged to a shooting match by none other than Jose Chavez y Chavez. Yeah, this is the same Chavez who rode with Billy the Kid. I'm not sure how true the story is, but legend has it that Bob fled town after Chavez challenged him to a duel. He opened another saloon south of Santa Fe before migrating north to Creede, Colorado. And it was there on June 8, 1892, when a man named Ed O'Kelly stepped inside Bob's tent saloon with a double-barreled shotgun. He yelled out Bob's name and opened fire, instantly killing the man who killed Jesse James. Bob was exactly 6 months shy of his 31st birthday, and as far as I know, O'Kelly's motive has not yet been determined. Of course, O'Kelly himself would be shot dead by a police officer in Oklahoma just 11 years later. Now, before we go, several people have asked me whether or not Jesse was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. I don't know a ton about this group, but from what I understand, they were a secret society, sort of like the Masons, only very much pro-slavery. I even think their main goal was to create a new country where slavery was legal. Among the Circle's alleged members were John Wilkes Booth, Albert Pike, Nathan Bedford Forrest, and, of course, our very own Jesse James. Matter of fact, some even allege that Jesse was the treasurer. That said, I have found zero credible evidence linking Jesse to the Knights of the Golden Circle. And really, this is just getting into conspiracy territory. Secret symbols, buried treasure, that sort of shit. I'm not really sure how Jesse could have been the treasurer when he was constantly on the run. I'm also not sure why they'd want to bury their money out in the middle of nowhere if they were such a powerful organization. Why not just recruit a banker and keep the money locked away in a vault? I know you may have heard otherwise, especially on the so-called History Channel, but there just is not any proof that Jesse was involved. Speaking of conspiracies, one that still lingers to this day is the idea that Jesse's death was a hoax and that he lived to be an old man. In the late 1940s, a man calling himself J. Frank Dalton made a startling announcement. Said that the outlaw Jesse James had not been killed by Bob Ford in 1882. According to Dalton, the entire thing was a hoax, one orchestrated with the help of Missouri Governor Thomas Crittenden. And Dalton knew all of this because he himself was the real Jesse James. What's more, he had evidence to back it up. Not only did Dalton's body bear the scars of over 30 bullet wounds, but he also obtained signed affidavits for people swearing that he and Jesse were one and the same. Sound familiar? Even the notorious train robber Al Jennings vouched for J. Frank Dalton. But how credible was Al Jennings? And just how well does Dalton's story stand up under scrutiny? Did he really have evidence, or was he just Brushy Bill Roberts 2.0? And if he wasn't really Jesse James, then who in the hell was he? And yes, we will also be discussing the infamous Jesse James DNA test. My name's Josh, and this is a very frustrating, but hopefully at least somewhat eye-opening episode of the Wild West Extravaganza. I would stick around to the very end because we'll also take a look at whether or not Jesse James was a dope fiend. Yeehaw! J. Frank Dalton is a mystery. We don't know his real name, we don't know where, when he was born, who his parents were, or virtually anything about his early life, or the vast majority of his life for that matter. Dalton really doesn't even pop up on the radar until 1947, at which point he was living in a tent in the slums of Austin, claiming to be a 90-something-year-old veteran of Quantrell's Raiders. It wasn't until the following year that he moved to Oklahoma and started talking about being Jesse James. And believe it or not, his story did gain traction. Dalton even began making appearances at various carnivals and fairs. Or at least he did until the real James family filed a lawsuit. Consequently, the speaking engagements dried up and Dalton was dropped by his manager. That's when Frank Hall swooped in. Frank had previously worked for the Lawton Constitution, same paper that broke the news about Dalton being Jesse James. And well, I reckon Hall smelled an opportunity. Either that or he truly believed in Dalton's stories. Just not for very long. Much like the previous manager, Hall called it quits after a relatively short period and pawned the old man off to a guy by the name of Lester Dill. And yes, this is the same Lester Dill who owned and operated Merrimack Caverns over in eastern Missouri. Lester, by the way, also invented the bumper sticker. I'm not making that up. Dude was apparently a genius when it came to promotions. In 1948, he even got his son-in-law Rudy to climb the Empire State Building in a caveman outfit and threatened to jump off if everybody in the world didn't visit Merrimack. And by 1949, Dill and Rudy were using J. Frank Dalton to promote the caverns. Sort of like a living tourist attraction. Not only could you visit a hideout used by Jesse James, allegedly, but you can also meet the infamous bandit in the flesh. Hell, they even celebrated one of Dalton's birthdays right there at Merrimack. Be that as it may, by September of 1950, J. Frank was back in Texas and dead broke. And by August of the following year, he was just plain dead. He was buried in Granbury, Texas, and to this day, the name on his tombstone reads Jesse Woodson James. Now, I really struggled with how to present all this information. If you're a new listener, I've also done a lot of work on Brushy Bill Roberts, the guy who claimed to be Billy the Kid, and I initially figured I'd give Dalton a similar treatment. But to be completely honest, I just don't have the patience, wherewithal, or bandwidth to do yet another deep dive on yet another Old West fraudster. I can sit here for the next hour and point out all the obvious flaws in Dalton's story, like the fact he originally claimed to be U.S. Marshal Frank Dalton, older sibling to the notorious Dalton gang. And when that didn't pan out is when he switched to saying that he was Jesse James. I can point out all the times he failed to answer simple questions regarding the real Jesse, like the full name of his brother Frank, or which arm his mother lost to the Pinkertons, or how his affidavits were suspect at best, and included someone who also signed an affidavit back in Brushy Bill Roberts. And then, of course, there's Dalton's other stories. Much like Brushy Bill, he couldn't stop at just one lie. Had to keep piling them on until he lost all semblance of credibility. You see, in addition to being the most famous outlaw of all time, Dalton also claimed to have been a high-ranking member of the super-secretive Knights of the Golden Circle. Said he provided Gatling guns to the Native Americans, and that's how come they were able to defeat Custer at the Battle of Little Bighorn. I am not joking. It's not just one of those things I made up. That's really what Dalton said. According to him, they placed the Gatling guns on the backs of mules. Then again, he also said he could travel the world using astral projection. Yeah, astral projection. I think I actually got that once after eating Taco Bell. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I could go on and on with this guy. For instance, Dalton also claimed to have killed John Wilkes Booth in Oklahoma in 1902. Said he worked as a mercenary in Africa and South America, and that he rescued Emperor Maximilian down in Old Mexico. He also swore up and down that he had been a pilot in the Canadian Army during World War I. I don't know about you, but I did not have Jesse James being a goddamn elderly fighter pilot on this week's bingo card. He was also a billionaire, by the way. According to Dalton, he had been an early backer of Howard Hughes, Henry Ford, and even the Wright brothers. And that's not to mention the numerous ranches, mines, brickyards, lumberyards, river steamers, and ocean freighters he also claimed to own. And of course, there is absolutely no evidence backing up any of this. All the discrepancies and contradictions are merely explained away by introducing a mysterious cousin, one whose name was also Jesse James. Once again, I have to reference Brushy Bill Roberts. Keep in mind that Dalton and Roberts were friends IRL. IRL is how the kids nowadays say in real life. And it really is truly amazing how their stories just sort of blend together, even right down to the cousin with the same name. Simply put, J. Frank Dalton was full of shit. Just another phony in a long line of phonies. But hey, if you're still not convinced, I've got some great news. You see, science has already solved the mystery for us. Yay, science! Right? I mean, science has solved the mystery, hasn't it? Hasn't it? False. It has not. At least not conclusively. And that's what I really wanted to talk to you about today. The so-called DNA test that supposedly proved that Jesse was killed in 1882. Look, I'm going to level with you here. This is going to get a little confusing, and it's also going to be a little shocking. I've heard rumors, but I had no idea it was this bad. And I think you'll understand what I mean here in just a moment. But first, a little backstory. You see, Jesse James was initially buried at his mother's farm in April of 1882, and it's there where he stayed for the next 20 years. It wasn't until 1902 that his body was exhumed and reinterred next to his wife at the Mount Olivet Cemetery, just a few miles from the original gravesite in the town of Kearney. Sounds like a relatively simple affair, but there were complications. First off, it was raining cats and dogs when they dug Jesse up. Then, as they were lifting the casket, the bottom gave out, causing the remains to spill back down into the grave, including Jesse's skull. It actually rolled back into the grave twice before they managed to get everything transferred to a new coffin. Worth noting that Jesse's son, Jesse Edwards James, aka Jesse Jr., was in charge of the exhumation. That being the case, he was able to inspect that runaway skull. And according to him, there was a bullet hole behind where one of the ears should have been, about the size of a quarter. He also recalled how his father's hands were still, quote, folded over the breast, just as they had been placed 20 years earlier. These remains were then taken to the new cemetery by former Quantrill raiders and reburied. According to Nancy B. Samuelson, in an essay titled Who is Buried in Jesse James's Grave, there was, quote, no evidence that the coffin was left unattended at any time before reburial, end of quote. By the way, before I forget, if you're currently watching this on YouTube, I did release a video last week all about the death of Jesse James, but I accidentally released it 12 hours early. I know a lot of people missed it, so if that applies to you, please feel free to check it out when we're done here. I'll even put a link down below. Okay, so in October of 1978, there was another excavation there at the original gravesite, conducted by Clay County's Dr. Milton F. Perry and archaeologist Dr. Robert Bray. And they were able to locate a number of very interesting artifacts that had been left behind, including bits of the old casket, teeth, a few pieces of hair, bone fragments, and even a .36 caliber ball. Several of these samples were sent to Kansas State University for analysis, and the results do back up the traditional narrative. The good folks over at the osteology lab determined that the remains almost certainly belonged to a Caucasian male, around 38 years of age, who had been dead for about 100 years. Not too far off, right? Jesse was actually 34 when he was killed, and he had been buried for 96 years as opposed to 100, but still, that's pretty damn impressive. At least it is, assuming that everything was done on the up and up. But unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. I'll give you a for instance. The doctor who tested the items at the university determined that Jesse's teeth showed signs of a prolonged fever. Okay, fine. I'm sure he had more than a few prolonged fevers throughout the course of his life, especially considering how many times he was seriously wounded. But regrettably, said doctor then fabricated a story about some fake probate records to back up his hypothesis. Maybe he meant well, I don't know. Maybe the teeth did show signs of hypoplasia. But why make up a story? Why not just stick with the results, come what may? By the way, I'm saying all of this with the full realization that I do not know the entire story, nor do I have the doctor's side of the story. It could very well be that I'm misunderstanding a few key details. I just want to make that very clear. I did reach out to the guy, at least a professor at that same university, with the exact same name, who I think is the doctor who tested the remains, but as of this recording, he has not yet replied. I also have not personally reviewed those probate records in question. I cannot stress how hard it was finding reliable information on what we're discussing today, the excavation and the exhumations. So please verify and double check everything that you hear me say. And if by some chance you happen to have some insider knowledge, maybe if someone you know, or even if you were involved, please feel free to hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. I am very open to being corrected. Now, that good doctor's indiscretion or alleged indiscretion notwithstanding, I really don't have any other reasons to doubt the results. And I also think it's pretty cool that their analysis strongly supports the historical narrative of Jesse being killed in 1882. That said, there was additional tomfoolery involved. The guy in charge of the dig, Dr. Milt Perry, actually started handing out the artifacts like souvenirs. Now, the rest were put on display in the museum, and eventually a few of the pieces were placed in a Tupperware bowl and reburied. Once again, not necessarily a hanging offense, but it also doesn't give me a lot of faith in Dr. Perry's professionalism. And I say that as if I even have an iota of his accolades. Look, I barely graduated high school. I have a total of 0 degrees. By contrast, Dr. Perry's credentials are a mile long. This guy was a legit historian. And in addition to his work there in Clay County, he also served as the first curator for the Truman Library. So while I don't necessarily love the idea of Dr. Perry handing out valuable artifacts to his buddies, part of me feels like he had to have at least known what he was doing regarding that excavation. This is not me knocking Dr. Perry or even that doctor at the university. All I'm trying to do is share the full story, so far as I understand it, which, to be honest, ain't much, mostly on account of a lack of transparency. Once again, please double check everything I'm saying and feel free to reach out with any corrections. Now, as many of you already know, Jesse was dug up yet again at the Mount Olivet Cemetery in July of 1995, this time with Professor James E. Stars at the helm. Much to the professor's dismay, however, they only had a couple of days to exhume the body. And then, further complicating matters was the condition of the casket. Just like the original coffin, it too had nearly disintegrated. In other words, they couldn't just simply dig down with a backhoe and fetch up the body fully intact. Instead, once they uncovered what was described as shards of decaying wood, the operation turned into more of an archaeological dig. And according to Professor Stars, it was handled professionally. Quote, working from the westernmost part of the grave pit nearest the headstone, Dan Kaizen ploddingly and conscientiously exposed several artifacts. Then he turned up badly decayed skeletal remains. My daughter-in-law, Tracy Stars, was carefully recording each artifact that he turned up. Uncomplaining and conscientious, she sat right by the grave pit in the hot sun, ensuring that the process was done correctly and that all retrieved items were documented. End quote. The team was able to locate another .36 caliber ball near what they thought was Jesse's right rib cage. They also found 16 teeth, some of which contained gold fillings, which Jesse's son had also noted back in 1902. They were even able to reconstruct the skull and determine the presence of lead, indicating a gunshot wound. So far, so good, right? The only thing left was to extract DNA. And turns out that's not as simple as it sounds. First, they tried the bones, but when that didn't pan out, they turned to the teeth. And that's when they hit pay dirt. Not only did they get DNA from a couple of the teeth, but they were able to compare the DNA to living James descendants. And surprising absolutely nobody, it was a match. Or as Professor Stars put it, they had Jesse by science. Case closed, the end. The only thing is, not everyone's buying it. And believe it or not, I do think that the skeptics are somewhat justified in their doubts. You see, Professor Stars returned a couple of months later and excavated the original grave site, the same one that Dr. Perry had dug up in 1978. Keep in mind that this was done after obtaining those teeth from the Mount Olivet Cemetery, but before releasing the DNA results. He also requisitioned several artifacts from the James Farm Museum, including teeth and a piece of hair allegedly belonging to Jesse James. And yeah, these are some of the same items that Dr. Perry discovered back in '78. This was not done with the express approval of the museum. But as Stars writes in his book, quote, in the end, the James Farm relented and allowed us to take the hair from the James Farm Museum and test it. What Stars fails to mention is that the museum didn't relent until he obtained a court order. And to this day, they have still not been able to retrieve those items. According to Stars, what destroyed during testing was just reburied. And if you'd like to hear what Stars has to say about any of this, just check out his book, Voice for the Dead. It is available for free on archive.org if you're interested. I'll even drop a link down below because I care, okay? I love you. That's why I'm going to drop that link down below. And I don't know. It's just getting creepy right now, so I'm just going to go along with the rest of the story. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to share Professor Starr's full statement concerning the DNA. Quote, Stone King had tried getting DNA from the bones from the grave, but their decayed condition made that impossible. As a last resort, they turned to the teeth. Teeth have protected enamel coating, and inside that coating, the DNA is housed. So the enamel protects the DNA, and we had 16 teeth available to test. After one tooth after another tested out unsuccessfully, Stone King finally announced a match between two molars and the mtDNA of two known descendants of James's sister, Susan Lavinia James. End quote. And what follows is the official report published in the Journal of Forensic Science. The next 60 or so seconds is going to be a little boring, but please bear with me. This is some very important information, and it will all make sense in just a few minutes, I promise. Once again, this is the Journal of Forensic Science. Quote, we report here that the results of the mtDNA analysis of remains exhumed in July 1995 from Mount Olivet Cemetery in Kearney, Nebraska, that are thought to be those of Jesse James. So right off the bat, they've already got the location wrong. It was Kearney, Missouri, not Kearney, Nebraska. Continuing on, quote, the remains were poorly preserved, presumably due to wet and slightly acidic soil conditions, and insufficient DNA for analysis was obtained from two bone samples. However, 2 of 4 teeth and 2 hairs recovered in 1978 from the original burial site on the James farm did yield reproducible mtDNA sequences. These mtDNA sequences from the teeth and hairs were all identical, suggesting that they came from the same individual. Furthermore, this mtDNA sequence was identical to mtDNA sequences determined from blood samples from 2 maternal relatives of Jesse James. Therefore, either the remains are indeed those of Jesse James, or they are from an unrelated individual who, by chance, happens to have the same mtDNA sequence. To assess the probability that an unrelated individual would have the same sequence, we searched the forensic mtDNA database and found that this sequence does not appear among the 2,426 mtDNA sequences therein. Hence, the mtDNA analysis supports the identification of the exhumed remains from Mount Olivet Cemetery as those of Jesse James. End of quote. And okay, maybe it's just me, but the way they worded that is a little confusing. It almost sounds as if the teeth that they got the DNA from were obtained from the museum as opposed to the Mount Olivet Cemetery. I'm going to read just that one line over again and tell me what you think, please. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Okay, so, quote, however, 2 of 4 teeth, comma, and 2 hairs recovered in 1978 from the original burial site on the James farm, comma, did yield reproducible mtDNA sequences. So I don't know, I guess the comma sort of differentiates between the teeth and those items recovered from the farm. But then again, why did they say 2 of 4 teeth and not 2 of 16 teeth? Remember, according to Stars, they found 16 teeth at the Mount Olivet Cemetery. Could the 4 teeth being referenced here be the ones they took from the museum? And if so, how do we even know those were really the teeth of Jesse James? I know they said that the DNA from the hair also matched the teeth, which is great, but once again, was it the teeth from the museum or the teeth from the grave? And really, this is my biggest issue with this entire operation, just the complete and utter lack of transparency. Pretty much everything I can find on these digs is almost purposely vague. I've been studying this shit for like over a month now. I've reached out to people who were actually there, and I still have no fucking clue where they got that DNA from. Now, we'll circle back to the DNA in just a moment, but if my voice doesn't fucking give out on me, but I'd also like to highlight some of the other issues. One of which is that Jesse James was buried face down, or at least he was, according to Professor Stars. Remember, it was Jesse's own son, along with one of Jesse's stepbrothers, who handled the remains in 1902. And at that time, Jesse Jr. did state that his father's arms were crossed over his chest, indicating, of course, that he was buried face up. But to hear Professor Stars tell it, by 1995, the corpse had mysteriously turned over. So unless Jesse James was literally rolling over in his grave, it just sounds to me like someone's lying. Unless, of course, they just haphazardly threw the remains in the new coffin back in 1902, but I kind of find that hard to believe. I also think that those former Quantrell men would have especially bristled at such an indignity. Or who knows, maybe Jesse requested that he be buried upside down so the entire world could kiss his rebel ass. Or hear me out, maybe, just maybe, Professor Stars dug up the wrong body. Now, I recently got my hands on a very interesting essay written by the aforementioned Nancy B. Samuelson and published in the now defunct National Association for Outlaw and Lawman History. I don't know much about the author, other than she wrote a book on the Dalton Gang and another on the Three Guardsmen out of Oklahoma. She also appeared in the 1992 documentary Outlaws, 10 Most Wanted, and she is, or was, a contributing member to the Wild West History Association, of which I am also a member. And, well, let's just say that Nancy B. Samuelson was not very happy with Professor Stars. She even made the subtitle of her essay, Why Can't James Stars Count Teeth? Now, I will admit, much of what she wrote about is stuff that I would consider nitpicky. Like she criticizes Stars for getting certain dates and names wrong. Sort of like how they got that location of the gravesite wrong in the scientific journal that I read earlier. I don't necessarily find these mistakes as damning as Samuelson does, but she does make a great point of saying that such mistakes show a lack of discipline and attention to detail. And I do sort of agree. If you're careless in the minor details, how do we know you'll be diligent when it comes to the important stuff? But then again, I too am guilty of making similar mistakes. How many times have you heard me get something as simple as directions wrong? I'll say that such and such town was 10 miles southwest of the border when I really meant that it was northeast of the border. Doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of the information isn't relevant or accurate, but I get what Nancy's saying. At the end of the day, it does point to a certain degree of carelessness. I like to think that if I was doing something as historically important as exhuming Jesse James, that I'd make doubly sure to dot my I's and cross my T's. A lot of her other concerns seem to be centered mostly around Professor Starr's somewhat unconventional personality, which was also highlighted in a particularly damning piece by journalist Amanda Ripley titled Bone Hunter. I'm not going to get into it here. I really don't think it matters all that much. But suffice it to say, Starr's reputation was not held in high regard amongst his peers, especially historians and anthropologists. I mean, the dude was even hawking t-shirts during the excavation. Shirts that read, "We dig Jesse." And this is not the only time the Stars pulled such a stunt. He also sold t-shirts during a prior excavation in Colorado when they dug up the victims of Alfred Packer. Samuelson also points out that Stars initially received permission to exhume Jesse's mother, Zerelda, but he declined, instead opting to extract DNA from people with a somewhat questionable pedigree. Apparently, there are doubts as to whether or not those James descendants who were tested were truly James descendants. And by Starr's own admission, he deceived the judge who approved the exhumation. And then there's the fact that the number of teeth obtained from the grave is just constantly changing. In some reports, it says they only found a dozen teeth, then it was 14. And finally, as late as February of 1996, Stars claimed 16. The image in his book, however, only shows 14. And in a sketch made by one of his assistants, the teeth are nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Samuelson sums up her thoughts by writing, quote, "In summary, the information disseminated about this exhumation has been inconsistent, confusing, and unreliable." She also points out that Professor Stars proved nothing, and that the project was characterized by faulty assumptions, false statements, sloppy record keeping, and a lack of proper scientific controls. End quote, amen, and pass the biscuits. I could not agree more. So I don't know, man. All that minor stuff aside, maybe I'm missing the forest for the trees, but just going off everything I've seen concerning this case, at no point do they make it clear where they obtained the DNA. And that's my biggest thing. They said they got it from the teeth, but which teeth? Was it the ones allegedly located at the Mount Olivet Cemetery? Or was it the teeth the Stars took from the museum? And like I said earlier, if it was the museum teeth, then how do we know they even belonged to Jesse James, not one of his siblings? Once again, I am more than willing to admit that I don't have all the information. Sadly, Professor Stars is no longer with us, so I can't just call him up and get his side of the story. Same goes for Milt Perry. I did, however, find a statement from someone else involved, historian Phil Stewart. At least I think he was a historian. He was working at the James Farm Museum, though, at the time. And according to Stewart, the DNA test was legit. Quote, "Some say the tooth did not come from the grave. There is no doubt it did. The experts who were on the case are not going to jeopardize their reputations by falsifying information." End of quote. Also, according to Stewart, one of the femur bones found at the Mount Olivet Cemetery showed signs of a bullet wound. He also stated that the remains matched Jesse's physical description, a detail backed up by Dr. Mark Stoneking. And then, of course, there's the fact that they found a pistol ball and evidence of lead in the skull. I mean, what are the odds? They dug up the wrong body, who also just so happened to resemble Jesse James, both in age and build, and wounds. That said, I don't know how involved Stewart was with the actual dig, nor do I know how much of what he said was based on opinion versus fact. But luckily, I was able to speak with someone else who worked there at the James Farm Museum as the excavation was underway. I'm not going to reveal their name, but I got the feeling that they weren't all that happy with the way Stars conducted himself. But when I asked point blank if they agreed with Phil Stewart's assessment that the DNA test was legit, the answer was an unequivocal yes. The gist of the conversation, at least what I got out of it, was that while there were issues, the results were not fabricated. This person was also able to point out several false statements made by detractors. According to my source, the facts have been somewhat muddled, not only by the press, apparently it was a damn media circus, but also by people looking to profit off of phonies like J. Frank Dalton. For instance, earlier I mentioned how Professor Stars obtained a court order to get those teeth and the hair samples from the museum. Well, rumor has it that the deputy counselor for Clay County back in those days refused to hand over the hair. Instead, he simply cut a few locks off of one of his buddies, and that's what he gave to Stars. And it was that hair that Stars tested. According to my source, though, that never happened. While they were very familiar with the story, they were also very adamant that the hair sample was not taken from a living person. It was indeed the hair that was on display at the museum. The same hair, by the way, that Dr. Perry had located in the grave back in 1978. Or 79. Whatever. Now I'm the one getting details wrong. Okay, with all of that in mind, here's where I stand as of right now. I cannot, in all good conscience, reference this DNA test as proof that Jesse James was killed in 1882. Simply put, there's just too much confusion and not enough transparency. That said, my thoughts on the matter are very much subject to change. All I really need is just evidence proving that the tooth came from the Mount Olivet Cemetery. And I'd also like to see it tested against other known James descendants. I don't think that the exhumation was bungled on purpose, nor do I believe that it was part of some grand conspiracy to cover up the truth. There's an old saying, never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetency. If I were a betting man, I'd wager that the tooth probably did come from Jesse's grave there at the Mount Olivet Cemetery. I think Stars had a bit of an ego and he wanted headlines, and he was more preoccupied in selling t-shirts and making a name for himself than properly collecting and marking the samples. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he was a con artist. It just means that the dig wasn't correctly documented. At the end of the day, though, I just can't get past not really knowing where the DNA came from. That and Stars not releasing the results until after he got the teeth from the museum. If he already had what he needed from the grave, then why go through the trouble of getting a court order? But hey, luckily we don't have to rely on DNA at all, as there is a ton of historical evidence showing that Jesse James was killed by Bob Ford in 1882. Not the least of which are the numerous eyewitnesses, both friends and enemies. Keep in mind that Bob Ford and his brother Charlie readily admitted to what they had done, and who they did it to. They also testified at the coroner's inquest immediately following the murder. So did Jesse's wife, his mother, his son, even Clay County Sheriff James Timberlake. And they all agreed that the body belonged to Jesse James. Hell, even Dick Little ID'd the body, and he was fucking terrified of Jesse. In addition to the witnesses, there was a post-mortem done by a Dr. Catlett and Coroner Hedens. And they both noted the bullet scars near Jesse's right nipple, as well as the missing tip of his finger. A few days later, the body was taken to Kearney and placed in a hotel, with the casket lid removed. so that folks could file past and pay their respects. Per an attendee, quote, there were hundreds of people there, a number of relatives, among whom were his mother, wife, 2 children, and the Samuel children, who were Jesse's half-brothers and sisters. There were many neighbors who knew Jesse all of his life, end of quote. From there, the body was transferred to the same church where Jesse was baptized back in 1866, and then, following the service, he was laid to rest at his mother's farm. Important to note that St. Joseph, Missouri, where Jesse was killed, had a population of over 32,000 people in 1882, and Clay County, where Jesse was displayed and buried, boasted of over 25,000 residents. This was not like with Billy the Kid, where he was killed in a remote location with only a couple hundred people bearing witness. Damn near everyone who knew Jesse James, at least those within a 50-mile radius, saw his body lying in that casket. According to historian T.J. Stiles, there was upwards of 2,000 mourners. We also have visual proof. Once again, with Billy the Kid, right? Unlike Billy, Jesse was propped up and photographed more than once. There are at least 2 photos still existing that show Jesse James plain as day lying in that casket. In other words, to paraphrase the great Old West historian Mark Lee Gardner, the assassination of Jesse James is one of the best documented deaths in American history. Now, it's my opinion that there really was no reason to begin with to dig Jesse up. The only real purpose I can think of for obtaining DNA would just be to appease a very small yet very vocal minority of conspiracy theorists, people who know very little about the actual historical evidence. And in that sense, the exhumation was an abject failure. All Stars managed to do was give the skeptics additional fodder for their crazy theories. Look, for Jesse's death to have been a hoax, somewhere around 1,000 people would have had to have been in on it, even those who hated him. First of all, they would have had to have killed someone else who looked enough like Jesse to prop him up in public and take pictures. And that someone would also have to have the same exact scars and wounds that Jesse incurred during the Civil War. Now, the skeptics will explain this away as people just lying to cover up Jesse's escape. But you gotta think, that only really works if everybody loved and adored Jesse James. Keep in mind that when James first began riding with Quantrell and Anderson, his first victims were his own neighbors. Long before he ever faced off against the Kansas Redlegs or the Yankees or the Pinkertons, Jesse was murdering people he had known for his entire life. People whose families continued residing in Clay County even after the war. They too saw Jesse's body, and they would have had zero reason to help cover up a hoax. Samuel Hardwick's a great example of this. He was so afraid of Jesse that he fled the state of Missouri entirely. But guess what? By 1882, he was right back there in Clay County. And I just do not see him lying in order to protect Jesse James. Same goes for the Ford brothers and Dick Little. And besides, if Jesse really faked his own death, that would also mean that he was okay with his wife and children suffering in poverty for a number of years. So to sum it all up, no, I do not think the DNA test is credible. But I also don't think that Jesse faked his own death. It's my opinion, and the opinion of every legitimate historian that I'm aware of, that Jesse James was killed by Bob Ford in 1882. All of the evidence points to this conclusion, and there's really not anything of substance to the contrary. Now, I started off by discussing J. Frank Dalton, and as crazy as this may sound, we still don't know his true identity. If I had to guess, though, I'd say he was most likely not 103 years old when he died, like he claimed. He was very old. You can tell just by looking at him. He was probably already well into his 90s. But I don't think he was old enough to actually serve in the Civil War, which might explain why he didn't file for a pension until the 1940s. Had to wait till he got old enough to look the part. And then there's the fact that he was associated with other known phonies like Brushy Bill Roberts and Ora Woodman. I know what you're thinking, though. Why don't we just dig Dalton up and extract DNA from him? That'll show everybody. Well, it just so happens someone already beat you to the jump. A used car dealer by the name of Bud Hardcastle. The only problem is he and his team dug up the wrong damn grave. Imagine that. Something about moving headstones or some such shit. They claim to have partially uncovered Dalton's actual casket in the process, but their request for a second exhumation had been denied. That was like 20 years ago, so who knows what'll ever come of it. I think going forward, if you must dig up any of these historical figures, first of all, I don't know, maybe go with somebody other than a used car salesman or some quirky professor. Also, you might want to consult with the historians first, okay? Not me, but actual real historians. Check with them and see if there's even a need to dig anyone up. What does the historical evidence say? And then, if you still want to go forward, I do think there needs to be some type of impartial panel that oversees the entire project. Like, audit the process, take photos, make sure everything's properly documented, all that good stuff. Oh, and I don't know, maybe refrain from selling t shirts. Because unless we do that, there's always going to be questions. I mean, there's going to be questions regardless, but this way we can give the crazies less to work with. And instead, we can focus on providing answers to people who were actually interested in history as opposed to fairy tales. And no, J. Frank Dalton certainly was not the only one claiming to be Jesse James. There were many other contenders, most notably a guy known as James L. Courtney. I really didn't dig too far into Courtney, but what little I saw involved Freemasons, buried Templar treasure, and of course, the mysterious they that control everything. Just more conspiratorial nonsense. And look, man, I get it. It is way more fun to think about Jesse James being part of some all powerful secret society and, I don't know, orchestrating all these historical events and getting one over on the law and spending the rest of his days laughing at his enemies. And it's also kind of fun to think about stumbling upon his buried treasure. Okay, I get it. But at the end of the day, I'm much more interested in the truth, whether or not something did or didn't occur. I mean, that's history, right? And to determine the truth, you must have evidence, real evidence, not just some story that someone on YouTube heard from their great grandmother. Oh, and just in case you're curious, earlier I mentioned how that train robber Al Jennings vouched for Dalton. Well, a few years later, he finally came clean. When pressed on the matter, Jennings admitted, quote, "They paid me, so why not?" End of quote. And full disclosure, I too am open to bribes. If you want me to say that J. Frank Dalton or whoever was the real Jesse James, I will definitely do it. But my dignity comes with a price. And by price, I'm talking F you money. Okay? Luckily, I do not have extravagant taste, so I really don't need all that much. Let's call it a small 2 million. That's Josh at wildwestextra.com. I eagerly await your best offer. Now, before we call it a day, as promised, I do want to discuss whether or not Jesse James was on drugs. First, though, I'd like to give a shout out to Scott McCrae. Scott just published his most recent book, Targets West, an exciting thriller that places American rancher Lucas Wheeler at the center of an international terrorist plot. Wheeler evades terrorists, government agents, and hired killers on 3 continents before the startling conclusion in London. And that conclusion is that he was the real Jesse James. Now, I'm just joking about that. Scott, by the way, is not just some amateur hack writer. The dude's already penned a total of 25 Westerns and was even a Spur Award finalist in 2024. You may have even seen him on TV, including Good Morning America. So if you love the Old West and a good thriller, I mean, who doesn't, right? Then you should definitely check out Targets West. Link down below and available on Amazon. Now, let's talk about Jesse James and his drug use. Someone asked me recently if Jesse was ever known to use opium. The closest I could find comes from the book Frank and Jesse James by Ted Yeatman. And according to Ted Yeatman, Jesse overdosed on laudanum in 1870 at his Uncle Haight's place over in Kentucky. Quote, "The Haight home had been a refuge for the James boys since after the Civil War. It was here in 1870 that Jesse overdosed on laudanum in what was later termed a suicide attempt, but probably wasn't." End of quote. And that's literally all I know about Jesse's drug use. I'm sure he did use stuff on occasion. He had to have been in chronic pain from all those wounds. So this revelation really doesn't come as that much of a surprise. But that said, those hair samples from the James Museum were tested for narcotics. This was the hair allegedly taken from Jesse's original gravesite. And supposedly, it tested clean. If that's actually true, which, let's be honest, by this point, who the fuck knows, then I think it's safe to say that Jesse didn't get loaded for at least the last few months of his life. And yeah, with that, I think we're about done with Jesse Woodson James. Clay Allison may not be as famous as Billy the Kid or Jesse James, but he was every bit as deadly, if not more so. He was also nuttier than a squirrel turd. He got his start in the Civil War riding with Nathan Bedford Forrest. Then, after a brief career as a Texas cowboy, Clay drifted west and found himself knee-deep in the Colfax County War. Make no mistake about it, from New Mexico to Colorado and beyond, Allison left a trail of bodies in his wake. But unlike many other notable gunmen of the 19th century, Clay was not an outlaw. He just refused to back down. He also had a soft spot for the underdogs. But who was Clay Allison really? Once you strip away all of the legends and tall tales. How the son of a preacher become one of the most feared gunfighters of the Old West. And is it true that he once tied a ribbon around his tallywhacker and performed a naked war dance over the body of a vanquished foe? Stick around and find out. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Yeah! Robert Clay Allison was born in Wayne County, Tennessee on September 2nd, 1841. And that's it. That is literally all we know concerning Allison's early life. Okay, so I'm being a little facetious. Turns out we do know the names of his parents, Jeremiah and Maria. We know that his father was a Presbyterian circuit rider, and that Clay was the fourth of 8 surviving children. But honestly, that's really about it, other than Clay at some point receiving a pretty serious blow to his head, an injury that would plague him for the rest of his life. According to author Donna Burchell, quote, he, Clay Allison, reportedly had a long recovery but was never the same. The young man became quiet, somber, at times violent, and crazy at other times. End of quote. Now, you'll often hear that Allison was kicked in the head by a mule, but I've also read that he was thrown from a horse and cracked his skull on a rock. Either way, it's this head injury that would ultimately cause him to be discharged from the Confederate Army. We may not know much about Clay's childhood, but records do show that he enlisted with the Tennessee Light Artillery on October 5th, 1861. And after just 3 short months, he was given the boot. Official documents noted that Clay had been unfit for duty for several weeks, and a surgeon's note that was attached to his discharge papers sheds additional light. Quote, I certify that I have carefully examined the said Allison of Captain Eldridge's artillery company and find him incapable of performing the duties of a soldier because of a blow received many years ago, producing no doubt a depression of the skull, since which time emotional or physical excitement produces mixed character, partly epileptic and partly maniacal. He is now suffering from such a paroxysm caused by an attack of pneumonia during which he manifests a great disposition to commit suicide. End of quote. The discharge also stated that Clay was 5 foot 9 inches tall, with blue eyes, dark hair, and that he was working as a farmer at the time of enlistment. Now, Clay would re-enlist later on that fall, in late September, but what he was up to in the meantime is anyone's guess. I've read that he operated as a guerrilla or a bushwhacker, and there's even a story of him returning home and killing a Yankee soldier who had been harassing his mother. Zero evidence to support these claims, but that is how the story goes. And unfortunately, that's going to be a constant theme going forward. Not only is there very little in the way of concrete evidence concerning much of Allison's life, but there's also a ton of sensational anecdotal stories. In other words, it can be very difficult to separate fact from fiction. Now, like I said, Clay did re-enlist the following year, and this time he would serve throughout the duration of the war. There are rumors that he spent time as a scout and spy under General Nathan Bedford Forrest, and that he escaped from the Yankees on numerous occasions. But once again, there's just not really any evidence. Per historian Chuck Parsons, quote, there are virtually no verifiable exploits of Clay Allison as a Confederate soldier. One legend states that he was captured behind enemy lines and sentenced to death as a spy. Supposedly, he was imprisoned on Johnson's Island in Sandusky Bay off of Lake Erie. He managed to kill his guards and escape by swimming to shore on the eve of his scheduled execution. This must be considered but one of the many dramatic, yet fictional, episodes of Allison's life, as the War Department has no records of Allison being a prisoner on Johnson's Island. End of quote. It's worth noting that when Clay's unit surrendered in May of 1865, he was taken prisoner, but for a very brief period, just 6 days, and that was a very common occurrence for surrendering Confederates. Then, just as soon as they let him loose, Clay headed back home to Tennessee and joined the Ku Klux Klan. Maybe. Once again, not a lot in the way of details. I found one source saying that Allison held the rank of Grand Cyclops, whatever the hell that means, and that he called it quits on account of the Klan being too violent. But then again, there are other stories of him leading clan raids throughout Tennessee and participating in some rather brutal actions. As to whether or not any of this is true, I honestly have absolutely no idea. But we do know that he wouldn't tarry long there in Tennessee. Shortly after arriving home, he and several of his siblings and their families packed up their belongings and moved to Texas, where Allison almost immediately killed a ferry operator by the name of Zachary Colbert. And when I say almost immediately, I mean literally the moment they stepped foot in Texas. Once again, maybe. Story goes that Colbert was ferrying Clay and his family across the Red River when he decided to screw him over on the price. Per Donna Burchell in her book Tall Tales and Half Truths, Clay Allison, quote, Clay decided to teach the ferryman a hard lesson in fairness by nearly beating the man to death. The only thing that saved Colbert from being killed is when both men fell into the Red River, which cooled the temper of Allison enough for the ferryman to escape. Now, that said, there is another story, published years later in 1887, stating that Clay did indeed kill the ferryman. Apparently, he and Colbert had their left hands tied together with rope and fought it out with Bowie knives. Sort of like that fight scene in the movie The Duel, if you've ever seen that. Like I said, we don't know for sure that's what happened, but many historians do think it's at least possible that Allison killed Colbert, as he would have another deadly confrontation with one of Colbert's relatives in the years to come. More on that in just a bit. For now, though, the Allisons would settle on the Brazos River, about 80 or so miles west of Fort Worth. Clay began working as a cowboy and quickly gained a reputation as a solid hand. So much so that he may have even possibly signed on with the legendary Charles Goodnight. Story goes that Allison was one of the original 18 cowboys on the Goodnight Loving Trail, helping to drive around 2,000 head of cattle all the way to Fort Sumner. That said, as with pretty much everything we've discussed thus far, there is no official documentation. Not only are there no written records, but there's also no contemporary records. In other words, nobody else on those cattle drives, including Charles Goodnight, ever mentioned Clay Allison. At least not that I'm aware of. If you've got additional information, please don't be shy and hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. Clay did go to work for another rancher, though, a guy by the name of M.L. Dalton. He did absolutely trail cattle, that much is also true. Hell, at one point, Clay even helped to move several families, including all of their livestock, from the Brazos River all the way to the Texas Panhandle. It was also around that same period when he and his brother-in-law, Lewis Coleman, relocated to northeastern New Mexico, not far from the town of Cimarron. In fact, it was right there in Cimarron where Clay shot himself in the foot, literally. I guess he and a few of his buddies decided to stampede a herd of mules belonging to the U.S. Army. Not really sure why. Maybe it was a joke, or maybe it was the ex-Confederates' way of getting back at their former enemies. But sure enough, during all the excitement, Clay put a bullet in the instep of his right foot, which does not sound like fun. There's actually a couple of photos where you can see the bandage on his leg, as well as his crutch. One of them features Allison by himself, and in the other, he's flanked by two youngsters. These were not Clay's children. They were the Matthews kids, Adie and Joseph. Their father, John, was a good friend of Clay's and a fellow Confederate. He had been wounded during the war and eventually passed away in 1868, at which point Allison took it upon himself to keep an eye out for his buddy's family. He would have kids of his own, which we will get to, but at this point in our timeline, the late 1860s, Clay was still batching it. Now, he would build a ranch just due south of Maxwell, New Mexico. And for the next few years, he pretty much just kept his head down and established himself as a respectable cattleman. Still, though, be that as it may, Clay did enjoy a drink of whiskey on occasion. Like in October of 1870. He was wetting his whistle in a saloon over in Elizabethtown when a woman came barging inside proclaiming that her husband had just murdered their baby boy. What's more, the man had allegedly killed several travelers, whose bodies he disposed of under the cabin. Now, the suspect in question was a former fur trapper named Charles Kennedy. Clay and a few others, including his friend Davy Crockett, no, not that, Davy Crockett, rode out to investigate. They found the lady's husband, drunk as a skunk, brought him back to town, and threw his ass behind bars. Bones were located, but it was never determined if they were animal or human remains. Nevertheless, Kennedy was found guilty in the court of public opinion, and on October 7th, 1870, Clay and his buddies yanked the accused out of jail and lynched him from a slaughterhouse rafter. Legend has it that Clay then severed Kennedy's head and placed it on a pike above the saloon door. Said he wanted everyone to know what happens when a man turns into a beast. But did that really happen? Well, we do know that Kennedy was lynched, but there are no official records of his head being cut off. And that saloon where Allison allegedly placed the head didn't even exist until 2 years later. This is something I run into all the time when researching these Old West figures. And like I said earlier, it can be very difficult to ascertain where the truth lies. I'm sure Allison was involved with Kennedy's death, but I'm just not sure there's enough evidence showing that he cut the man's head off. I wouldn't put it past him, though. A few years later, in January of 1874, Clay paid a visit to the Clifton House, a popular stage stop some 20 or so miles south of Raton. And while he was there, he decided to engage in a little horse racing. Another local enjoying the festivities was an old boy known as Chunk Colbert. And if that name sounds familiar, it's due to Colbert being the uncle of that ferryman we mentioned earlier, Zachary Colbert. Per the January 14th edition of the Santa Fe Daily, Chunk had been drinking heavily and was, quote, quite conspicuous and generally disagreeable. He threatened to kill several persons against whom he had taken a dislike. Finally, his attention was drawn to Mr. Allison, with whom we are informed he had some previous difficulties. End of quote. Eventually, Clay and Chunk headed inside and sat down for supper, with their guns drawn, by the way. Clay had his sitting on the table next to his plate, while Chunk's was resting on his lap, fully cocked. According to an eyewitness, Clay and Colbert had, quote, been together a half a day or more, had quarreled more or less, and each was watching for an opportunity to get the drop. I guess Chunk got tired of waiting, so all of a sudden he lunged across the table for Clay's pistol, while simultaneously bringing his own revolver up with his other hand. The only thing is, he bumped the table, so the round went wild. And before Chunk was able to thumb back the hammer for a second shot, Clay Allison blew his brains out. So yeah, just 32 years of age, Clay was already beginning to make quite the name for himself. But it would be the coming troubles there in New Mexico that would really cement his reputation as a man killer. And by troubles, I am referring to a little something known as the Colfax County War. Now, believe it or not, the war has origins going all the way back to 1841. That's when the governor of New Mexico granted a huge swath of land to Charles Bubian and his partner Guadalupe Miranda. I'm talking nearly 2 million acres, stretching from southern Colorado down into present-day Colfax County, New Mexico. If you've ever been to Cimarron or Raton or even Elizabethtown, these were all once part of that initial grant. Skip ahead a few years later, and a 25-year-old Lucian Maxwell married Charles Bubian's 13-year-old daughter. Yikes. Long story short, over time, Maxwell would end up with the entire land grant, which he sold to a group of investors in 1870 for a whopping $650,000. The investors formed the Maxwell Land Grant and Railroad Company, which they too sold in 1872 to English investors, who in turn sold it yet again to another group of investors, this time the Dutch, who also just so happened to be in cahoots with the so-called Santa Fe Ring. The Ring, of course, was just a group of crooked-ass attorneys and politicians in Santa Fe, headed up by the likes of Thomas Catron and Stephen Elkins. Now, I know what you're thinking. Gee, Josh, that sure was a nice little stroll down memory lane, but what in the hell does the Maxwell Land Grant and the Santa Fe Ring have to do with Clay Allison and the Colfax County War? Well, I'm glad you asked. You see, when Lucian Maxwell controlled the grant, he really wasn't all that picky as to who settled on his land. In many cases, there wasn't even a formal agreement. He just let the people live there in exchange for a small portion of their crops or what have you. And these settlers really were a mixed bag. You had white families, Mexican families, and even Native Americans. Many of these people had been living there since even before the land was originally granted back in 1841, and they weren't about to let a bunch of soft-handed investors run them off. It's also worth noting that there were some pretty serious legal disputes regarding the actual size of the land grant. Some claimed that it was less than 100,000 acres, while others maintained that it was nearly 2 million. That being the case, many of the supposed squatters felt like they were simply homesteading on public land, while others felt like their various agreements with Maxwell should remain intact. Finally, when the courts were unable to evict the settlers, or the evictions just weren't happening fast enough, the Maxwell Land Grant and Railroad Company began recruiting muscle. Naturally, it wasn't long before violence broke out. Now, this really was a complicated situation. I'm obviously not going to be able to cover every aspect of the war, but what started as a fight between the Land Grant Company and the squatters would eventually morph into people from both sides joining forces to oppose the Santa Fe Ring, who, of course, were doing their level best to turn a profit on all that land. To quote historian Corey Recco, The line between the two sides in Colfax County was clearly drawn. On one side was a tight-knit group of men in power, referred to by detractors as the Santa Fe Ring. And on the other side were citizens of Colfax County and surrounding areas who were challenging their power and working to put a spotlight on what they saw as the underhanded scheming of the ring to gain power, land, and wealth at the expense of the citizens of New Mexico. Up to this time, the conflict had mostly been peaceful, as each side attempted to fight in the courts, the press, and the ballot box. But that was about to change. The clouds gathered, the sky darkened, and the storm was about to begin. End of quote, and well said. Things continued to escalate until finally, in September of 1875, a highly respected Methodist preacher, Franklin J. Tolby, was found murdered. Turns out Tolby had been a very vocal critic of the Santa Fe Ring, or as one of his friends put it, Tolby took quite a lively interest against the methods of the Santa Fe Ring and quite openly denounced them. Not only that, but he was rumored to have written a rather harsh critique that was published in the New York Sun, basically just helping to shine a nationwide light on the ring's corruption. Both Elkins and Catron were named, as were many of their illegal and unethical activities. Not long thereafter, a ring sympathizer named Florencio Donahue confronted Reverend Tolby on the streets of Cimarron and tried to goad him into a fight. A bystander intervened, but not before Donahue threatened to kill Tolby. And yeah, sure enough, just a few days later, Tolby went missing. He had preached a sermon over in Elizabethtown, but never made it back home to Cimarron. Last time he was seen alive was on Tuesday, September 14th, when he stopped at a friend's house in the Moreno Valley. His body was discovered in a canyon the following Thursday. The Reverend had been shot twice in the back. His horse was still picketed nearby, and none of his belongings were taken, so it clearly wasn't a robbery. By the way, the guy I just mentioned a moment ago who had threatened to kill Tolby, Florencio Donahue, well, in addition to being a Santa Fe Ring bootlicker, he was also the local mail contractor. But for whatever reason, he was out when Tolby was murdered. Instead, for that day, and that day alone, Donahue hired another local named Cruz Vega. And Cruz's route would have had him following directly behind the good Reverend. This didn't sit too well with many of Tolby's friends. I guess they figured at the very least Cruz should have seen the minister's horse tied up on the side of the trail, and for whatever reason, he failed to alert anyone. Or at the very worst, he was in on it. The dearly departed's assistant, the Reverend Oscar McMains, was especially outraged, stating, quote, "The war is on. The precious blood of settlers has been shed, and we must fight it out on this line. No quarter now for the foreign land thieves and their hired assassins." End of quote, and hell yeah. Sounds like we got us a fighting parson on our hands. And what's more, McMains meant business. He gathered up a few of the Reverend Tolby's admirers, including our very own Clay Allison, and they paid old Cruz Vega a visit in late October. By the way, up till this point, Clay Allison had mostly sympathized with the Santa Fe Ring. Tolby's murder changed that, though. From then on, Allison was solidly on the side of the settlers. A fact he demonstrated by torturing Cruz Vega until he confessed. According to Vega, he was present for Tolby's murder, but it was another guy, Manuel Cardenas, who actually pulled the trigger. Once Cruz was done blabbing, Allison and his buddies placed a noose around his neck and lynched him from a telegraph pole. A couple of days later, on November 1st, 1875, Clay was confronted by Vega's uncle, Francisco Pancho Grego. They were drinking there in Cimarron's St. James Hotel, and after a brief conversation, Pancho went for his gun. The Daily New Mexican reported the incident as follows. On the night of the 1st, Francisco Grego was shot and killed by R.C. Allison. Both parties met at the door of the St. James Hotel, entered, and with some friends took a drink. When the two walked into the corner of a room and had some conversation, Allison drew his revolver and shot Grego 3 times. The lights were all extinguished. Francisco Grego was well known in Santa Fe, where his mother resides. He has killed a great many men and was considered as a dangerous man. Few regret his loss. End of quote. Now, this next part is pretty crazy, but Clay followed up that killing by stripping down to his birthday suit, tying a ribbon around his penis, and performing a celebratory war dance. Allegedly. We do know that Clay and his buddies went on quite the spree, beginning the day after he killed Grego and continuing until that Friday, when, per witnesses, he did indeed return to the saloon and put on a mock war dance over the blood-stained floor. As to whether or not he stripped down and adorned his Johnson with a ribbon before doing so is unclear. Far as I can tell, that particular story comes from just one outdated source, so grain of salt. Now, the following day is when Manuel Cardenas was deposed. Remember, he's the guy who Cruz Vega claimed dropped the hammer on Reverend Tolby, a charge which Cardenas steadfastly denied. According to him, it was Vega, and Vega had been hired by Judge Robert H. Longwill, an attorney named Melvin Mills, Pancho Grego, and that mail carrier, Florencio Donahue. Supposedly, they offered Cardenas $500, but he refused, so the hit went to Vega. According to Corey Recco, quote, Cardenas' statement included some significant names. The accusation that Longwill and Mills, along with Donahue and Grego, were behind the murder is important, not only because of Mills and Longwill's connection to the Santa Fe Ring, but also because of their positions of power. Years later, Thomas Harwood wrote that Tolby told him about the fight that he witnessed where Francisco Grego murdered 2 soldiers, and said Tolby declared his intention to testify before the grand jury. Harwood opined that Grego, whom Tolby was determined to testify against, was behind Tolby's murder. Many years after, in defense of himself, Melvin Mills gave the opinion that Tolby was killed because he openly declared that he saw Donahue and Grego shoot at some Americans, and that he intended to go before the grand jury and secure an indictment. End of quote. Mr. Recco then poses a very important question. If Cardenas was telling the truth, then why involve Judge Longwill or Melvin Mills? Were they just helping a friend out, or did they want Tolby eliminated for other reasons? Quote, Frank Springer later stated that a man named Lara told him that Grego was promised that he wouldn't face consequences for his actions if he would use his influence among the native New Mexicans in favor of Elkins and Longwill in the coming election. Was a deal struck to help Grego? Maybe, but the problem with connecting Tolby's assassination to that deal is that the district court session had happened before Tolby's murder, and the grand jury had already decided not to indict Grego. Another possibility is that Tolby was assassinated to silence him. Not only was he outspoken against the Santa Fe Ring, but his altercation with Judge Palin, which made some believe that Tolby was the author of the letter published in the New York Sun that was critical of New Mexico politicians in the ring, happened just a week before his death. William Morley claimed in an unrelated affidavit that Longwill once told him the right way to run a country was to get someone to shoot the sons of bitches who opposed you. Many in Cimarron were convinced that this was the reason for Tolby's assassination. End of quote. Now, I know I just threw a lot of names and information at you, but if you want to learn all of the various intricacies, I strongly recommend picking up a copy of Corey Recco's book, The Colfax County War. It does shed a ton of additional details or light on the topic. I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I'll drop a link down below if you'd like to check it out. It really is a great book. Corey is an excellent researcher. Now, later on that evening, Judge Longwill hauled ass. I guess he was worried about being arrested. A very valid concern, as authorities did take both Mills and Donahue into custody. Clay had actually been deputized and gone in pursuit of Longwill, but the judge's buddies hid him away at Fort Union. Rather than engage the army in a gunfight, Allison simply returned to Cimarron empty-handed. Melvin Mills ended up being released due to a lack of evidence, but Donahue and Cardenas weren't so lucky. They were kept behind bars to await that grand jury. Or at least that was the plan. On the afternoon of November 10th, they were both subjected to preliminary hearings. And afterwards, when Cardenas was being taken back to his cell, he was shot and killed by an unknown assassin. Many have speculated that the gunman was Clay Allison, but he never fessed up to it. There are others who think maybe it was the Santa Fe Ring who orchestrated Cardenas' murder to stop him from talking. Whatever the case, the residents of Colfax County were growing more and more concerned. In the days to come, a citizens committee was organized, not only to discuss the recent killings, but to also formulate a plan of action. Reverend McMains was elected as the chairman, and when they tried to make Clay Allison the vice chairman, he politely declined. I guess old Clay preferred to take more of a hands-on approach. Like a few months later, when he broke into the offices of the Cimarron News and destroyed their print and press, which we will get to in just a moment. Now, that citizens committee, of which Clay was a member, issued a resolution condemning the army at Fort Union for protecting Judge Longwill. They also called on Tolby's assassins to be brought to justice and claimed that Vega and Cardenas were mere tools that had been duped by other parties. Quote, "We are not a mob of lawless men, as has been reported abroad, bent upon violence and defiance of law, but on the contrary have assembled legally and quietly for the purpose of securing the doing of justice and the punishment of crime. Now, obviously, things weren't all that peaceful, right? I mean, Clay himself had already contributed to the deaths of at least two men connected with Colby's murder. And then just a few days later, a third was assassinated, possibly by Allison. Also, a detachment of U.S. troops had been sent to Cimarron to restore order. They arrived in town on November 8th and were present when Cardenas was murdered. The good people of Cimarron felt like the Army's presence was both unnecessary and uncalled for. A local paper would even report, quote, "Continual surprise was manifested by persons coming from the South at the condition of peace and order they found. It had been reported that our town was in a state of riot and confusion, that a reign of terror existed, and that it was not safe to pass through here, so that when people came to see the true state of affairs, they could scarcely believe their eyes." The article went on to say that the soldiers found nothing to do and mingled freely with the citizens and were interested spectators in all of the proceedings. Now, not everyone was so convinced. Cimarron's violent reputation continued to grow, and papers as far away as Cincinnati opined that it was safer to congregate with cannibals than it was to visit Colfax County, New Mexico. Hell, things got so bad that the territorial legislature passed a bill transferring Colfax County's judicial powers to Taos County. In other words, the people living in Cimarron and the surrounding hamlets were no longer in charge of their own court cases, nor would they be represented by a jury of their peers, not to mention being forced to travel over 50 miles just to appear in court. Meanwhile, yet another anonymous letter appeared in the New York Sun, describing the murder of Reverend Tolby and speculating that the Santa Fe ring was responsible, on account of Tolby threatening to expose their corruption. A couple weeks later, the editor of the Cimarron News and Press, Will Dawson, denounced the letter, saying that its author was a coward, a disturber of the peace, and a slanderer upon the good name of New Mexico. Now, that didn't sit too well with many of the residents there in Colfax County. Angry letters poured in, and Dawson's co-editors, William Morley and Frank Springer, began to distance themselves. Finally, things came to a head on the night of January 19th when Clay Allison led a mob to the newspaper office and destroyed the printing press. Believe it or not, they actually blew it off its foundation with some type of explosive and then threw it in the damn river. Clay then took the most recent edition, which was still a work in progress, and wrote his name on the blank side in big red letters. These special Clay Allison editions were sold by Clay the following morning. Now, there was a lady named Agnes Morley Cleveland, the daughter of one of the co-editors, William Morley, and years later, she recalled the incident. According to her, quote, "Clay, with several of his henchmen, dumped the printing press into the river and upset the cases of type. When daylight came, my mother rushed over to view the wreckage. Unexpectedly, Clay himself strode into the wrecked printing office. He saw a young woman in early morning dishevel, her long and very golden hair hanging about her shoulders. She was wringing her hands. When Clay appeared, she turned to him and said, 'Now you see what you have done. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.' Tall, gaunt, with fine squint lines at the corners of his eyes, he stands with his hat in his hand, his forehead above the sweatband line very white, his skin below the line the color and texture of old rawhide. Out of this leathery countenance shines two hazel brown eyes. I love how his eye color changes with every description. Steady and hard, but not vicious. And now, under my mother's scolding, suffused with genuine embarrassment. 'Are you Mrs. Morley?' he stammered. 'Well, go buy yourself another printing press.' And out of his shirt, he drew a wrist-thick roll of greenbacks and thrust them into her hand. 'I don't fight women.'" End of quote. Now, this destruction notwithstanding, Clay and the lady's husband, William Morley, would eventually become allies, mostly due to their shared enemies in the Santa Fe ring. The general violence did continue, though. Colfax County Sheriff Orson Chittenden claimed that it was impossible to enforce the law, so Governor Axtell replaced him with another guy named Isaiah Reinhardt. The governor then wrote a letter to President Grant calling out Clay Allison by name and asking permission to use the army to restore peace, which, if I'm not mistaken, would have been a direct violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. At the same time, Cimarron's leading citizens invited Axtell to pay the county a visit so he could see for himself that it was mostly a law-abiding community. Just their way of trying to ease the tensions. The only thing is, Axtell declined the offer, Instead, he sent District Attorney Ben Stevens. And everyone did feel like the visit went well. And Stevens even admitted that the people of Colfax County have been misrepresented. He also promised to talk to the governor personally. In fact, he returned just a few weeks later with a telegram from Axtell. Apparently, the governor was planning to visit Cimarron after all, that coming Saturday, but he wanted his arrival to be kept a surprise. Stevens showed the telegram to the newspaper editor I mentioned a moment ago, William Morley, and claimed that Axtell, quote, felt much more kindly towards the people of Colfax County than before, and that he was anxious to meet with them and talk with them. He also said that Axtell wanted to see one Robert Clay Allison particularly, as he believed he had been greatly misrepresented. There goes that phrase again. Turns out the entire thing was a ruse. Not only did Axtell have zero intentions to travel into Cimarron, but he was also conspiring to murder all of the men he claimed he wanted to meet, especially Clay Allison. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, this part is a little confusing, but on the same day that Stevens arrived there in Cimarron, William Morley learned of another letter that was also written by Governor Axtell. And it was that letter's contents that led Morley to believe that he and several others were to be, quote, killed under the color of an attempt to arrest some persons on a fictitious charge. He spread the word, nobody showed up for Axtell's fake arrival, and disaster was averted. Now, I have read this letter in its entirety, and Axtell never explicitly says he wanted to kill Clay or anyone else. He does, however, admit that the initial telegram was intended to leak, the one that said he would be there on Saturday. He even admits that it was a trick in order to lure all of his enemies to one spot. He orders his men to arrest Clay Allison and to, quote, kill all of the men who do resist you. He urges the recipient not to hesitate at extreme measures, and that if anyone tried to interfere, to arrest them as well. But he never just flat out orders anyone to be murdered. I'm not saying that wasn't the intention. As you'll soon hear, I do think he was very strongly hoping that Allison would resist arrest and thus be eliminated, but he doesn't explicitly order it. That said, it doesn't exactly take a genius to figure out his true intentions, right? And there were plenty of folks there in Colfax County who felt like it was a setup. Even that newspaperman Morley thought that Axtell was trying to have him and the others assassinated. And maybe he was on to something, as Clay Allison was arrested just a few days later. Soldiers from Fort Union showed up at his ranch, and he agreed to go with them into town without a fuss. They only held him for a few hours, though, as there wasn't really anything to charge him with. Keep in mind, he had already been cleared in the deaths of Colbert and Grego. Hell, even the commanding officer, Captain Francis Moore, wrote that Allison's reputation was that of a man of property and not an outlaw. So who knows? Maybe Axtell really did think that Clay would resist and the soldiers would have no choice but to gun him down. But just didn't work out that way. Now, something else would occur less than a week later that only served to bolster Colfax County's reputation for lawlessness. One of Clay's buddies, Davy Crockett, got into a gunfight with a few Buffalo soldiers right there in Cimarron, in the very same saloon where Allison had killed Grego. And to be honest, I'm not really sure if a gunfight is the proper descriptor, as Crockett just basically murdered 3 people with little to no provocation. He had been getting his load on over in Lambert's saloon, and when he tried to leave, the door was blocked by one of the soldiers. Total accident. Trooper was merely trying to enter at the same time Crockett was leaving. Nevertheless, Davy shucked iron and shot him dead. There were 3 additional Buffalo soldiers seated inside, so Crockett whirled around and shot them as well, killing 2 and wounding the 3rd. Crockett was arrested, but ultimately acquitted after successfully arguing that he wasn't responsible for his actions on account of being under the influence of alcohol. His only punishment was a $50 fine for illegally carrying a pistol within city limits. This lack of consequences apparently emboldened Crockett, as for the next few months he and his buddies ran roughshod over Cimarron. They'd ride their horses into saloons, shoot their guns in the air, vandalize property, just being a bunch of little shits. At one point, they even held the new sheriff, Isaiah Reinhardt, at gunpoint and forced him to guzzle whiskey until he blacked out. The locals had their fill, and they pressured Reinhardt to do something about it. Finally, he and 2 of his deputies confronted Crockett on the night of September 30th, 1876. Davy laughed at him and dared him to pull the triggers, so they obliged. He was dead before he hit the ground and lay to rest next to those soldiers he killed back in March. And yeah, he was allegedly related to the famous Davy Crockett, but I'm not sure if that's ever been verified. Now, just a few months prior, several Colfax County residents were summoned to appear in court over in Taos. The governor was so nervous that he even had the army stationed there just in case. When the court opened, the judge issued the following summation for the grand jury. Bear with me because this is important. Quote, at the last session of the Territorial Assembly, the neighboring county of Colfax was annexed to Taos County for judicial purposes. During a period of time dating no further back than the 1st November last, no less than 8 homicides have been committed in the town of Cimarron or its immediate vicinity. And since the beginning of the year 1875, at least 16 or 18 men have come to their deaths in brawls or by assassination, to say nothing of the numerous shootings and woundings of which but little note has been taken. It is a matter of shameful and horrid notoriety, at which all decent men may well stand shocked, that one room, Lambert's Saloon, alone in the village of Cimarron, can boast that not less than 6 men have been killed within its walls during the last 9 months, besides having been the scene of many a fierce and bloody encounters not ending in death. It is perhaps no exaggeration to say that there is hardly a plank in its floor, but that it could speak, would tell some fearful tale of blood. Such a record of crime is appalling to the imagination and a disgrace to the civilization of the age and the country in which we live. End of quote. And holy shit, was that judge long-winded. Now, this grand jury would convene for the next 2 weeks. Clay Allison would have a total of 7 indictments brought against him, none of which would stick. And once again, quote historian Corey Recco, the range of charges brought against Allison makes it appear there was a desire to pin some crime, any crime, on him. But he was never put on trial for any of the 7 indictments brought against him. Reverend McMains was also indicted for the lynching of Cruz Vega. Other than that, though, the grand jury basically announced their intentions to not pursue an investigation into the murder of Reverend Tolby. Those in power were simply not interested in the dead Reverend's killers being brought to justice, plain and simple. Now, in early June of that same year, Clay Allison would actually come face to face with Governor Axtell. To this day, nobody knows for sure how the meeting came about, but they did share a stagecoach all the way from Vermejo, New Mexico to Trinidad, Colorado. According to a guy we've already mentioned, Frank Springer, the meeting was planned in order for them to hash out Clay's murder charges. Quote, Governor Axtell made an appointment with him, met him at Vermejo Station, and traveled with him in a friendly way for some 50 miles. A claim which Axtell denied. According to him, when the stage stopped there at Vermejo to change the mail, Allison just hopped on board unannounced. I don't know who's telling the truth here, but I really do like the idea of Clay ambushing the governor and causing him to squirm for the next 50 miles. However, Axtell was a politician, and as such, you can pretty much bank on every word out of his mouth as being a bold-faced lie. Per historian Chuck Parsons, quote, whatever the truth of the meeting between the governor and Clay Allison, he did agree to stand trial on 7 charges. Frank W. Springer defended Clay, William G. Rich prosecuted. 3 of the charges were of first-degree murder in the deaths of Cooper, Colbert, and Grego. No witnesses could be found for the Colbert killing. The prosecution could not prove that Cooper had actually been killed. No indictment was brought against him for the Grego killing. Allison left the courtroom a free man. Now, that guy that Parsons just mentioned, Cooper, had at one point been accidentally wounded by Chunk Colbert. And then 2 weeks after Allison killed Colbert, Cooper went missing. To this day, nobody knows if he was killed or if he just left the territory, and why Allison was charged with his death is completely unknown. But just like with all the other charges, he would get off scot-free. The Colfax County War wasn't over just yet, but it did begin to fizzle out. Mostly thanks to a lady named Mary McPherson and Special Agent Frank W. Angel. I'll spare you all the details so we can get on with the rest of Clay Allison's life, but long story short, they were able to get Axtell removed as governor. Of course, by that point, Clay Allison had already bid New Mexico adieu. In late 1876, Clay Allison and his brother John were blowing off a little steam in a dance hall up in Los Animas, Colorado. Only problem was, when they got to town, they failed to check their firearms. Big no-no. And when a deputy sheriff by the name of Charles Faber tried to disarm them, Clay refused. So Faber left, at least long enough to grab a shotgun and a pair of locals to back his play. Thus armed, he returned, and as Clay and John were busting a move on the dance floor, Faber opened fire without warning. sending a load of buckshot into John's chest and shoulder. In turn, Clay whirled around, quick as lightning, and put a bullet straight into Faber's heart. The other two deputies took off running as Allison dragged the corpse over to his brother, saying, "John, here's the man that shot you. Look at the goddamn son of a bitch. I killed him." Now, believe it or not, John Allison would survive his wounds. And although Clay was arrested and charged with murder, a grand jury would ultimately find that he had acted in self-defense. But how well would his luck hold up a little later on when he came face to face with the legendary Wyatt Earp? By 1877, Clay Allison had already gunned down at least 3 men: Chunk Colbert, Pancho Grego, and Deputy Charles Faber. He also took part in the lynchings of Cruz Vega and Charles Kennedy. But that's it, just 5 men. Or at least that's as far as the official records are concerned. You know what they say about letting the truth get in the way of a good story, though, right? And there are a lot of unconfirmed stories out there regarding Clay Allison. For instance, legend has it that Clay and one of his neighbors got into an argument over a watering hole. One thing led to another, and they agreed to settle their differences by digging a grave and then having a knife fight to the death inside of the grave. Loser gets buried. Of course, Clay came out on top yet again, and he was even kind enough to say a few words over his neighbor once he finished covering him up. Apparently, Clay was partial to knife fights, as he allegedly fought 2 additional duels, to the death, up in what's now Oklahoma. He also possibly killed a ferry operator in North Texas in a similar fashion, with a Bowie knife. Just a few of the many stories that remain unproven, but they all help to contribute to Allison's deadly reputation. Hell, according to Bat Masterson, Clay had killed a total of 56 men. Others allege that it was closer to 21. But how true are these claims? Well, according to the Allison family, Clay himself only admitted to 8 bodies. We just mentioned 5 of them a moment ago: Colbert, Pancho, Kennedy, Vega, and Faber. But who were those additional victims? I do think it's likely that Allison drew blood during the Civil War. I also think there's enough stories about him getting in knife fights that there's at least a kernel of truth in there somewhere. Then, of course, we have the mysterious disappearance of Charles Cooper. Clay was indicted for Cooper's murder, but the charges were dropped due to a lack of evidence. Now, me personally, I've never been all that fascinated with body counts. And while Clay does get a lot of attention as a gunfighter, I do think it's worth taking a look at who he was as a man. You know, his mannerisms and just the general way he conducted himself. I'll give you an example. Allison may have been deadly, but he also enjoyed a good practical joke. A lot of times these pranks were harmless, like when he would switch out his cowboys' bedrolls when they weren't looking, or loosen the girth on their saddles. There's even a story about Clay forcing his own hands to perform ballerina dances around the campfire. Other times, though, the jokes were a bit more serious. Like when a cowboy bumped into him on accident. Clay pulled out his revolver out there in the saloon and began shooting at the man's feet, making him dance, just like in the cartoons. Cowboy returned shortly thereafter with a pistol of his own, and this time it was Clay's turn to do a jig. Only thing is, his leg gave out on the 4th shot, causing him to fall headfirst into a spittoon. Luckily for the cowboy, Clay took it all in stride, laughed it off, and bought him a drink. And then there's Dr. Manger over in El Moro. Guess the doctor favored a tall stovepipe hat, but for whatever reason, Clay absolutely hated it, to the point that he would actually knock it off the doctor's head every time he saw him. He warned Manger on several occasions to get a proper head covering, to no avail. Finally, one day when Clay was in his cups, he grabbed a shotgun and blew the hat plumb off the man's head. He then took the frightened doctor to the general store and bought him a brand new Stetson. Or at least that's how the story goes. See what I mean though, right? It's stunts like these that garnered Clay sort of a Jekyll and Hyde reputation. When sober, he was quiet, generous, and even polite. But just as soon as he got full of that drink, he basically turned into an ill-tempered loose cannon. The scariest part was, Clay didn't yell or bluster. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The more angry he got, the less he spoke. And when he fell completely silent, that's when it was time to worry. For the most part, though, Allison just enjoyed having a good time. He was also a bit of an exhibitionist. I can't tell you how many stories I found of him getting drunk and then stripping butt-ass naked and doing a dance. Matter of fact, at least one source claims that both he and his brother John were completely naked, save for their gun belts when they got into it with Deputy Faber over in Colorado. It wasn't all hedonism, though. On occasion, if the mood was right, Clay would even deliver sermons while drunk. Guess that was just a byproduct of being a preacher's kid. More than one story of Clay holding church in the saloon, Bible in one hand and a cocked revolver in the other. He'd even have the soiled dove singing hymns. Another Allison quirk that I found amusing was the fondness he had for his horse, whom he had named Black Raven. Clay had the pony so well trained that he wouldn't even tie him at hitching post. He just let him roam free and whistle when it was time to leave. He was also known to bring out buckets of beer and watered down whiskey for the horse. Allegedly. As with pretty much every other aspect of Clay Allison's life, it can be very hard to tell where the legend stops and the truth begins. Now, following the Colfax County War, Clay drifted for a spell. He'd eventually start a new ranch up in the Texas Panhandle, not far from Mobeetie, while also making frequent trips to Dodge City, Kansas. And on at least one of those visits, he had a very tense moment with a guy by the name of Wyatt Earp. Maybe you've heard of him. By the way, once again, there are numerous versions of this story, but if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and share the one that Wyatt himself told to a reporter in 1896. According to Earp, Allison arrived there in Dodge, drunk off his ass, and armed with, quote, a pair of six-shooters and a mouthful of threats. Straight away, I put my guns on and went down the street with Bat Masterson. Now, Bat had a shotgun in the district attorney's office, which was behind a drugstore just opposite of Wright's store. He thought the weapon might come in handy in case of trouble, so he skipped across the street to get it. But not caring to be seen with such a weapon before there was any occasion for it, he stayed there, talking to some of the people outside of the drugstore, while I went into Webster's saloon looking for Allison. I saw at a glance that my man wasn't there, and had just reached the sidewalk to turn into the Long Branch next door when I met him face to face. We greeted each other with caution, and as we spoke, backed carelessly up against the wall. There we stood, measuring each other with sideway glances. So, said Allison, you're the man that killed my friend Hoy. Yes, I guess I'm the man you're looking for, said I. His right hand was stealing around to his pistol pocket, but I made no move. Only I watched him narrowly. With my own right hand, I had a firm grip on my six-shooter, and with my left hand, I was ready to grab Allison's gun the moment he jerked it out. He studied the situation and all of its bearings for the space of a second or two. I saw the change in his face. I guess I'll go around the corner, he said abruptly. I guess you'd better, I replied. And he went. End of quote. Now that was not the end of this little confrontation. About a dozen or so what Earp described as the worst Texans in town were congregating outside of Bob Wright's store with Winchesters at the ready. At the time, Wyatt was unaware of their presence. He was actually headed that way when Bat signaled to him from across the street to stay out of range. That's when Clay Allison reappeared, this time mounted on his horse and hollering for Wyatt to come talk to him, to which Wyatt replied, quote, I can hear you all right here. I think you came here to fight with me, and if you did, you can have at it right now. Several friends of mine wanted me to take a shotgun, but I thought I could kill him all right with a six-shooter. At that moment, Bob Wright came running down the street to urge Allison out of town. He'd experienced a sudden change of heart because Bat had crossed over to him with these portentous words. If this fight comes up right, you're the first man I'm going to kill. Allison listened to the legislature's entreaties with a scowl. Well, I don't like you any too well, he said, addressing Bob Wright. There were a lot of your friends to be here this morning to help me out, but I don't see 'em around now. Earp, he continued, turning to me and raising his voice. I believe you're a pretty good man from what I've seen of you. Do you know that these coyotes sent for me to make a fight with you and kill you? Well, I'm going to ride out of town, and I wish you good luck. And so Clay Allison made his exit. 10 days later, he reappeared within a mile of town and sent a messenger asking my permission to come into Dodge and attend to some business regarding his cattle. I sent him word that he was welcome to come so long as he behaved himself. He availed himself of the offer, and for 2 weeks he behaved like an exemplary citizen. End of quote, and there you have it. Now, for what it's worth, Charlie Siringo remembered things a tad bit differently. According to him, Clay was marching up and down the streets, guns in hand, and actively searching for Wyatt and his deputies, until eventually a friend talked him into giving up his guns and going to sleep. Per Siringo, quote, soon after, the city law officers began to crawl out of their hiding places and appear on the street. Not only was this story corroborated by another Dodge local, Chalk Beeson, but it was even referenced in a September 1876 edition of the Dodge City Times as, quote, a disgraceful row, in which it is said the officers failed to appear. By the way, that old boy who allegedly disarmed Clay was a fellow Texas rancher by the name of Dick McNulty. And yeah, this too was corroborated by Chalk Beeson. It's also worth noting that the guy Hoy, who was mentioned in Earp's account, was actually George Hoy. He had been killed there in Dodge a few months earlier. Per cowboy Pink Higgins, Hoy had, quote, been shot to death while shooting a pistol in the air in the streets of Dodge. He worked for, or at least was a friend of, Clay Allison. Other cowboys had been robbed, shot, and beaten over the head with revolvers, and the cowmen were indignant about it. It was stated that the marshals were all pimps, gamblers, and saloon keepers. They had the cowboys disarmed, and with their teeth pulled, they were harmless. If they got too bad or went and got a gun, they were cut down with shotguns. Allison was going to protest over the treatment of his men, and of course the salty Clay was willing to back his arguments with gun smoke. Pink also stated that Clay eventually did locate Wyatt Earp, Dylan Farrow, and told him in no uncertain terms what he thought of the way he had been treating the cowboys. Now, we'll probably never know what really happened, but if I had to go out on a limb, I'd say the truth is likely somewhere in the middle. I think Clay probably did get liquored up, and after hearing of the death of his friend Hoy, or maybe just the mistreatment of the cowboys, he went on the prowl for Wyatt Earp. As soon as Wyatt learned of Clay's intent, he went to go get Masterson and a few other deputies. By the time they got their arsenals secured and emerged from their holes, Allison had already been disarmed by McNulty and sent to bed. I don't think that Wyatt Earp or even Bat Masterson would have just hidden themselves out of fear. If anything, they were just waiting on Clay to sober up. I mean, why press the issue, right? Why kill or risk being killed when there's no need? And that's assuming this even occurred. Another thing to keep in mind is that Clay made a ton of visits to Dodge during this same period. I think historian Chuck Parsons summed it up best. Quote, from available evidence, it appears certain that Allison caused no trouble on any of his several visits to Dodge City. From available evidence, it appears that he was a man who visited for social reasons and for legitimate business reasons, but was never arrested or fined, or even caused any trouble. Certainly, even a minor altercation with Dodge City lawmen would have caused some attention in the contemporary newspapers, as well as there being some record in legal documents. Such is not the case. At the risk of seeming too much of a hero worshiper, the following will be submitted as having a grain of truth which may placate the pro-Dodge City lawmen followers. O.S. Clarke's small biography of Allison does contain recognized errors, but the following may have some basis in actuality. Allison went to Dodge City for supplies, with his guns on him as was his usual custom. When the marshal demanded and ordered Clay remove his pistols, Allison protested, stating that it would be as much as his life was worth to take him off for even an hour. After a conference on the part of the officials, they decided that he must be disarmed. When they gave Clay the ultimatum, he said to him, gentlemen, when these pistols go off, they will go off smoking. They knew they would have to kill him if they persisted in their action. This they did not want to do, so they reconsidered the matter and gave him the freedom of the city, and is told that he did not abuse the privilege in any way, and left town in a decent and orderly manner. If such a confrontation did occur, there would naturally have been no arrest, no record in the police documents, and if it had been done quietly, there would have been no need for a newspaper reporter to discover the arrangement. Certainly the law of Dodge City was not above allowing weapons to be worn, especially if they were concealed. End of quote. And yeah, this kind of reminds me of the showdown between Wild Bill Hickok and John Wesley Hardin. I know everyone's got their own opinion on the matter, but I do think that Hickok just felt like it wasn't worth it. I can only assume that Wyatt felt the same way. I'm not sure if fear entered the equation so much as common sense. He might have gotten lucky and killed Allison, sure, or Clay might have killed him. Why force the hand, especially if Allison was otherwise on his best behavior? Most likely, Wyatt figured that the best course of action was just to leave him be, while at the same time keeping a close eye on him. Now, as intimidating as Clay Allison undoubtedly was, he was not invincible, as evidenced by him getting his ass thoroughly whooped over in St. Louis, around the same time that he had that showdown with Wyatt Earp. Per the July 25th, 1878 edition of the Missouri Republican, Clay went hunting a man by the name of Kessinger, saying that he had heard he was tough, but he wanted to find out for himself. Well, he found out all right. Kessinger caught up with Clay shortly thereafter and gave him a proper attitude adjustment. Or as the paper put it, Kessinger knocked him down and, quote, pounded him fearfully until he cried for quarter. Clay would give his own version of the fight to a Dodge City paper in February of 1880, and according to him, it was 3-on-1, and while he made no claims to being a pugilist, he was only slightly injured, and he did not, quote, squeal, as did my 3 opponents. My present residence is on the Washita in Hemphill County, Texas, where I am open for inspection and can be seen at any time, end of quote. In other words, you should have seen the other guy. And if you think I'm lying about it, why not pay me a visit and tell me to my face, homeboy? Now, like I said earlier, Clay formed a ranch up in the Texas Panhandle. And for the most part, he just kept his head down and punched cattle, sort of like he had always done. And then, on February 15th, 1881, a 39-year-old Allison was wed in holy matrimony to a 19-year-old by the name of Dora McCullough. Per sources, Clay then spent the next month hospitalized after nearly being high-fived to death by all of his friends. No. In all actuality, the lovebirds had initially met way back in Colfax County. Matter of fact, Clay's brother John was married to Dora's sister. Guess they hit it off, and from there they eventually tied the knot. The ceremony took place in the Panhandle, and the newlyweds spent their honeymoon in Las Vegas, New Mexico. According to Clay's friend and future governor of New Mexico, Miguel Otero, quote, Allison had become a greatly changed man after his marriage. He was never again guilty of drinking to excess, nor becoming involved in shooting scrapes. Now, this period can be a little confusing, mostly due to it being so difficult to track Allison's various movements. He told that paper in Dodge City that he was living in Hemphill County, Texas. He registered a brand in nearby Wheeler County, and by March 1881, the Las Vegas Optic claimed that Allison and his wife were living over in the Seven Rivers region of New Mexico. Only on account of the recent troubles, especially the aftermath of the Lincoln County War, they were looking to relocate. By the way, I did find one source alleging that Clay was actually living in the same house where Bob Ollinger killed John Jones back in, I think it was 1879. And yes, that's the same Bob Ollinger that was later killed by Billy the Kid. A lot of overlap between Billy and Clay Allison. So much so that I can't help but wonder if they ever rubbed shoulders. Clay was supposedly a friend of the co-cousins, Frank and George, and he did spend a lot of time over in Las Vegas. I've heard there's at least one story of Clay and the Kid hanging out, but then again, there's also stories of Clay meeting Jesse James, so who the hell knows. Whatever the case, Clay and his bride would eventually return to the Lone Star State, settle down on a ranch just north of Pecos. And just like Otero said, Clay did his level best to stay out of trouble. Hell, when the locals lobbied for the formation of Reeves County in the spring of 1883, Allison was among the leading citizens who signed the petition. Skip ahead to August 1885, and Clay's wife gave birth to a little girl they named Patty Dora Allison, which proved to be even more of a reason to stop getting into gunfights. Be that as it may, Clay did still have that dog in him, and by the following year he was back in New Mexico looking to put the screws to the Maxwell Land Grant and Railroad Company. Or at least that's the rumor. Allison denied the accusations and even made it a point to publicly distance himself from the Reverend McMains, whom he had been closely associated with during the Colfax County War. As to whether or not he ended up settling with the Maxwell Land Company, I honestly do not know. Now, during the summer of 1886, Clay drove a large herd of cattle from Pecos to Springer, New Mexico, and from there he shipped them via rail all the way to Rock Creek, Wyoming. Apparently, he had developed a toothache along the way, as he was next seen in Cheyenne consulting a dentist. Only problem was the jawbreaker ended up filling the wrong tooth. Just as soon as Clay figured out what happened, he grabbed a pair of forceps, forced the dentist into a chair, and then wrenched out one of his molars as payback. By the way, just like with Wyatt Earp, this dentist story does have several versions. One even claiming that the dentist was Doc Holliday, so grain of salt. As far as I'm aware, Doc and Clay Allison never actually met. But then again, they did both spend a lot of time over in Las Vegas, so it is possible. As far as yanking out that dentist's tooth, I do think it's something that Clay would have absolutely been capable of. Sadly, though, by the time he returned to Texas, he didn't have much longer in the land of the living. On July 1st, 1887, Clay loaded up a wagon full of supplies there in Pecos and set out for his ranch, about 50 miles to the northwest, or what's now the Red Bluff Reservoir. Only thing is, he never made it, at least not alive. And as is the case for pretty much the entirety of his life, even Allison's death is shrouded in mystery. The story that I've always heard is that he fell off the wagon drunk and one of the wheels rolled over his neck. His body was then found by a cowboy and taken back to Pecos. Depending on the source, Clay was either killed instantly or he lived long enough to ask that his boots be removed, stating, quote, "I've made up my mind to die with my boots off." Truth is, nobody knows what really happened. Rumor has it that he had recently been beefing with some neighbors over water rights. Apparently threats were levied and Allison was ready to settle the dispute one way or the other. He had even allegedly sent word ahead of time, letting the cowboys know that he was on the way to, quote, "kill them and cut their damned lying tongues out of their heads," end of quote. Another version is that it was his brother-in-law and ranch foreman, John McCullough, who Clay was looking to kill, on account of McCullough trying to take over his operation. That said, according to historian Chuck Parsons, quote, "The popular press has, over the years, written that Clay was roaring drunk at the time of his death, insinuating that because of his drunken condition, he was killed. Apparently, numerous writers felt as if he was drunk, then the final event would be considered more colorful. There is no evidence today that he had been drinking that day." Mr. William H. Drummond claimed years later that he had helped Allison load the wagon on the morning of the day he died, and said that Allison had not been drinking. It is unlikely that a responsible rancher, such as Allison was at this period, with the other evidence of his changed lifestyle, would choose this particular time to become intoxicated. The understanding of the Pecos community at the time of his death was that a sack of feed or some other item on the wagon started to slide off, and Allison, attempting to keep it on the wagon, lost his balance and fell under the wheels. Probably the wheel or wheels of the heavily loaded wagon passed over his neck or fractured his skull, causing death. End of quote. The following day, on July 4th, Clay was laid to rest in the old Pecos Cemetery. Nearly the entire town in attendance, testament to how respected he truly was. And it's there where Clay remained until August of 1975. That's when he was dug up and reburied at Pecos Park, just outside of the West of Pecos Museum. As far as I know, he is the only gunfighter to have his very own cemetery all to himself. Tragically, just 7 months later, Clay's wife would give birth to their second child, a daughter she named Clay Pearl Allison. One has to wonder if Clay even knew she was expecting at the time of his death. And I say tragically, just because Pearl would have to grow up without ever knowing her daddy. Thankfully, her mother did remarry a few years later to a highly respected doctor, so it does appear as if she and her sister were well cared for. A newspaper article, which was originally printed just days after Clay's death, summed up his life as follows. All of the old-timers knew Clay Allison. He knew no fear. To incur his enmity was about equivalent to a death sentence. He contended always that he never killed a man willingly, but that the necessity in every instance had been thrust upon him. He was expert with his revolver and never failed to come out first in the deadly encounter. Whether this brave, genteel borderman was in truth a villain or a gentleman is a question that many who knew him never settled to their own satisfaction. Certain it is that many of his stern deeds were for the right, as he understood right to be. End of quote, and I like the way they put that, as he understood right to be. Clay was just trying to figure this shit out, just like the rest of us. And yeah, I guess that's about all I've got on Robert Clay Allison. Big shout out to Chuck Parsons, Donna Blake Burchell, and Corey Recco for their very diligent research. Got some links down below if you'd like to check out their books. They say Stagecoach Mary stood over 6 feet tall and feared no one but God. She worked hard, she drank hard, and if the situation called for it, she fought hard. And despite being born a slave, Mary lived to become one of the freest souls to ever draw a breath, or a .38 revolver. Join me today as we examine the life of Mary Fields, a woman who could whip 82 men in Montana territory, a lady whose fondness for hard liquor was matched only by her capacity to put it away. Or at least that's according to a very famous actor who knew Stagecoach Mary personally. Ooh, who could it be? Stick around and find out. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Mary Fields was born a slave, sometime around the year 1832, on a plantation in Hickman County, Tennessee. Maybe. As tends to be the case, especially with former slaves, there's just not a lot of information out there regarding Mary's early life. Some sources claim that her mother worked in the big house while her father labored in the fields. Others say she was born in Florida and sold to the Warner family out of West Virginia. Whatever the case, we do know that by 1870, Mary had gained her freedom and was working as a chambermaid on a steamboat ironically called the Robert E. Lee. In fact, she was even on board for the historic race between the Lee and the steamboat Natchez. Mary would fondly recall how they threw pretty much everything they could find in the fire just to produce enough steam to make it to the finish line, even entire sides of ham. And apparently it worked, as the Lee beat the Natchez by a solid 6.5 hours. No word on how many chamber pots Mary emptied during the race, but something tells me she had one hell of a celebration on deck later that night. As you'll soon learn, Mary Fields did enjoy having a good time. Now her next job was up in Toledo, Ohio, but once again, it's not exactly clear how she wound up there. Legend has it that she met Judge Edmund Dunn aboard the Robert E. Lee, and he was so impressed by her work ethic that he hired her right there on the spot. Then again, there are other stories asserting that Mary was owned by the judge's in-laws, the Warner family, prior to emancipation. Either way, Mary would become fast friends with the judge's sister, Sarah, who, as it turns out, was a Roman Catholic nun, an Ursuline nun, to be exact. Now, I had never heard of that before, Ursuline, but according to Encyclopedia Britannica, it's a Roman Catholic religious order of women founded in 1535 and dedicated exclusively to the education of girls. And yeah, it wasn't long before Mary Fields began living and working at the convent, right alongside her new friend Sarah. Not as a nun, but more of a hired hand. A job she did not take lightly, by the way. Part of her duties entailed tending to the garden and a courtyard. And you better believe she did not put up with anyone trampling her daggum grass. Or as one of the nuns put it, God help anyone who walked on the lawn after Mary had cut it. Now, I'm not exactly sure when Mary began working at the convent, but she would stay there until the 1880s. That's when Bishop John Bondell reached out to the Ursulines looking for a little assistance. The Jesuit missionaries out in Montana had spent the last 2 decades running relief stations and missions for the local indigenous, namely the Blackfeet. And now they were hoping that the nuns could open up a boarding school. As such, Mary's friend Sarah, who by that point was going by the name Mother Amadeus, packed her bags and headed west. Now, me personally, I have not yet had the pleasure of visiting Montana, but I hear it can get just a wee bit chilly in the wintertime. And it was those frigid temperatures that damn near put Mother Amadeus under. She ended up coming down with a pretty serious case of pneumonia, and when word made it back to Toledo, Mary caught a train and rushed to her side. Per historian Meante M. McConnell, quote, Mother Amadeus would not leave these girls. The pioneer nuns had run out of food and money. Their sole source of heat, an iron stove, would not alleviate frostbit limbs without fuel. Following school lessons taught during the day, the undernourished sisters and their indigenous pupils slept on the frozen earth floor. And Mary Fields would too. She had decided to stay. End of quote. And yeah, not only would Mary stay, but she also began working to improve conditions there at the mission, which, by the way, was located about 10 or so miles west of Cascade, Montana. And when I say work, I'm talking grown man work, okay? Mary Fields literally did it all. She hunted and trapped for food, she cut and hauled firewood, she raised chickens, did laundry, tended to the garden, she even helped prepare the altar for Mass. You name it, Mary did it. And just an FYI, but if you think Montana is white nowadays, back in the mid-1880s, it was really white. I'm talking going to Weezer concerts and eating nothing but egg salad sandwiches white. You gotta think, back in those days, Montana had a population of less than 100,000. And out of all those people, only a few hundred of them were black. That being the case, it did take a while for the locals to warm up to Mary. Even the Jesuits didn't know what to make of her, at least not at first. That said, in all fairness, I'm not really sure how much of that had to do with Mary's skin tone, as opposed to her somewhat unconventional behavior. Remember what I said earlier about Mary liking to have a good time. She may have bunked with the passel of nuns, but she still cursed like a sailor, smoked cigars, and drank whiskey by the gallon. She also didn't take no shit, especially from men, an attitude that would lead to more than a few altercations, both verbal and physical. Like the time she got into a fist fight with a cowboy, or when she and another hired hand there at the mission got into an actual gunfight. Or at least that's how the story goes. Unfortunately, the details have been lost to history. So much so that we don't even know for sure if the gunfight truly occurred. Some say that pistols were drawn, and bullets did indeed start flying, but nobody was hurt. Others say that Mary and the unnamed man simply touched rifles and exchanged a few not-so-pleasant pleasantries. Like I said, the details are unknown, but whatever went down would cause Mary to lose her job there at the mission. Remember, they were trying to teach young girls the finer points of Victorian etiquette, and I guess pistol duels weren't exactly part of the curriculum. Bishop Bondell had already heard stories concerning Mary's other proclivities, the cursing and the drinking, so I guess he had finally had enough and gave her the boot. The nuns there at the mission were heartbroken, to say the least, and for good reason. Mary had spent the last decade completely devoted to the Ursuline sisters, only to be unceremoniously thrown to the curb. Luckily for Fields, Mother Amadeus was able to set her up with a restaurant in nearby Cascade. Only problem was, despite Mary's rough exterior, her heart was just as big as that Montana sky. Or to paraphrase the great Chris Knight, sometimes the hardest of edges can hide the tenderest of hearts. You see, Mary couldn't stand to see people go hungry, so she gave away more food than she charged for, especially to the struggling sheep herders. And after failing to turn a profit, the restaurant predictably went belly up. So Mother Amadeus stepped in yet again, helped Mary out with the second restaurant, but just like before, she couldn't stop giving away the food. That's when the nuns encouraged Mary to become a star route carrier for the U.S. Postal Service. Now, from what I understand, star route carriers were private contractors who bid on specific mail routes, especially in more rural or hard-to-reach areas. They were paid per trip and operated under the strict standards of celerity, certainty, and security. In other words, be fast, be reliable, and pretty please do not lose the GD mail. Mary had to prove that she could hitch a 6-horse team as part of the interview. Not only did she succeed, but she was also faster than the men applying for the job. And that being the case, Mary Fields became the second woman in all of history and the very first black woman to ever work as a star route carrier. Now, there's a lot of questionable information floating around out there, especially online, but one of the best biographies I was able to locate on Mary came from Ebony magazine, way back in 1959, courtesy of Gary Cooper. Yeah, that Gary Cooper. The guy from High Noon and Sergeant York. Turns out Cooper was born in Helena and spent a lot of time over in Cascade when he was a child. He personally knew Mary and had many a fond memory. It was Cooper I was quoting earlier when I said that Mary could whip any 2 men in the territory, and that she had a fondness for hard liquor that was matched only by her capacity to put it away. Quote, "They gave Mary the route between Cascade and the mission itself. And every day, never missing a one, she made her triumphant entry into the mission seated atop a mail coach, dressed in a man's hat and coat and smoking a huge cigar. Mary met every train and oftentimes slept in the depot. In bad weather, if Mary's coach could not get through, she would shoulder the luggage and walk. She drove the route for 8 years." End of quote. Worth noting that Mary never did drive an actual stagecoach, despite her nickname. In all reality, it was a mail coach, sort of like a buggy. I'm not really sure when or why people took to calling her Stagecoach Mary, but Gary Cooper knew her as Black Mary. Other locals would talk of how she kept a jug of whiskey there at her feet when driving the coach, and that she was always heavily armed. They say Mary kept a .38 revolver belted around her waist, and either a rifle or a 10-gauge shotgun close at hands at all times, causing the road agents to keep a wide berth. And then there's the way she dressed, which we've already kind of sort of touched on. Apparently, Mary's uniform of choice was a skirt, skull cap, and a man's heavy overcoat, along with a ever-present cigar clenched between her teeth. Thus provisioned, Mary set out alone across the prairie, no matter the conditions. According to historian William Katz, quote, "One night while hauling freight to St. Peter's, wolves attacked her wagon. The horses bolted, wagons, supplies, and a surprised Mary Fields landed on a Montana prairie. It was a lonely and fearful night, but with a rifle and pistol, along with an iron determination not to fall asleep, Mary Fields kept the wolves at bay. Another time, during a bitter winter, she was driving her wagon from Cascade to the mission. A light snowfall turned to a blizzard, whipped by strong winds. It was no use going forward, for it was not possible to see more than a few feet. Mary Fields got down from the wagon and waited out the storm, walking back and forth all night to keep from freezing." End of quote. So yeah, very tough lady, right? But here's the thing. Mary didn't get that job with the Postal Service until she was in her 60s, and she continued doing it for damn near the next decade. Finally, in 1903, Mother Amadeus was called to Alaska for missionary work, sadly leaving her friend Mary behind. Of course, by that point, Mary was getting a little too long in the tooth to be taken on new frontiers. So it were, at over 70 years of age, Stagecoach Mary finally retired. Kind of. I guess I should say she retired from driving the coach, but she did not stop working. She simply settled down full-time there in Cascade and began operating a laundry out of her house. And this semi-retirement aside, Mary was just as wild as ever. There's even stories of her betting men that she could knock them out in one punch. And legend has it, Mary never lost a bet. Then there's the time one of her customers tried to make off with his laundry without paying for it. Mary caught up with him, tapped him on the shoulder, and just as soon as he turned around, she belted him in the mouth. She then marched to the nearest saloon, ordered a drink, and declared that the man's bill was now paid in full. Speaking of saloons, Mary was not technically allowed to drink there in Cascade, per a city ordinance. But eventually the mayor just passed a new law carving out a special exemption just for her. Guess maybe he didn't want to get punched in the face as well. Now, believe it or not, between all that fighting and drinking, Mary also became the town's designated babysitter. By all accounts, the children loved her, and she doted on them as if they were her own. Even the mayor's son would later recall that Mary was, quote, gentle and loving. She held me in her lap and sang to me with a deep voice. She was a second mother to all of us kids. And one thing that I thought was very amusing was that Mary would randomly throw birthday celebrations for herself, despite not actually knowing her own birthday. Basically whenever the mood struck, sometimes multiple times per year. Just whenever she felt like it, she would declare that it was her birthday. And really, this was just another opportunity for her to hand out candy to the children. How the schools and even some of the businesses would close early just to celebrate Mary's mini birthdays. She was also a huge baseball fan. Not only was she the mascot for the local team, but she would also bring bouquets of flowers to hand out to the players. Just to give you an idea of how beloved Mary truly was, when her house burned down in 1912, the townsfolk all pitched in and built her a new one. The owner of the Cascade Hotel even provided all of Mary's meals free of charge. You don't do that for someone who's not highly respected. And I do think over time, Mary Fields had more than earned her place there amongst the pioneers of Cascade. Eventually, though, the years did start to catch up to her, as tends to happen to us all, right? Mary's health began to fail, and she ended up spending the last month of her life in bed. Finally, one cold December night, she took her blankets outside and laid down in the grass, ready to meet her end under that Montana sky that she had grown to love. Luck would have it, though, some young boys found her and fetched their parents. They were able to rush Mary to the hospital over at Great Falls, where all comfort was given, but by that point, it was just too late. It was there at the hospital on December 5th, 1914, at around the age of 82, that Stagecoach Mary crossed that River Jordan. I forgot to mention it, but Mother Amadeus had passed away a couple months prior, so I can't help but wonder if Mary was just ready to join her old friend on the other side. As it were, her funeral was reportedly the largest the Cascade had ever seen. A priest from St. Peter's delivered mass, and several of the town's leading citizens served as pallbearers. If you're ever looking to pay your respects, you can find Mary still resting at Cascade's Hillside Cemetery. What a life, man. And by the way, if Stagecoach Mary sounds familiar, she has been portrayed by a lot of people throughout the years. The very talented Zazie Beetz in the Netflix original The Harder They Fall. Whoopi Goldberg played her in the movie Outlaw Posse. Esther Roll, Amber Sharday Robinson, Dawn Lewis, and Kimberly Elise have all portrayed Mary. Hell, there's even a children's book, a screenplay, and even a damn asteroid named in Mary's honor. Now, if you'd like to learn more, my buddy Zarin has an excellent episode devoted to Mary on his Black Cowboys podcast. It really is an amazing episode, and I personally really enjoyed hearing the input from Zarin's father, especially the story about the Underground Railroad. Finally, just to wrap things up, there's an article I found on Montana's womenhistory.org that I think does a pretty good job of summing up Mary Fields. My apologies to the author, I was not able to find the name, but the article reads as follows. As the sole African American in Cascade, Fields did not have the benefit of a close-knit black community, such as developed in towns like Helena, Great Falls, Butte, and Fort Benton. And because she was outside the boundaries of respectable womanhood, Fields was in some ways on her own. It is hard to imagine Fields did not feel the sting of prejudice, or at least the friendly contempt described by African-American musician W.C. Handy on a visit to Helena in 1897. Nevertheless, she certainly lived an inspirational life, and one forged on her own terms. She was, in the best sense, a pioneer woman. She was rough and she was tough. And as Gary Cooper opined, she was born a slave but lived to become one of the freest souls ever to draw a breath. End of quote, and there you have it. Stagecoach Mary definitely lived life on her own terms. I guess after spending the first third of her life in chains, Mary refused to be bound by societal norms. She fought, she drank, she cursed, and she toted iron. But through it all, she remained tender enough to cradle Cascade's children and to feed those who weren't able to feed themselves. A legend loved in life and remembered long after her death. The kind of story that the West was made for. And that's about all I've got on Stagecoach Mary. As morning broke on the fortress convent of Churubusco, the men within its walls prepared to sell their lives dearly. Even as the enemy approached from the surrounding marshes, struggling against the mud and the muck, but on they came, advancing in the face of what one of them would later describe as showers of lead and iron. The enemy watched in awe as a white flag of surrender rose from the convent, and then, just as quickly as it appeared, the flag vanished. This happened twice more as the battle continued to rage. Despite pleas of some of their less than courageous compadres, these guys just flat out refused to give up. And for good reason. You see, the men defending Churubusco had committed what many considered to be the ultimate sin. They knew full well what awaited them if they were to be taken as prisoners. Yes, they figured a quick bullet was better than swinging from the end of a rope. This resolve notwithstanding, their attackers were eventually able to force their way inside, engaging the defenders in hand-to-hand combat. All total, over 130 American soldiers would lose their lives, with another 800 wounded. And what's now known as the Battle of Churubusco would go down as one of the bloodiest engagements in all of the Mexican-American War. But that's not what really makes this fight so fascinating. You see, it wasn't just Americans versus Mexicans. Those defenders there within the convent, the men responsible for putting up such a fierce resistance, they had once worn the very same uniform as the American soldiers they were now fighting. Irish immigrants, for the most part, came to America looking for a better life, only to turn traitor and join forces with the enemy. From the siege of Fort Texas to Monterey, Buena Vista, and a dozen smaller skirmishes in between, these Irishmen served with valor and distinction. And that fight there at Churubusco was their biggest yet. Surrounded, outgunned, far from their homeland and branded as traitors, the men of the St. Patrick's Battalion had nothing to lose. But why? Why'd they turn their backs on their adopted country and join the opposition? What would become of the San Patricios, who were ultimately captured? Will I attempt an Irish accent? And who exactly was the San Patricio leader, John Riley? Whatever happened to him? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Okay, we're going to get to the San Patricios very quickly, I promise. But first, in order to properly understand them and their motivations, we do need to take a quick look at a little something known as manifest destiny. Simply put, manifest destiny was a belief that the United States was destined, by God, to expand both its territory and influence across North America, from the Atlantic all the way to the Pacific. And it's this philosophy that drove much of the rapid expansion of the 19th century. First with the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, the acquisition of Spanish Florida in 1819, and then, of course, the annexation of Texas in 1845. President James K. Polk was especially enamored with expansionism. In fact, he even tried to purchase much of the Southwest, including California, but Mexico declined his offer. So Polk just decided to press the matter by sending General Zachary Taylor to occupy a disputed stretch of land along the Texas border. And it's there in late April of 1846, not far from present-day Brownsville, where Mexican troops attacked a squadron of U.S. dragoons. The skirmish resulted in the deaths of 16 American soldiers, and less than a month later, U.S. Congress declared war on Mexico. Ah, the good old days, back when we actually needed congressional approval to go to war, as opposed to just an endless series of never-ending conflicts. Now, what you just heard was admittedly an oversimplified explanation of the Mexican-American War. I could probably spend the next 2 hours discussing the war's origins and barely even scratch the surface. Suffice it to say, there was a very long history of aggressions from both sides, and it was these aggressions, along with a few revolts, a whole hell of a lot of disputed territory, and the fervent belief in manifest destiny that ultimately led to war. Now, at the same time all that was going down, there was a great famine occurring in Ireland. A period of mass starvation lasted from 1845 to 1852 that saw over 1 million people dead. It also led to a mass exodus, with another million or so Irish fleeing their homeland for the relative safety and security of the United States. One of whom was a guy by the name of John Riley. Born in Ireland in the county Galway, sometime around the year 1817, John did a stint in the Queen's Army before setting sail for Canada during the Great Famine. Ended up heading south to Michigan, where, like many other new arrivals, he enlisted in the U.S. Army. This was a very common occurrence for immigrants. Have you ever seen that movie Gangs of New York? There's a scene where an army recruiter is catching them literally the moment they step off the boat. That was something that really did happen. You gotta remember, a lot of these guys had a very hard time finding work when they initially arrived, for a myriad of reasons. But their new Uncle Sam was always hiring. The Army provided not only a steady paycheck, but a way to further assimilate to their adopted homeland. As for Riley, he was eventually assigned to Company K of the 5th U.S. Infantry. And just real quick, there does seem to be a bit of confusion as to Riley's actual name. He himself spelled it several different ways. On at least one occasion, he did sign his name as John O'Reilly, as opposed to just Riley. I decided to go with Riley, mostly just because that's what the military records show. But for all I know, his last name was indeed O'Reilly, just like the auto parts store or the now disgraced news commentator who once insisted on doing it live. I've also seen some sources claiming that Riley's middle name was Patrick. And if that's true, that's probably the most Irish name I've ever heard in my entire life. John Patrick Riley. The only thing that would make it better is if you threw a Patty in there somewhere. Now, Riley enlisted on September 2nd, 1845. He left Texas 2 days later, and by March of 1846, they were headed to the Rio Grande in order to establish Fort Texas, smack dab in the middle of disputed territory. That also just so happens to be around the same time that Riley and a few dozen of his fellow Irishmen decided to defect to the other side. Hell, they even manned an artillery battery on behalf of the Mexicans during the siege of Fort Texas, the very fort they had helped establish. Important to note that this was prior to the United States formally declaring war. Just pointing that out as it will become relevant later on in the story. The siege of Fort Texas began on May 3rd, and Congress wouldn't declare war until May 13th. Now, as to why Riley and the others deserted, that's still up for debate. One theory goes that they had endured a great deal of mistreatment at the hands of their American commanders. And I don't necessarily doubt it. Flogging was something that did happen, as did branding. Sometimes officers would even beat their own men using the broadsides of their swords. Still, though, I don't really think that physical abuse was the deciding factor. I mean, let's be honest. Corporal punishment in the military is nothing new, right? Riley himself was prior service, and I doubt the British were all that polite to their enlisted men, especially the ones who spoke with a brogue. And besides, the Irish notwithstanding, the U.S. Army really didn't have all that big of a problem with desertion during the war. I actually looked into this just to verify, because I did see other sources claiming the exact opposite, that there was an extremely high rate of desertion amongst U.S. troops fighting in Mexico. Turns out it was around 8.3%. Just to put that into perspective, the desertion rate amongst U.S. soldiers during the War of 1812 was nearly 13%. It was somewhere between 9 and 12% during the Civil War, and even in peacetime, at least in the early to mid-1800s, the desertion rate was still higher than it was during the Mexican-American War. By contrast, there was a ton of desertion plaguing the Mexicans. Unlike the Americans, who were an all-volunteer force, the Mexican army was mostly comprised of poorly trained conscripts. Also worth noting that approximately 47% of General Taylor's army were foreign-born. In other words, nearly half of all the fighting men in the U.S. Army at that time weren't even originally from the United States. So if the discipline and corporal punishment was really that bad, or if it was just simply relegated to the immigrants, I do think there would have been an even higher rate of desertion. That said, there's just no getting around the fact that many of these immigrants, especially the Irish, did experience a lot of discrimination, mostly based on their faith. Once again, I'm reminded of the gangs in New York. Remember that big fight scene at the very beginning between the native Protestants and the Catholic immigrants? Yes, that was a work of fiction, but discrimination against Catholics was a very real thing, especially in the 19th century. I mean, hell, even going all the way back to the Pilgrims, there was a belief that the Pope was the Antichrist, and this prejudice continued in the centuries that followed. Rumors ran rampant that the Catholics would take American jobs and spread diseases. Even as late as 1844, you had something known as the Bible riots up in Philadelphia. Catholic churches were burned and over 20 people massacred. And that's not even including the riots in Boston a decade prior. So yeah, not really all that big a surprise that this type of discrimination would also spill over into the US military, right? An institution that's not really known for being a big respecter of tender feelings. And soldiers like Riley were oftentimes denied the right to practice their religion as they saw fit, mostly by being forced to attend Protestant religious services. It's also thought that many of the Irish viewed what the U.S. Army was doing in Mexico as pretty much the same thing as what the English were doing and had been doing over in Ireland. It's no secret that the British and the Irish haven't exactly been the closest of friends throughout the course of history, right? And finally, last but certainly not least, many historians do think that slavery also played a role in Riley's desertion. Oh boy, here we go with that dreaded S word again. Keep in mind that slavery was a hotly debated topic, even in the decades prior to the Civil War. If the United States prevailed against Mexico, they would then need to figure out what to do with all those newly acquired territories. And the big question on everyone's mind in 1846 was whether or not those territories would become slave or free states. This also ties back in with Manifest Destiny. Now, obviously, not everyone supported slavery. Far from it. Hell, we even fought an entire war just to do away with slavery. But U.S. President James K. Polk was a supporter. And that being the case, many abolitionists felt like his support of Western expansion, and thus his orders to send troops down to Mexico to provoke a war, was primarily to tip the balance in favor of the slave states. So in other words, you had a whole lot of Irishmen like John Riley, most of them fresh off the boat. They sign up for the army looking for 3 hots and a cot, and all of a sudden they're down there in Mexico, getting ready to fight a war against their fellow Catholics on behalf of a nation of slavers. I'm not trying to say that's exactly the way it was. There's a lot of nuance involved. I'm just trying to explain how they perceived it, okay? And yes, I am fully aware that nobody's perfect. Even in Mexico, where slavery was officially banned, they still practiced peonage. They also discriminated quite a bit against non-Catholics. This isn't a gotcha episode. I'm not trying to bash the United States or make it look like the army was a bunch of drooling at the mouth monsters. I'm also not trying to paint the Mexicans or even the San Patricios as perfect little angels. I'm simply offering up an explanation as to why Riley and the others deserted. Nothing more and nothing less. So please, put away your scalping knives, okay? At least for now. Another reason for desertion that's almost always ignored by historians, not really sure why, was the culpability of the Mexican women. Even Riley himself, in a letter to a friend back home, stated, quote, "From the moment I crossed the Rio Grande, I was absolutely stunned and mesmerized by the sheer exotic beauty of the locals. Their dark hair and brown skin was a drastic yet welcome change from the freckled and translucent lassies of our native Ire, where, let's face it, the gals look a wee bit more like Conan O'Brien wearing a wig. Are the Mexican women a little crazy? Yes, absolutely they are. Do they sometimes get mad and throw their shoes at me and threaten to get their cousins, all of whom seem to be named some variation of Little Spider, to whoop my ass? Also yes. But let's keep it real. Those hips don't lie. Also, I've grown quite fond of queso." End of quote. And no, obviously I did just make up that last part about the women and the queso. But I gotta imagine there was at least a little of that going on. In fact, per sources, there were a few desertions where soldiers just wanted to be closer to their lady friends south of the border. I just don't think that was an overwhelming cause of desertion. Now, there are 2 different stories as to how Riley deserted. One is that he simply crossed over to attend a Catholic mass, and while he was there, the Mexicans convinced him to stay and fight on their behalf. And the other comes from historian Ron Soodalter. He writes, quote, "One night in mid-April 1846, on the advice of his conscience, he swam the Rio Grande to join the Mexican ranks at Matamoros. Riley, who had come to view the invasion of Mexico as an unholy war, did not consider himself to be a traitor to the United States, never having thought of himself as an assimilated American. In his mind, he remained an Irishman." End of quote. Whatever the case, like I said earlier, Riley did participate in the siege of Fort Texas. Initially, it was just him and 48 other Irishmen, part of a unit known as the Legion of Foreigners. And well, let's just say that the Mexican government saw an opportunity. Wasn't long before leaflets began appearing among the American troops, with promises of fair treatment, property, money, and even citizenship. Along with a gentle reminder that Mexico was a Catholic country, where the deserters' religious practices would not only be tolerated, but encouraged. One Mexican general even appealed to the quote-unquote conscience of the Irish, claiming that they were committing a sin by fighting against people who professed the same faith as they did. He'd also routinely send over tintypes featuring what he referred to as big-bootied Latinas. His words, not mine. Just another way to entice the soldiers. And no, once again, obviously the part about big-bootied Latinas is not true, made that up. But they did send those leaflets over, though. And whether or not it was ideological, the stuff I mentioned earlier about slavery and Catholicism, or whether it was just the promises of riches and property, those leaflets did have the intended effect. Over 200 American soldiers would end up deserting and joining Riley in the Legion of Foreigners, enough to start a brand new unit they called the Battalion de San Patricio. That's the St. Patrick's Battalion for all you non-Spanish speakers. Nor, as some of the locals referred to them, Los Colorados, on account of their red hair. Apparently, the word Colorados is slang for red in Spanish. The more you know. And yeah, I can only imagine how much those fair-skinned Irishmen were suffering under that hot Mexican sun. Probably looked a lot more like walking chili peppers than actual soldiers. Nevertheless, they would quickly adapt. Not only that, but they soon emerged as one of Mexico's premier fighting units. The first engagement where the San Patricios were actually recognized as their own battalion was the Battle of Monterrey on September 21st, 1846. Riley and his Irishmen managed to repel at least 2, possibly as many as 3 assaults right there in the heart of the city. And yet, despite their best efforts, the Mexican commanders still insisted on retreating. By the way, just a side note, I failed to mention this earlier, the San Patricios were not entirely comprised of Irishmen. That's a common misconception. You also had a lot of Germans, as well as a smattering of Polish, French, Italian, and even a few escaped slaves. For the most part, though, they were Irish. Just thought I'd toss that out there. Now, from Monterrey, they marched north and joined Santa Anna's corrupt-looking ass at the Battle of Buena Vista, helping to support the Mexican infantry. And once again, they accounted well for themselves. Not only did they inflict a great deal of damage, but they even captured an American artillery battery, cannons that were eventually used against American troops later on during the Battle of Contreras. Yet, despite these heroics, their Mexican officers once again ordered a withdrawal. And as they hightailed it to safer ground, it was the San Patricios who covered the retreat. This bravery did not go unnoticed. Several of them were awarded the coveted Cross of Honor, including Riley. He was also promoted to the rank of captain. Next up was the Battle of Cerro Gordo on April 18th. Unfortunately, I was unable to find out much regarding their actions there at Cerro Gordo, but this was another American victory. I think something like 1,000 Mexican soldiers were killed, so I highly doubt it was a cakewalk. And yet, once again, in the face of defeat, they continued fighting like men possessed. After all, I know I touched on this earlier, but they had to have known that if they surrendered, they'd be executed as traitors, if they were lucky. And yeah, it was this aversion to surrender that was put on full display during the Battle of Churubusco on August 20th, 1847. San Patricios were stationed at a key bridge as well as inside of that convent that I mentioned earlier. And even though they were outnumbered and outgunned, they managed to hold on for hours. Once again, Riley and his artillery battalion held off the Americans long enough for Santa Anna's trifling ass to make a hasty retreat. And when the Mexican militia officers there in the convent tried to raise that white flag of surrender, the San Patricios shot them dead. This happened a total of 3 times. These guys just did not want to surrender. In the end, though, the luck of the Irish finally ran out. So did their powder and ammunition. They tried to continue fighting hand-to-hand, but weren't no use. They were quickly overrun by the Americans. A few managed to escape, but most were either killed or taken prisoner. Over the next few days, the surviving San Patricios were subjected to a military tribunal. And before it was all said and done, 50 of them were sentenced to hang. This would be the largest mass hanging in all of American history, by the way. Kind of. For whatever reason, they chose to hang the San Patricios over the course of around 2 or 3 days, as opposed to all at once. So I guess it just sort of depends on your definition of mass execution. The last 30 were actually executed within full view of both armies during the Battle of Chapultepec. That's a hard one. The men were actually forced to stand on mule-drawn carts with nooses around their necks, facing the Chapultepec Castle, and per orders, they were to remain there until the Americans secured victory. Finally, at around 9:30 that morning, a cheer erupted amongst the American soldiers as the stars and stripes were raised above the walls. That's when the Irish let loose with a shout of their own, one final unified act of defiance. And with that, the carts were pulled out from under them and they went a-swinging. Just not all of them. At all the men who were captured, there were around 25 who were spared execution, including our very own John Riley. These are the ones who had switched sides prior to the declaration of war. Apparently, defecting in peacetime was considered a much less serious offense. They were still punished, though, subjected to 50 lashes and branded on their faces with a red-hot iron, the letter D for deserter. In fact, Riley got it on both of his cheeks. In the end, most of the surviving San Patricios never saw the land or money they were promised. Imagine that, politicians lying. What else is new? Sacrifice was real, but the reward just never came. As for Riley, his fate is mostly unknown. He was jailed by the Americans for a little while, but eventually rejoined the Mexican army and continued serving even after the war. He was given the rank of major, but ended up retiring in mid-August 1850 after coming down with a pretty serious case of the yellow fever. And after that, we're not really sure. There was a death certificate discovered years later that lists a Juan Riley, 45 years of age and a native of Ireland, who died in Veracruz on August 31st, 1850, quote, as a result of drunkenness without sacraments, end of quote. But was this the John Riley, the fearless leader of the San Patricios? Probably not. According to military records, Riley would have only been in his early 30s in 1850, as opposed to 45. I have not personally read the death certificate, but according to Dr. Michael Hogan, the Riley over there in Veracruz was indigent. I am a moron, and there are many words I do not know how to say correctly. Indigent, I think, which is just a polite way of saying that he was penniless or Paso-less at the time of his death. Turns out John Riley had been discharged on August 14th with, quote, medals for heroism, with uniforms, with a well-equipped horse and tack, and with over $800 in retirement pay, end of quote. So for Riley to be the dead guy over in Veracruz, he would have had to have aged a decade, blown through all of his money, and drank himself to death, just a matter of 2 weeks. Is that possible? Absolutely, especially if you're Irish. But I'm just not sure if it's probable. And as of this recording, nobody can say for certain whatever became of him. We do know that by late 1850, a few of the original San Patricios left Mexico, returned to Ireland, but supposedly John Riley was not among them. There's also another story, as far as I know it's completely apocryphal. It claims that Riley married a rich Mexican lady, and they lived happily ever after. Now, as to whether or not Riley and the others were guilty of being turncoats and traitors, I think the answer is an unequivocal yes, right? These men all took an oath when they enlisted, an oath that many of them betrayed even before that first shot was fired. They had their reasons, no doubt, but rather than become conscientious objectors or just protest the war on moral grounds, they instead chose to actively engage and kill their former brothers in arms, Americans. And for that, the majority of them paid the ultimate price. You know, it really does pose a couple of interesting questions. At what point, if ever, does your oath become null and void? And is it ever okay to commit treason in the face of what you view as a moral evil? If your answer to that last question is a resolute no, then I'd be curious if you feel the same way about the men who fought on behalf of the Confederacy. Now, me personally, I don't think that the Army had much of a choice as far as the punishment was concerned. I'm actually surprised they let Riley and the others off with a mere lashing and branding. It'd be a different story if they just refused to fight. But like I said, they took it a step further by joining the enemy. And make no mistake about it, Riley and his fellow Irishmen killed a lot of American soldiers. There just weren't no way the Army was going to let that slide, regardless of their motives. And I think that's right. On one hand, I do commend the San Patricios for standing up for what they believed in. Now, as to how many of them were truly motivated by their morals, as opposed to the false promises of land and money and citizenship from the Mexican government, I honestly don't know. I'm sure that was part of it for some of them. But I'm also sure that most of them felt like they were doing the right thing. Men like Barry Fitzgerald, another leader among the San Patricios, who stated the following shortly before his execution, quote, we the soldiers of St. Patrick's do not expect mercy from you. Death honors when life is given for a just cause. I want to make it clear to the defense that we were not seduced, as they would have us believe. A woman is seduced. A man is convinced. The St. Patrick's Battalion is made up of Irish patriots, men who have felt on our land and in our flesh the brutal abuse and shameless plunder of those who abuse their power. End of quote. Very powerful words. I don't know about you, but those also don't sound like the words of a cowardly opportunist. Sounds like a man who was willing to die for what he believed in. And he did die for what he believed in. Also, in their defense, you got to remember that most of the San Patricios were not American citizens, so they weren't exactly betraying a country they had grown up in. Now, many of them hadn't even been in the United States for a full year before they deserted. We also know they didn't turn traitor because they were afraid to fight. Say what you will about the San Patricios, but these men were not cowards. Their courage under fire is legendary. But still, they were traitors, right? There's just no getting around it. And while it's true that the San Patricios are often considered heroes, especially in Mexico and Ireland, not everyone agrees. There are even Catholics who feel like what they did was a disgrace and brought shame upon other Irish Catholic immigrants, the ones who served throughout the war honorably. That's another thing. Despite all the stories about the anti-Catholic sentiments, there were still a ton of Catholics and immigrants, for that matter, who fought in the war without deserting. Remember what I said earlier, nearly half of the U.S. Army at that time was made up of foreign-born immigrants. In fact, the officer who presided over the San Patricios court-martial, Colonel Bennett C. Riley, was himself an Irish Catholic. His faith and lineage didn't stop him from climbing the ranks. Hell, he'd even go on to serve as the military governor of California. So I don't know, man. I'm not even sure I have an opinion on this one. I think most of the San Patricios probably felt like they were doing the right thing. But I also think the U.S. Army was correct in punishing them as traitors. Sometimes you go all in, and it works out in your favor, and sometimes it doesn't. It didn't work out for the San Patricios, and like I said, many of them paid the ultimate price. Love them or hate them, the San Patricios fought bravely. And by all accounts, they took their medicine like men and died bravely. Now, before we go, I do want to leave you with one last thought concerning the Mexican-American War from none other than President Ulysses S. Grant. Might just change your perspective just a bit. Now, Grant was just a lieutenant back in those days, but he fought in every major battle, save for Buena Vista. He served with distinction and was even commended for his gallantry. And do you know what he said about the war? Quote, "I do not think there was ever a more wicked war than that waged by the United States on Mexico. I thought so at the time when I was a youngster, only I had not the moral courage enough to resign. We had no claim on Mexico. Texas had no claim beyond the Nueces River, and yet we pushed on to the Rio Grande and crossed it. I am always ashamed of my country when I think of that invasion." End of quote. And that sounds very similar to things I've personally heard from friends who served in Iraq. Just a little something to think about. Now, I know today's story wasn't strictly an Old West topic, sort of like the one we recently did on Two Gun Heart. It was just Old West adjacent. But I did find it fascinating, and I hope you do as well. You know, the Mexican-American War is something we've discussed a lot here on the podcast, from John Joel Glanton to Kit Carson, even many of the early Texas Rangers. They all served. And it was this conflict that helped open up the West to pioneers and settlers. Really was a very pivotal moment in American history, and Old West history. Yet to this day, it remains a mostly forgotten war, or as I like to call it, the 19th century Korea, which is ultimately why I chose to cover it. You know, figuring maybe there was a few of you who weren't aware of the San Patricios. By the way, believe it or not, I first learned about the San Patricios not from a history book, but from the Boston punk rock band Street Dogs. I actually saw them open up for the Dropkick Murphys years ago over in Dallas, and I've been a fan ever since. I'll drop a link to the song down below if you're curious to check it out. There are other songs about the San Patricios, but this is the one I'm the most partial to. There's also a movie about the San Patricios, One Man's Hero, released in 1999, starring Tom Berenger as John Riley. Full disclosure, I have not yet seen it, but there are a few clips on YouTube. Worth checking out if for no other reason than to hear Tom Berenger attempt an Irish accent. Something that I still cannot do. Urgh. Sorry for the disappointment. Okay, couple more things and I'll let you get back to your business. First, if you're ever in Mexico City, you may want to pay a visit to the National Museum of Interventions, located within the very same fortress convent where the San Patricios met their end. There's even a plaque outside commemorating the battalion. It's also a statue in Riley's hometown of Clifton, County Galloway, and it's my understanding that they raise the Mexican flag each year in John Riley's memory. Secondly, if you're not following or subscribing on whatever platform you use to consume the Wild West Extravaganza, you might want to do so. Y'all know me, I never say subscribe and hit that notification bell. I'm only bringing this up because I've had a lot of people asking me here lately why they haven't been notified of recent uploads, or where I've been, why am I not posting new episodes. Well, I'm right here. I'm still putting out content, so if you want to make sure that you absolutely don't miss anything, your best bet is to not only make sure you're subscribed or following, depending on the platform, but that the notifications are also turned on. When you think of the quintessential Western lawman, who do you envision? Wild Bill Hickok, maybe, Wyatt Earp, Heck Thomas, or perhaps even Bat Masterson. These guys all had prolific careers, no doubt about it, and to a man, they are legendary. But I'm not sure if any of them had the sheer stamina or dogged resolve displayed by Sheriff Seth Bullock. Seth first pinned on a badge in Montana, where he presided over the territory's very first execution, or at least the first legal execution. And that's in addition to also serving as territorial senator and establishing Yellowstone National Park. Bullock then drifted east to the Black Hills and helped tame the lawless boomtown of Deadwood. Now let's be honest, Bullock's time in Deadwood is what he's mostly known for, thanks to the HBO drama of the same name. But how accurate was that portrayal? What was Bullock's life like before Deadwood? How did he go from being a frontier sheriff to serving as a bodyguard for the President of the United States? And is it true he raised an entire regiment of cowboys to fight in World War I? Join me today as we discuss the real-life Seth Bullock, a man Teddy Roosevelt once described as a true Westerner and the finest type of frontiersman. And yes, we will also take a look at whether or not Bullock had any run-ins with the notorious Whisperin Jim. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Seth Bullock was born on July 23, 1849, in present-day Ontario, Canada, not far from the Detroit River. Maybe. Truth be told, we don't know for sure the exact year, but 1849 does seem to be the consensus. Whatever the case, the Bullock family would move to Michigan when Seth was still a young child. There's not a ton of details concerning this period, but his father George had been a major in the British Army. That being the case, he's often described as being a, quote, testy, hard-nosed disciplinarian, which may explain why Seth ended up running away from home on numerous occasions. He'd run away again when the war between the states broke out, hoping to enlist in the Union Army, but he was ultimately rejected due to his young age, at which point he simply returned home to Michigan. Matter of fact, it's there in Michigan where he met his future wife, Martha. Contrary to popular belief, Seth did not marry his brother's widow. More on that in just a bit, but as soon as Bullock turned 18, he bid Martha a temporary adieu and headed west for Montana. Whether or not he did any prospecting, I'm really not sure, but he would find work over in Helena with a wholesale grocer before branching out on his own as an auctioneer. He also took a great deal of interest in local politics. Ugh. Now keep in mind that this is the late 1860s, so Bullock was still very young, possibly even still a teenager. It doesn't matter though, as you'll soon come to learn, Seth Bullock was nothing if not ambitious. He ended up running for the territorial legislature in 1867. He didn't get the nomination, but he tried again in 1871, and this time he was elected to the Montana Territorial Senate. And one of his crowning achievements as senator was helping to establish Yellowstone National Park. Kind of. There's a big misconception that Bullock was instrumental in the formation of the park, but it turns out that's not really the case. Seth merely put forth a motion that was later adopted by the Legislative Council. We don't even know for sure if he wrote the resolution himself, but still, he did play a role. And President Grant did sign the Yellowstone National Park Protection Act into law on March 1st, 1872. In addition to his responsibilities as senator, Seth also volunteered at the Helena Fire Department, and he even moonlighted as a deputy. This guy just did not lay around wasting his time. And then, when his term as senator expired in 1873, he ran for and was elected as sheriff of Lewis and Clark County. Now, it's next to impossible to mention Seth Bullock without also bringing up the HBO drama Deadwood. If you've never seen it, you're missing out. It's probably one of the greatest TV shows of all time. And Bullock, as portrayed by the talented Timothy Oliphant, is one of the main characters. That said, on the very first episode, we see Sheriff Bullock executing a prisoner in a very unorthodox manner. He basically holds off a lynch mob with his pistol while using his free hand to strangle the prisoner right there on the steps of the jailhouse. It's a very cool scene, but just not exactly very realistic. While the real-life Bullock did indeed hang at least 2 men there in Montana, there weren't any dramatic showdowns with vigilantes. Matter of fact, that first execution was reported by a local paper. It's going off without a hitch. What's more, there were something like 1,000 people in attendance, and not a one of them ever said anything about a lynch mob. A couple months later is when Bullock executed prisoner number 2, with what the newspapers described as a quote-unquote deep solemnity. Once again, no mention of vigilantes. Turns out that particular story came from Teddy Roosevelt's son Kermit. Whether Kermit heard it from Seth or just made it up himself is unknown. But be that as it may, Bullock did supposedly have a very dry sense of humor, so I wouldn't put it past him to stretch the truth just a bit. Also worth noting that he'd later confessed these executions affected him deeply, and when his term as sheriff expired, he declined to run for re-election. Of course, by that point, he had already set his eyes on the Black Hills over in present-day South Dakota. Now, as far as the Black Hills are concerned, there have been persistent rumors for years that the area was rich in gold. But those rumors weren't verified until 1874. That's when Custer passed through with around 1,000 troops. Officially, Custer had orders to find a new location for a fort, but unofficially, he was also on the lookout for gold. And when he found it, the news spread like wildfire. Just like that, the rush was on. Wasn't long before several mining camps popped up in what was known as Deadwood Gulch. The town itself was officially laid out in April of 1876, and within a matter of months, the population had exploded to around 25,000. Only catch was the hills were technically owned by the Lakota per the 1868 Fort Laramie Treaty. As such, it was illegal for the prospectors to so much as pass through, much less pitch a tent and start panning for gold. And by proxy, the town of Deadwood was also illegal, hence the lack of any real sort of law enforcement. But law or no law, Seth Bullock was determined to try his luck, just not by freezing his pecker off in any of the nearby streams or creeks. You see, Seth and his business partner, Saul Starr, had something much better in mind. Rather than do any prospecting, they'd open up a hardware store and provide the miners with all their necessary supplies and accoutrements. Accoutrements. How you like that word, huh? Yeah, that's right. Daddy's got a thesaurus. And by the way, Seth was already a married man by this point. He and the aforementioned Martha had already tied the knot back in Salt Lake City in 1874. And by the following year, they'd welcome a daughter named Margaret. Rather than haul his family to a place as dangerous as Deadwood, Bullock instead sent him back east to stay with Martha's parents. Now, the guy I mentioned a moment ago, Saul Starr, he was originally from Bavaria. His family migrated to the United States when he was still a child, just like Seth, and Starr pretty much lived all over Ohio, Indiana, and even Missouri before heading west to Montana in 1865. It's there a few years later where he and Bullock first became acquainted. And once again, much like Bullock, Saul also was very ambitious. I'm telling you, these two guys seem to be made for one another. Starr was appointed as Register of the U.S. Land Office there in Helena in 1872, and by 1874, he was working as the Territorial Auditor. I got no idea what either one of those jobs are, but he was also invested in everything from politics to banking. And yeah, by 1876, they were both ready to try their luck over in Deadwood with their very own hardware store. But something tells me their plans didn't just stop at a mere store. Per Bullock biographer David A. Wolf, quote, beyond opening a business, Bullock and Starr undoubtedly left for the Black Hills with political ambitions. Both men had been involved in politics in Montana, but they found it going rough in the strongly Democratic territory. The Black Hills offered new opportunities. Counties and possibly a new territory would be established, and new government jobs would follow, offering 3 incentives for people such as Bullock and Starr. First, these positions provided steady income in an economically uncertain environment. Secondly, as positions of leadership, they also provided the law and order necessary for a town to succeed and for merchants, such as themselves, to prosper. And finally, the two men enjoyed public service. Because of these reasons, both of them would remain active in politics throughout their Black Hills careers. End of quote. And this does seem to be a major theme throughout Bullock's life. Yes, he was a capitalist. That was his chief motivator, making money. I got the same fault myself. But he was also very civically minded. Bullock knew that if his business had any hopes of succeeding, that he needed to create the type of environment where everybody, not just the businessmen, even the little people, were able to make money. Sort of like that old saying, a rising tide lifts all boats. The more money Bullock was able to earn, the more he'd invest in the local economy. And the better off the local economy was, then the better off his business would flourish. Now, Bullock and Starr secured their first load of supplies up in Bismarck. They had traveled a grueling 3 weeks before arriving in Deadwood on August 3rd, 1876, literally the day after Wild Bill Hickok's assassination. So yeah, contrary to HBO, Seth Bullock and Hickok were never actually friends. Hell, they never even met. For that matter, Bullock and Starr also did not sell their wares outside of a tent. Truth is, they lucked out and were able to purchase a partially completed two-story building on the corner of Main and Wall Street, right in the middle of Deadwood's business district. No word on whether or not the building came with any fresh blood stains. But yeah, that's where they sold everything from picks to Dutch ovens to fry pans, chamber pots, pretty much everything a prospector could need. And later on, they'd expand further, selling comfort items like whiskey and tea. Wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, though. Not long after arriving in camp, Bullock wrote a letter to a friend over in Montana, describing the rampant violence. According to Seth, quote, "We have no law and no order, and no prospect of either. Several murders have been committed and nothing done," end of quote. Violence notwithstanding, Bullock just wasn't the type to rest on his laurels. Was Deadwood dangerous? Absolutely. But rather than shy away from any potential threats, he instead set about organizing the camp, trying to turn it into the type of place he'd feel comfortable bringing his wife and daughter. Now, there may not have been any official law there in Deadwood, but there were miners' courts. Prospectors would even hold meetings to vote on various regulations, like in August 1876, when they voted to establish a board of health. It was the board's job to keep an eye on stuff like potential fire hazards, to take obstructions out of the thoroughfare, and to even isolate smallpox victims, stuff like that. And yeah, our very own Seth Bullock was one of the men selected to run this committee. Keep in mind that he'd only been in camp for a little over a week. And then, when the Reverend Smith was found murdered on the road to Crook City just a few days later, it was Seth Bullock who investigated the scene of the crime. He also personally wrote to the minister's next of kin. Skip ahead 2 days later, and a bartender by the name of Harry Young shot and killed Bummer Dan. Oh no, over at the same joint where Hickok was killed just a couple weeks prior. And despite the shooting being a case of mistaken identity, Young did turn himself into Bullock and the Board of Health. Hell, Seth even summoned the jury for Young's trial. So yeah, like I said, Bullock had barely arrived in camp, and he was already investigating murders and organizing trials. And this was prior to him becoming sheriff. It just goes to show the level of respect that he commanded. Sort of. Turns out not everybody was a fan, and in fact, his popularity would take a pretty significant nosedive just a year later. We'll get to that soon enough, but as far as the summer of 1876 goes, Bullock was already making one hell of a first impression. Now, eventually the camp would vote to elect a more formal city council, but by that point, Seth was back in Michigan, fetching his wife and daughter. He'd be gone for a total of 5 months, long enough to make baby number 2, another daughter they named Florence. He also began petitioning the territorial governor to remove the Black Hills from the Great Sioux Reservation, which, let's be honest, was sort of a dick move. But it was also inevitable. There just weren't no way in hell the government was going to let the natives keep all that gold, especially with Custer's defeated Little Bighorn still fresh on everyone's mind. That being the case, the so-called Land Agreement Act of 1877 resulted in the indigenous losing around 7 million acres, including the Black Hills. It also saw the formation of Lawrence County, with Deadwood as the county seat. Not only that, but the governor appointed our very own Seth Bullock as sheriff. And well, not everyone was a fan of Bullock's appointment. Now remember, he'd only been living in Deadwood for a couple of months. Then he was gone for damn near half a year, before all of a sudden showing back up with paperwork from the governor naming him as sheriff. That being the case, there were many who considered Seth to be an outsider. Others just didn't appreciate him being appointed as opposed to elected. It's also worth noting that in Bullock's absence, a guy by the name of Con Stapleton was made town marshal. This apparently caused confusion as to who was actually in charge, but per Bullock biographer David Wolfe, it didn't take long for Seth to, quote, assert his position and take control of law enforcement, end of quote. Now, believe it or not, the sheriff's office was initially located inside the Star and Bullock hardware store, one of the storerooms serving as a makeshift jail. Seth would eventually hire around 8 deputies, in addition to organizing a night watch to keep a lookout for potential fire hazards. Fire was always a danger in these old mining camps. We'll hear more about that in just a few minutes. And yeah, other than that, his duties were pretty normal. Bullock investigated robberies, he chased horse thieves, he broke up street fights, and every now and then he even helped mediate land disputes. When one such dispute turned deadly in April of 77, it was Bullock who arrested the killers. On another occasion, he broke up an entire gang of cutthroats who'd been targeting miners. Hell, he once tracked a killer all the way to Ohio just to make an arrest. And all of this without once being forced to pull his gun and take a life. He may have pulled his gun, but he never had to kill anyone while he was sheriff there in Lawrence County. It's said that oftentimes just the mere presence of Sheriff Bullock would be enough to dissuade violence. Be that as it may, his popularity would absolutely plummet following a strike over at the Keats Mine in 1877. I guess the prospectors felt like they weren't being fairly compensated, so they stopped working and barricaded themselves inside the mine. And when they refused to budge, Sheriff Bullock was called in to a victim. At first, he tried yelling down threats, but when that didn't work, he tried starving them out. That too proved to be a failure due to people on the outside sneaking them food. Finally, he called for the governor to send in troops. Soldiers arrived about 10 days later, at which point Bullock just smoked out the miners with burning sulfur. It was this incident, coupled with a negligent discharge while he was in pursuit of an outlaw, that ultimately cost him the job as sheriff. As soon as they got around to holding an actual election, the people overwhelmingly chose the incumbent, John Manning, who also just so happened to be the owner of the Senate Saloon. Interestingly enough, Manning and a few of the other newly elected officials insisted on taking office immediately, despite Bullock's term lasting until January. There was a stalemate, neither side would budge, so for the next couple of months, there were two separate governments there in Deadwood. And yeah, that also means there were two sheriffs working simultaneously and pretty much trying to ignore one another. Per biographer David Wolf, quote, Bullock's role in early Deadwood should not be underestimated. As the first sheriff, he laid the foundation for law and order, and he demonstrated there would be consequences for bad behavior. His stint as sheriff also brought fame for himself. All in Lawrence County knew him. While not all liked him, he gained the respect and friendship of the propertied and elite. End of quote. Bullock was only sheriff for a little over 9 months, and while he may not have won the election, he did receive a commission as a deputy U.S. Marshal, so he would continue enforcing the law for about the next decade. He'd even assist Sheriff Manning on occasion. Bullock was also instrumental in forming Deadwood's first fire department, one that included a fancy brand new fire engine. Only problem was Bullock quickly lost interest. That's another thing. When it came to all these various endeavors, Seth was mostly an idea guy. He'd get the ball rolling, he'd help to organize, he'd even accept positions of leadership. But at the same time, he also expected others to eventually step up and take the helm. And if new leadership didn't materialize, then these undertakings would invariably fail. As far as the fire department goes, his duties as deputy marshal would often see him leave town for long periods of time. And that being the case, the volunteer firefighters were rudderless, and it wasn't long before they too lost interest. It was partly this failure to sustain momentum that led to the Great Fire of 1879, which we're about to talk about in just a minute. But in the meantime, Seth was mostly focused on building his capital. He and Starr invested in a good deal of property, well over 1,000 acres before it was all said and done. They started a ranch and a milk farm, they bred horses and grew crops like corn and wheat and alfalfa. Hell, they even franchised the hardware store, opening up new locations in Rapid City and Spearfish, and later on even as far away as Montana and Wyoming. So needless to say, things were going pretty good. At least they were until that Great Fire of 1879. It started on the morning of September 26, when a coal lamp fell over at the Empire Bakery. The fire then spread to a nearby store and ignited several kegs of blasting powder. The ensuing inferno saw the town practically decimated. Estimates vary, but it's thought that 100 businesses and at least 75 residential dwellings were lost, including a good deal of assets owned by Bullock and Starr. Ironically, that fancy new fire engine remained both unused and unscathed. Luckily for Bullock, though, the farm and the ranch were still secure. He and Starr were smart enough to have insurance, so that also provided a bit of a windfall. And when the residents of Deadwood created a citizens committee to help rebuild, they once again called on Bullock's leadership for assistance. Now, for the next few years, Bullock continued focusing on his various businesses. At one point, he became heavily involved in Deadwood's merchant bank. He was even named president, but unfortunately, the bank went belly up. He then became president of the Iron Hill Mining Company, but this too proved to be a financial disaster. Things eventually got so bad that Bullock started transferring property over to his wife's name just to stop it from being foreclosed on. Still, though, Bullock just refused to quit. Rather than leave town like so many others, he chose to stuck it out. And it was this dogged determination that ultimately led to his financial success. Not only was Bullock instrumental in getting the Elkhorn Railroad to connect to the Black Hills, but he also founded the entire town of Belle Fourche. And when the hardware store burnt down again in 1894, he had a luxury hotel constructed in its place. A hotel that still stands to this day, and apparently it's haunted by Bullock's ghost. Now, these are all nice accomplishments in and of themselves, but it was Bullock's friendship with Teddy Roosevelt that he really considered to be his crowning achievement. Stories vary as to how they initially met, but it was most likely in the early 1890s when Roosevelt was serving as a federal commissioner up in North Dakota. And when the drums of war began banging in 1897, both he and Bullock heeded the call. Now, Roosevelt's Rough Riders get the bulk of the glory for good reason, but there were two additional volunteer cavalry units, one of which was known as Grigsby's Cowboys, which, as it turns out, is the very same unit that Bullock enlisted in. He was given the commission as a captain, and by June of 1898, he and the other cowboys were transferred down to Chickamauga, Georgia, to await orders. Only thing is, they were never deployed. They'd end up returning to the Black Hills about 3 months later, absolutely disgusted and not having had the chance to prove themselves in Cuba. Now, as disappointing as I'm sure that was, especially to Bullock, he did account well for himself down there in Georgia. One of his men would later recall that Captain Bullock was, quote, easily the most popular man in the camp, and is much sought after by everyone, and with his own troop there is no one who can equal him. There was even an instance where he noticed some men harassing a lady outside of a department store, so Bullock fetched a few of his soldiers, and they dealt out a little frontier justice before escorting the lady back to her train. And when his own soldiers got rowdy and started fighting one another, Bullock personally stepped in. At one point, he even took control of the Chickamauga Police Department. I'm not making this up. Apparently, things were getting a little too wild there in town, and Bullock had to step in and save the day. Per biographer David Wolfe, quote, one correspondent reported that Bullock risked life and limb as he arrested troublemakers, but in less than 5 hours, he had the city quiet and peaceful. But still, like I said, they were never deployed. And while many of the volunteers considered the entire ordeal to have been a big fat waste of time, Bullock used it to further bolster his reputation. Once again, per David Wolfe, quote, while the Spanish-American War increased Bullock's stature and gave him a new public persona, it also cemented his friendship with Teddy Roosevelt. When Roosevelt returned home and started celebrating the group's achievements, he occasionally invited men from other units, including Bullock, to join his Rough Riders. Bullock had to have been flattered, and when Roosevelt entered national politics, the captain became all the more awestruck by a man he considered a kindred spirit. End of quote. And yeah, for pretty much the rest of his life, Bullock would be Roosevelt's most ardent supporter. And in return, Teddy accepted Seth as one of his closest friends. When Roosevelt headed west in 1900 to campaign for William McKinley, he invited Bullock to join him. Now, Bullock would even serve as Roosevelt's bodyguard when things got a little too hairy. There was one incident there in Butte, Montana, when Seth took a seat on the stage right behind Roosevelt with two pistols strapped to his hip in plain view of everyone. Needless to say, the crowd quickly calmed down and Roosevelt's speech went uninterrupted. And when their train arrived back in Deadwood, Seth had arranged for Teddy to be greeted with a throng of cheering admirers, including as many as 500 mounted cowboys. Roosevelt would return to Deadwood in 1903 after he was already president, and once again, he invited Bullock to join him on a cross-country tour. This time they've traveled together for something like 2 months. And when Roosevelt was reelected in 1904, it was Bullock who organized a company of cowboys to ride in the inaugural parade. He stayed at the White House on numerous occasions, and in turn, Roosevelt's children would often spend their vacation on Bullock's ranch. Roosevelt even appointed Seth as the Black Hills Forest Supervisor, once again giving him a chance to shine as a conservationist. And then just a few years later, he made him the U.S. Marshal for all of South Dakota, a position that would be extended by President Taft in 1909. To be honest, that marshal's appointment was mostly an administrative job, with Seth having several deputies working under him. But they did stay busy, investigating everything from larceny to murder. They were also responsible for federal crimes committed on the nearby reservations. Still, though, busy or not, he did make time to hang out with his old friend Teddy. Hell, they even took a trip to Europe together in 1910. Now, Bullock would officially retire from his job as marshal in 1914 at the age of 67. But even then, he refused to just sit back and relax. He continued dabbling in various business endeavors. And believe it or not, he became a big proponent of women's suffrage. Yes, you heard that correctly. Seth Bullock was a feminist. Guess he didn't suffer from certain inadequacies, if you know what I mean. He also still enjoyed a good fight every now and then. And when World War I broke out, Bullock raised yet another regiment of frontier volunteers, sort of like the Rough Riders, comprised of around 1,200 cowboys, prospectors, and railroad workers. Only thing is, President Wilson didn't approve, so the regiment was disbanded before they even got a chance to deploy. Bullock was pissed again, but he still did his part in supporting the war effort at home, stating that he'd, quote, show the Democrats that we are thoroughbreds and will do our bit even if we are compelled to remain at home. He then added that it was his desire to ride a spotted cayuse into Berlin, but it didn't look like he'd get the chance. And yeah, by 1917, Bullock began suffering from stomach problems. Turned out to be intestinal cancer. He traveled to California for treatment and returned home the following year, seemingly reinvigorated. Unfortunately, that's about the same time that his good friend Roosevelt passed away. Per Teddy's son Kermit, quote, my father's death was a fearful blow to the old captain. Captain, of course, referring to Seth Bullock. Sure enough, the cancer returned. And just a little over 9 months following the death of Teddy Roosevelt, Bullock followed him to the other side. To once again quote David Wolfe, Bullock's headstone carries a one-word epitaph, pioneer. To Bullock, a pioneer worked for progress. And through each stage of his life, he did just that. Nothing could better describe or summarize his life. From sheriff to forest supervisor to United States Marshal, no matter the task, this pioneer lawman tried to advance the region and the country. End of quote. And yeah, I don't know about you, but I found Seth Bullock to be pretty inspirational. You know, we've all had failures in life, just like Bullock. But he never seemed to let those failures keep him down. He never called it quits, and he was always ready for a new adventure. Seth enjoyed earning money, but much of what he did for a living also made life better for those around him. At least his fellow pioneers there in Deadwood. The Lakota, not so much. Now, I know we talked about him bringing the railroad to the Black Hills and the founding of Belle Fourche and all that, but there's a ton of other stuff I didn't even cover. Bullock really did a lot to build up Deadwood. He was a major player when it came to economic development. He held parades. He attracted businesses. He was just a big promoter of the town in general. He made improvements to the public infrastructure. And that's not even counting his conservation efforts or his time in law enforcement, much less his willingness to go to war in his late 60s. I don't know what kind of man Seth Bullock was in his personal life. I don't know if he was a good husband or how he treated his children. But by all accounts, just going off what little I do know, I'd say that his was a life well lived. The dude just did not leave anything on the field. Hell, even at the time of his death, he was still working, trying to get a park established in an area overlooking Deadwood known as White Rocks. And it was there at the White Rocks where he was ultimately laid to rest, overlooking the Mount Moriah Cemetery, near other pioneers like Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane. Now, before you go, you may be wondering if Seth Bullock had any run-ins with that cocksucker Al Swearingen over at the Gym Saloon. Truth is, there's not a lot of known interactions between the two of them, nothing quite as dramatic as depicted on Deadwood, but they definitely knew one another. Matter of fact, when the first gunfight took place at the gym, it was Bullock who tracked down the guilty party and whisked him away to jail. And then, according to Deadwood historian Jerry Bryant, quote, in July, Sheriff Bullock closed down the gym and held a referee court in the building in response to suits that several parties had brought against Swearingen, some seeking the repayments of debts. End of quote. I actually did an episode on Al Swearingen a while back, link down below if you want to check it out. But this dude was always being sued by somebody. And on at least one occasion, it was Seth Bullock who was forced to adjudicate the case right there in the infamous Gym Saloon. And yeah, I guess that's about all I've got on Seth Bullock.